streaming live indeed on a Travel Thursday. That's right, Travel Thursday. My day started by pulling into the garage and seeing Waterboy lugging a big old rolling bag out.
Murph, I'm packed and ready to go.
You are on the move, brother, and then I'm right behind you.
That's it, man. We got 4 hours of the Murph and Marcus show. Then I'm on a bird out to Boston, and you're headed back home to the home territory, back to the homeland, Murph.
Put on the Claytons today for the Dublin trip here, so
Nice.
we'll get you going, man. Yeah, buddy, we're both in the air. We're both traveling east in the holiday season, a little holiday festivity travel, but you're on the air tomorrow.
That's right.
Let's make sure to tell everybody that. They need their routines. They need their Marcus. They need their water bud, as Dwayne Kuiper would say.
Water bud.
By the way, did we ponder the concept of water bud, like in terms of your dispensary and all that? And
I was going to say, like, water bud. It sounds like the bud that, like, falls down to the bottom of my bong, Murph.
oh, wow.
Like,
We're going bong at 601.
Well, you're asking me questions about my dispensary. If we're talking water and bud, we're talking about bong water, Murph.
Right. The bong is such a...
Yeah,
there it is right there. Dwayne Kuiper yesterday. The bong is such a strong image, like like dispensaries now, gummies and things have become. I can't believe we're going this deep, by the way. It's 602.
Oh, it's 601. We're talking bongs. And you're right, Murph. Like, it can be very intimidating to people outside of the culture.
Yeah. You know what it is? It's a contraption.
It is.
What
And like,
contraption.
dude, there's all different shapes and sizes. I had a buddy in college who had a 6-footer where you had to like stand on top of a staircase to use
Did
it.
he call it the Chris Paul? Is that what he called it?
Nice, very well. He called it the Jonathan Kuminga. The bong's actually grown 2 feet. It's now a 7-foot bong, Murph.
So does he not use the bong until late into the night?
Yeah.
When it should be.
It's a second half bong. Look at my guy Coast back there on top of the double decker.
Oh, man. So there it is. The Wednesday night was marked by your Golden State Warriors. I love my man Ron Kroichik in the Chronicle using the word sluggish.
Oh.
So the words were sluggish, and they were. And I'm wondering, like, kind of, like, I'm waiting for that spark. I'm waiting for that motivation. But if you missed it, if you got turned off by the sluggishness, and are we ready, young Tony? Are we ready to call it in? No, we're not ready. We're not ready to call it in. Yes, we are ready to call it in. Okay, now we're not ready. I thought you coached the young man up.
Yeah, young Tony, go to the KNBR morning show folder. It's right at the top of the list.
There it is.
We should be able to find it.
On-air coaching is fine, too, by the way.
And we should be able to call it in.
That's like a mound visit in the middle of an inning. You know what I mean? Like, listen, if a radio if a manager can go out in the middle of an inning and talk to his pitcher, we can coach Tony up in the middle of a segment.
That's correct.
You know what I mean? So, but anyway, on a night they looked, and again, Kroichik also said they looked tired and detached and sluggish. His words were so bad, like the adjectives to describe that most of that Warriors game. Waterboy, they were losing the entire night, and they were down 98-92 with 5 minutes to go in the game.
They were trailing the Trailblazers for 3 quarters straight, Murph.
And Johnny Kuminga. Now, this is getting back to the Steve Kerr stuff now. I told you the new generation doesn't like Kerr.
No.
That's what I'm sensing now.
What has he ever done, Murph?
Well, there you go. There it is. And he didn't play. What has he ever done was he didn't play Jonathan Kuminga until 4 minutes remained in the third quarter. And he was saying, hey, man, it's hard to play 10 players. It's hard to play 11 players. And I'm playing Moses Moody. I'm playing Brandon Pajemski. So much firestorm and criticism from social media saying another Kerr blunder. He taps Johnny Kuminga. Kuminga comes in with a full gas tank, fresh legs, dominates the game, scores 13 points in the final 16 minutes, throws down a dunk at a key moment, comes up with a big steal, is basically the hero of the night. Mm-hmm. And then they call it in at the end of the night. Bruce Frazier calls it in to Adam Silver. Silver said, wait a minute, I went to bed. You guys were losing. He said, yeah, but then we played Johnny Kuminga. Put it in the books, skinny boy. Golden State Warriors 110, Portland Trailblazers 106. Was it beautiful basketball?
No, it wasn't.
No, it was not.
It was ugly basketball, but it's a win, Murph. And if it wasn't for Steph Curry and, of course, Jonathan Kuminga, but I love seeing Steph in that third quarter kind of slam the basketball down in frustration. He was dribbling out of double teams, taking it to the basket, trying to hype up the crowd, turning around yelling at his own bench. It's good to see Steph fired up in what was really a meaningless December 6th game. It's not an in-season tournament game, but there was Steph still fired up.
Quietly meaningful, because if they lose, they fall to 9-12, and then it starts to get a little ugly. Because they got some tough games ahead now. Mm-hmm. They go down to Oklahoma City Friday. They're 13-7. They go to, and then next week they go to Phoenix, and then they go to the Clippers. Their next 3 games are all 3 tough Western road games. So if they lose that game yesterday and they fall to 9-12, so quietly, even though you're right, it was meaningless, it was meaningful. You know what I mean? It's like they had to get to 10-11. They have to get they kind of got to hover around 500 until they figure it out. The gravitational pull.
We're back to the gravitational pull now. But, Murph, I was surprised on how sluggish this team was, especially after getting 3 days off. Because there was a lot of talk about after the game last night, like, oh, yeah, the Portland Trailblazers are a young team that got fresh legs. Well, when you're an old team, you're not going to get a bigger break than you got over the last 3 days.
Little red flag if they were that sluggish.
In the NBA, when you're playing back-to-back nights, you don't get 3 days off hardly ever in the NBA. And to see that team that sluggish last night, yeah, I did throw up a red flag.
Also, it was a weird game because I told you I'm part of a season ticket package, and we did a draft. And that game, you didn't know that game was going to be on the schedule until like when the season. So the in-season tournament's done a number on season ticket holders because you don't know if your team's going to make the semifinals or the quarterfinals or not. So the schedule is open that week. So we didn't even know if the Warriors would have a home game, road game, when it would be, all that stuff. So I'm wondering if the crowd last night, who Curry had to exhort, I wonder if the crowd last night was not great because it was sort of a late scheduled game and nobody it wasn't a game you circled on your calendar. They didn't even know they were playing this game until last week.
No, it felt like a pickup game essentially. Like
that's exactly right.
You showed up to your local YMCA and like, oh look, there's Steph Curry, there's Klay Thompson struggling from 3-point range, and all of a sudden here comes Jonathan Kuminga.
And there's Anthony Simons.
Yeah,
there's Shaden Sharp.
Simons hitting shots left and right.
There's Scoot Henderson wearing those glasses.
Scoot.
Yeah.
Scooting around the court.
Picked up 3 fouls in the first quarter and didn't have much of a night.
Yeah, I guess he didn't learn too much from Steph Curry, his young protege.
He's 19 years old. We'll give him time. I like his look, though.
Dude, with the goggles?
Yeah, give him credit on the look.
No, he's quick. He flies around a lot.
The fro and the goggles is a good look, man. I'd like to follow that kid. You mentioned Klay.
Yeah.
I mean,
our guy Klay.
Yeah. 1 of 8 from 3-point land, 3 of 13 from the field, 11 points last night.
Yeah, I think he was 0 for 6 from 3-point range until the fourth quarter.
He actually wound up hitting a big one.
He did. It was very important. And I don't want to get too critical of Klay because he has been playing better recently. Over the last 4 or 5 games, he's been back shooting around 40-41% from 3-point range.
A little bit.
And so last night, obviously, was not the greatest game.
Regression.
But he's scored 20 points in 4 of his last 6 games.
Right. But last night, 11. But that was all part of the whole sluggish deal. I mean, Steph scored 31, and then it was a slew of guys scoring 13, 10, or 11. Dario Saric and Kuminga with 13. Kuminga 6 of 6 from the field. So what a performance. And this goes back to now Steve Kerr and everybody. Well, why weren't you playing Kuminga earlier? And why, this is a guy who was young and fresh. A lot of people think that Kerr has, in general, mishandled Kuminga. We go back to last year's playoffs or even 2 years ago during the title run, right? Not playing the guy at all or not giving him his confidence, or has he earned it? Kerr's like, he's got to earn it, and I got other guys in front of him, and you wonder about Kuminga's confidence. There's a lot of quotes after the game from guys like Chris Paul and Kevon Looney praising Kuminga for, because you could pout. Mm-hmm. You sit there for an entire 2.5 quarters, and you're already like, Kerr doesn't play you enough anyway. And then he taps you. You could go in with the slumped shoulders. Instead, he came in dominated.
Well, that was the story last year when they had to go up to Sacramento for Game 7, and before they got on the bus, Steph Curry was calling out players who were pouting on the bench, and we never really got confirmation on who those players were, but fingers were being pointed at guys like Jonathan Kuminga. Fingers were being pointed at guys like Jordan Poole and Moses Moody, those young guys that were not getting the minutes.
Poor Jordan Poole, continuing to catch strays all these months later.
I'm sorry, JP.
All right, well, that was the big story last night. The Warriors get the win, but of course, the other big story is the 49ers getting ready for the Seahawks on Sunday, starting to begin to come out of my post-Eagles euphoria and begin to focus on Seattle. But the big news, Eric Armstead probably not going to play.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media yesterday, and usually on a Wednesday, they don't really reveal their secrets or tell you what the tea leaves look like on injuries and players, but he said he would be surprised if Eric Armstead is playing this week.
And he said maybe a week or 2, which could carry over to the game that I'm targeting, that Arizona game. That's the one that scares me. Yeah. But Seattle coming in, Armstead probably out. Javon Kinlaw would play for him.
Yeah, and it's going to be big because,
quote-unquote, got his first sack. That meant he was standing near Jalen Hurts when Hurts fell down.
When Hurts tripped over himself in the backfield, yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like a fister, like an opposite field fist. You get it's a hit in the box score.
That's it. The box score goes down in a sack now.
So he actually got a second one, but again, wasn't that one also sort of? He got 2 in that game.
That was one where it was like a combination sack, where I think someone else started it and he finished it off. But hey, Get them where you can take them, Murph. Beggars can't be choosers.
I saw one of those. The Niners put out one of those 6-minute videos of the sights and sounds of the win over Philly. And there was a shot of Bosa on the bench saying to Kuminga, like, welcome back, buddy, or something. First one since 2020. Dude, you can't go 3 years without a sack.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's like impossible.
It's been a while. And he's going to be a guy that's obviously going to need to step up if Eric Armstead is not playing, especially when you're looking at this Seattle Seahawks offense and the possible return of Kenny Walker.
But, the Niners have that streak where nobody can run on them. Mm-hmm. So, anyway, you ready for your trip, buddy?
I am.
Mentally?
Bird, no, actually, no.
Not mentally ready?
Like, you asked me yesterday what time I was flying out. I had no idea.
He didn't know. I asked him multiple times, too.
I
gave him time to look it up. I came back like a half hour late. Hey, you got your flight time? He's like, no.
Dude, obviously, the past couple of weeks have been hectic. And on top of it, like, hey, Waterboy, you'll be in Boston tomorrow by yourself with John Lynch and Greg Papa just interviewing a bunch of people.
And we haven't even, by the way, we buried the lead at 6-11.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations, buddy. You got a new right fielder.
Thank you, Murph. I've been waiting all morning long.
Sorry,
we're talking big storylines.
Had to talk Johnny Kuminga, buddy.
It's all right. All business is local. I understand.
So, man, Juan Soto to the Yankees, and you are 1,000% in approval. You don't care about the package you sent for a rental?
I'll blank the
He's
package,
a free agent
Murph.
after 1 year.
Murph.
Scott Boras is not going to give you a hometown discount, buddy.
Murph, I'll channel my inner, South Dakota Murph. I'm all in on Juan Soto and the Yankees. I mean, he's 25 years old. He's a generational talent. He's already won a World Series. He's, a 3 or 4 time Silver Slugger winner. Yes, I know it's a rental, but the Yankees did not give up their top hitting prospect, Jason Dominguez. They did not give up their top pitching prospect either.
Well, who's this kid, Drew Thorpe? He was the minor league pitcher of the year last year.
Yeah, he was good, but he's not their top guy. Chase Hampton is their top pitching prospect. So they have arms. I mean, they just gave up a few more arms to get for Duber
also. Michael King pitched well for you last year.
Michael King pitched well as well, but he's also a 28-year-old prospect.
Okay.
So at this point of his career, he's older than Juan Soto.
Sounds very Farhanian.
Yeah,
28-year-old prospect.
Exactly. So I don't mind the haul that they give up at all because you put Juan Soto in the middle of that lineup between Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton.
Like you smoked the Padres on this trade?
See, we all know this was
the Padres won the trade.
Well, this is a salary cap dump for the Padres because we all know their financial issues and everything that they're going for, but no, I think the Yankees won this trade hands down. They're getting Juan Soto, a 25-year-old who's already better than the maybe pitching prospects that the Padres are getting.
Star power of the Yankees is ridiculous. There was a time like there's certain teams when they come into your park and then they come out and they're stretching and they're warming and you're like, damn, these guys are in town. Look at these. Dude, you can come out now and you tell me Aaron Judge is jogging up the steps, Giancarlo Stanton's jogging up the steps, Juan Soto's jogging up the steps. It's like, hey, you guys.
Oh, let's keep going, Murph. Anthony Rizzo jogging up the steps. Yeah. Gleyber Torres jogging up the steps. Anthony Volpe, Gold Glove winner last year, walking up those steps.
A Martian jogging up the steps.
You got Jason Dominguez recovering from Tommy John surgery right now. That's why Alex Verdugo will probably be the starting center fielder until he makes his return.
Wait, Jason Dominguez had Tommy John?
Yeah, he had Tommy John.
That.
Only played 8 games last year. Had 4 home runs in 8 games. Took the league by storm. But
808 KNBR position players who have Tommy John. It's always confusing to me. It's like, wait a minute, you're a position player. Why are you having Tommy John?
Well, yeah, he still throws the baseball and stuff like that.
But you're not throwing it with the intense duress of a major league pitcher.
100%. And that's why you see a guy like Bryce Harper last year who came back from Tommy John surgery after 6 months, which is unheard of. We know about Brock Purdy coming back from internal brace surgery. But the fact that Bryce Harper came back early from Tommy John, now strictly played DH, but swung the bat, because that's a lot of things people, I think, don't recognize. When you are a position player and you have Tommy John surgery, you have to pick and choose which kind of path you want to rehab first. Whether you want to be able to throw the ball first or be able to swing the bat first. And obviously most position players choose to swing the bat first.
Yeah, and now he's going to play first base, which frees up Rhys Hoskins, which I'm still waiting for him to become a Giant.
That's true. Still waiting for all those dominoes. We're still on Ohtani watch, Murph.
Ohtani watching. You know, buddy, as soon as my wheels leave SFO tonight,
they're going to get breaking news.
Ohtani's coming down.
Here it comes. I'll be waiting for your call from the pub tomorrow, Murph.
I want to dive more into the psychology of Waterboy in Boston, Waterbud in Boston, because, well documented that 2 teams there have played a large role in your life.
I was joking with Overnight Dave. I'm going to show up with a Yankee hat and a Charles Woodson jersey on.
I mean, honestly,
just looking for trouble.
Honestly,
looking for trouble.
Roam the streets. Listen, you got some skills. You can defend yourself.
Yeah. Also, Murph, I got to be back on Monday for a show to recap 49ers and Seahawks. So I don't want to be thrown in the clinker.
You're gonna get the guy that says, "I see you, Mork.
Yeah,
I see you, Mork.
Hey, Mork, where'd you park your car, Mork?
All right. Well,
hey,
listen,
Waterbud.
Listen, if you do not go to Pizzeria Regina and or Santarpio's and again, it's not This is one thing Paulie truly never grasped because he was so orgasmically beyond thrilled by the Frank Pepe pizza that we had. But he didn't really fully understand. He did, but like that's not the original Frank Pepe.
Yeah.
So it's not, if I send you to Frank Pepe in Chestnut Hill at the mall, it's going to be great, but it's not the original, which is New Haven, Connecticut.
All right, close enough.
So you got 3 unbelievable options. 1 is like bare minimum mandatory. 2 would be highly recommended. 3 would be a miracle. But I'm going to hope that you check at least 1 or 2 of those boxes.
And that would be your number 1 like food recommendation for Boston.
Yes, 100%.
Like everybody, you're going to Philadelphia, you got to get the cheesesteaks.
Legal seafood is like lobster rolls.
Yeah, I was looking for some lobster rolls.
No. Because those are special pizza places.
Okay.
You got to go.
It's on my list, Murph.
Right.
Consider it
not
done.
on the list. It's on the mandatory. All right, buddy?
The itinerary is already planned out by Brian Murphy.
Going to the town of the Red Sox and Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be an interesting time for this guy.
Hey, it's not the first time that a kid from the Bay Area went out to Boston. Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, yeah. Now you're embracing Tom Brady.
No, I'm not going down that road. I take back that take.
We'll get the guest list going here on a Thursday. It's always a fun kind of ramp up. Baby Friday, start sniff the weekend. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
The Warriors came back last night to beat the the Portland Trail Blazers, and John Dickinson was here last night on Dubs Overtime to break down the comeback win from the Dubs. So to hear that entire podcast, check out what's trending now on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
There it is, man. Steve Kerr as the Warriors pull one out of their nether regions from a night they looked detached, tired, and sluggish. My man Ron Kroichik using great adjectives. But they finally take the lead with about 3 minutes to go. And they were down 98-92, went on a little 7-0 spurt, and then fought them off down the stretch. Kuminga is the hero. Steph, of course. Steph, I mean, I got to tell you, one of these days, like somebody said, have you even pondered the post-Steph Curry Warriors?
No. I don't want to go down that road, Murph.
Yeah. Because it's called the Orlando Magic.
Yeah.
That's what it's called, yes.
Because there's no more two timeline. Now, maybe there is still a little bit of a two timeline with guys like Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Pojemski
Are those
stepping
guys
up.
Championship nucleus?
They're not Steph Curry.
Yeah.
They're not Klay Thompson. And yeah, they can be nice pieces, but you're right, Murph. Steph Curry's 35 years old. He's arguably playing the best basketball of his career. Night in and night out, he's putting on a show. And right now, he is single-handedly keeping the Warriors in games.
Single-handedly.
And winning games.
Yeah, single-handedly.
Like every day, it feels like we're out here looking through the box score, just hoping that somebody can score 20 points outside of Steph.
I mean, I didn't want to.
Somebody.
I'm knocking on Formica and everything. I'm not talking about it. But if he even has like a sore ankle and has to sit out one night, it'd be panic time in Golden State.
Yeah, there was like a game or two earlier this year where he missed, and I'm like, damn, this team just doesn't feel the same without Steph out on the court.
Well, it's just, Steph and the miracles, they call it. So, 31 last night for Steph, 5 of 13 from three-point land. Warriors win 110-106. But the story was Kuminga. So we have a couple cuts from late last night. Steve Kerr. See, here's the deal. Like, Kerr's saying, it's interesting, 21 games in, Kerr says, I don't have clarity on who these guys are. He's very, very transparent.
Roster clarity.
He's very, very transparent. He shows up, he's like, they're like, hey, coach, who's playing tonight? He's like, I don't know.
But, like, isn't that his job mainly as a coach is to figure out the rotations?
You one of these new generation Kerr haters?
I'm out here taking shots at Steve. It's like, that's your role. Like, you can talk about all the depth you have. It's your job to put the pieces together, and he's still out here trying to figure out this puzzle. Yeah,
last night, obviously, he's still not playing Trace Jackson-Davis much at all. And Gary Payton was missing, so when Gary Payton comes back, that's another body that's got to play. You know, he played Pojemski 21 last night, Moody 26 last night.
And that was the thing, Murph. Like, here we were a week or two ago talking about when GP2 did get injured. Chris Paul got injured the same game, and that's when Moses Moody stepped up and started showing out.
That was a guy who wasn't playing.
And
right?
that was another guy that Steve admitted after the game, he wasn't even part of the rotation. He wasn't even being planned to play.
He kind of has a point. It is sort of like they don't have an easy, obvious answer. Like, it's not like there's not, I mean, should he have played Moody that night? Yeah. Should he play Moody more? Yeah, maybe, but is that the expense of Kuminga? I don't know. Is that the expense of, Dario Saric? You can't do that. Is that the expense of Chris Paul? We can't do that. So he is, in a way, he's right. There is still, guys are still kind of, if Kuminga asserted himself as it's a night in, night out guy, then you'd automatically. But I think Kerr would tell you he's not a night in, night out guy right now.
Not at this point of his career. And that's why it was a big storyline that we were talking about last year in the postseason, the matchup against the Sacramento Kings where he was getting playing time. Now, we did keep an eye on Kuminga a lot over the summer, all the work he was putting in, Kendrick Perkins riffing about how he's now a 7-footer. So I think a lot of people had higher expectations this season for Jonathan Kuminga, hoping that he could take the next step because, Murph, he is a former first-round draft pick.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot invested. Yeah, there's a lot of invested in this guy.
Yeah, for sure, man. So Kuminga did the interview after the game, by the way, with a towel on his head. Put the towel on his head and the headphones over the towel.
Ooh,
heck of a look.
Went with the hood look.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was wondering, could he hear through the towel? But I guess he could.
Now Steph will do that every once in a while. I remember one of the first guys.
Steph will go headphones over the towel.
Yeah, he'll put the towel. He does it a lot when he's sitting on the sideline, but without the headset on. Cam Newton was huge on this too. He would tuck it in so it looked like he had a hood connected to his shoulder pad in his jersey.
Flavor, baby. That's why I'm boarding the plane today to Dublin. I'm going to drape a towel over my head and tuck it in.
Nice.
Tuck it into the shoulder pads there. Anyway, Kuminga, he spoke. He's like, yeah, I was sitting there the whole first half and then half of the third quarter, but got to be a pro, got to stay ready.
Just going throughout this game, I find out that I wasn't playing right when I got on the bench. And, I mean, as a player, you always got to stay ready. And I feel like I was patient. I was being ready because I knew at some point, because the way the game was going, I knew at some point I was going to get my name called. So I was just staying ready, and things happened after that.
There it is, man. Shades of Lonnie Walker. Remember in the playoffs, Lonnie Walker the fourth? They called him he was part of a group called the Stay Readies.
The Stay Ready squad.
Stay Readies.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Waterboy. One could argue that Marcus Waterbud Boucher stayed ready.
Murph, I stay ready, so I don't got to get ready.
That's the deal right there. Steve Kerr, who's coming under heavy fire from the social media generation, says, yeah, Kerr wound up being Kuminga was the key.
He was great. He was the key to the game. He stayed ready. He was out of the rotation just because it's hard to play 10 guys. And, frankly, Brandon and Moses have earned the minutes they're getting, and we obviously needed him. The game called for JK. Just with Portland's youth and athleticism, we needed to be able to match that and be able to score against their switches. And so I was so happy for JK that he stayed ready and came in and produced the way he did.
I mean, he's talking about youth and athleticism in Portland and JK. He's right. Kuminga, the Blazers were probably like, when Kuminga got on the floor, like, damn, they got somebody under the age of 30? Damn.
But also, when you're talking about, but you knew about the youth and athleticism from the Trailblazers before the game started. So then you decided to go into the game not having Kuminga part of your rotation.
You're not looking for your boy Klay to go 1 for 8 from 3.
Yeah.
You're not looking for,
Yeah, Andrew Wiggins made his return, wasn't much better.
Draymond, Wiggins was 3 of 12 from the field. Mm-hmm. So there it is right there.
Yeah.
Combined, Klay and Wiggs last night, 6 for 25.
And that's the problem when we're looking at all this.
Shout out CYO 6B.
Oh.
All right, 6 for 25. Dude, those are literally the kind of numbers we put up.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, we shot 24% today. Can we get it up to 25? I mean, 6 for 25, that's 24% from the field.
And I think that's the big problem. When we're talking about playing time for guys like Moses Moody or Jonathan Kuminga, are you going to bench an Andrew Wiggins? Are you going to bench a Klay Thompson? That's the conversation that the social media world wants to get into. But again, 21 games into the season, is that the appropriate conversation to be having?
And Kerr would say, you know why I'm not benching Klay? It was out of respect.
Out of respect.
That's what he would say. Kerr, more on this rotation adjustments for the 10 and 11 Warriors, who are going to play the 13 and 7 Thunder on Friday night. That's tomorrow night, by the way. Mm-hmm. Let's see, that tip is what? What time is that tip on? I'm trying to figure out where you're going to be to consume that game. So let's see that. I'm going to give you guys the Warriors tilt here. Is it a 5 o'clock tip? Thank you, buddy. 5 o'clock tip for the Warriors. So that's 8 o'clock your time Friday night. Ooh.
Oh,
prime.
I'm going to be deep in my bed.
Prime Waterbud time.
Oh,
you'll be making new friends.
8 o'clock on a Friday?
You're making new friends.
I don't know where the hell I'll be, but I'll tell you I'll be having a good time.
All I know is that you'll be adding to your, I think you might be taking your cell phone and bumping it up against another cell phone, if you know what I mean.
Dude.
Speaking maybe metaphorically, perhaps, But anyway, because that's what you do now, don't you?
Well, yeah, now you can go tip to tip and share
Coach
picks.
tried to do that with us the other day. It didn't work. The person hadn't updated their phone. You can't bump phones with someone if they haven't updated.
People used to bump uglies. Now we're bumping phones.
There it is, buddy. There it is. So anyway, you'll be bumping phones.
That's it, bumping phones out in Boston.
It'll be 1 a.m. for me. I'll probably at post-show, we're going to do the Gangs All Here show at the Liberty Hall Theater in Dublin. So there's a club they go to called Whelan's on Camden Street that the boys know the bartender and the owner, and they get them this like private bar. I'll probably be in the private bar at Whelan's.
You'll be at Whelan's wheeling and dealing,
just prop up my phone on the bar and just get the stream of the first quarter.
You should, and you should have that phone ready just in case there's any breaking news on Shohei Ohtani.
Well, you know me, I stay ready.
Stay ready, Murph.
Always
ready,
Murph.
Murph.
So, yeah. Ohtani, you know what's happening, buddy. As somebody wrote in on the text line, they're like, you guys talking about the Soto trade. What about the Giants hot stove? Well, brother, there is no Giants hot stove.
Yeah, it's the cold stove right now.
We should talk on the other side, though, about the Soto trade and how it affects the Giants, which we will after we get the guest list on a Thursday, December 7, 2023. My God, man, we are ever farther from December 7, 1941. 82 years. 82 years. Getting to the point where generations probably don't even think about it, but it is, of course, Pearl Harbor Day. So what do we got here on the guest list?
All right, starting off in about 20 minutes, we're going to check in with Greg Cosell like we do every Thursday, reviewing the game tape of the 49ers win over the Eagles and breaking down some footage of 49ers and Seahawks this weekend.
G. Cosell, always welcome. Yes,
Greg Cosell's our guy.
We didn't figure out a musical. We may just go back to Skinnerd for him just to kind of refresh.
Yeah.
There's a lot of tumult last week.
Yeah.
And there was so actually I think 2 Thursdays ago when we did one, he mentioned I'll get back to you on that.
All right, we'll talk to Greg Cosell in about 20 minutes coming up at 6:50 this morning. 7:35, we'll talk to Mike Krukow about the Juan Soto trade in the Giants hot stove.
And the Ford Frick Award came about, and Joe Castiglione of the Boston Red Sox won it. And again, you know, I'd almost rather these guys don't win it so we can just say, you know what? We don't need the award because we love you. You guys are icons anyway. That's my take.
FFL, Murph, FFL.
Ford Frick loser. What is it? Ford Frick loser 1 and Ford Frick loser 2. That's how they sign it, right?
Who's number 1? Who's number 2? We'll talk to Mike Krukow today at 7:35. Get you our big hit, our cooler of content in the Power Hour, and then wrap it up with Maddie Mayoko 9:15 talking more 49ers.
Barrows detailed in The Athletic the story about the glass coming down between the stands and the press box.
And the hooligans.
The details get pretty intense.
Dude.
Yeah, apparently he said there's Philly. We're going to get Mayoko to break that story.
Oh, hell yeah.
Tell us that whole story.
Yeah.
He said it got gnarly. Like we had damn near French Revolution type stuff where like they were storming the
French
Bastille.
Revolution? Come
the
on.
Bastille was coming down. So man, oh man. Hey, let's do this. Let's tell you that we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. We'll get ready for Greg Cosell. On the other side, we got a $100 Amici's gift card to give away today. So stay tuned. We're just going to call out for that. There's no sounder or anything like that. We're just going to say, hey, guys, now's the time to call. Now's not the time to call. Now's not the time to call.
Don't call right now. You can call. You ain't going to win
Just
nothing.
stay listening to the content, the free content coming your way. And then this Soto trade to the Yankees has permutations for the Giants. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk Next Level Sports because flag football registration's on right now. You're like, wait, what is Next Level Sports? Well, I'm talking to all you youth sports parents out there. You know us. Come on. We're all out there. You got kids kindergarten through 8th grade, and they're looking for fun leagues to play in. Next Level Sports has really risen up in the last 10 years or so. It's Next Level Flag Football, man. You go by these local high schools on a Sunday, the kids are out there by the swarm. There's swarms of kids out there playing flag football. So go to nextlevelsports.com. You find a location near you, and you sign up to be part of the best youth sports experience out there. Teams are filling up quickly, so get registered for the upcoming flag football season. Maybe even try to find a couple buddies and do it together. And you'll have a high school kid out there, a high school varsity football player out there coaching. It's kind of cool, man. So nextlevelsports.com, the best youth sports experience. By the way, they also have basketball and volleyball, too. But we're talking flag football right now. nextlevelsports.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The trade that had been rumored for about 24 hours, kind of very on the last like 5-6 hours where we thought it was in physical review, is complete. Juan Soto has been traded to the Yankees along with Trent Grisham. I strongly believe it is the 5 names we heard all afternoon involved with the Yankees. That's catcher Kyle Higashioka, who's probably the least important guy in the thing, and 4 pitchers. Remember, the Padres are losing 3 pitchers in free agency, starting pitchers in free agency, plus their closer Josh Hader. They're getting Michael King, who pitched so great out of the rotation in the last month of the season last year. Drew Thorpe, who's one of the bigger Yankee prospects, pitching prospects. Randy Vasquez and Johnny Brito, who had kind of been up and down pitchers last year, relieve minor leagues. So there's going to be 4 pitchers, and I would expect that all 4 of them, at least 3 will be on the team to start the season, and I think all 4 of those guys will pitch for the San Diego Padres in 2024.
All right, there you go. The big trade goes down. Finally, some movement in the hot stove league. Juan Soto, man. So I'm going to channel the great Gary Radnich. Is there at all a red flag that you're 25 years old and it's your 3rd team? That used to be a big Gary thing. I don't know. He used to say if a guy's 25 and you're on your 3rd team, 2 teams didn't want him at that age, So, I mean, that's the negative slant.
Yeah, he's also 25 years old, is a World Series champion, a 3-time All-Star, a 4-time gold or a Silver Slugger winner. Like, what more do you need on his resume? We're talking about a guy, Juan Soto,
his 3rd team,
who's 25 years old, compared to the guy that's going to be hitting behind him, Aaron Judge, who didn't make his major league debut until he was 25.
Extenuating circumstances, of course, because why did the Nationals get rid of him? Because they heard that he wanted, at the time, what was it?
Money.
$400 million, was it something like that?
Money.
Which now, given the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes, looks affordable, $400 million for Juan Soto. So that's why. Why did the Padres get rid of him? Again, money. But you'd like to think that, again, that's the negative slant. Like, how does a guy that talented, that young, go to his 3rd team? It's hard to think of a player that talented, that young, who's been to 3 teams by the age of 25. Can you think of any? I can't think of any.
I can't think of anybody bouncing around that much.
Kind of wild.
And here's the thing, Murph. He's a Scott Boras client.
Yeah.
So, next offseason, they're going to test the market again. So there's a chance he could be playing for 4 different teams before he turns 26.
That would be bonkers off the charts.
For a guy that's on a Hall of Fame trajectory.
Yeah, for sure. And, the numbers are there. Everybody's just go dive into them. All the numbers he's compiled by the age of 25 are on a list with Mickey Mantle and Babe Ruth.
Ted Williams.
Ted Williams, yeah. So that's, in terms of on-base percentage, OPS, all that stuff.
He's got the best eye in baseball.
So there's 2 questions for you going forward. Number 1, should the Giants have been in on this? Now, would you want to trade? So the package they traded, you just heard it right there. It's kind of long and complex, and maybe not every Giants fan here could make the comp, but it would be sort of like, so who would be Michael King for the Giants? It's not Logan Webb.
A Carson Whisenhunt,
okay.
Maybe?
Who would be Drew Thorpe? Is that Kyle Harrison? Or is that like...
A Landon Roop, maybe?
Wow, look at you.
Yeah.
A lot of people wouldn't even know Landon Roop.
How deep do you want to go? I'm a big Landon Roop guy.
Okay, so
he's got good stuff.
Very highly promising guy. Okay,
but he's not the Kyle Harrison level. Like that was like the Chase Hampton in the Yankees.
You guys didn't trade your Kyle Harrison.
No.
And you didn't trade your Logan Webb.
No, and we did not trade our Marco Luciano, keeping Jason Dominguez.
Right. So you wound up trading. Okay, so Michael King, we've said, is. Well, Michael King's a proven big leaguer, right?
So
correct.
So last year he got to the bigs and had a really good year.
Who's the kid from Stanford? It's not
Tristan Beck, maybe.
Is it?
I think so, because
King's numbers are better, though, right?
Yeah, but Tristan came up and had a really good year last year.
Who's Johnny Brito?
Johnny Brito pitched opening week series against the San Francisco Giants.
Who would he be on the Giants?
Oh, that's a good call, because Johnny Brito's had some good moments. He's had some not so good moments. Who's a pitcher that's been up and down, like a Sean Jelly?
That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Uh-huh.
Nice pull. I'm putting you on the spot here, too.
Right?
Who's Randy Vasquez for the Giants?
Oh, Randy Vasquez might be like your... That's tough. In the Giants system, it'd be someone that nobody even knows, to be honest with you.
And then Drew Thorpe, we said, is Carson Whisenhunt or Landon Roop.
Landon Roop.
And Kyle Higashioka is...
Kyle Higashioka is just like a beloved catcher, backup guy. He's not
Joey Bart.
I'm not even going to compare him to Joey Bart, because he never had that top kind of prospect status. So we're talking about a really good defensive catcher Not even at the level of a Patrick Bailey, but yeah, Kyle Higashioka.
It's not Austin Gomes, is it, or whatever?
You heard in the rejoin, they're like, yeah, they threw in Higashioka. Not that really important. But hey, I'm a fan of Higashioka, the home run stroker.
So it sounds like, if we're getting your spin, sounds like the Yankees did not bleed themselves to death to make this trade.
No, because they kept Dominguez, they kept Spencer Jones, which is another one of the top prospects.
So then,
Chase
should
Hampton,
the Giants have been in on this? Now, here's the question: would the Padres have done it in division? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe that's the thing. Because it sounds like, one of the things I keep waiting for Farhan to make the big creative trade. Get smart, use your prospects, get creative, go 3 teams, get somebody controllable or affordable, an everyday player, and it just has not happened. You can't keep running at free agents and missing. I'd like to go get it, trade for a guy. This is what Al Rosen did, this is what Brian Sabian did. So the Yankees went ahead and did it. By the way, don't forget that you guys got Trent Grisham in this deal, too. He's not a bad player.
He's a 2-time Gold Glove winner.
He's not a bad player at all.
And he's another left-handed bat that the Yankees have been missing. But I think the big difference is when we're talking about whether or not Juan Soto will go to his 4th different team before it turns 26, is whether or not the Yankees can re-sign him moving forward. I feel like right now they're in a better position to offer him an Aaron Judge, a Garrett Cole, a Giancarlo Stanton to convince him to stay in New York versus if you're the Giants, you give up all those prospects. I don't know if Juan Soto will commit to a city like San Francisco in this current stage.
Well, we didn't know. So who knows if the Giants are even in? We'll have to do some digging on that one. So the other part of it for the Giants, I said 2 questions. One is, should they have been in on this? And it sounds like, prospect-wise, it would have been enticing, but again, did they want to trade in division? 2, does this affect the power balance in the NL West? Now, the Padres are such a unique team because they stunk last year. I say stunk. They went finishing ahead of the Giants,
they did.
By the way.
And had a winning record against the Giants.
And 2 years ago, they went to the NLCS, right? Mm-hmm. So the Soto era in San Diego, while it's perceived to be a failure, did have a playoff run to the NLCS. And then last year was weird. Like Bob Melvin says, I've heard his quotes. He's like, hey, man, last year was a weird year. A lot of things went wrong. A lot of things got weird. A lot of people who are anti-Bob Melvin when he got hired are saying, why should we be happy to get a guy who couldn't take Manny Machado, Fernando Tatis, and Juan Soto to a division title, right? So, it's a valid statement, but I think you got to kind of look big picture. Look at Melvin's career.
Yeah, big picture, he also took them to the NLCS where they knocked out the Dodgers.
Exactly. They knocked out the Dodgers the year before. So, does this affect the balance of power in the West? The Padres become... Some people think the Padres did well in restocking their pitching. The Giants are going to have to now face Michael King and Johnny Brito and eventually Drew Thorpe and guys like that. But
also the Padres are going to be losing some arms. Like Blake Snell is on the free agent market. Like there's a big chance with their money issues that they're not bringing him back next year. So I think big picture wise, the Padres did get worse.
They got a whole new culture because Melvin's gone, Soto's gone, and so they're going to can Machado and Tatis, get it together. But it is interesting to kind of look at it from that angle. Did the Padres get lesser, or maybe they addition by subtraction? Because this guy Soto, everywhere he goes, the team wants to kick him out. I'm kidding, buddy. I'm kidding. Congrats on getting him, buddy. That's exciting.
Thank you, man. And Murph, just so you know, I've already been working on my John Sterling home run goals.
Okay,
the one and only. He's the chosen one. Say it is Soto.
Okay, say it is Soto.
There's going to be 1,000 different iterations of the John Sterling calls.
Let's see. I'm going to go.
The one and only.
Higashioka, the home run stroker.
Now he'll be in San Diego now.
Did he have that ready to go?
I think he heard me reference it earlier. Cokes is big on the Higashioka home run stroker call.
Okay, what are some of the other ones? What's he saying for Giancarlo? What's the Italian phrase?
Oh, dude, I can't. I don't want to butcher it, but it's like Giancarlo. No say de Parlo.
And I'm fresh off of the San Francisco Italian Athletic Club stag dinner Tuesday night. I should probably know it. All right, buddy. Well, here you go. Now, you're working with the guy with the gray beard here, buddy. So I think you're going to have to understand that I'm going to go to Warren Zevon, Werewolves of London, and he makes a reference to Soho. Let's see. What's the exact line? Walking in so is it? So I think he maybe go. Wait, where's the line here? I'm trying to say it right here. But anyway, I would go with a. Here it is. Yeah, walking through the streets of Soho in the rain is the line from Where Was It? So we said something like, walking through the streets of Soto. No, it doesn't work.
What I'm waiting for, Murph,
right now.
I want a back-to-back home run of Juan Soto and Anthony Rizzo, and then he can go, it's the risotto.
Okay, that's not bad.
Or you know what, Yankee fans?
You know what? Now I want risotto right now.
I want some risotto.
I want some morning risotto for breakfast here.
But also, you know what I saw trending on Twitter yesterday?
Yes,
Yankee fans were tweeting, bring me Yamasoto. Yamamoto meeting with the Yankees on Monday.
Oh, I got you, baby.
Yamasoto.
Oh, here it is.
Giancarlo, No si puedo parlo.
I don't even know what it means.
Me neither, Murph. You're the Italian
That's
one. Come on.
hilarious, man. Way to go. But by the way, Sterling back for another year?
Sterling's going to be there until they put him in his grave.
Tim Ryan joins Papa and Lund for the Bull Rush Hour starting at 11 o'clock this morning, breaking it down. So they're going to go football. We're going to go football with Greg Cosell, our Thursday dude. He will join us next, breaking it all down. 49ers Seahawks. It's kind of weird to rally up for the Seahawks so quick 2 weeks after. It's been an emotional 2 wins. In Seattle, at Philly, 2 unbelievable wins for the Niners. Can they summon up the gas tank and do it again against Seattle on Sunday? Greg Cosell, one of our all-time favorites, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Higashioka, the home run stroker.
All right, thanks for tuning into the Murph and Marcus show this morning. And joining us on the UMA guest line is our good friend Steve Moskowitz this morning to talk to us about the ERC. Morning, Steve.
Good morning. And ERC is the federal government rewarding small and medium-sized employers for employing people during 2020 and 21. They're giving away up to $26,000 for every employee you have. That's right. It's not a loan. It's a grant. They just give you the money. Do whatever you want with it. How do you qualify? There's 2 different ways. One way is a certain drop in gross revenue. The other way is a facts and circumstances test. Now, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA. A lot of CPAs are missing the second way. The second way is not math. It's analysis. That's what we do as attorneys, legal analysis. Of course, not everybody qualifies, but a lot of people that didn't have the requisite drop in gross revenue do qualify under this method. Bottom line is, even if you've been turned down for ERC, treat us like a medical doctor with a second opinion.
Go ahead and get that second opinion from Steve Moskowitz and give him a call at 1-888-TAX-DEAL or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. faithful. Time for Murph and Marcus to talk game tape with Greg Cosell of NFL Films. And streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Okay, so here's the deal. Obviously, last Thursday was a tumultuous day, and we weren't here. I wasn't here. Paulie wasn't here. Marcus wasn't here. And Greg Cosell was like, what's going on? So poor Greg, he had to adjust. So we're trying to welcome him back now. Marcus Boucher is in. I'm here, me, Brian Murphy, the Murph and Marcus Show. And the last time we talked to Greg 2 weeks ago, he was talking about his fondness for Ann and Nancy Wilson from Heart. I'd made a note of it, Greg. So turn it up, little young Tony here. We're going to give you a little heart to welcome you back, Greg. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. You know, I'm still going to go crazy on you, Murph. What can I say, you know?
I know, right? Just a little bit.
Who didn't have a crush on Nancy Wilson when you were 20 years old, you know?
I mean, that's, I don't know if we go really deep. Fast Times at Ridgemont High, she has a cameo next to Judge Reinhold at the stoplight when he's wearing the pirate outfit. Can you go that deep?
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
and
okay. All right.
Fast Times is one of those movies that, if it's on, you just got to watch it from wherever it is in the movie.
I love it. So what were you driving on the way to work this morning? What were you blasting?
What was I listening to this morning? Sometimes I remember every song because I hear like three. My ride's only 9 minutes,
Ooh,
so I'm trying to remember what I heard this morning. It was probably nothing that made me go, "Oh yeah, that's great,"
All right.
So I probably was switching around, seeing if in my 9-minute ride I could get something that got to me, but I can't remember.
Okay, well, if it'll come to you,
that just might be a function, Murph, of my old age too. But who knows?
By the way, shout out your 9-minute commute. Nice work.
Must be nice.
Yes.
Greg.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, I don't need to be on the open road. I just want to, I work so many hours. I want to get here, and then I want to go home.
Oh, man. Greg Cosell, great to hear your voice, buddy, and great to sort of get a little bit of normalcy back here as the 49ers have made normalcy back in their lives as they have rocked the Philadelphia Eagles in Philly.
Just one quick point before we get to that. You know who I heard is touring, I guess, this summer, and then it's the last tour, I think, for both of them.
Yeah.
But they're touring together, is Foreigner and Styx.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Now, listen, obviously, I'm not here to, everybody likes what they like. I got to be honest, I was never a Foreigner guy. Is that okay, Greg? Can we still be friends?
Yeah, it's totally fine. I just think it's, because the Foreigner, Styx, Journey, there was that stretch where they were probably like the big three arena bands.
I always felt like Foreigner never really, I don't know, they never really kind of hit the sweet spot. I don't feel like they ever figured
okay.
out. All right.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's not like...
Styx had a couple across. Styx was kind of they would be daring enough to kind of try some interesting stuff and hit a couple melodies that would crawl into your ears. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So,
And Murph, you'll hear some Styx tonight in the Patriots-Steelers game.
that's
where they play Renegade out in Pittsburgh.
Oh, that's
nice
right,
work.
yeah.
Nice work. That game in Pittsburgh?
Ooh, good question.
Where is that game? No, the game is in Pittsburgh. That's
the
correct.
game's in Pittsburgh.
There you go, buddy.
You'll hear him tonight.
Marcus should know because he's flying to New England to be part of the Army-Navy game tomorrow.
Marcus, you are? You going to the game?
Yeah, Greg, you've been breaking down any game tape, Army,
Are there
Navy? I
any
need some
prospects?
tips.
No, and you know what? I probably shouldn't say this, but I normally don't watch that game on TV. I mean, I hear in person, it's an unbelievable experience.
Oh, yeah.
And I never got a chance to go, even when it was here in Philly. But, it's not like required viewing for me on TV.
Yeah, you draw the line at Army-Navy. It's the only game on, right?
God, that makes me seem like a bad person.
Well, what it does, Greg, it makes you look un-American, is what it looks like.
But I do like chocolate chip cookies and apple pie.
Yeah, and Foreigner is an American band, so we'll ride with them. So
There we go, Greg.
you're listening to
Or we
KNBR.
could say, I could say Grand Funk Railroad and we're an American band,
Yeah, there you go, buddy. And Ann and Nancy Wilson proudly from Seattle, Washington, which last I checked is in the United States.
All right, we
So
should
there you
probably
go.
talk Niners
All
now.
right, you are listening to KNBR on KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Well, there's our. Actually, we'll have to save that. I was going to say the tie-in is Ann and Nancy Wilson being from Seattle can talk Seahawks, but I
There you
can't go
go.
Seahawks without reviewing the Eagles. And I know you came on with the afternoon boys a couple days, but for the Thursday morning crew, I guess my question on the Eagles game is, what to you? What did Kyle do that was so effective in exploiting? I don't know whether it was mismatches or holes or personnel, but it seemed like whatever. After the first quarter, whatever he did.
Well, you'd probably be surprised that I can. You wouldn't be surprised that I can answer that
Well, let's
question.
hear it, baby.
one of the things that they did, and it was really, really effective, is they did what we call 4 strong. In other words, you take 4 receivers and they go to one side of the field. So it's 4 strong. And when you're in zone coverage, as the Eagles were a good part of the game, it's very difficult to play 4 receivers to one side. You don't have enough bodies in your zone coverage, and it creates voids. And when you add that with all the motion that they did, they used a ton of motion, particularly with Samuel. You can probably visualize it, and I hope people that are listening, maybe driving or wherever, can visualize it, where they would take Samuel and it would start off in what we call jet motion, as if he'd go across the formation, and then he'd sort of stop and go behind the quarterback, go behind Purdy. And they really caught the Eagles' second-level defenders, the 2 linebackers, Nick Morrow and Christian Ellis, who the Eagles cut yesterday, Christian Ellis, and it really caught them and put them in a bind, because there's a lot of eye candy that's going on. It messes with your eye discipline, and they caught the Eagles a lot. 8 times, 8 of 29 dropbacks by Purdy. They were in 4 strong, and Purdy completed 7 of them, a couple for big plays.
Yeah, and that was just classic Kyle, that motion. Just
classic Kyle, yep.
Was it the Eagles, is the linebacker? It seemed like they took advantage of linebacker.
They did.
Woes, yeah.
Well, it's second-level defenders who run into a problem when you're dealing with all that motion and all that backfield action, because there's a lot going on that they have to theoretically respond to, because they have both run and pass responsibilities. What Kyle's so good at is, and it could be a linebacker, sometimes it could be a safety if he's down in the box. He takes players who have both a run and a pass responsibility, and he puts them in conflict. Because if you have 2 things that you have to do as part of your defensive assignment, your responsibility, then you try to play with that. And Kyle may be as good as anybody in the league at putting players in conflict that have both a run and a pass responsibility.
Damn, I hate conflict there, Greg. Hey, the question about Purdy, and then we got to get to Seattle in just a second, but just Purdy, it seemed like he didn't the knock on Purdy from Purdy haters, like, all he was doing was just dumping it off, whatever.
There shouldn't be Purdy haters.
Right, I know. But what I'm saying is that particular game, that game plan didn't require him to go deep. That was the game plan.
I'm going to answer that this way. People are now so used to seeing quarterbacks that make spectacular plays, run-around plays, those kinds of plays, whether it's at the NFL level or even at the college level. Purdy, what he does at an extremely high level are not things that are noticeable like that. The 2 things that Purdy does at an extremely high level are react to a late rotation by the defense right at the snap of the ball, and his anticipation is really high level. So those are 2 things that don't necessarily come across well when you're watching a game on TV. You don't go, wow. Whereas when Mahomes runs around and makes one of his special plays, or Josh Allen or Lamar, whoever it may be, or a guy with a hose, and you go, wow, look at that throw. Like when Stafford makes one of his throws, and you go, oh my God, wow. Purdy, that game, Purdy didn't have the kinds of plays where you went, wow, because it just, he just played quarterback at a high level. So I think, that's for people who keep saying that Purdy, is not a really good player. I think that factors into the equation, that he's not, to the naked eye watching on Sunday afternoon, there's a lot of plays that don't look wowish.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Greg Cosell, of course, senior producer at NFL Films, with us every Thursday, getting us ready for 49ers Seahawks, but we're still talking a little Niners-Eagles, Marcus.
Yeah, and Greg, I kind of wanted to go back to what you were talking about with the pre-snap motion and all the movement in the backfield from the 49ers, whether it's Deebo Samuel kind of in that orbit motion, or even Christian McCaffrey going in and out of the backfield. Like, we know how good Christian McCaffrey is with the ball in his hands, but you see how much attention he gets when the ball is not in his hands. How much of an impact is it on this 49er offense, just seeing the pre-snap motion and the attention that Christian McCaffrey gets, even when he's not getting the ball?
Well, there are times when he, let's say, runs those angle routes, which they're so good at throwing, out of the backfield, where clearly they try to bracket him, defenses, and therefore it creates opportunities for others. But one of the other things that Kyle Shanahan does at a really high level is learn how the defense is going to react to certain motions and formations, and then he banks it. Like, for instance, I'm sure you remember, I think it was the first third quarter drive where he hit McCaffrey on the 33-yard pass. 2 plays earlier, or 3 plays earlier, they saw how how the defense would respond to McCaffrey, and they came back and they played off that, and Nick Morrow just jumped a quick out cut, because normally when McCaffrey comes out of the backfield, he runs one of two routes based on leverage of the defender. He runs an angle route inside or an out cut outside. And they played off that. And he started with the out cut outside, and Morrow immediately jumped it. He was going to undercut it, but of course it wasn't an out cut. He then turned it into a wheel route, and it was 33 yards. I think Kyle Shanahan's really good at learning information from the defense, banking it, and then using it at some point later.
Man, that's our Kyle, Greg. That's our guy. Hey, the question on the Eagles. You're right there, and, they've had those 4 miracle wins where they come back from 10 points. I don't want to say, I know you don't like to play this sort of sports talk game. You're
Well, let's see what you're going to ask me. We'll see how we answer this.
Did Eagle deficiencies get shown to the NFL on film from this game?
Well, it's not a matter of getting shown to the NFL. I think the Eagles have had some issues that have been percolating, and they just came to a head in this game, and now they have to figure them out. And there's some on each side of the ball, Murph. Jalen Hurts has not played as well this year. He's not seeing things as clearly. He's holding the ball. When receivers are open based on the route design, for whatever reason, he's not turning it loose, so he's getting stuck in the pocket. He's either doing that or he's leaving the pocket prematurely. That's on the offensive side. In addition to the run game not being what it was a year ago. On the defensive side, which is rarely talked about, their defense a year ago, the Super Bowl year, was founded essentially on their pass rush. They led the NFL in sacks and in third down sacks, okay, the money down. This year, they're last in the NFL on third down sacks, and they have the worst third down defense in the league, okay? So these things have sort of been building over time, and obviously it all came to a head against the 49ers when they played a really good team. I mean, they should have lost the week before to Buffalo, and they eked it out. And when teams do that, you hear people say, oh, they know how to win. For someone who watches tape, I don't know exactly what that means. I was discussing this with Tom Tolbert, who obviously played professional sports, so he kind of helped me out in sort of how, the feeling in a locker room. But for someone like me, that's an abstraction. I don't truly get that.
I definitely, you're not abstract, that's for sure.
Yeah, right, Greg. And the last thing I wanted to ask you about that Eagles-49ers game was a big storyline headed into the week of the brotherly shove. And I thought the 49ers did a great job of keeping the Eagles in third and long situations so that they couldn't utilize it as often as they would prefer to. But obviously, they did still score a touchdown. But the 49ers did have some success slowing it down before they got into the end zone. Just want to get your kind of breakdown of the 49ers defense versus the brotherly shove.
Mark, here's what I'm going to tell you. I hate to tell you this, but I really dislike that play. So when I see that play coming up, I usually just take a quick peek at Twitter or something like that, and I don't even watch it because I really just don't like the play. I know it's legal, and the Eagles are the best in the league at it, and I'm sure teams are trying to figure out how to defend it when it does come about, because obviously it does change the game, because the Eagles are a team that in most cases become a 4-down team, not a 3-down team, because really if it's 4th and 2 yards or less, they're pretty much going to go for it anywhere on the field. But it's just one of those things. Maybe it's the purist in me, but I just, I don't really study that play, so I don't have a great answer for you.
That's you and me, Greg. We found, in addition to our love of Ann and Nancy Wilson, is I hate the play. To me, it does not signify American football. It's like rugby. It's like
I'm not a big fan.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I could maybe sit down and write a legal brief on it, but my gut is like football should be a game where a ball carrier tries to advance the ball down the field, not get shoved down the field, So, but again.
Yeah, but anyway, hey,
abstract.
That's, it is legal, so, that's the way it goes.
For now it is, for sure. Yeah. Hey, just a little bit, because we know so much about the Seahawks, I want to focus the last few minutes here with just on the Niner personnel. And it seems like the Niners secondary is playing better. And I know they made the big move with Isaiah Oliver.
Yeah.
Lenore and Thomas are guys that weren't viewed as mainstays at the start of this year.
No.
They seem to be playing better. Are they playing better? Is Ward playing at a high level? The safeties?
I think a key thing, too, is Ward, because Ward 2 weeks ago against Seattle, and I would imagine you'll see it again this week, they matched Ward up on Metcalf. Yeah. This past week, they matched Ward up on Brown. I think Ward's been playing really good football. I mean, against Metcalf 2 weeks ago, that was a Thursday night game, as I recall, was it not?
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's right, Thanksgiving. and Ward did a really, really good job on Metcalf. Really good job. And he did a good job on Brown as well for the most part. So they've been using him in specific situations against specific opponents as a matchup corner. But yeah, I think Thomas has come in and done a really nice job. We had talked about the fact, 3-4 weeks ago, before they made the change, that Oliver's not really a slot corner, and they knew that, and they were probably just waiting for the best time in their mind, based on practice and other things, to make that change. And I think it's really worked out positively for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's been one of the things. The other thing, so that's an obscure unit that's not the word obscure. That's a unit on the Niners that doesn't get a lot of attention.
No.
The other unit that I wanted to ask that doesn't get a lot of attention is their offensive line. And they've had a little bit of right guard thing with Feliciano and Burford, but the left side with Banks and Williams, Brendel's just sort of taken for granted. McKivitz, who was a big question mark coming into the year, I mean, it seems like they're doing a pretty good job. I don't know. Do you think Purdy steps up nicely and evades collapsing pockets?
I think in the run game they clearly run to the left side. I mean, that's behind Banks and Williams. I mean, that's not rocket science there. That's Williams is arguably the best left tackle in the league, and he'll be a first ballot Hall of Famer more than likely. And Banks has really progressed well in his third year. Brendel's just a really solid guy. Burford's a young guy. He's only in his second year, and he was hurt and missed a couple of games, I think. But I think he's progressing well. And McKivitz is the one guy that, particularly in pass protection, that's when you get into the third downs. I mean, obviously their pass game is very rhythmic, timing based. So the ball usually gets out. It hasn't hurt them. But McKivitz is, don't forget, the one reason why McGlinchey is not there anymore, and they chose not to re-sign him, is he wasn't a very good pass protector. And it's hard to play in this league if your tackle is not a good pass protector.
Yeah, and so far, man, the Niners right now at this situation after that Philly game, that O-line's getting some love.
But now they got to win this week. This was a big, big emotional win on the road. They were pointing to this game probably from the moment the schedule came out, given what happened a year ago in the NFC Championship game. Now you can't have the letdown. They're playing a division opponent who's fighting for their playoff lives. They cannot have a letdown on Sunday.
Yeah, and let's just a little bit on we talked to you about the Seahawks 2 weeks ago, but just if anything's changed in their in this the matchup went the Niners' way quite strongly, right? Is there anything in the last couple of weeks that the Seahawks...
Well, I would say last week against Dallas, one thing that stood out is Geno Smith got the ball out of his hands a lot quicker. Their pass game was far more rhythmic, which of course impacts your pass rush. If the ball gets out, it's tougher for your pass rush to be a big factor in the game. I guess Armstead may not go this week. That seems to be what people are saying. Yeah. But they have a lot of depth on their D-line, so he's a really good player, but I don't think it means they can't play, so we'll see what happens. But, that's one thing that stood out to me with their offense, because their offense was very good against Dallas, and the pass game was good, and Geno played with a lot more efficiency, a lot more decisiveness. So, you want to limit that. You want to be able to, through coverage, you want to be able to slow him down a bit so the pass rush becomes a big factor.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Greg, last one before we let you go. Greg Cosell, of course, our guest on the UMA guest line, talking about the 49ers and Seahawks division matchup this weekend. There's another divisional matchup this weekend with huge playoff implications between the Eagles and the Cowboys. Yeah. Now, there's been a lot of talk about Dak Prescott and how well he's been playing since that 49er game. What have you seen the last 5-6 weeks from Dallas and Dak Prescott, and how do you expect this game to play out on Sunday night?
Yeah, Dak's played really, really well. One thing I didn't expect to see, because I study him each and every summer. He's one of those quarterbacks I look at each summer. I didn't expect to see him be as good this year with off-schedule plays, getting out of the pocket, because he really hadn't done that the last 2 years. So that's been an added part of their offense, and he's been really good when he's moved out of the pocket. The other thing that stands out is their O-line has been really, really good. Tyron Smith at left tackle looks like he did 5 years ago, and therefore they've been able to play a lot more out of empty formations. They've increased that, and they've been really successful out of empty formations. They move CeeDee Lamb around a lot more than they did a year ago, and they have a young tight end who's really starting to come on in Jake Ferguson. And, you guys know when you have a good tight end, it helps your pass game quite a bit. So there's a lot of factors here, but Dak has played really, really good football the last I mean, I go back to the Week 9 game against the Eagles, which they lost, but he played really well, and he's been playing great football.
The teetering Eagles against the soaring Cowboys and the exhausted Niners.
That's a big game.
That's a big game, man, as Joe Biden said. And,
that's why the Niners can't have a letdown here because you never know how it plays out. There's still football to be played.
Well, we learned that no brotherly shove for you, no Army-Navy game for you, but maybe a foreigner sticks tour for you.
No, I don't know if I'm going to that, but I just I never saw foreigner. I did see sticks somewhere along the line. I can't remember.
I know my foreigner take is unpopular. People love what is it? Hot.
That's okay.
What is it? It's cold as ice or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know. Hot-blooded.
You're not hot-blooded. Check it and see.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, Greg. We will continue this conversation next week. Have a great weekend, and thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Look forward to next week. Thanks.
The great Greg Cosell. Hey, listen, the classic rock's got to go on.
I mean, he covers it all, Murph.
I will say, I don't know. I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. But, Paulie was our rock and roll guy forever, but I'm just going to go ahead and say, don't sleep on your boys' classic rock credentials.
That's it, Murph. You got some music chops.
I used to let Paulie take it around, but I got it. I got it. You need your foreigner, you need your sticks. I got you covered.
That's it. It's all you, Murph.
All right. So
the ball's in your corner now.
I know, right? Well, hey, classic rock. I mean, as we've learned down the hallway, demographically, it's hitting.
It's still doing pretty well, Murph. Last time I checked.
And Mr. Steve Miliband to my left over
That's
here.
It.
There it is.
I'll give you some
Right.
Steve Miller. I'll give you some Tom Petty.
Okay, well, that was always great with Cosell. A good blast of Greg. Good for everybody's head. $100 Michi's gift card still coming your way, right? Mike Krukow, Juan Soto trade, and the Ford Frick Award and all that. And then the big hit, we're still debating if it's the Niners Seahawk hype or if it's the reaction to the Warriors pulling one out after a sluggish and detached evening. In fact, why don't we talk about the Warriors on a sluggish and detached evening? And if you missed the game, tell you who the hero was next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
That's a big game, man.
All right, let's talk Provident, hit credit union. Hey, I was fortunate enough to have lunch with Jim Ernest and John Haggerty from Provident yesterday, and we were talking just about, business and everything going on, and it's just great to connect with a local financial institution that makes you money, okay? And we actually did talk about the term share certificate. I know it doesn't seem like a huge lunch conversation, but it was one of the many things we discussed. We're talking about making an investment on your own terms, and the Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union is the ultimate solution to help your savings grow just the way you want. So with the Pick a Term certificate, you're in the driver's seat. You can choose a 3-month term, a 6-month term, a 9-month term, or a 12-month term. And all you do is enjoy the unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. Yeah, you heard me correctly, 4.75%. So whether you're budgeting for short-term goals or long-term plans, this offer puts you firmly in control to grow your investments your way. Don't hesitate. This offer's for a limited time. Visit providencecu.org today to learn more and start your application. Okay, rates effective October 1, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providencecu.org.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Draymond, the naked handoff. The lob to Kuminga! Draymond's naked handoff pays off again.
Jonathan, for us mere mortals, what does it look like up there? That dunk, like, what was it like? What's the air like?
I don't know. I think it always happens. It's just that connection with me and Draymond. It always happens, like, most of the time. It feels great to be up there, though, so.
That's a good reach right there. Young Tony, who you see in the little rectangle. That is a rectangle, isn't it? On top of the YouTube stream.
It's a small box, Murph.
All right, small box. We're going boxing one with Tony.
We're going boxing one. What's in the box? It's young Tony.
There you go. So what it is you go to I have it right here, the KNBR app, and you can see the Twitch stream if that's what you want to do on the phone. Or you can go to YouTube and just type in, is it YouTube at KNBR 1045? Somehow when I go to YouTube, it just crops up. Maybe because I've been looking at, I don't know, just shows up on my homepage.
Ooh, the algorithms got you, Murph.
There you go.
They know what you want to watch.
You don't even want to see the other stuff they're showing.
Oh, hey now.
All right. But anyway, that was one of the highlights last night from a weird night. A weird night, such a weird night that somebody even wrote in, because I was saying, this was a game last night. The Warriors played the Portland Trailblazers, and we'll call in the score in just a second here, that was not on the schedule a week ago because this in-season tournament. And I will tell you this. Like, I my brain has limitations. I could not figure out how they allowed for the scheduling of teams that didn't make the final 8. Like, my brain just couldn't figure it out.
Like, Murph, I was sitting here earlier this week thinking to myself, like, when the hell are the Warriors going to be back in action? Because during an NBA season, you hardly ever get 3 games off in a row, 3 days off for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
And you're even talking like, I don't think people knew that this matchup was coming because of the kind of fallout of the in-season tournament.
Yeah.
Murph, I don't know if the Warriors knew that they were supposed to be playing a game last night.
Very good.
Because here they were for 3 quarters, just not even showing up.
Dude, and if you tuned in, like, the Chase Center didn't have an energy. Somebody wrote into us and said he was there and said 8 minutes before tip, the place was empty. Because, like, nobody knew the game was on. Like, so we do our season ticket draft, and that game was just like TBD. We didn't know if they're going to be on the road or at home or whatever. It was like they were going to be either at home or on the road on the Wednesday or the Friday if they didn't make it. And we were like, what? We didn't know what to do with the game as drafters. We were like,
so did anybody draft it?
It was the last game on the table. We're like, well, I guess you get that mystery game. You know what I mean?
Man, he's the kid at the schoolyard getting picked up for lunch basketball, and he's just standing there.
Do they still allow you to pick kids like that? Or is it do you hurt kids' feelings if somebody's picked last?
See, that's a good question because they started doing that for the NBA All-Star game a few years ago, and it started off on TV because they didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But I believe last year they did it straight on the court.
Dude, didn't Jokic get taken last?
Dude, how about that? By LeBron James.
Bro.
Yeah.
Bro.
And then he went on to get eliminated by Jokic.
By the way, your boy LeBron's going tonight. You ready for your double? I know you're in the air flying to Boston. By the way, it is Travel Thursday, everybody. Good morning. The Murph and Marcus show here. Marcus Boucher.
It's a Travel
Brian
Thursday.
Murphy, the shadow named Brian and Boosh. And we're both traveling. Waterboy, I pulled in the same time today as Waterbud, and he was pulling a rolling bag out of his car. He's ready to go.
I got the suitcase ready to go,
You're in the
Murph.
starters blocks.
That's
you're
it, Murph.
Off to Boston to do the Army-Navy game, which is always a great event, and you get great guests, too. Really fun conversations. Say hi to my man Pete Dawkins.
Okay.
That's the guy who always impresses the
I'll
hell.
say what's up to Pete for you.
Go look up Pete Dawkins' resume before you interview him. The guy's one of the great resumes of all time.
Hell yeah.
But anyway, I'm going to Dublin, Ireland. I had this day for months booked because of the second captains. We're doing our show, and it's sort of become a Christmas tradition. But the point is that it is a travel Thursday, and it's a Warrior win Wednesday night, which we got to call in, because even though they trailed the entire night, and I told you guys before the game, who was the hero? It was Johnny Kuminga, who came off the bench. Yeah, he came off the bench after sitting for the first 2.5 quarters.
Yeah.
And people were like, what is going on? I saw a tweet from somebody, one of the Warrior bloggers or something, saying at halftime, they're like, what Steve Kerr is doing to Jonathan Kuminga is like criminal, and da-da-da. People were furious because he wasn't in the game. And Kerr said basically, I wasn't planning on playing him. But if you're going to rip Kerr for not playing him, should you not give Kerr credit for adjusting to the environment, realizing we need youthful energy? Johnny, get in there. And he winds up winning the game for him, goes 6 for 6 in the field, scores 13 points. And you wind up having Bruce Frazier call Adam Silver. Adam Silver said, wait a minute, I went to bed. You guys were losing. You look sluggish and detached. He goes, yeah. And guess what? We then put in Johnny Kuminga and got the win. So put it in the books, skinny boy. Golden State Warriors 110, Portland Trailblazers 106.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Yes, there you go. You a Kuminga guy?
Oh, I'm a Kuminga head.
Yeah.
Especially since this offseason, he sprouted up to 7'2" Murph.
I know,
really
right?
need that size on the Warriors.
I've always wanted to see more of him, too. I mean, I guess Kerr and Bruce Frazier and Kenny Atkinson can tell me why they don't play. I mean, I guess he must blow defensive assignments.
Yeah, but he's also like, would you agree with the take that he's the most explosive and athletic player on the Warriors roster?
I don't think there's any question.
I think like the only other person you even put in that conversation is maybe an Andrew Wiggins, who is not having a good season this year. But Jonathan Kuminga, when we're talking about this old veteran group, he provides a spark, and we saw that spark in the third quarter last night.
Wiggins and Klay combined 6 for 25 from the field last night.
That's
just tossing up bricks,
that's
baby.
That's not good, Murph.
As Overnight Dave might say in the old leadoff spot, clank.
You're still throwing up bricks?
So anyway, Kerr saying, I didn't play him in the first half, and then he saved us.
Every night's going to be different with this team. That's what I'm finding out. What we need each night seems to be different depending on the matchup, depending on how the game's going. It's hard to predict what's going to happen each night. It's also hard to play 10 or 11 guys. So I don't think we know. I think I said it to you guys last week. I mean, we have a deep team, deep roster, but we don't have roster clarity in terms of who's going to play every single night. And so everybody's just got to stay ready. And I'm really proud of JK that he did that. And he was really the reason we won.
He was the reason they won. So they got to win. Listen, they're 10-11, bro. They're scuffling. They got to go to OKC Friday night. That's a tough game. They got to go to the Clippers next Tuesday. They got to go to Phoenix next Tuesday. The Clippers next Thursday. I mean, it's a scuffle, man. It's a scuffle. I don't know when they're going to hit their stride. It might not be till January or February, or if ever, or if they have to make that big trade.
And that's the thing we were talking about earlier with Steph Curry and the performances that he's putting in a night in and night out basis. All he needs is a little bit of help. Yeah. He needs somebody to score 20 points. Whether it's Klay, whether it's Wiggins, whether it's Moses Moody, or whether it's Jonathan Kuminga, somebody's got to help out Steph.
Guy's going to be exhausted by Valentine's Day because he has to go out and carry the load every night.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. What's Klay's season high this year? Is it like 20? Is it 20?
I was going to say he's gone. So the last 4 out of his last 6 games, he's scored 20 points. He had that 30-point game against OKC, or no, that was Andrew Wiggins who had the 30-point game.
Yeah.
But Klay, I don't think he's broken 30 this year.
Yeah, man. So the Warriors last night, if you look at the box score, it's kind of hard to figure out how they won the game. Honestly, the only stat that favored them was they had 50 rebounds to OKC or to Portland's 40. That's it. Otherwise, they had more turnovers. They shot worse. Everything about it. And so it just comes down to Kuminga's energy. Portland had a huge turnover late. They were trying to see that guy the guy was falling out of bounds, toss it to Kuminga. So Warriors stole one, basically. They stole
did,
one.
and it was up to Steph Curry to kind of fire up the squad, fire up the entire arena.
Yeah.
And I think some of that energy was passed on to a guy like Kuminga, who saw Steph screaming in the third quarter. He gets into the game and made an instant impact.
He scored 23 the day before Thanksgiving at Phoenix. He scored 23 in a loss. He also then, as you pointed out, had then 20 and 22 last week. Mm-hmm. And then this last 2 games, the Clippers game and the Portland game, 17 and 11. That's Klay Thompson. All right, anyway, Warriors do get the happy ending. We'll see if they can build on any kind of semblance of momentum Friday night in OKC. But in the meantime, it is time for Mike Krukow. The big hit, I think we're going to lean Niners. It's Thursday. We need to kind of come out of that Eagles haze and get you ready with some Niners news and Niners sound and Niners thoughts, because this is the last show we're doing together until that Niners Seahawks kickoff.
That's it, Murph. We got to break down this 10.5-point spread this weekend. That's a big one.
We didn't do Bobby Boucher's Wednesday winners. We could take that over to the Murph and Marcus show, too.
Ooh, I was thinking about maybe doing that tomorrow since I'm solo dolo out in Boston.
Yeah, we'll kick it to next week then. Also, by the way, I had to make a pick for tonight. We can get into that. We'll get into that in the big hit.
Yeah, take the under. I don't know what it is, but take the under.
And I was wondering, though, we got to go. We got to get to Mike Krukow. We got to go. KNBR 104.5 and 680, these Sports Leader.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
The sports leader welcomes you to KNBR's Power Hour. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, our every Tuesday and Thursday with Mike as we continue to wait for Shohei Ohtani. But the big move yesterday, Juan Soto to the Yankees. All sorts of implications there. We'll get into it with Mike. But first and foremost, good morning, Mike. And I just wanted to say, heartfelt, congratulations again on the Ford Frick Award nomination. I know it went to Joe Castiglione of the Boston Red Sox. Just want to say that, and we said this to Dwayne and you, it doesn't matter. You guys are icons for millions in Northern California, so we don't need an award to tell us that. But anyway, just, wanted to acknowledge that. So good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. And thank you. It's kind of a unique award because the living members, the living Ford Frick Award winners, they decide who gets on that list. So really, in a way, I mean, you kind of win getting on the list, the way that you're recognized. And, and in the world today, I mean, it's great. When you take a look at the baseball awards every year, they have the 3 finalists for the Gold Glove. They have the 3 finalists for the Silver Slugger Award, or, whatever. They have the 3 finalists. So there's going to be 2 guys that don't get it. But it's also something that's pretty cool when you look at a resume down the road that says this guy finished 3rd in the Cy Young in 19 whatever. And, it's a very cool thing. I think there are more accolades applied to athletes in all sports now than there ever has been. And I think it has a lot to do with marketing, yes, to a degree, but it honors the player. Even if you don't win, if you're on the list of consideration, it's a really cool thing. And I really want to thank the board for putting Kipe and myself on, Ken Korak. All of us feel the same way. And we didn't win, but we were honored, and that's how you look at it. As you go forth, it's just a very cool thing. And, in the Bay Area, and we mentioned it in the broadcast on Tuesday, our show, we talked about Ed Montague, and we talked about Bruce Jenkins and Ken Korak and Kipe and myself. All 5 of us from the Bay Area were considered for the Hall with various awards. None of us got it, but we were all honored, and we all had fun with it being on the list. So it was very cool, and thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah, for sure. Do you have any note? I mean, Joe Castiglione was Red Sox, so you didn't have a whole lot of encounters with him, I imagine.
No, but the very first time I met him, Kipe knew him because he'd been in the American League, and Kipe knew of him before he met him. And he's such a character, and he has such a distinct voice, and he is the voice of New England. I mean, he's summertime. And when we had lunch with him, he was in the Bay Area. They were playing the A's, the Red Sox were, and our paths crossed, and it was just so much fun to get to know this guy because he was a total character. He's the Hank Greenwald of Boston, and for all the New England fans, it's a great choice. I mean, he's so worthy because of how he's done his job for 41 years, and it was a great selection, and he'll represent well.
41 is crazy. So congratulations to Joe Castiglione on that. All right, Mike. So the big news yesterday, Juan Soto to the Yankees. I guess your reaction kind of wide open because what does it mean for the division in the NL West? Does it mean that the Giants should have been in on that? Were the Padres not going to trade him to a division guy? And what does it say that Juan Soto is only 25 years old and he's, being comped to Ted Williams? He's on his 3rd team already, Mike.
Well, that's a great question. I mean, he's a gifted hitter. There's no doubt about that. He was one of those 3 finalists for the Gold Glove. I never thought that he was an exceptional defensive player, but, he's serviceable. He plays his position. But he plays every day, and I think that's the one thing about his game that impresses me. He plays every day, and he's really a presence in that batter's box. And even if he doesn't get a hit, he gets on base almost to the as well as Bonds did. And he's an offensive force. I thought that the trade was very remarkable in a way because he only has.
Oh, we lost him. He dropped off, Tone.
Mike, he's been pretty darn reliable. That phone call with Mike has been pretty darn reliable. He was in the middle of talking about Juan Soto, who we discussed earlier this morning, has gone to the Yankees, who now, I mean, listen, Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, that's must-see TV now. That's a heck of a lineup.
I mean, I'm not going straight into the days of Murderer's Row, Murph, but we're talking about one of the best lineups in baseball now. Now, of course, there's questions on the pitching side with the Yankees also, but...
that thing called pitching.
Yeah, Shout out Carlos Rodon, the Rooster, trying to bounce back this year.
All right,
we'll get into the pitching with Mike Krukow, but...
Krukow's back. Mike, inexplicable. Somehow the phone gods just cut you off right in the middle of what you were talking about him as a hitter and how he gets on base, and you can pick up that thought. Sorry about that.
I will.
Yes.
I will. It's not me. I'm on a landline, so...
Yeah, it's not you, it's us. It is us.
You have issues,
Yes,
pal.
it is.
Anyway.
Oh, we got many issues, Mike. Anyway, go ahead, yes.
No, just teasing. It's a little sensitive right now. Anyway, okay. So for Juan Soto, he only can give a team 1 year because he's going to come out and test the market. The fact that he got 5 prospects it tells you exactly where the Yankees are right now. If you look at their lineup, they got age on it. Their time is now. the 1-year deal makes sense to that lineup. I mean, you look up and down that lineup. I mean, it's formidable, but there's a bunch of old souls on that team. So they brought him in. You know, they needed left-handed hitting, and all of a sudden, boom, they've got 3 guys that they brought in. So they have solved their issues. And with Soto, they get coverage for anybody. I mean, he's the type of hitter that's going to get the guy hitting ahead of him better pitches. So, I mean, he's going to make an impact with them. It didn't make sense for the Giants because they didn't have an old team. They're not in a 1-year window. They're looking for a 3, 4, 5-year window. And if you give up all of your minor league system to get him for 1 year, it totally doesn't make sense. The Giants have really, for the longest time, not had a lot of contribution from their minor league system. Well, they did last year, the last 2 years. They debuted 22 guys, and now we're starting to see young talent coming up that's going to be good talent. Well, now you can start bringing in free agents. But to be able to sell your farm for one player like Soto, as you know, as much as you'd like to have him, it just didn't make sense. But here's the thing. You have a shot next year to get him. So it may make sense next year because he is a guy that everybody wants. And I think that, you know, given where the Giants are right now, next year is a year, this offseason is a year where you can bring in some anchors, you know, keep developing your young players, and then next year when Soto comes out, that may be the time to get him.
And Mike, I think that's an important way to look at this is the roster construction of a team like the Yankees versus a team like the Giants. Now, I will point out that the Yankees were able to complete this trade for Juan Soto without giving up their top hitting prospect or their top pitching prospect. So I'll let you put on your GM hat, and I'll kind of give you like a hypothetical trade. Do you think the Giants should have maybe made an offer for a guy like Keaton Winn, a Carson Wisnhunt, a Mason Black, and a Landon Roop? Do you think that would have been enough to get the job done, or do you stick with your kind of thought that the Giants should be rebuilding from within?
Do you mean in regards to Soto?
Yes, correct, for Soto.
No, I don't think they should have given anything up for Soto for 1 year because it would have taken 5 of your best prospects and maybe even more. And no, I'm finally at a point now where I can feel the presence of the minor league system. Look, they're going to make some deals between now and spring training. And I think a lot of deals are going to come by way of trade. You're going to lose some of those prospects. They're going to go. But to be able to package 5 or 6 of them to get a guy for 1 year, it just doesn't make sense. If this was an older team, if this was the Dodgers who have an older team, their window's a little bit smaller than what the Giants' window is at this point because of the way your lineup is constructed, because of the age of your lineup. You know, maybe it makes more sense for them, but it doesn't make sense for the Giants to do that. Now, having said that, like I said, you're going to see some trades between now and spring training, and you're going to lose some of your minor league. But they've got a bunch to lose. But to throw all of them at one guy, it just doesn't make sense now.
Well, Yankees did it, Giants didn't, and Juan Soto's on to his third team before the age of 25, which is really interesting. Okay, Mike, back to the guy who's just dominating everything, Shohei Ohtani. So 2 things happened since we last talked to you. One, the Dave Roberts quote heard round the world. Yes, we met with him. We talked to your partner, Dwayne, about it yesterday. The other thing is that people are now starting to, given that it's a 24-hour sports content news cycle now, people are starting to turn on Ohtani saying, why is he being so secretive, and is it bad for baseball that he's being so secretive, and maybe his image is taking a little bit of a shine just because he's being so weird about it? I don't know. Kind of an open-ended question. Your feeling on the Dave Roberts fallout and Ohtani being so secretive, Mike?
Well, the Dave Roberts fallout that was the biggest non-story of the week as far as I was concerned. And, you know, you have so much social media. Everybody wants this deal to happen now. We all do. Yeah. We're all impatient. How many times have we checked Twitter or whatever your source is? How many times have you checked to see what the heck was going on at the winter meetings? Well, now they're gone. Winter meetings are gone, and nothing really happened. And everybody wants this so bad. I mean, it's just like you keep going to the well looking for something and getting nothing. Pretty soon you start eating your tail. And it just, it's meaningless. Does it devalue the image and the reputation of Ohtani? No, it does not. Why is he taking his time? Because he's earned the right to do it. It's a big decision for him because we're not talking about a 5-year commitment. This is going to be a 10-year, 12-year deal, maybe even more. and he wants to make sure of it. So he's gone through the process. It's not like he's been sitting back on a sofa playing with his dog. I mean, he's been out. He's been going to places. He's been entertaining offers. He's been hearing the spiels. He's been reviewing minor league systems. I mean, this guy's going to be there for a long time. So we just have to be patient. But I do believe, and I thought initially he would come out sooner. They're saying now he's going to come out this weekend, but we'll believe it when we see it. But when he drops, then you're going to see a lot of them drop because everybody's waiting for him.
Yeah, for sure. And, of course, we don't know when, and we'll continue to be the first to give it to you when it does happen. We're talking to Mike Krukow. We do it every Tuesday and Thursday. So, I mean, Mike, Giants fans are getting to that point where it's like, it's almost deja vu all over again. They want to be players. Bob Melvin said it. We want to be players at the top of the market. We want to be players at the top of the market. So, I mean, at this point now, can you forgive Giants fans are having a little PTSD from, all these close calls?
I don't really think that means anything. Look, they were in on Judge to the end, but I don't think Judge ever wanted to leave New York. He was just simply shopping around to jack up the price. Well, he did. In regards to Correa, they were in on it. They closed the deal pending a physical. He didn't pass it. Well, you're going to have an 8-year commitment to a guy you don't think is going to be able to play 4? No, not for that cash. I think a lot of the criticism that got leveled to the Giants was unjust. And once that gets out there, it just keeps getting replayed and replayed. And now every time you hear anybody on the MLB channel or ESPN or wherever, NBC Sports Bay Area, wherever, everybody talks about, they couldn't close the deal. Nobody wants to come here. That's a bunch of crap. So bottom line, if you have the money, you're going to get whoever you want. They have the money. Plus, not only that, but they have a team that's ready to support a star. They weren't last year. It'd have been great to have Judge. It'd have been fantastic. But think about it. What did they have last year to support him? They still hadn't developed their minor league system at the big league level. They had a bunch of guys that were in waiting. But, you see what happens when young players get to the big leagues. They need to stick their finger in the fan. They need to play. They need to learn what the speed's like. They need to learn the league. Hitters need to learn opposing pitchers. Pitchers need to learn opposing hitters. It's a hard education. All these guys the last 2 years, and where the Giants were, they did damn well to get to 500. Really, if you think about it, they won 107 in 2021. I have no idea how they did it. It was a miracle. They come back the next year, and they've dropped off the face of the earth. They come back and battle back to get 500. I thought Gabe Kapler and the staff did as well in 2022 as they did in 2021. And then last year with all the injuries, do you know there was I want to say between 7 and 9 guys last year for the Giants that were told, do not go 100% for fear of a leg injury. 7 to 9 guys. And that doesn't only affect the way you run the base pass, it affects your defense. And last year the defense was mediocre on their best day. So in the last 2 years, they really weren't a team that really could go out and support a super-duper star. Well, now they are. And I think they're going to get one this year. And I think all those comments and all those articles that were written about the Giants not being able to land somebody and Farhan Zaidi not being able to get a guy, I think it's bunk. Wait and see what happens this offseason. If this doesn't happen this offseason and they haven't landed some reputation going into spring training, I will eat my words. I'll quit the show. I'll walk off if that's what you want. But I'll state my reputation on what they're going to do. And they're going to bring in some people to start building because this fan base demands it. And now you finally have a minor league system that can support bringing in people.
I love it. By the way, you're not going anywhere, Mike. So
yeah, we're not letting you leave. We're not letting you leave that easy, Mike. But last couple of questions I had for you, Mike, on the UMA guest line this morning. Of course, talking to Mike Krukow, voice of the San Francisco Giants. I wanted to ask you about the domino piece that is Shohei Ohtani and how everybody's waiting for that piece to drop. But there's also other pieces dropping from around the MLB world, whether it is the Juan Soto trade, whether it's a team like the Baltimore Orioles going out yesterday and signing Craig Kimbrell, or the Arizona Diamondbacks in the NL West signing a guy like Eduardo Rodriguez. So I would love to get your breakdown on the D-backs adding Eduardo Rodriguez. And to your point, should the Giants be waiting for that Ohtani piece to drop, or should they be out actively trying to get some of these pieces to maybe help recruit a guy like Shohei Ohtani?
Well, I was a little surprised that Rodriguez dropped. That's a big get, I think, for the Diamondbacks because of the type of pitcher he is. The one stat that I think is very telling about how good a pitcher is the whip, the walks and hits per innings pitched. And the number of guys you let on base by way of the walk and the hit in an inning. And his last year, I think his whip was 1.1. That's really, really good. Sonny Gray's was 1.5. That's not really good. That's really average. Now, the ERA in the 2 is hard to explain. A guy who has a 1.5 whip in an ERA in the 2, I can't even explain that. Not that I wouldn't have liked to have had Sonny Gray. I think he's a remarkable pitcher. But point being, I think that Arizona really got a good arm for their rotation, and it's a left-handed arm. And I was surprised by that because I thought that Rodriguez would be one of those guys that would be part of the domino effect once you saw Ohtani drop. And the other thing, too, remember, the Dodgers tried to get Rodriguez last year going into September, and they couldn't do it. He said, I don't want to go to the West Coast. Well, here he is in Arizona now, apparently happy as a pig in a lot of slop. But, good for the D-backs. They got him. So I was a little surprised at that because of Ohtani hasn't come down yet. But you may see some other deals. But I do think that the majority of guys are going to come out as soon as you get Ohtani settled.
All right, Mike. Well, there it is. I mean, we just continue to talk, and it hasn't happened yet. So we'll wait, and we'll let you go. Have a great. You guys getting snow up there?
Well, we haven't, and they've got it up there on Slide Mountain and Mount Rose. I mean, they're getting a little bit at the resorts, and they're going to get another foot to 2 tonight. But we haven't gotten anything low. I mean, the temperature, it's cool, but it's not cold.
Okay.
So it's gorgeous.
Still,
oh, my God.
Still good.
It's just gorgeous.
I know. You guys have a good situation there with Patriot and the Fire and Hot Stove League and Army-Navy game and the Niners and the Seahawks and all that. You got a great weekend ahead of you. So we shall see what happens between now and next Tuesday, Mike. Have a great weekend. We'll talk then.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow, we're waiting and biding our time. And by the way, in the middle of all that, 2 things happened. One, Robbie Gould, Niner kicker, announced his retirement, which we will get to probably during the big hit because he talks about the Niners a little bit.
Okay.
In the thing. And 2, did you see this Bob Nightingale tweet?
Ooh, what is he tweeting out?
Okay, so Bob
you always got to be careful with Nightingale.
I know.
Though.
That's why
That's
saying
the key.
it. I mean, I don't want to slander the guy, but he's not batting 1,000 on his rumors, but here's the latest one he's reporting. He says that the Dodgers called Joe Kelly, the reliever, who Mike once described as a guy who looks like a high school science teacher who runs marathons on weekends. It's one of my favorite calls of all time.
It's a great call,
Joe Kelly.
Uh-huh.
He said, according to Bob Nightingale, the Dodgers called Joe Kelly, who wears number 17, and asked him if he would surrender his uniform to Ohtani.
Uh-oh. Number 17.
Yes.
Saving it for Shohei.
How about Joe Kelly being the hurdle between Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers? But it says here that he said that he informed Dodgers officials, this is according to Bob Nightingale, he'd be honored to switch uniform numbers for Ohtani.
Wow. Now, do you think it's going to be the same thing that we just saw recently with the 49ers of Logan Ryan showing up, taking Ty Davis's price, his locker, and his number?
Damn.
He'll be wearing number 32 this weekend.
I got to go straight to the original, a John G. Avildsen production, a Robert Chartoff, Erwin Winkler production of a John G. Avildsen film. The guy who took Rocky's locker at Mick's Gym.
Oh.
Hey, Rocky, I dig your locker, man, is what he said when he took his locker. Put in the ebony and jet photos that Rocky knew were not his. Dude, that's straight up Logan Ryan taking Ty Davis Price there.
That's it.
Anyway, Joe Kelly. Imagine Kelly's like, nah, I'm not giving it up.
I'm keeping 17.
Yeah. Tell Shohei to go to 18 or 16.
By the way, with the contract that Shohei's about to get, that's going to be a pretty nice incentive for Joe Kelly, right?
By the way,
those jersey numbers don't come cheap.
And do I need to a little help here, Marcus? Here, does that mean the Giants need to call Aubrey Huff, see if it's okay to give up 17 for the Giants?
Yeah, we got him on speed dial, Murph.
All right, buddy. Hey,
that rally
we still haven't given the $100 Michi's gift card. We're gonna do it real soon, though. Real soon. The big hit is 49. It's our last show this week. It's been a tumultuous week, but good to see you, buddy. Mm-hmm. And I know you'll be on tomorrow.
I'll be in Boston tomorrow.
And hopefully with Pizzeria Regina in your belly. No, you can't go tonight because you guys land too late. But you do have marching orders to go to 1, 2, or 3 of all 3 Regina, Santarpios, and Frank Pepe.
No, I might need to like plan out like a roadmap. Like,
yes, you do.
If I can go to like
yes,
one spot, then hit a bar and get some drinks, then hit another pizza spot, then hit another bar, then get some more pizza and get some more beer.
How much pizza are you willing to eat?
Oh, I'll get a slice from each. Dude, last year in Philadelphia, I went to like 4 or 5 different cheesesteak shops. I went all over Philadelphia. I flew back home with cheesesteaks in my backpack.
I don't mean to be a little coarse at 7:58 in the morning, but I say prayers up for your hotel bathroom.
Oh, dude, it ain't gonna be pretty.
4 or 5 cheesesteak places,
yeah, man.
dude. Prayers up for the hotel maid.
It was a long flight back to the West Coast, Murph. It was a long flight.
Oh, man, oh, man. Okay, so anyway, that's exciting, but you will be on the air tomorrow.
That's it. I'll be on air live from Army-Navy. Yep.
Yeah. So we still haven't done an official forecast together. We'll have to do that, I guess, coming up next week or something.
We've done picks together, but no, not an official
We've done
Friday
it in the past.
forecast. Yeah, I've given out Bobby
have.
Boucher's best bets during the forecast.
That's correct. That's correct. Hey, Steve Kerr joins Tolbert and Copes at 5:30 this evening. That is if the millennials, if Generation Z, who's posting on social media, will let him. My God, the anti-Kerr slander is incredible.
I'm glad you corrected yourself from millennials to Generation Z.
Yeah, it's coming there.
There's a divide. Look at young Tony and Casey behind the glass. They hate me.
Oh, would you consider young Tony Gen Z?
Dude, I don't know when the generation start. I don't know when they stop. It's all blurred to me.
Freaking arbitrary.
Yeah.
It's so arbitrary. But anyway, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. The big hit, Niners Seahawks hype. Are you ready to turn your brain to this gigantic point spread and this important game? And even Greg Cosell, you know what? Well, I'll tell you what Greg Cosell said on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
They haven't landed some reputation going into spring training. I will eat my words. I'll quit the show.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young stopped by the afternoon show yesterday for his weekly hit with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the 49ers win over the Eagles and why he's feeling pretty confident about the 49ers having a Super Bowl run. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
McCaffrey goes in motion out right. Comes tighter right, but still lines up behind the offensive line. They give it to Deebo Samuel, a walk-in touchdown. Touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk and Deebo right now. They send Deebo in motion left. Handoff, McCaffrey off the left side. Touchdown! CMC! Ahead of McCaffrey, slides left, toss to McCaffrey, coming left, stacked up, stays patient, squirts through, and takes it all the way down to the goal line. Touchdown! CMC! What a run that was!
CMC, TCB, a slow fuse on that one because there was nowhere to go.
Second down, 7, Kittle, use check. Ayuk, they're going to motion, use check out left. Purdy going to throw, throws back right. Wide open, Ayuk! Touchdown! San Francisco!
Ayuk is on fire! Best throw of the second half, without question, from Brock Purdy.
And the 49ers have now beaten Seattle for a 4th straight time.
Well, there it is. We're putting together the big hit package. They're hitting Seattle right where they hurt. That's their guy McLemore serenading a Niner win here. By the way, where is Seattle with McLemore right now? I mean, like, are they still embrace the guy or?
Yeah, remember last year at the All-Star game, he did the entire intro for Seattle.
Okay. They got to have. There has to have been a backlash.
Really?
I mean, oh yeah. Once you show up for a little bit while, there's a backlash.
Damn, you think they got McLemore?
Oh, I think they got McLemore for sure. Yeah. Wouldn't he be considered that famous word you guys all use now, corny or cringe?
Ooh, see, that's a question for you because I know Macklemore is a friend of the program, sat down with you guys down at Pebble Beach that year.
He did.
And talked mess about the 49ers straight to your face, Murph.
He did. And I do love his tribute to Dave Niehaus, but I'm just saying, you staying around long enough, they come get you.
They get everybody, Murph.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line.
So I just wonder, but anyway. And then there will be a comeback. So after they get you, then they embrace you again, like for 2.0.
The return of Macklemore.
Hey, speaking of which, I'm going to slide this right into the big hit. Speaking of comebacks, did you guys see who Time Magazine's Person of the Year is? Dude, we're talking like whether it was Dwight Eisenhower or the man who walked on the moon, Neil Armstrong, or people throughout history, Mikhail Gorbachev tearing down the Berlin Wall.
Nope.
Bro, T-Swizzle.
Taylor Swift.
And you want to know what's even worse than that?
What?
How about me reading the entire article?
No, you did not.
And dude, it was like endless. It took me like 25 minutes. I was like, is this thing ever going to end? I kept scrolling up and up and up.
What was the reasoning? What was the explanation?
I mean, what was the reason for me reading it?
No, well, I need both answers. Why is she the Person of the Year, and why the hell are you reading that, Murph?
You know what? After reading it for like 25 minutes, I'm not even sure I can tell you why. Because she's, I think, among the many things they said was in a fractured media culture where we're all streaming this or streaming that or streaming this or listen to that podcast or that radio show. Nobody does anything united anymore, whereas we used to all watch Seinfeld, Everybody has a Taylor Swift experience. She's like the culture. That was the take.
So
she united the culture.
Because she starts showing up on Sunday Night Football. She's the Person of the Year.
She speaks extensively about her relationship with Travis T. Kelce.
Wow.
She breaks, she's like, people thought that the very first time we met was that game. She's like, no. She said, he put me on blast on his podcast, and she said, I thought that was metal as hell. All right. I know, right? Taylor Swift comes on. She said,
Taylor going heavy metal, huh?
So they reached out. So they actually had many meetings before they launched. She said something like, do you guys think we're really going to hard launch our first date without knowing each other?
Hard launch.
That's what she said. Hard launch. That's what she said. How romantic, by the way. Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers come to mind. So they had really broken it down. They had played footsie behind the scenes before she came to that Chiefs
That still
game.
doesn't make her the Person of the Year. She's the most popular person.
Also, they said that she had economic impact. Every city she went to this summer, there was some sort of economic impact that dramatically affected it.
All
so
right.
she affected the culture in every way, economically, musically, socially.
But now we're at the point where football fans are mad that she's on the TV too much during Sunday Night Football. So she did not unite the country.
See, they got Taylor Swift.
They got Macklemore. They got Taylor Swift.
Times Person of the Year. So, listen, I would tell you, if you're thinking about reading the piece, unless you're a Swiftie,
I'm not going to. No,
it's endless. The guy could have edited about half the damn thing down. I mean, I kept going, bro, you're writing too long here now. But anyway, I kept going. Maybe there's something in this next segment.
Damn, you're a real Swiftie, Murph.
Well, low key, I am interested in the phenomenon. That's all I'm going to say.
It's a phenomenon.
I'm interested
I'll tell
in the
you
phenomenon.
that. Yeah,
Anyway, so back to the big hit. Two things I want to tell you. One, Robbie Gould retired. I'm going to be kind of... I'm going to make a kind of a call here because I kind of skimmed the piece like the Taylor Swift piece. It's pretty long. It's in the Players Tribune. And he writes a lot about being a walk-on at Penn State. He writes a lot about how he got to go to Patriots camp as a rookie and what that meant to him, about being going to Baltimore and being around Deion Sanders and Ray Lewis, and then a long stretch on Chicago. And then his bit on the Niners is not that long. It's kind of like, there's still probably a little beef there.
Dude, the bad blood between Robbie Gould and the 49ers just blows my mind.
That said, he does say that he said 2 words is why I went there, Kyle Shanahan. His personal talent is arguably the best coach in the business. Combined with that offense, I had zero hesitation about wanting to be part of that culture. San Francisco may not have had the best record at the time, but the thought of what that team could become from a long-term perspective was impressive to me. He said also his kids were old enough to enjoy the experience, and that was fun for his family. And that's it, though. That's it. But he does say, he had 2 paragraphs on the Niners, that's it. But he does say, I'm asked to pick my favorite kick of my life, and he says, in fact, we might want to dial this up for cooler content. The kick at Green Bay, January 2022, 10-10 ball game, 4 seconds on the clock. He writes, Jimmy G, whoa, you talking Jimmy G?
Whoa.
Had just taken the Niners 44 yards in time. Debo and Juszczyk had huge plays. I had a 45-yarder, temp below 0, and nailed it right down the middle.
I mean, Robbie Gould was literally as cold as ice. The way that he would practice his kicks in the middle of halftime shows or whoever the hell tried to walk in front of him, or the fact that he was just dead on in the postseason. He's got the highest field goal percentage in 49er history. Murph, I have 2 questions for you. A, how did nobody sign Robbie Gould this offseason going into the year? And B, is he available in January and February next month?
He's retiring. He's not.
You can always come out of retirement.
He says he's done. I know you can. You can't come out of retirement. A lot of people.
I haven't retired.
Shout out boxers.
Oh, dude, MMA fighters and boxers do it like once a year.
I mean, shout out. I believe Frank Sinatra retired at Madison Square Garden in '73. Huge deal. Guy was back on the road like 2 weeks later. I mean, dude,
I'm not buying it. I don't know, man. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, boxers' retirements are unbelievable, dude. Has Conor McGregor retired like
8 different times?
And I'm going to Dublin. So I'll see him there.
Oh, you might see
I'm going to ask him, are you retired or are you not retired?
Last I checked, he's trying to be the president of Dublin with everything going on over there. Good luck, Murph.
A little too much, right?
A little too much, Conor McGregor.
Anyways, that's number 1. Shout out Robbie Gould and that kick. I want that in the cooler content today, that kick. And then
Robbie
number 2.
Gould, nice shot.
Hey, very good. Get that in, too. Robbie Gould, nice shot. That was on Tim Ryan. The other thing I was going to say that's interesting about this Seahawks game is that Greg Cosell, of all people, spoke about something non-X's and O's. He was saying, because, Greg goes, if you ask Greg a question about, what about momentum? He's like, momentum?
No.
We're like, what about that, the emotional things? He's like, emotion?
Yeah, you ask him, rank somebody or who's your MVP of a race right now?
He strictly looks at the play on the field and shows where did that player go? How did the defender react? How did the quarterback deliver the ball? What was the quarterback's read? I mean, he is a scientist. There's 0 external factors, and when he analyzes a game, even he said, he goes, no, Niners, it's a big game for them to overcome a possible letdown. When Greg Cosell starts talking about a possible letdown, you know it's real.
Then your ears
guy's
perk
up. He never considers external factors.
No, he's
ever.
all X's and O's. Doesn't give a damn about the externals.
So that seems to be the theme going into this game, guys. Can the Niners fill the gas tank after Philly? Now, he said they were building to that game all season. They were pointing at it since May, all that stuff. What's his face? Brandon Graham of the Eagles said that was their Super Bowl. Let me ask you a question. Was it the Niners Super Bowl?
No, it was their NFC Championship game. It was a rematch from last year, and it was an opportunity to prove that Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and everybody was right. That the 49ers healthy had a chance to expose that defense, and that's exactly what we saw last weekend.
Let me ask you a question, though. So even if it was their NFC Championship game, is that too much for a regular season? Did they expend too much energy for a regular season game?
I think so, to be honest with you.
Really? So you're expecting a Warrior Portland-like letdown tonight?
Well, see,
Sunday?
that's the thing. I think it's a good scenario that the 49ers are playing a team like the Seahawks, because I'm throwing that 10.5-point spread out the window. We know when these two teams match up, it's usually a close matchup.
Did you go Seahawks in the
Wasn't
points?
that close on Thanksgiving, but Murph, I got to be honest with you, I'm thinking about taking the Seahawks in the points.
But haven't we looked at the spread in their last few games? Haven't they?
They have covered, definitely, but
they've covered the 10.5, I think, 3 in a row against
they
them,
have.
haven't they?
Well, they're blowing out everybody, whether it's the Cowboys, the Eagles, the Seahawks. They're covering those big spreads.
Not the Vikings, Browns, or Bengals.
No, we're not going into those things, and that's something that we brought up earlier this week when you're looking at the last time that the 49ers put up 42 points on an NFC East team, the Dallas Cowboys. You had George Kittle dressing up with the F Dallas t-shirt. There was a letdown. Well, look what this past weekend brought us. It brought us Trent Williams and Debo and Fred Warner and Christian McCaffrey showing up in all black, rocking the all black Air Forces. So as much as Trent Williams told us that it wasn't a plan, there was definitely some extra thought and extra motivation to this game. So this is like one of those historical trap games, but it's also the Seattle Seahawks, who also have 3 extra days of rest because they played on Thursday Night Football last week.
Right, and which the Niners which the Niners used against Philadelphia last time, right? So, all right, well, here's Kyle Shanahan. He spoke yesterday. We'll get more today, obviously, when the players speak, Brock Purdy and players like that. But Shanahan spoke yesterday about, it was a blowout, but it wasn't because it was still close.
I know the end result looked really good, but you guys saw it could go any way. They brought in a 1 score there in the third quarter after Dre got kicked out. There was easily could have been down 21-0 after the first quarter. There's a very fine line there between 2 to 5 plays, and it ends up looking like the game got out of hand. But it's very similar to the Thursday night game versus Seattle. That was a close game. Luckily, our defense stayed strong there in that third quarter rally. But that was right there, and just a couple plays, and then it doesn't look close. But they're always close.
I mean, the Niners were up 24-3 against Seattle, and then the pick 6.
Correct.
Then it was 24-10, and things got a little weird. And then it was 24-13 in that game. 24-13. So it's funny about blowouts because he's right. There are times during blowouts blowouts look great in the end, but you forget you're stressing. And I was stressing at 21-13 in Philly with Dre Greenlaw getting thrown out.
Yeah, with Big Dom hyping up the crowd.
Yeah, Big Dom. And by the way, that coach who dapped him up, too. But then, of course, you had Debo do his thing. So this is going to be the big test of can the 49ers. Listen, the last time they blew out an NFC East team, they went on a 3-game losing streak.
Yeah.
Okay? So this is obviously the test now. Can you continue to answer? And it's so hard. They got to do it 17 times now, this stupid NFL schedule. But anyway, Steve Young came on yesterday with the afternoon, and he's like, you know what? Even though it's going to be a big ask, and even though they expended a lot of gas tank in Philadelphia, he's all Niners.
Talent that comes out of that locker room, at receiver, 2 top 5 receivers, a top 5 tight end, a quarterback that's just really understands the system. Everyone says Kyle loves to run the ball. Oh, really? Kyle loves to smash people in offense. And if you give him a chance, he will eat you up. Such innovation, such cool stuff they did last week. And Brock that's what we promised. Very tight guardrails, right? We're gonna very few mistakes. Ball's coming out. It's and Kyle just works that system so perfectly. I don't want to in early December say this team's lock for the Super Bowl, but I mean I don't know if without injury how does anyone beat them? I mean they look as good and talented as a team has been since the Cowboys of the early 90s, ours of the early 90s. They look that good.
Wow, he's going Cowboys early 90s. He's going 9. There was a time when they were 5-0. I remember saying on this show, I was like, this guy's, I know you were born in 92, but I'm here to tell you that 89-90 vibes. 89-90, the Niners hit a cruising altitude like you would not believe. Like they were demonstrably better than everybody they played. And it was just a glorious time, which led to the 1990 NFC Championship game, which we don't want to talk about ever again. But anyway, they won so many road games in a row, and Montana was at the peak of his game and all that. That's honestly what this reminds me of. I know Harbaugh, 2011, 12, and 13 was a great time, and it was. Aldon Smith, Justin Smith, Kaepernick, and the whole deal. But they weren't demonstrably better than everybody else. They were a tough, grinding, Jim Harbaugh wearing the blue mechanic shirts type of team. This team does have vibes of those 89-90 teams that were just so and it's Kyle and it's Mike, again, Mike's drawn it. Mike was a big part of those teams in the early 90s, and now here it is 30 years later.
And I think that's the big difference to me. It's like nothing against those hardball teams. Like we all know the legendary defenses, and Colin Kaepernick in that offense put up good numbers. But this offense is different with Kyle Shanahan, and especially with Christian McCaffrey and now Brock Purdy in the mix also. They not only have one of the best defenses in the league, but you can also put their offense as one of the most elite units in the entire NFL.
By the way, on the YouTube chat stream, which I don't look at enough, somebody caught my eye with a funny riff. They said, you guys talking about the Niners being so tired. I said, hey, Dre Greenlaw's rested.
Oh, God. By the way, apparently we had a follow-up on the story. Dre Greenlaw and Big Dom kind of catching up and squashing the beef.
Yeah, young Tony, you want to kind of adjust here? I believe it's Dre Greenlaw with some back and forth with the reporters. Look at this. Everybody's smoking the peace pipe. No beef. Here we go.
We just exchanged a formal apology just between me and John and some of the same people that we do know that in the building and stuff like that. So he seemed like a genuine guy, seemed like a guy that everybody loved in the building. So I hate that. Honestly, I really hate that it even escalated and went to that. That's never something I ever been a part of or seen in the game. But so yeah.
Just to clarify, did you talk to him or text, or was there any?
No text, but just like a verbal apology, just kind of between just a couple people, John and Cal, and a couple people that I talked to, just that kind of knew him already.
Like tell dog sorry. That kind
yeah.
And did he say the same thing like you?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I got the message back.
You didn't see him in person?
No.
Hey, that's interesting. By the way, John Lynch, Peacemaker, of course, doing his thing. So remember to ask John tomorrow, because I will not be here.
Yeah. Ask him about the game of telephone that they're playing between Dre Greenlaw and Big Dom.
Yeah.
Like Dom.
Big who?
Dom spoke to somebody, then he talked to somebody, then they talked to John Lynch, then John talked to Kyle, then Kyle talked to Greenlaw. Am I following that correctly?
At some point, did Shohei Ohtani's translator get involved? The guy with the cool hair and all that, dude? Maybe he was the guy just walking around in that cool Angels jacket.
By the way, do you like that this Big Dom story has kind of died off?
Not really.
I want there to be bad blood.
Yeah, and plus I don't like how Big Dom's being painted. like he's freaking Mr. Rogers now. You know what I mean? Like,
he's a good guy. He's a
everybody
humble
loves
man.
him. He comes in and puts on the sneakers and the cardigan sweater. No, man. He's a big, we could use some words there.
Yeah,
a
we
big
could.
Blanker who put his hands on Dre Greenlaw
Correct.
and should have separated everybody and just chilled out.
He should have never been in that situation to begin with.
I got beef with that coach who dapped him up on the way out. You know what I'm talking about? Remember that guy? There was some guy. That guy deserves more criticism too.
Well, that's the thing. It's like it almost felt like Big Dom was proud of himself. Like you saw the way he was embracing the crowd, and obviously it was an advantage to the Eagles getting Dre Greenlaw kicked out of the game versus Big Dom standing on the sideline.
Once again, do you think that the reason people are scurrying to defend Big Dom is that some people put out some words? You know what I mean?
I think there's been some messages sent to a few people, and now
let
people
us
are like,
riff.
oh.
My God. And last thing, X's and O's wides, Pete Carroll on this game. And again, I mean, 49ers, Seahawks. The Niners have been demonstrably better several times that they've played them. And Vegas believes it, 10.5. Everybody's healthy. Debo's healthy. Trent Williams is healthy. The losing streak coincided with those guys being hurt. And it just seems like Kyle right now is in his bag so much. All those motions he had circling back around the quarterback in Philadelphia. And Pete Carroll has been maybe getting a little sick of it, but he did give some love to the pre-snap motion of a Kyle Shanahan here.
Watch how often there's two motions or two shifts, and it's one of them is for identifying what's going on, and the other one is to gain the advantage. There's information gathering that's happening with the multiple shifts and that kind of stuff, and that's it's a really high-tech part of the game. It's a very cool part of the game. Quarterback has to make sense of it, but it also helps other guys. It helps receivers and helps the center identify who's blocking and stuff like that, and. So, in essence, the phrase we can use, they're trying to undress the defense, with the motions and the shifts and stuff like that to figure out what you're doing. And it's man and zone, and it's pressures and all kinds of stuff. So,
I can't give the Niners enough credit that what they accomplish in practices and for all those receivers to be in motion and not false starting and not illegal motioning and all that. That's a lot of precision there on the Niners offense. Now, here's the last stat for you, Marcus, before we get into the cooler content. And then Matt Mayoko joins us at 9:15, where we got to ask about the window coming down between the press box and the
hooligans
fans.
trying to break in, Murph.
I would recommend everybody read Matt Barrow's account of it. It's harrowing. But anyway, the Seahawks haven't beaten the Niners since Russ Wilson got traded. Mm-hmm. So this is, 3 in a row. Now I said that
4 in a row if you're including the playoffs, Murph.
Thank you. Yes, 27-7 last year at Levi's. Mm-hmm. Now the one game that the Seahawks would have covered the spread was last year Brock Purdy's rib game. 21-13.
Thursday Night Football.
Then playoffs, 41-23. Mm-hmm. Then Thanksgiving night, 31-13. So that's 4 in a row, including the playoffs, 3 of which could be considered blowouts.
Yes, and 4 games in a row now that the 49ers have ran for at least 169 yards against the Seahawks defense.
Ooh.
Going into the game earlier this year, it was
Didn't know it.
It was 170 plus, but the previous matchup on Thanksgiving, they ran for 169. And yesterday on that Seahawk injury report, Leonard Williams did not practice. He's out with an ankle injury. Don't know his status for the game, but he did not practice yesterday. So it should be another game where the 49ers can line up with George Kittle, Trent Williams, and Murph.
Run it again! Run it again!
And you said 69.
169,
yes,
which I like better than 170. Nice.
Hey, shout out to Gronk in Marcus there, buddy.
Hey, shout out to Gronk being at Radio Row on Army Navy yesterday.
Are you going to get some Gronk?
We're trying to chase him down. Stand by. Hopefully we can get Gronk on.
Big goofy Gronk and Marcus chopping it up.
Hilarious.
That'd be good. Do you get some low-key, some good stuff on Radio Row?
Yeah.
That'll be really fun, man. All right, well, anyway, so here's how I leave it, because this is my last time talking to you guys before heading off to Dublin and coming. I'm at the point where the Niners have me so confident that they can win and cover this game because of Kyle Shanahan, because of Christian McCaffrey, because of Brock Purdy, because of the way their secondary is playing. But I will say this is the one game that gives you a little pause. Do they have the gas tank to bounce back? Do they have the gas tank to bounce back? That's what we'll talk to Matt Mayoko about at 9:15 too. So that's the external question that even Greg Cosell brought up. All right, cooler of content coming your way next. The best sound out there to make you chuckle on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mike Silver stopped by the Pop and Lunch Show yesterday morning to talk about the 49ers win over the Eagles and where he places Brock Purdy in the MVP conversation. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content. We still haven't given away the Amici's gift card. And that will be at some point. Matt Mayoko is going to join us at 9:15. And, of course, you've already enjoyed Greg Cosell and Mike Krukow. Juan Soto to the Yankees. No Shohei Ohtani news for you. You know a story we haven't hit yet, which we got to? That Jags guy, that Jacksonville Jaguars employee embezzling $22 million. You hear that?
$22 million.
Bro. Embezzling $22 million.
What does this guy think he is, an NFL quarterback trying to get $22 million? Like, he's taking home more money than any other running back in the NFL.
A lot of jokes about players who have stolen money from teams in the past with lack of performance, you know what I mean? So, like, who comes to mind? Who?
Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders? Oh, sorry, too close to home? Too close to home? I'm just trying to go with some recent storylines, Murph.
Oh, man.
There he is. He's just standing there on the sideline looking pretty.
He's not making ladies dance wearing those Niners pants.
Not wearing those silver and black pants, I'll tell you that.
Hey, so this about 45 minutes ago, Robbie Gould announced his retirement. I guess that rules out. It's Jake Moody or bust, buddy.
It's Moody or nothing.
Have you noticed during this entire little burst where they're blowing out, we have had no Moody incidents?
The 49ers have been in one situation this year to kick a game-winning field goal, and they missed it in Cleveland in bad weather. Murph, it's the only thing. It's like when we talk about it, Super Bowl or bust for the 49ers, how stacked and loaded this roster is, I can't help but think about a playoff situation where it's going to be Jake Moody, not Robbie Gould, out there potentially kicking a game-winning field goal.
I know. I kind of, believe it or not, there's weird parts of me that when the Niners get in the red zone, I kind of want them to not score because I need this guy to get some kicks up. I need him to break out. I need him to just start repping. I need him to get reps in. Like, I'm willing to settle for the 3 so that Moody can break a sweat and learn how to handle it. But right, you know what he did last week? He kicked 6 PATs last week.
I mean, yeah.
So, anyway,
PATs are nice, but they ain't winning ball games.
It's not like this, which is January of 2022 in the snow. Are we sure I have the right one now? Young Tony's been doing great, and I threw him a hot potato right here. January of 2022, 21 season, where the Niners wind up losing the NFC Championship to the Rams? No.
Yes, that was the Rams year, yeah. That's when Aaron Donald was spinning around Jimmy G at the end of the game.
Damn, he's still coming after Jimmy.
I'm just still throwing slander out here.
Jimmy got the team down into field goal position in the snow in Green Bay, and the guy who just retired, who's not Jake Moody, did this.
And Robbie Gould to kick the 49ers to the NFC title game. We'll try to win it here from 45. Pepper's snap. There's a little high pull down by Wisnowski. Robbie Gould has it away, and it is gone! Robbie Gould has kicked the 49ers to victory here in Green Bay.
That golden leg of Robbie Gould going to an NFC championship game. The Packers 3 years in a row now have been put out the divisional round. Aaron Rodgers 0-4 against the 49ers. The defense played their hearts out, and the offense made plays pop empty in the tank when they had to.
Stunning.
Unbelievable.
Nicely done there, Tony. There's our tribute to Robbie Gould there, man.
And that was also the same game where Robbie Gould, I believe, was caught on camera saying
blank the Packers or whatever.
Packers,
yeah, something like that. Also, there was the game where Jim Harbaugh. No, Harbaugh would have been 10 years earlier. My bad. They won a game when Phil Dawson had a kick to beat them. Remember Phil Dawson?
Yeah, I remember.
He and Matt Barrows got kissed on the head by Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh running down the hallway after the win, pulled little Matt Barrows in and smooched him on the head, which is a hairless head, I might add.
Yeah.
Easy to kiss.
Of a nice Matt Barrows. Also, by the way, I just looked out to my left. Now, you're not able to see this on the live stream on Twitch or on YouTube at KNBR 1045, but if you look down the hallway, there's the oil painting, Murph, of Aaron Rodgers and the sadness walking off the field.
Yeah. You know what's funny? A buddy of mine, Coach Jeff, texted me the other day looking for... He wanted something. He said he was getting into it with some Packers fans, and he wanted that image to throw at them. But yeah, that's from that game.
Yeah, by the way, that's a pretty expensive photo to just be kind of sitting there on the ground in the bullpen, Murph.
You guys don't even want to know, really. You don't even want to know what I did. What I do for the show.
There it is.
What I do for the show.
Always for the show, Murph.
There you go, buddy. Big Nick Turturro is back in our lives.
It's about damn time, Murph.
Nicky T. Yes! Wow, that was a 58-yarder in 2010 by Phil Dawson that caused the kiss? I didn't know that. That's a hell of a stat. Cope's just ran that. Cope's working his ass off. Yes! Nicky Turturro's back in our lives. He's our Yankee fan, right? And obviously the biggest news in the sports world really yesterday was the Juan Soto trade. So, Big Nick, it's been a while, buddy.
Too long.
What do you say?
All right. It's official. That's what I'm hearing. Juan Soto's a Yankee. About time we got ourselves a real legitimate number 3 hitter. Now, Judge Soto. Very nice. Lefty, righty. He's going to kill in that bandbox. Welcome to New York, Soto. All right, baby. Let's have a monster season. We'll sign you for a bunch of years, all right? Happy to have a good lefty. And the other kid from the Red Sox. Not bad either, Verdugo. All right. We had to do it. We had to do it.
There he is. He's back, baby, with the F-bombs and everything.
And the best part about this visual, too, is he's at like a Christmas tree lot. Like
really?
He's walking like in and out of Christmas trees, and you can see like strangers in the background. And here's Nicky T giving hot takes on the Yankees.
That is awesome, and I like that. I think the one you keep from that is the "You have a great year. We'll sign you for a lot of years."
A lot of years.
Where you said yes. You'll be hearing that in Boston, buddy.
Oh, a bunch of it.
That kind of stuff. So anyway, congrats to Big Nick making it back into the cooler content after all these years.
Yeah. Let's have a monster season. We'll sign you for a bunch of years. All right.
There it is. Well, young Tony, the chops of a young Tony. Okay, next up, Brandon Ingram, Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans. They play tonight. You ready for this?
No, not really.
Well, you'll be in Boston. You land around 10:45, something like
around
that?
10:45.
Oh, so 7:45 Pacific. You might catch the second half of the...
All right, I might catch an end of it, yeah.
Lakers
Pelicans.
So you heading to a tavern?
That's who everybody was expecting in the in-season
Where
tournament
are you guys broadcasting from tomorrow, you know?
Dude, Murph, you're asking me all these questions. I don't got the answers.
Holler's your guy?
Yeah, Mike Holler's my number one man.
Boy, that's iffy.
He's leading me into the darkness.
Can we get a tarmac water blood?
Tarmac, yeah. I'll schedule that for you.
All right, anyway... Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson, it's just kind of funny. They just kind of a goofy laugh here when they're asked about winning the tournament because they're in the Final Four. Here it is.
You mentioned that you guys like to have fun. Have you thought at all about how you're going to celebrate if you're able to pull this off?
Man. Nah, we ain't thought about it, but I know it's going to be a good time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I mean, what are they talking about here? What are we... Damn.
I think I know what they're talking about, Murph.
Okay. All right. Well, they'll be in Vegas, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And we know there's a lot of gentleman clubs out in Las Vegas.
Okay. Man, the laugh is...
I mean, the way that they looked at each other.
Buddy. Keep that one around.
By the end of this
Put
NBA...
that in the beginning of your young Tony file. That one's got to go in.
Like, I know, like, someone like James Harden is a legend down in Houston. I believe there's actually a gentleman's club that has his jersey retired
Honest
in
to
the
goodness.
rafters.
I did not know
That's
that.
a real story.
That's incredible.
We might be seeing Zion and Brandon Ingram with their jerseys
Wait,
up at
James
the...
Harden's jersey's retired.
Oh, it's
at a gentleman's
retired.
club.
It's retired at a gentleman's
How
club.
ironic that a piece of clothing is retired at a place where people get naked.
Nice, Murph,
So there you
nice.
go. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, man, I guess we got to hang with Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson and learn what this chuckle's all about, young Tony. I mean yeah. Something.
I mean, that's the thing, Murph. We might be seeing
There it is. buddy.
Zion's jersey up at the Spearmint Rhino at the end of this month.
That's kind of gets a little costly, but I guess if you win $500K, then what's 25K out of that? You know what
I
mean?
think they're
So-
spending probably more than that, Murph.
Now, according to Holler, it's the Westin Copley Place. I've stayed at that place.
Oh,
you guys
thanks,
are right in the
Mike.
middle of the city.
Uh-huh. That's my guy taking care of me.
Well, that's good. That means you're just stumbling down to the lobby. It means you don't have to make a big commute.
That means always stumbling all around Boston.
Yeah,
Murph.
you will. Yes, you will. Wearing a Yankee hat and a Charles Woodson jersey.
Come at me, bro. Come at me.
They're so far past the tuck rule, they wouldn't even know what the Woodson jersey
No,
means.
they'd be so confused.
They'd be like, what are you talking about?
Uh-huh.
They're like, we won 6. I don't even know what you're talking about. Luka Doncic has become a real cursor. Did you know this? He curses a ton. Do you think if you moved to Slovenia, you'd pick up Slovenian curse words? I don't know.
It'd be like the number one thing I'm interested in
Well,
learning.
he does it all the time, and he did it last night twice. Yeah.
Yeah, the point I said before the game, we just can't around and we just
You haven't been getting sleep. You haven't been getting sleep. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry, but we came out with great energy, on the offensive end.
I mean, we've talked about this. The FCC or whatever, the door has been so thoroughly kicked down now on swearing on live TV, and it all goes back to Big Papi. This is our blank and city. That was like the for me. I guess Lincecum, blank, yeah, right. Lincecum, blank, yeah, Papi, and now, dude, it's almost daily. I mean, McAfee, right?
And I'm perfectly fine with it. Like, I don't get why as a society, I mean, like, look what's on our TV screens. Whether it's like Breaking Bad, like I can have Walter White making meth, but I can't have someone drop an F-bomb.
Waterbud, have you driven in the car with me with the kids when I'm hitting Pandora now on Channel 3? Hey now. They make Luka Doncic sound like Sesame Street. All right, dude?
And by the way, when Luka's out here dropping a triple-double in the first half last night, he can say whatever the hell he wants, dude.
Yeah.
A triple-double in the first half, Murph.
Mo Wagner, right? Of the Orlando Magic. He went on Pardon My Take and told a story about trash talking KD. The reason this came to my attention was KD retweeted this and wrote, "Man, I thought this rookie was the total a-hole." And Mo Wagner tells why Durant thinks that.
One of the first times I matched up against Kevin Durant, and obviously, dude, I'm a huge NBA fan, right? Like, I know all these guys from YouTube. I watch all these games at night. Franz and I would get up at night, watch these players. So all of a sudden, I'm on the court with them, and obviously, my first year, I'm a little starstruck. And Kevin Durant guards me, and I think he's not taking me serious at all. He doesn't even know who I was. And I'm like on a pick and pop 3, and he fouls me. And I didn't realize it was him, and like turned around and said, "Yeah, you can't guard me." That's crazy. I have no credibility whatsoever at this point. And it's Kevin Durant I just talked smack to.
Yeah.
And at that point, it was the Warriors. He was on the Warriors, and it was him, Draymond Green, and DeMarcus Cousins that were on the free throw line, box out, talking shit to me.
Whoa, wait, we almost got there. It's all right. It's what happened. I'm telling you guys.
It's live
everywhere.
radio. Everybody's swearing these days,
everywhere.
Murph.
It's everywhere.
It's like your kid said, Murph. It's everywhere.
So, I mean, NBA, God, it's too bad NBA players aren't more mic'd up. There's so much trash talking goes on in every possession. We don't even realize it. We got Mo Wagner out here trash talking Kevin Durant.
I mean, one of the best parts of watching Warriors games, like with a crowd like last night, is like when guys are shooting free throws and you can hear Draymond on the court talking S.
Yeah.
And like that stuff should bleed through more, I think.
Yeah, good stuff. But we have a long one. I know we're up against it time-wise, but we got to get to at some point Rasheed Wallace saying that Draymond, and I've never heard this story, that Draymond was around the Pistons when he was a teenager. I've never heard this. Have I been sleeping on this story?
Well, that
I always
goes
thought
back
he was in
to
Saginaw.
And that goes back to like his relationship with Joe Dumars,
I guess
right?
and I guess he was friends with Dumar's kid. Mm-hmm. And then Dumars, who's now just doling out these
He's the one handing out the punishments to Draymond.
But Rasheed Wallace said he thinks Draymond learned all sorts of bully behavior from those Pistons in the early 00s. But hey, last one, and hopefully this one's bleeped out. But did you know that last night the Mavericks beat the Jazz 147-97?
Yeah, it's because Luka put up a triple-double in the first half. That's how.
And did you know the Jazz have a coach named Will Hardy right now? You guys down? He coins a nice phrase here, I think, that we should put into the lexicon here.
That was an absolutely horrendous performance from start to finish. That was a masterpiece of dog.
That's incredible.
A masterpiece.
A masterpiece of dog ass. Dude, that's like, I'm tucking that thing around.
I've never heard those two lines used in the same sentence.
No.
Dog ass and masterpiece.
No, and I'm out there.
That was a masterpiece of dog.
And I'm going to think about that because I'm out there picking it up every day with Trixie and Flash.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because we do that in our neighborhood. We pick up. You know what I mean?
Dude, thank you, dude.
All right. So
my lawn is full of it.
Get out of here.
Dude, you don't want to come. Dude, I told you, my neighborhood, I got to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, you do. You guys are using your lawn?
Dude, my lawn.
And they're not picking up?
No, dude. Like, they're so lucky they haven't been caught by me.
Bro, that's unacceptable.
It's disrespectful.
That's a masterpiece of dog ass.
It's definitely not a masterpiece. And Murph, I just checked the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. They're saying that the Murph and Marcus show is a masterpiece of dog ass.
You knew that was on a tee. That was an easy one. All right, well, there's your cooler content, guys. Fun stuff with a lot of curse words. My God, Nikki, you know. Our goal is to have a curse-free cooler at some point.
Nah, give me more curse words.
Well, Brandon Ingman and Zion Williamson kept it clean. They just kind of...
Their plans aren't that clean, though, Murph.
Exactly. And they're just cackling, too. They're cackling. All right, guys. Here's the deal. Matt Mayo... I'm telling you guys, man.
Having the time of their lives.
You get $500K, that's an easy,
$500K in Vegas.
What do you... Well...
I'm guessing that $500K ain't making it out of Vegas.
No. It's going back into the local economy, as they say. Yes. All right, here's the deal. Matt Mayoko at 9:15. We do, of course, have to talk about that Warrior game last night. It was. I'm going to steal from my man Ron Krojcik in the Chronicle. Sluggish and detached, and yet somehow, some way, we're going to call it a win. Why? We'll tell you why next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
That was a masterpiece of dog.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk about the good people at Marin Health in the North Bay. World-class health. World-class beauty, of course, in the North Bay. World-class health, Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2 seconds here. That three doesn't matter. And the Dubs, they were down 11 at various points in the game. They finally took their first lead in the fourth, and they win it 110-106. Going to see a lot of the Blazers. We've seen a lot of the Suns. You're going to see OKC for the fourth and final time on Friday.
There's old Fitz saying the Warriors won the game last night, and they did. It was sluggish. It was weird. And we'll get into it on the other side as to kind of the nuts and bolts of that win. I don't know if it's funny, the win, I don't know how much the win inspired people. Most people were sort of grumbling after the win, 110-106.
Yeah, I don't think too many people are happy outside of Steph Curry and Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, agreed. Hey, but I want to do two things. One, tell you that we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call the man, Greg O'Donnell, at 866-496-2300. And two, I wanted to give away our Amici's gift card. Now's the time. Now is the time to call 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. Be caller number 10. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 13 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite East Coast style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. So check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. Sounds pretty good, although I will say, and I'm saying this with respect to Amici's, which I love, obviously, but there is no Amici's in Boston. I've given you now 3 places, and I'm hoping you bat at least 333, but I'm hoping you bat 667, and in an ideal world, 1,000. I don't know how you can squeeze all 3. But I gave you Pizzeria Regina in the North End. The advantage to that is you'd be in the North End, walking distance to some great Italian joints and just kind of the vibe and the architecture of the old Italian neighborhood. Santarpio's now different deal. You're going to have to get into a cab, and that's going to be a destination where you just hit it and quit it. There's nothing around there. Ooh. Kind of a lonely place. In
My
the middle.
favorite style, Murph.
So, but that I told Paulie I feel like I'm on a Martin Scorsese movie set in there. And then Frank Pepe is, probably the best pizza in the world outside of Amici's. And but it's not the original. That's in New Haven, Connecticut. But this is their branch at a mall in Chestnut Hill next to a Macy's. You're like, wait, what? But yes, the answer is yes.
Now, what's the strategy I should go with here? Should I go for the same kind of slice? Do I stick pepperoni? Do I go with the sausages? Do I go straight cheese just to get the actual experience?
Yeah, the answer is yes.
Everything.
The answer is
I'm
yes.
going to get 3 slices from each place.
I will say, if you do get to Pepe, you might want to go. You want to get a couple of pies.
A couple.
And the white clam. You might want to do the white clam, buddy.
That New Haven style. I've heard so much about it.
The one I gave to Jeremiah Crow. What Paul used to always say was like my most generous act ever was giving that pizza to Jeremiah Crow.
I'm surprised he was able to pull it from your cold, dead hands, Murph.
Well, Paul is not a white clam guy. He was not at all. So I was able to eat that and order that and then gave it to Crow. But anyway, I'm excited for you. And then you're in Holer's hands, right? The rest of the way?
That's it. Mike Holer is my guardian for this weekend.
Right. And it is so interesting. You're going to Boston, your least favorite sports city in America.
Oh, number one.
Number one.
But I do have some family ties. Shout out to my grandma, R.I.P. She's originally from New Bedford. So I'll be going down to some Correa territory, which, of course, brings up the riffs of me not interviewing Carlos Correa last year.
Yeah, this is
even
true.
Though he shares the same last name as my grandma.
Wait, Carlos Correa is not... Wait, he's not connected to Massachusetts, is he? What do you mean?
I don't think so, but my grandma, she's from Portuguese descent. Her last name's Correa.
Oh, her name's Correa. Okay, I got you. There you go.
That's my mom's maiden name.
And also, so you are... Which team do you hate more, the Red Sox or the Patriots?
Red Sox.
Okay.
Red Sox are number 1 on Mount Hate More. Patriots are close right behind them, but it's definitely in order. I hate the Red Sox, I hate the Patriots, and I hate the Celtics too.
Can I ask kind of an improper, untoward PG-13 question?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Will you go by Fenway late at night and, I don't know, and maybe just trying to lighten the mood here, maybe relieve yourself?
I was going to say, I was already 2 steps ahead of you. I've already taken inspiration from Manny Ramirez. Remember when Manny
Oh, he went
on the Green Monster?
Yeah.
That's the plan
I think,
for the water
didn't he go
boy.
inside?
He did, and he got caught like mid-inning trying to
You're
zip his
not going to
pants
go
up.
relieve yourself on Fenway Park.
Hey, stay tuned. We'll talk on Monday. I'll tell
that's
you.
Fenway Park.
I'll tell you everything, Murph.
What's next? The,
Why not? 49er fans can go put a Brock Purdy jersey on the Rocky statue. I can do whatever the hell I want, Murph.
I mean, I'm going to get dark here now. I'm going to go down this road just for the hell of it. I know, probably shouldn't here, but I say.
Let's get dark.
I say, what, are you going to relieve yourself on Fenway Park and American Institution? What's next? The U.S. Capitol building? You had to.
Thank you,
You
Murph.
had to.
Too easy.
Hey, by the way, there's a school taking a field trip across the street right now.
Hey, what's up, kids?
Okay, so I told you guys Warriors. Let's get into it because, guys, I know Gen Z, you guys hate Steve Kerr. You guys think he's doing it all wrong.
Gen Z got
What's
Kerr.
he ever done? But last night, Kerr either deserves criticism or praise on how it went down. Depends on how you look at Steve Kerr.
You be the judge.
Is the glass half Kerr or half empty? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Amici's. So, yeah, we talked about Boston pizza. Now we're talking about San Francisco pizza. Amici's. East Coast Pizzeria, the best. I told you, man, my recent trip with Richard and them to go sit down, and they have a great New Haven white clam. They really do. And I even got it half baked and took it home. So you bake it and it's fresh and it comes. Oh, man. Now I want that right now. Anyway, I'm here to talk to you guys about holiday catering. Because holiday catering is what Amici's can do for you. You're all working. Listen, we're trying to bring everybody together back in the office. You're looking for somebody to cater your company holiday party, Amici's. Full range of customizable options, ideal portion sizes. So you can order, pizzas, pastas, salads, flame-roasted chicken wings. You can get them in larger sizes. And it depends what your group size is. They'll help you out. So you go to the website, amicis.com, or download the new app, the new Amici's app, and check out the catering menu. The catering menu has all the answers you need. So when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered holiday party this year, Amici's delivers.
This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Curry to Wiggins, shot clock at 7. Wiggins to the rim, off iron, Kamara with a rebound. And then Kuminga the steal. About a 4-second plus game shot clock difference. They're not going to foul. Portland does have a foul to give. If they have to foul twice. Well, if they make the shot, they'll still be one possession game unless they make it 3. Curry 3! 2 seconds here. That 3 doesn't matter. And the Dubs, they were down 11 at various points in the game. They finally took their first lead in the 4th. And they win it 110-106. Going to see a lot of the Blazers. We've seen a lot of the Suns. You're going to see OKC for the 4th and final time on Friday.
The familiar sounds of Bob Fitzgerald calling a Warrior win. That was not always going to be a Warrior win. Warriors were bad last night for almost the entire game at home against Portland. And yet when they had to, you heard Steph Curry hit the big 3. And that other name, Kuminga, doing his thing there. So the Warriors pull one out. 110-106. Actually, did I say the score without calling it in? It ain't official till you call it in now. As the old newspaper guy in me would tell you. I'll also tell you that Kyle Shanahan joins Tolbert and Copes today at 3:30 this afternoon. So we got to call it in.
You have
because, you have Bruce Frazier, assistant coach. He grabs the phone. He calls Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, to report the score. It's not official.
Skinny boy.
Well, he went to sleep. Woke him up. He said, wait, when I went to sleep, you guys look sluggish, tired, detached, and we're going to lose. He said, yeah, well, guess what? Johnny Kuminga happened. So put it in the books, skinny boy. Golden State Warriors 110, Portland Trailblazers 106.
Woo! Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Was it beautiful basketball?
No, it was terrible basketball for 3 quarters until Steph Curry decided to take over in the second half, dribbling out of double teams to the basket. And what the hell were the Portland Trailblazers letting Steph Curry do by shooting a 3-pointer when they had a 1-point lead? That was the dagger. That put the Warriors up 4. Portland's got to know in that situation, you cannot let Steph Curry shoot from downtown.
Yeah, but he has a way of getting his shot. You know what I mean? Portland's 6-14, by the way. This is not a good team.
No, I mean, the Warriors were a double-digit favorite going into that game last night. They should have blown out the Trailblazers.
They were trailing almost the entire game, so it was down 98-92 with 5.5 to play, and it just looked lifeless, too. Also, adding to the game was a weird environment of the game because the game had only been scheduled just last week. And I told this to the earlier crowd, but, I'm part of the season ticket holder crew, and we have our draft, and then the schedule came out, and it said, TBD on this week. Like, what do you mean TBD? They're like, well, we don't know if we're going to the in-season tournament or not. I'd say the biggest flaw of the in-season tournament is for ticket drafts for season ticket holders is you know what the hell to do with that game. Who's like, who wants that game? I don't know what game is it. We don't know what it is. So
yeah, who the hell are the Warriors playing? Is it the Warriors? Is it the Santa Cruz? Is it the Santa Cruz Warriors that we saw last night? Like, what the hell?
The Lakers. It could have been somebody like that. Instead, it was Portland on a short notice. Somebody texted in and told us that the place was empty 10 minutes before the game.
It felt empty.
But they eventually filled up, he said. And because, it's the Warriors, they're going to pack the house.
True, but it was a quiet crowd, and that's why Steph Curry needed to fire up the crowd.
Which is always sad.
Which is always a point of controversy, I know, with you, comparing the fans in San Francisco versus the old fans out in Oakland.
I would pretty much guarantee you that if the exact same circumstances were applied to a game in Oakland, you would have had the same environment.
I mean, here's
Warriors
the thing.
being 9-11, Klay being ice cold, a game that was scheduled the week before.
It's a Wednesday night game against the Portland Trailblazers who do not have Damian Lillard anymore.
And so it's just, and the Warriors' start has not been inspiring people. In fact, that got to what I said in the tease. It's pissing people off. People are mad about the way Steve Kerr's running his rotations now. I know, right? So he was playing Moses Moody, though, last night, and Brandon Pajemski. but not Jonathan Kuminga.
And this comes 2 weeks after Moses Moody was not in the rotation and only broke into it because of the injuries to GP2 and Chris Paul.
Yeah, so it's murky, and we have quotes from Steve Kerr afterwards saying he still hasn't figured it out.
No.
He still hasn't figured it out. But what he did figure out yesterday was that he had to put Kuminga in the game. So at a certain point, like I said, you either criticize Steve Kerr for saying, I'm not playing Kuminga tonight, which is always wild. You're like, wait, you're not playing Jonathan Kuminga? He's a 21-year-old. Kid's got just springs for legs. He's got a full gas tank. If anything, you guys are old. You need to be young. And it's like, no, I'm not going to play.
It's like, no, it's fine, Murph. We've had 3 days off. All of our old guys are rested and ready to go. Just not until the fourth quarter last night.
But Moses Moody is young, and Brandon Pajemski's young.
These are all first-rounders we're talking about.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So Moses played 26 minutes, Pajemski 21. But Kuminga wasn't playing anything until there's 4:40 to go in the third quarter, and this is where you got to credit Kerr, because he went in and said, I got to change. I got to put Kuminga in. And man, oh man, did Kuminga deliver 6 of 6 from the field
instantly.
Like,
you're talking about the spark, the athleticism, the energy, him driving down the court, throwing down dunks, him throwing down alley-oops, him getting steals and kicking it out to Steph Curry. Like, we just got done talking about Klay Thompson and how he was 0 for 6 from three-point range until that third quarter. Well, one of those assists came off of a Jonathan Kuminga screen. He got Klay the ball, got him an open shot, and got Klay going a little bit in that fourth quarter.
I know single-game plus-minuses are controversial, but when they suit your argument, they're useful. And he was a plus 13 last night.
That's it.
In a game they won by 4.
There it is.
Right?
So he was the difference.
So here's Kerr after the game saying, yeah, man, I couldn't figure it out, and ultimately it was Kuminga.
Every night's going to be different with this team. That's what I'm finding out. What we need each night seems to be different depending on the matchup, depending on how the game's going. It's hard to predict what's going to happen each night. It's also hard to play 10 or 11 guys. So I don't think we know. I think I said it to you guys last week. I mean, we have a deep team, deep roster, but we don't have roster clarity in terms of who's going to play every single night. And so everybody's just got to stay ready. And I'm really proud of JK that he did that. And he was really the reason we won.
So there you go. Kuminga gets one. Warriors, by the way, going to OKC on Friday to play a winning team, the Thunder. So we'll see what happens with the rotations there. But a couple more things on last night. Kuminga himself, by the way, this kid's come all the way from the Congo to, at age, 18? I mean, my God, the life changes this guy's gone through. Come learn a language. I mean, maybe you drop me in the Congo, it ain't going to go too well.
Yeah, he's still only 21 years old.
Yes, he's 21.
Yes, that's what I feel like a lot of people
forget. Younger than young Tony?
I believe so, right? Tony, you're what, 22? He's 25.
Who's the youngest kid? Was Kyle?
Kyle's
California
like 22, 23. Case, you're what, like 24?
All these guys are older than...
Okay, 20, 23.
All these guys are older than Kuminga.
How about that? the guys who are running the board, Case is 28, I'm 30, Tony's 24, you said? And Kuminga's 21.
Yeah.
How about that? And by the way, Brock Purdy, 23.
How about that?
Yeah.
Generations. These are the guys who hate Steve Kerr.
This is it.
I'm kidding. Anyway, here's Kuminga last night doing the interview with a towel on his head, by the way. It was a unique look to throw. I may actually do the show with a towel on my head one day. Kind of shake it up a little bit.
I'm still waiting for you to show up in a bucket hat.
We're on YouTube. Well, I got him. I could if you need it. Anyway, here's Kuminga. Stay ready, baby. Stay ready.
Just going throughout this game, I find out that I wasn't playing right when I got on the bench. And, as a player, you always got to stay ready. And I feel like I was patient. I was being ready because I knew at some point, because the way the game was going, I knew at some point I was going to get my name called. So I was just staying ready, and things happened after that.
Stay ready. Shout out Lonnie Walker IV.
Yeah.
You guys remember the man who really, honestly, was the difference in the Warrior-Lakers series?
It was.
Because he came off that bench. What did he score? Like 15 in the fourth quarter? 17, 19, something like that?
He was like the human microwave the way he heated up.
They talked about how he was like the 12th guy on the bench, but he's part of the crew they call the Stay Readies.
That's it. And it's probably like, I know we talk a lot about our dads and the messages they've sent us and like kind of told us over the years. One of the greatest like lessons I learned from my pops was, failing to prepare is preparing to fail.
The great John Wooden.
So you always have to be in a situation to be ready for when your number is called, Murph.
And as you've proven, my friend.
That's it.
But the catch being is that it's easier said than done. Hey, yeah, you're not playing tonight. Okay, well, I'll stay ready.
Yeah, that's it. Like, you can't just kick your feet up and like, Steve said I'm not in the rotation tonight.
It'd be very easy to.
Yeah, he could have been sitting on the sideline eating popcorn or something, but he was ready to go.
You if only you knew the resentment that simmered through my body when I got benched my senior year in high school basketball when one of my best friends took my spot, too.
That's tough.
Let me tell you something, Marcus. I wasn't staying ready.
No, but you have to be a team player.
Somebody needed to tell me that.
Yeah.
'Cause I was too pissed. You know what I mean? So you have to.
understand.
It's hard. Try telling a kid that. I'm dealing with middle school kids. I'm trying to tell them, it's okay if but they don't understand.
I mean, it goes back to of course, we talk a lot about old school baseball and a guy laying down a bunt to sacrifice himself for the greater good of the team. Yeah. But now you look at baseball these days, everybody's like, oh, I'm swinging for the fences. It's all about hitting home runs. It's no, play some small ball, help your teammates out. Everybody's got to buy into the system. Everybody's got to buy into the culture, Murph.
The great Jim Harbaugh would say, per Bo Schembechler, the team.
The team.
Another John Wooden one, happiness begins where selfishness ends. Remember I told that to George Kittle? He went nuts. He goes, oh, say that again.
That's good. And if we're given life-changing quotes, how about we quote our friend who said, it's all about the show, not yourself, about the show, Murph.
There
if
you go,
know,
buddy.
you know. It's about the show.
Or how about I want to rock and roll all night and party every day?
Hey, that works too.
Hey, guys, back to the sound from last night. Steve Kerr more on the big picture of these rotations. And he says it's a puzzle. He's still putting it together.
I've really been patient and hoping to get our first unit, from the last couple of years into a good groove. It's just easier to play and to coach when everybody knows exactly where they fit in. And role players, it's easier to play a role when, there's kind of a set rotation and, the stars are playing well and all that. So everything, the puzzle kind of fits. So to be honest, the puzzle hasn't fit this year. And we've had a lot of guys playing well, but we may have to think about, moving the starting lineup around game to game, depending on who we're facing. I'd still prefer to get something solid, but we haven't really established anything this year. And we're a quarter of the way through. So there's definitely, a lot of thought that's going to have to go into this.
Yeah, it's kind of that's the first time we played that quote this morning. It's sort of foreboding about, we have to look at the starting lineup and put a lot of thought into this. Are we talking number 11 here, buddy?
I think he's
it seems like he's untouchable.
Down.
They won't touch him because he's Klay, and we all love Klay, and it's
correct.
4 championships. But he's talking about, you ain't moving Curry, I'll tell you that.
No. And I think that's the thing that stands out to me about that quote, Murph. If you can't figure out the puzzle, I guess the question is, do you have the right puzzle pieces?
Yeah, well.
And that's the big thing with this Warriors roster. With the logjam right now of Wiggins and Klay in the starting lineup, then you got to figure out what to do with CP3 when you have the emergence of Podziemski and Moses Moody. I know yesterday we were talking to Dan Favale from Bleacher Report, and he was talking about moving guys like Kuminga or CP3.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of trade scenarios, and I don't know, are you one of the people who think, hey, we're 21 games into the season, you can't say it's early anymore, but to me, we're not even at Christmas Day yet.
Yeah, you can't.
So I think it's hard to think about trading a Wiggins or a Klay or a CP3.
We won't know until late January.
Until damn near All-Star break, yeah.
Yeah, All-Star break, February, that kind of stuff. Till we come to the trade deadline, really, is when it comes down to. But man, oh man. By the way, he's talking about puzzles. 808 KNBR, where are you at with a puzzle? I think, how are you? Do you do jigsaw puzzles?
Well, I can have you ask my guy Casey Coast, because this summer we were up at Clear Lake playing Survivor, and we had a puzzle that we had to solve.
But aren't those Survivor puzzles 4 big pieces that you kind of just put them together?
Well, no, this one was a hexagon kind of puzzle. There was 20 different pieces, and shout out to our guy Lice Boy, Jacob Violante. He maxed out on the time. He took half an hour, couldn't solve it. Casey had a good go at it. Then I solved it in 5 minutes, and then here comes Copes stepping up, solving it in 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and say that he was at his there was some sort of home.
That's what I'm saying.
Cooking going on there.
Yep.
You know what I mean? He knew something about
See, it's a little
puzzle.
suspicious. Me, Casey, and Jacob were all hanging out down near the water, and all of a sudden, Copes beat the water boy by 30 seconds on the final puzzle challenge.
Very suspicious.
It's suspicious. I'm calling foul play on Copes.
Shout out renting a place up at Sea Ranch, and on a foggy day as the waves are crashing in, and you just sorting through a 700-piece puzzle. I can't do that. I'm not one of those people. I can't do it.
I'm too impatient.
There's these old ladies that do it. They just hang out. They just sit there with the cat on their lap, and they just do puzzles.
It's therapeutic to some people,
To you?
Piecing all the puzzles. I'm not at that point in my life, Murph. Maybe one day.
All right. Anyway, that's Steve Kerr right now, shoving these pieces around, whether it's Klay Thompson or Andrew Wiggins or Steph Curry, but they get the win last night, 110-106. They moved to 10-11 on the season. Steph scores 31 to save the day, but the guy was Kuminga. Kuminga was the hero last night. He comes in off the bench, like we said, was a plus 13, 6 out of 6 on the field. So now you look at the schedule ahead. Dude, they're going to have to do something they haven't really done, which is get great road wins. At OKC Friday, they're 13-7, OKC. And then at Phoenix next Tuesday, and Phoenix is 12-9, and obviously presents all the problems that Phoenix presents. So it ain't getting any easier. The puzzle's still out there. The pieces are still on the table. And Kerr's just moving them around, just kind of moving them around. You got to look for the corner. Don't you got to look for the corner pieces?
Oh, you've always got to start on the outside and work in, right?
Yeah, you start with corner
You're looking
pieces,
for the edge pieces. Then you got to break it down. But yeah, you're right. The Warriors got to figure out this puzzle. And to your point about their lack of success on the road, which was a huge storyline last year, now this season they started off 5-2 on the road. They're back to 500. 5-5 on the road. The gravitational pull is back.
The 6-2 start was so enticing, and I was calling Dunleavy a gangster and everything, and all of a sudden, no gangsters anywhere. They're 10-11, so 6-2, so they're 4-9 in their last 13. Hey now. Other than that, they got the win last night, which is great.
Let the good times roll, Murph. Let the good times roll.
And you'll be watching them in Boston,
in Beantown.
Like I said, so that's an 8 o'clock tip in Boston, 5 o'clock.
Oh, should I go out in a Draymond Green jersey as I'm trying to antagonize all the Boston locals?
How good would that be?
That would be a good one.
I see you making new friends right around Friday night around 8.
Yeah, I see that in my future too, Murph.
You guys can see that. You're a young man. You got the world in front of you. I'm excited for you.
That's it. I got pizza places and some people to meet.
I'm excited for you, buddy. All right, here's the deal. We gave away the Amici's gift card, and so congrats to that. We should tell you guys that Matt Mayoko, our Thursday staple. And I got to tell you, he had quite the story. I want to hear the story about the glass between the press box and the fans came down. And it was raw animals right in Matt Mayoko's face. And apparently, according to Matt Barrows, my man stayed cool. Cool under pressure. Matt Mayoko, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Puzzle hasn't fit this year.
Bags.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
It's a bag alert. Andrew Baggerly stopped by the Papa and Lunch show yesterday. Actually, it was Tolbert and Copes to talk about Juan Soto being traded from the San Diego Padres to the New York Yankees and what it means for the future of the NL West. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, Murph and Marcus keep rolling with NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Matt Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com.
It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, it's the time we'll make our connection with the great Matt Mayoko, who survived Philadelphia despite the press box glass coming down. I know we haven't made the connection with Matty just yet, so I can share with you the details that Matt Barrows wrote about in his athletic piece about this terrifying incident where the glass came down between the press box and the fans. And apparently the fans, it ain't no joke. Matt describes them basically as like hyenas coming for you. So, it's kind of, I don't know what to tell you guys about Philly, man. It's a different thing. It's a different deal. It's the real deal. It's like, but, obviously, nobody got hurt. But the crazy thing is, Matt Barrows writes that by the fourth quarter, they're all gone. They're all gone.
Well, that's the thing, Murph. And my question isn't this a security breach into the press box? Where the hell was Big Dom at?
Very good, man. Yeah, very good.
Like, he's the lead of security, and he's letting Philly fans break into the press box?
Yeah. Let me find this thing for you, darn.
Come
I
on,
probably should have had it.
Come on.
I should have had it for you.
Too busy dealing with Dre Greenlaw.
I know. But anyway, the point is that we'll ask Matty about it when he comes on. So 49ers Seahawks, we talked to Greg Cosell today. Mm-hmm. He did say that. He said Geno Smith had a nice game against the Dallas Cowboys, so you got to watch out for that.
But also, doesn't that also show you that the Dallas Cowboys defense is all not as hyped up as it's meant to be? When you watch DK Metcalf absolutely tear up Deron Bland a week after being shut down by Travarius Ward?
Yeah, well, Deron Bland usually picks six is something, right?
Well, that's the thing, because all I heard this past weekend before that game was Deron Bland, Defensive Player of the Year, and then he got exposed by DK Metcalf.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, questions for Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area. Matty, so much to get to. Good morning. How are you, brother?
Hey, Matty.
I'm doing well. Good morning, Murph. Good morning, Marcus. Hope everything is moving along in a positive direction.
Well, that's a nice sentiment right there, buddy. Thank you for that positive thought there. So let's get right into the story I'm dying to ask you about, the Philly press box. Dude. My gosh. Barrows, your buddy Matty Barrows wrote about it. And he said you were on the front lines.
I was on the front lines. Yeah, no, I read what he wrote, and I will say that it's accurate.
Describe it for us. Give us the breakdown here.
So we're separated by I don't know, 2 feet, 2 inches from the fans, like the last row right in front of the press box. And it's every year there are a number of people who are more in tune or more focused on turning around and making gestures, and I don't even know how to describe it, but they're more focused on watching and, I don't know, intimidating the people in the press box behind them than actually watching the game. And this poor drunken sap in front of us, like during the whole Dre Greenlaw, Dom DeSandro thing, he was looking at us And he was like, I could kind of, and I don't make eye contact. I'm just looking at my laptop screen and binoculars watching the stuff, but I can sense when somebody's staring at me from, 2 feet away. And so, I'm thinking in my mind, like, he's missing like the one thing that people are going to be, people from Philadelphia are going to be talking about from this game, because he's watching me watch it. And then after they scored on the 1-yard sneak, kind of out of the corner of my eye, I could see Cam Edmond like start to flinch and like, oh no, like what's going on? And this guy with 2 hands above his head starts violently pounding on the window in front of me, making a very loud noise, startling everybody. And then the window starts to separate. And I'm thinking, oh no, is this guy like, is there going to be an incident here?
Yeah.
And so I quickly closed the window. And then I kind of have this suspicion that maybe he kind of sobered up and was like, oh, that was like, maybe he had kind of an out of body experience or something, but I don't think he did anything the rest of the game, because I think he felt like, oh man, I can't believe I just did that. Maybe he didn't.
So we actually found the point where Philly feels shame, like that point. Like,
well, I think, and then thankfully, and there's no cheering in the press box, and I'm watching as an impartial observer. But as soon as the 49ers got the ball back and Deebo Samuel scored, I think that was his second touchdown, that place drew so quiet. Like it went from 100 to like 2, like that. And shortly thereafter, our drunken buddy in a Nick Foles jersey kind of put his tail between his legs and slinked off. And he may or may not have, I heard after the fact that maybe he threw a nasty look at Dieter Kurtenbach, because Dieter, I think, was kind of egging him on a little bit. And I was over here going, Dieter, don't do it. Dieter, don't look at him. Don't feed the animals.
Oh, my God. The fact that Dieter plays a role in this is incredible.
Dieter going to the heart of the beast, yeah.
Well, according to the
I'm thinking, like, I'm the one who will ultimately suffer. Anybody, like Dieter's trying to stir it up, and I'm, like, right by the opening of where this window is opening. I'm like, I'm the one who's going to feel the brunt of the punishment here. And then the Eagles, it wasn't Dom, but I think an Eagles security person came up and with keys in hand, like Schneider, right? From
nice.
whatever.
Very good. Yes.
The tool belt and all that. He came up and locked the window, so we were felt safe after that.
Quick one before I read. I'll just read this passage here from Barrows. Said he pounded so hard that the clasp holding 2 panels of glass together slid open, and suddenly there was no barrier between the fans and reporters. It was like being at the zoo and seeing the cages abruptly open. He said, to his credit, Mayoko kept his cool. Closed the glass.
I tried my best. I didn't make eye contact. I didn't try to show that it was, that I was being ruffled in any way. I didn't want them to have the satisfaction of seeing like fear or panic or anything else. So I just tried to calmly close it. But yeah, the heart was racing a little bit at that point.
Have you been known as a guy who keeps his cool, Matty? That's one of your.
Oh no, I think so. Yeah,
I think so too.
You've known me for many years.
I do.
Yeah. No,
yeah. I'm going to go ahead and say that you were the right guy in the right spot. That's what I'm going to say.
There we go.
and Matt, I'm guessing this is the first time something like this has happened, or have you been to any other stadiums around the NFL where the fan base is this passionate and this lunatic?
And that close.
Yeah.
I think the 3 of those are kind of. I heard from some 49er fans that felt like this game was more tame than. Gosh, I was just talking to people who went to the NFC Championship game and felt like they were in like danger, but then somehow or some reason they went back this week. And I think by and large, what I heard from fans was that their experience just from the Philly fan base was better this time than it was last time, which to a degree surprises me, because people were frothed up about, the perceived lack of respect that the Eagles were getting, and then the fact that it turned, so poorly for them. I would have thought it would have been the other way. So, no, it's a different experience. Philly is, and it's funny, Murph. and Marcus, I see a lot of the same people who travel to away games. They don't go to all the away games, but it's people from around the country who are 49ers fans, people from the Bay Area. And so I always try to kind of get their perspective on how's this stadium experience like. And I would say that, if most of these people say that the Philly fan experience is different, different than most other NFL cities.
It really is, and God bless you for staying cool, and it's hilarious. Matt Barrows surmised that he would have been swept away in the crowd because he's not a big man; he's a smaller man. He thinks he would have been an easy picking. Like he said, he probably never would have been heard from again. That was his take.
I have a suspicion that like after the game we would have been combing the stands and we would have found somebody in a section two sections away, like Cam Inman would have held up, "Hey, is this Barrow's shoe?" I think it would have been something like that.
Wow, Philly delivers.
Hey, over here, I think we found his beanie.
Yeah,
okay.
Man. Yeah. 480 points out. What if they had pulled the glass down in front of Tim Ryan? He would have been, I think T-Rock would have been scraping and tussling.
Well, there was a couple years ago when he was yelling at that Baltimore Ravens fan from the press box saying, "You got a big mouth."
Wow.
So Tim Ryan has gone back and forth with fans before.
Oh, man.
I could see Tim Ryan. I could see that happening, and he'd be like, "Go ahead. Make my day. You try it, buddy."
Well, we have a story from him where when he first got on social media, some guy was coming at him about something, and he famously told us the story about he got on and said, "Hey, buddy," he goes, "I'm going to Chicago. I'll be at the Hotel Monaco." He goes, what? And he famously said, "Why don't you bring your Twitter muscles to find us?"
So awesome.
Oh man. Anyway, all right. Well, listen.
I think Tim stayed on social media for like 7 hours, right? Is that basically the extent of his social media?
Once he got a sniff of what it was like, he was out. We even asked him about Big Dom. He was like, "Big who?" He was asking Big Dom, the guy. Wait. Oh my God. Copes ran in and found this. Check it out. This was Tim Ryan's brush with unruly fans and social media here. Yeah? Nope, not playing? All right, we're good. Let me know. Didn't play. Anyway, it was about his Twitter muscles in Hotel Monaco. Okay, Matty, actual football. I guess the short-term question is Eric Armstead. He's probably not going to play this week? Yeah.
I would say zero chance of him playing this week, and I would say more next week and the week after. So, yeah, my guess is that he misses 2 games, and then the third game would be the Ravens game on Monday night, giving him an extra day of rest for the Monday night game. So to me, that's the one to kind of keep an eye on. But, yeah, I mean, hey, that's why the 49ers got all this depth on the defensive line, right? I mean, Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave are playing so well together. But now it's going to be, a little bit more Javon Kinlaw, a little bit more Kevin Givens, Kalia Davis rose up last week and played. So I would think that the 49ers feel like, there won't be at full strength without Eric Armstead, but giving up something on the front end here to make sure that he's healthy and ready to go and, for the games that matter. We know the 49ers are going to be in the postseason. We don't know if they're going to be the 1, the 2, or the 3 seed. Those are all up in the air, but a healthy and ready to roll Eric Armstead for the postseason is what the 49ers need more than anything.
And Matt, we know how good this 49ers defense is, especially against the run. So I wanted to ask you about Seattle's offense. And obviously on Thanksgiving, Kenny Walker was not in the starting lineup for the Seahawks. How much differently do you view this Seahawks offense and their rushing attack if a guy like Kenneth Walker is available to play this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, look what the 49ers did to DeAndre Swift, though. I mean, and I know Philadelphia fans are like, why didn't they run the ball? They need to run the ball. Well, the reason the Eagles didn't run the ball is because they didn't run the ball effectively. And, I mean, the 49ers' run defense was very good, and, it was playing like a lighter box, too, because 49ers were constantly in their nickel defense because the Eagles throw 3 receivers out there, much the same way the Seahawks will throw 3 receivers out there. I do think Seattle will be more committed to the run. And, one of the guys to kind of keep an eye on is Diamador Lenore. He's the nickel back. which means that he takes the place of the third linebacker. So I think teams look at that and say, at least you think they would look at that and go, okay, he's given up, if Oren Burks is out there, he's like 50 pounds heavier than Diamador Lenore, so let's run at him. But Lenore has proved to be up to the challenge. But I do think that that's an area where they will definitely need to, the Seahawks will need to be able to run the ball effectively and keep the 49ers pass rush kind of, tamped down a little bit so that Geno Smith, the world doesn't know when he's throwing the ball. So that is definitely an area where the Seahawks will have to have more success with Kenneth Walker out there as opposed to the guys they had out there last week.
Yeah, for sure. Last few minutes here with Matt Mayoko telling us his harrowing story of surviving Philadelphia's press box incident, and now getting ready. I guess, it's any given Sunday. It's the NFL, blah, blah, blah. You can't, I can point to any number of results this year that haven't made sense. But just big picture, sometimes they say in sports the hungrier team has the advantage. Seattle has more to play for. I don't want to say the Niners have clinched the West, but they're 3 up with 5 to play, right? So they're in pretty good shape for clinching the West. Seattle's 6-6 and right now 9 seed in the NFC. They got a lot to play for, a lot. So Niners coming off the big win. I know this isn't X's and O's, Armstead's foot or Dima Lenore on the run defense or whatever. This is the ethereal question that's impossible to sort of quantify. But Seattle more desperate, more hungry. Niners ripe for a letdown.
You know what? I think I disagree with that. I think that the 49ers, their sights are set, or their goals are kind of the equivalent of Seattle, but on a higher level. The 49ers really want and are driven to get that number 1 seed. That was the whole talk in the offseason as the season approached, was get off to a good start, because those games that they lost early in the season last year and the games they lost early in the season the year before prevented them from playing their final game, before the Super Bowl at Levi Stadium. So when you're talking about 2 NFC Championship losses in 2 seasons, both of those games on the road, would they have won either of those games at Levi Stadium? Who knows? But let's make there's no secrets here that it's more difficult, and especially last year, going on the road to Philadelphia. So I think they kind of feel a sense of desperation that they can't, they're now within striking range. Now the number 1 seed is within sight, and they need to take care of business against Seattle, and then go home and root for the Cowboys on Sunday night. And then once that takes place, and if the Cowboys can win that game, then the 49ers are in control. I don't get the sense that anybody in Seattle is talking Super Bowl. And so, how much, the 7th seed, the 6th seed, you're on the bubble now for the playoffs. I don't know if that sense of desperation lines up with the 49ers sense of desperation of, we've been there to the NFC Championship game. We want it to be at Levi Stadium. So it's just it's a different type of desperation, I think, for both teams, but maybe they're kind of equal.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, it will be. This game is more almost about the emotions, because we know the personnel's so stone cold. There's going to be no surprises in that. It's going to be about kind of which team focuses and has a more full gas tank. And speaking of full gas tanks, Tim Ryan had a full gas tank for a Twitter guy that pissed him off here. We found it. We found it, Maddie. This is from
okay, I love it.
Back. Here it is. Yeah.
I'll be at the Monaco Hotel on 7th at Pine at 8 a.m. Saturday morning. Why don't you bring those Twitter muscles by and you can punch me in the mouth?
Just throw
that is so good.
Yeah. By the way, given the cross streets and a time too.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I'm surprised
7th and Pine.
I will be in the lounge chair.
I forget.
By the potted plant.
I mean, what's really funny is I went to Chicago with the family this past spring break, and right on the river. What's the name of that street that's right on the river? It starts with a W. Wacker. Yeah, thank you. Hotel Monaco's right there, and I was like, "Is that the Monaco? Is that the one? Is that the one?" So I don't know. Anyway, it feels like it's a historic landmark. All right, Maddie. Well, welcome home. Did you, when you were in Philly, anything extra cool or fun, or is it?
I did a lot of eating of some really good tasting bad food, if you know what I mean.
Did you guys go cheese? Are you still? I mean, you're such a veteran.
You know what
the cheesesteak still has appeal to you after all these years.
You know the great Joe Lenardi, the bracketologist.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, he and I have become pretty good friends.
I did not know.
So
is this through St. Mary's?
Yeah.
Oh my God,
yeah,
dude! You and
Joe
Lunardi? Are you kidding me? With the hair?
Yeah.
Oh man.
So I went to the Big Five Classic, where all the six. It's called the Big Five Classic.
Were you at the?
Six.
What was the venue?
It was at the Wells Fargo Center. But last year I did go to the Palestra for the first time, which is a mecca. So great.
Maddie.
So
Where did Lunardi take you?
He took me. Well, he was just taking me back to the hotel. Then he's like, you know what? I'm kind of hungry. What do you think? I was like, sure. And so we went. It's the old standby, but we went to Pat's. Pat's
awesome.
and with Geno's across the street. I'm not a Geno's guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we stopped at Pat's and had a cheesesteak and. Yeah, absolutely.
That's awesome. Lunardi and Mayoko. The power. Yeah. Oh, man. That's almost like.
Paisans,
I was going to say the only guy missing was Dom DeSandro. He's the only guy missing.
Big Dom.
All right.
He would have kept us safe.
Yeah, he should have been in the press box, Matt. Yeah.
All right, Maddie. Enjoyable hit, buddy, and welcome home. Enjoy the home cooking this week, and we'll talk to you next week.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks a lot, Murph.
That was
Marcus,
fun. That was fun.
Thanks,
yeah,
Matt.
Tim Ryan, that bit. I can't remember the. Do we have a date on that cut? It's like 2018, 17. Were you on the show at the time?
No, I think I came on the show right after that. Because I remember you guys using it almost daily with Tim
I think
Ryan.
Copes made that a thing, didn't he?
Copes used it a lot. That's why as soon as we mentioned it, you saw Copes sprint into the producer box.
Play it again, buddy. You got it for us here?
But I'll be at the Monaco Hotel on 7th at Pine at 8 a.m. Saturday morning. Why don't you bring those Twitter muscles by and you can punch me in the mouth?
It's perfect, dude.
Say no more. All right. Okay. Any final thoughts on the other side about the Hot Stove League and where Shohei Ohtani and Bob Nightingale has something that might send a chill down your spine about
great.
Shohei
Nightingale.
Ohtani?
Yeah, Nightingale,
next
great.
on the Sports Leader.
All right, everybody. Thanks for listening to the Murph and Marcus show this morning. And today we're going to talk about Prize Picks, the most fun I've had winning up to 25 times my money this football season. And now I can play during basketball season too. I can even pick combo projections across both sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projection, and place your entry. You can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. And Prize Picks is the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Join the Prize Pick community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/leader and use the code word LEADER. That's code word LEADER at prizepicks.com/leader for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
I think we can still see some strange things happen, but if you had to rank them right now, you'd certainly look at the Dodgers and Blue Jays as the two favorites.
Any intel, Sandy, as to how the Giants dropped out of the mix? I know there was a lot of speculation that they would be among the front runners for Ohtani's services.
Yeah, I don't really know why or when they would have dropped out. I know there was some speculation that he doesn't really like hitting in that ballpark. Maybe that was a factor for him, obviously, especially knowing that he's only going to be hitting in 2024. He's got his pick of the litter here, so if he doesn't like hitting in a ballpark, it wouldn't make much sense for him to make that his permanent home for 81 games a year.
Oracle Park, our little magical slice of baseball right there, which, by the way, 25 years now? I mean, this will be, 01, 02, 03. I always have trouble. If something opens in 00, when is the actual 10th anniversary? It's like 09, you know what I mean? You got to count 00. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's too much math for me, Murph.
Exactly.
I can't figure that out.
It's too much math.
That's for smarter people than us to figure out.
I literally have to count on my finger. That's how dumb I am. I literally have to do this. So 00 is 1, 01 is 2. That's what's confusing. 01 is 2, 03, 04. So, wait.
Oh, man.
This is a tough
look, Murph.
02, 03,
Come on.
04. This is the 25th season at Oracle Park.
I'm glad you figured that out, Murph.
But people will be confused if you say 2024 is the 25th season, right?
Because it was confusion.
Thank you. Boy, I needed that.
100% confusion, Murph.
That was good.
And you're supposed to be the smart one on this show.
Don't be shy with your soundboard. You got some good stuff over there.
I got you, Murph. I got you.
That sounded great in my ears there.
You want it again?
Yeah.
Because it was confusion.
Yeah, it's just the depth and the resonance. He's right on the mic.
Coach
he's like
Kidd,
right there. Yeah.
deep, yeah.
25th season, and it's been without question. I mean, I told people for the first 10 years that thing was built, first 10 years, that if somebody came to me and woke me up in the middle of the night and said, hey, I'm like, oh, what? They said, hey, do you know that park that's on the water and all that? And I said, yeah, that never happened, man. The game's at Candlesticks, and I'd be like, yeah, of course that makes all the sense in the world. Because it's hard to describe to y'all, you kiddos that I'm working with here, how bad, I mean, I say bad, it's our home, but Candlestick was not a baseball park, dude. It was not a baseball park. And it was windy and cold and miserable and all that stuff.
Yeah, people think it's bad hitting conditions at Oracle Park. Yeah. I couldn't imagine what Candlestick was like.
And yet Barry Bonds willingly came here in 1993. First of all, they gave him big money. I think, you know what it was, what am I ready for this? I think it was 7 years, 42 mil. Or was it 6 years, 42 mil?
Dude.
Single-digit AAV.
So Eduardo Rodriguez just got more than that from the Diamondbacks. 4 years, $80 million.
Dude, he made more in 2 years is the... Eduardo Rodriguez, 4 years, $80 million.
Yeah.
Barry Bonds, 7 years, $42 million.
Oh, my goodness.
And, dude, it was a blockbuster at the time.
Different
but he
times,
willingly
man.
came now, like the catch. I mean, we had Barry. He was Bobby. He was Willie's.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, Barry felt romantic about it. He did. He really, really, really wanted to be where his dad played and where his, as he called him, always my godfather, Willie Mays. My godfather, Willie Mays. And they're still... By the way, both still kicking, still going.
There it is, which leads to the question, does Ohtani have any family members who play for the Giants, Murph?
Oh, man. Well, you do know the history of the first ever Japanese player who played for the Giants. And we, by the way, had him on our show back in 2009. That was pretty funny, man. That was because he didn't fully master the English language, and it was a radio phone interview, and it was just kind of a funny one. The Giants were doing a reunion tour. Anyway, it's the 25th year of the park, and here it is. It's been an insane miracle, right? It's the greatest thing that's ever happened. It's arguably Chase Center.
No, I put Oracle Park above that.
Yeah, because
to me, I romanticize baseball stadiums more because I like being outdoors. I like being able to see the bay, to see the bridge, to see everything in the background. Like, don't get me wrong, Chase Center is nice, but you're inside staring at a basketball court.
Don't forget Jim Nance said of the Chase Center in our very own studio. It's the finest arena in the land. What he said.
It's nice.
The Giants ballpark is such a miracle, and yet it might be what prevents Shohei Ohtani from signing here.
But they moved in the center field fences, Murph.
I know. I mean, listen, if you're Ohtani, doesn't it make sense to you that you don't want to hit at Oracle? Are you like, I'm not going
True,
there.
unless we're going down the route that we were talking with Mike Krukow on Tuesday about maybe putting the plexiglass back up in the right field port walls, because in 2020 during the pandemic, it was a much more friendly hitter park.
I'm confused. Is the plexiglass, is it up or is it not up?
It's not up. As of recently as last year, it was not up.
Bring back the plexiglass.
That's it, man.
Maybe that should be.
It changed the whole ballpark.
You know, the whole, they need a slogan, nothing like it or whatever. Just bring back the plexiglass.
Giants 2024, plexiglass.
So that could get you. Then the other argument against it is, dude, I mean, listen, when you sign a place, first of all, you're playing 81 games not there. Second of all, they have moved in the center field fence and the right field line, and you do the overlay that shows the home runs that he hit that wouldn't have been homers at Oracle, but some would have. And Barry Bonds did his thing there as a left-handed hitter. And also, is there more to life than your home run total, or is that all you're about?
And also, to me, Shohei Ohtani has big league power in every ballpark. Now, obviously, if he's playing at Yankee Stadium, he's going to get a lot more cheap home runs. But he's got the power to put it in the Bay. You want to talk about moving that splash hit counter up?
Yeah.
He's got power to all sides of the field. He can go oppo field, too, and damn near hit it off the Coke bottle.
All right. I teased a Nightingale bit, and this is what it is. So Bob Nightingale, take it for what it's worth. Some people don't like Nightingale, some people do. But he filed this morning. He said the Dodgers telephoned veteran reliever Joe Kelly this week to ask if he would surrender his uniform number 17 to Ohtani. And Kelly said he would be honored to switch uniform numbers for Ohtani. So Nightingale says this could mean nothing or it could mean everything. We're looking for, the point of the matter is we're so desperate for Ohtani news. That's counts as news. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's on the heels of the Dave Roberts story yesterday where he opened his mouth and admitted that they met with Shohei Ohtani. But the comments that I brought up that kind of went under the radar was him being asked about Shohei as a pitcher. And he said, we believe in him as a player. We believe he's going to pitch again. Why is Dave Roberts saying that? I mean, I'm sure those discussions came up.
Are you saying that he knows something we don't know?
I'm saying maybe he knows that Shohei will be pitching in 2025 in Dodger Blue.
So one GM told USA Today Sports that the Dodgers would have no reason to request a player to change his uniform number unless they truly believed Ohtani was signing with them.
Makes sense.
If this indeed happens and he goes to the Dodgers, how are you going to feel? How are you going to feel?
Nightmares, Murph. It goes back to the dreams and nightmare bit that we were running. This is the worst case scenario if he ends up in Dodger Blue.
Man, oh man. Well,
like we were talking all morning about Juan Soto hitting between Stanton and Judge. Can you imagine Ohtani hitting between Betts and Freeman?
So you're saying on the one side you go do up Betts, Ohtani, Freeman, and on the other side you say do up Slater, Yaz, and Conforto.
Don't forget our guy Wilmer.
Wilmer's up there cleaning them up. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Anyway, guys, now so if they don't get him, you snap into action and you go Snell, Bellinger, Chapman. Those three would be very expensive, by the way. All three of those guys want long-term deals at big AAVs, right?
But also, does Cody Bellinger want to come hit in this ballpark?
Yeah, great question.
If that's a negative, and that's why it leads back to the conversation we were having about the trade package that the Yankees gave up for Juan Soto. If you can't convince hitters to sign here, then you are going to have to make a trade. Yeah. You're going to have to give up some of your pitching prospects.
Well, that's what I keep waiting for. I keep waiting for a trade that is going to give me an everyday player under club control. And not something that's going to be a bad contract that you're stuck with or a guy who doesn't want to be here, all that stuff. So I'm just, come on, Farhan.
Well, Murph, let me throw this hypothetical at you because I thought you had a good question earlier this morning asking me about the prospects in the Yankees trade package. Now, they did not give up their top hitting prospect or their top pitching prospect.
I put you on the spot. I made you.
Well, now I've got a good comparison for you.
Oh, you did a little work?
I did a little work in between the break because the four pitchers that were traded to the Padres.
People missed it. We started the show. We were just kicking stuff around. And I said, hey, Waterboy, you're a Yankee guy. I said, give me the Giants comp for the package the Padres sent. And it's, it's like not an exact science. I'm not expecting you to, nail every one of these here. But just in general, ballpark, like what would it have taken for the Giants to get him? So you have the names and the...
So, we'll start with Michael King, who made his debut last year for the Yankees, 28-year-old prospect. Good pitcher, but I would compare him to someone like Keaton Winn.
He had nice numbers, though, King.
He did. Really good numbers. But again, a 28-year-old prospect we're talking about.
Keaton
kind of
younger
in
than
that Keaton Winn, Tristan Beck kind of ballpark.
Okay, so Keaton Winn. Let's just say, just for
those
fun.
Guys. Yeah, we'll go Keaton Winn.
Winn.
You look at a guy like Johnny Brito, maybe you compare him to someone like Mason Black. You look at Drew Thorpe, who's probably the best pitching prospect in this package. I would compare him to a guy like Carson Wisenhunt. Then you look at Randy Vasquez. That's kind of like a Landon Roop. So if you had the option to trade Keaton Winn, Mason Black, Carson Wisenhunt, and Landon Roop for Juan Soto, would you make that trade?
Okay, so man, that's a hell of a question. See, now you get into philosophy of how do you view life. Because you're either one of these people who believes in the magic of prospects, because like prospects are the most like tantalizing things. And frequently, if you look at it in the cold, hard light of day, lots of times they don't work out.
They don't pan out.
Lots of times they don't.
And it goes back to, are you playing for prospects or championships?
There's something romantic about prospects. Like, oh man, we gotta hang on.
Here
to this
comes
guy.
Wissenhunt.
I know. So, I mean, trading all four of those guys are considered. But the other aspect,
but then you get Juan Soto and you keep Kyle Harrison and Marco Luciano.
You get Juan Soto. That's the whole point. You're getting in
Juan
return.
Soto, who's 25 years old.
And to give up something, you got to get something. You got to give up something. You talk about dads. That's the theme of today. Is our dad thing. My dad told me the rule of life is everything in life is a trade-off. You give up something, you get something. To get something, you got. I just bought wheat thins in the snack. I had to pay $1.79 for this little bag of wheat.
No such thing as a free lunch.
It was a trade-off.
There it is.
It was a trade-off. You know what I mean? We wake up early to do our show, but we're off at 10 a.m.
Yeah,
it's a trade-off.
Yeah,
So there you
exactly.
go. So anyway, is it worth it for Juan Soto for 1 year, though? But you guys see the Yankees have a chance to keep him because it's the Yankees. Dun, 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 dun. He's going to hear that. He's like, I'm never leaving. I'm never leaving Frank Sinatra.
Spreading Juan Soto.
Yeah, so, I mean, would the Giants have a chance to, keep him if they kept him here? I mean, you'd think the Yankees have a better chance to keep him in New York. They feel like once they get somebody in pinstripes, you're going to feel the magic.
And with Scott Boras as his agent, he's going to at least test free agency next year. But I think you're right. Like, who offers a better opportunity than hitting at that ballpark in between Judge, Rizzo, Stanton, the list goes on?
We're going to find out? We're going to find out if he was the problem all along, because something went wrong with the Padres, right?
Here we go. Three teams.
Everybody was pointing fingers at Machado or Tatis or, Bob Melvin couldn't keep it together or whatever. Let's go see if Soto blows up the Yankees then. We'll find out if he was the guy. He was the guy. So.
Soto's been the problem all along.
It is. I can't go Gary Radnich on you now, but it is third team now in 25 in whatever, before the age of 25.
But it blows my mind.
So
why does nobody want Juan Soto?
You can say the same about LeBron, though. How many teams has he been on? What has he done?
Yeah, but not before he was 25.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
he's bounced
Yeah.
Cavs.
No, I can't think of a comp in baseball history that talented before the age of 25 was on three teams.
What about
already.
Sports history? Like across basketball, football.
Yeah.
Like I don't know anybody that's he's
unique, buddy.
Three-time All-Star, four-time Silver Slugger
But he's
winner.
yours now, man.
That's
so
it.
get ready for those walks.
Yeah, do it. And that's been the Yankees' biggest problem in the postseason is they can't get on base.
Well,
they're all or nothing, but they bring in Soto, they bring in Verdugo, who's a contact hitter, and they even get Trent Grisham, a two-time Gold Glove winner, thrown on top of it.
Right. Grisham, when I saw that, actually, I was like, damn, I like Grisham.
Just kind of
He's a nice
sneaking
little
that in
player.
there, yeah.
By the way,
And
Mark
he's also a lefty.
Spears.
Yeah,
Mark Spears joins Tolbert and Copes today at 2:50. All right, buddy. Well, that's it for us. Wheels up. Travel Thursday.
That's it.
Fly safe to Boston. Go to those places I told you.
Oh, they're on my list, Murph.
Pete Sitnick added one. Don't spend too much time with Holler. All right. I will report back from Ireland on Monday.
Stay tuned, Murph. There might be breaking news on Friday. We might need a call from the pub.
You may get a call tomorrow.
Stay tuned.
We'll hand it over to Papa and Lund next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Let's have a monster season. We'll sign you for a bunch of years, all right?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, so a little Seattle farewell here as we head on out to the Marcus will be in Boston, Army-Navy game tomorrow. You'll be getting cool guests, including possibly Gronk?
Maybe Rob Gronkowski, maybe Rob Nikovic. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Going to have a big guest list. Going to have Greg Papa and John Lynch, as always, our Friday staples. And, yeah, I'll be live from Beantown while Murph will be out in Ireland.
Doing my thing, buddy. All right, well, who knows? By the time I see you Monday, Niners could be 10-3, and Shohei Ohtani could be a Blue Jay.
It's a possibility.
All right, well, Papa and Lund are down there. Let's hand it over to him now because we got to get going to the airport. Let's go. And thanks, young Tony, Casey, and Copes. Way to be. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleepy Floyd is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader. Sports leader.
Klay drops in his first three of the night. He'd been 0 for 6. He comes right off the bench and hits a triple. I think he heard me. You know he's capable. Always lethal. Draymond the naked handoff. The lob to Kuminga. Draymond's naked handoff. Pays off again. Curry to Wiggins. Shot clock at 7. Wiggins to the rim. Off iron. Kamara with a rebound. And then Kuminga the steal. About a 4-second plus game shot clock difference. They're not going to foul. Portland does have a foul to give. If they have to foul, they have to foul twice. Well, if they make the shot, they'll still be one possession game unless they make it 3. Curry 3!
Every night's going to be different with this team. That's what I'm finding out. What we need each night seems to be different depending on the matchup, depending on how the game's going. It's hard to predict what's going to happen each night. It's also hard to play 10 or 11 guys. So I don't think we know. I think I said it to you guys last week. I mean, we have a deep team, deep roster, but we don't have roster clarity in terms of who's going to play every single night. And so everybody's just got to stay ready. And I'm really proud of JK that he did that, and he was really the reason we won.
It took a Kuminga spark, like Steve Kerr said, to beat one of the worst teams in the league. We'll get into where the Warriors are right now. By the way, I love how Monty Poole termed this whole thing at the half. We'll get into that. Robbie Gould retires. 49ers and Seahawks is always a big week. The baseball winter meetings wrap up. What are the Giants going to do? I think it's time to be real about this whole thing. We did a ton of stuff. Dre Greenlaw and Big Dom are on good terms again. And yes, it is Tim Ryan Power Hour Day. We're live at Levi Stadium. That will start at 11 o'clock. Good morning, my friend.
We just pulled in right next to each other,
Yes.
T-Rock and myself, and a nice chat. And we got he and Robbie Gould are tight. They played golf together. They still talk. I'm a little surprised that at this point of the year, I know it's late in the year, nobody's given him a call. We thought Dallas, but Brandon Aubrey's having a really good rookie year. And obviously Jake Moody's been solid, but, you're one pulled hamstring away from a kicker going to the playoffs for him to be employed. By saying I'm hanging up my cleats kind of means he's going to shut it down and not prepare. So could he fire up? But if anybody knows the inside of Robbie Gould, it's Tim Ryan. So we'll get his thoughts on that, the injury to Armstead, just the whole Philadelphia story from Sunday and look ahead to Seattle. But I am excited for so many reasons today. Warriors didn't play great, but they found a way to win. But our guy, the saintly one, Gary St. Jean, is going to join us at 12:30. I haven't seen Saintly in so long. We chat, we text, we go back. And the last time I saw him may have been in this 9 to 9 party.
Oh, it's the greatest party of all time.
I don't know if he's ever been on these airwaves before. Our other station he was on with us
we
once
did a
week,
basketball hour. It was amazing.
We had him on all the time.
Yeah.
On TV, obviously, but I don't think he's ever...
Hey, Pop! It's been forever.
Yeah, we got a lot to... Because he's the perfect guy to give you an assessment of where you are. And last night was just harder than it should have been. They didn't have their guys last night. A lot of their players didn't play. Even Malcolm Brogdon shut it down in the second half. It was a battle. They were down 11 with 4+ to go third quarter. Steve was not happy. And Kuminga was a huge part of it, but it was Steph Curry that started it. Steph just took over. He just said, I'm taking this game over, and his energy to close the third quarter made it reachable where you could run him down in the fourth quarter with other people. And big plays coming down the stretch. Obviously, Kuminga's energy, when Steph was pressing up on the ball handler, he made the steal across the floor, and he wound up finishing the game. And Steve was talking about the rotations changing night to night. They're changing in the game. He did not have Jonathan Kuminga in the rotation at all. He didn't play a single minute till he brought him in with 4:44 to play in the third quarter, and he wound up not taking him off the floor the rest of the game, John. Chris Paul, and he's still back, coming back slowly off the nerve. He didn't play big minutes, but he wasn't in the finishing lineup. He went with Steph and Klay and Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green to finish the game, and they had to make some big-time plays coming down the stretch. Klay did not shoot the ball well. You heard the 1-3 that he made right above the break. He missed the one coming right back, left above the break, but that backdoor cut. And Draymond Green, to say he does not help you offensively, you got to watch the game. And that was a brilliant play by Draymond to hit him on the backdoor cut. Draymond was constantly looking to pitch the ball ahead last night to get early offense, to not have to grind everything in the half court, but he was doing it out of bounds. That you just don't see that. The pitch ahead, the one time he pitched it ahead in the baseline right, backcourt side right, and then the other time he took it and he pitched it ahead right off a side out of bounds late in the game. So that guy can take coaching and a game plan, and they wanted to pitch it ahead. He did it over and over again, but Fitz and Kalena called it the naked. I guess in football it's a naked bootleg. It's a fake DHO with Steph, and he just turned the corner and threw the lob to Kuminga. But that game was a lot tighter than you thought it should be going into the game. With all DeAndre Ayton didn't play. A lot of their best players didn't play. Brogdon goes out at the halftime, John. But Portland, you got to see them again a few more times coming up. But in the end, it's a win. But we need Saintly's assessment of where this team is 21 games into 82 because they're 10-11 right now.
Do not miss it because we got Tim Ryan, the Power Hour from 11 to 12, but then the Saintly one, and we were just talking about this before the show, Gary St. Jean. We had him on in a basketball hour, much like we do the football hour with Tim Ryan, and we did it for years.
With Kalena,
in another place. Yeah, Kalena was with us, and we would rotate some guys in.
The analyst. He was in studio with me and Saint.
And then, and so I don't think we've had him on this new rendition of our show, so it's going to be great to talk to him at 12:30. We'll do a lot of reminiscing.
And he's honest. He will speak honestly about where this team is at.
I thought Monty Poole put it perfectly at halftime. The Warriors were down 55-48. This is one of the reasons Monty is so great. He says, offense, constipated. First of all, there's more, but let's just stop there for a second.
Warriors basketball brought to you by X-Lax.
I've never heard an offense being referred to like that, but that is a great. That's how it was. It was
what happens to old people, John.
So
you get constipated.
He says offense constipated, defense haphazard, and he said once again being outrun by a younger, longer, bouncier opponent. Portland was 16 second chance points, 13 points off Golden State turnovers. I mean, he nailed it. Like, I've never heard an offense talked about or termed constipated.
So maybe Kuminga's nickname should be X-Lax?
Something, because he saved them. And then afterwards, the thing that is concerning, and you've talked about this, and it's true, we're 20 games in, and we can't fully assess them, even though this is when you assess, because Steve Kerr admitted it last night. They don't know who the starters are night to night. They don't know what the rotation's going to look like night to night, and there is no clear closers night to night. 20 games into the season. That's not good.
Well, and it changed. I mean, obviously, Kuminga was not in the rotation at all. Go back a week earlier in Sacramento, Moses Moody was not in the rotation at all. And then in the game, you lose Chris Paul, you lose Gary Payton II, and now Mo, you have to go play. And Kuminga, come in and save our ass with your energy. And if they're more athletic and bouncier, Kuminga's the one guy that can hang with them. They have a deep roster, but are they good enough? I memean, honestly, and I would put, Steph's clearly the best player. Draymond and Andrew Wiggins are essentials, and Draymond helps you. I mean, we get so hot and cold on the guy and his behavior and his anger management, but those plays coming down the stretch. And Draymond, he had 10 points, he had 10 rebounds, he had 9 assists. He was a -1 when he was out there, but he just made constant winning plays at the end of the game to get you over the top. It was Steph's will and energy that got you close in the third quarter, but I thought Draymond, and then the step back, Steph's 3, that's a hard shot. That's not really Warrior basketball to get a late shot like that. It's just, he took one the other night against the Clippers, and he missed it. And then and then Kawhi was on him, and he pitched it to the left corner, and Draymond missed it. That's just not the way the Warriors play, but he made the shot. That stretched it out to 4 and essentially, to drive home safely. They won the game. But he misses that shot, it could be a different tune. So they are deep. They've got guys that are NBA players. Trace Jackson-Davis can't get in the game. Corey Joseph is a solid backup point guard in the NBA right now. He's your third point guard, or maybe even less down, because what's Pajemski, what's Draymond? He runs the club. And then when you get GP2 back, but that's going to be a while with the right calf strain. So they're deep, but they're not dominant. They're not. There's the part of it also is you don't have 8 or 9 guys that are just clearly taking the spot with their dominance. I mean, Šarić has got to play, but the other guys, John, Chris Paul's got to play, but he didn't close last night. Moody was not in the rotation recently. Pojemski was not in the rotation recently. Kuminga was not in the rotation recently. And I'm waiting for the night when Klay does not finish games. I thought it might have been last night, but they didn't go that way. And he did make a big backdoor cut, but he struggled with his shot. So, I mean, and Wiggins has got to pick up his game. I mean, that's the bottom line here. He's got to play better. But they are deep, and they're trying to figure out what their roster ultimately is, John. They got NBA players that are deserving of minutes, but they're not dominant anymore. And that's obvious that they're not dominant. They get right away, they got behind by 10 points. Yeah. They were down 11. It seemed like the whole game to a young Portland team who didn't have a lot of their guys last night. So I think it's pretty obvious overall. You do want to see them for another 20 games with their lineup fully out there. When is GP2 going to come back? But I think you have to be honest about exactly what your roster is. You got a lot of quality NBA players, guys that are deserving of being in the rotation, but you don't have. How many real difference makers do you have on this roster right now?
One.
Well, Draymond is.
Okay, yeah, 2.
And Wiggins.
But no, but I mean,
he will play better.
But I think what Steve is going to have to do for the foreseeable future, which doesn't mean he's going to do this all season long, is that we talked about Klay yesterday, but 3 of 13, 1 of 8, 11 points in 27 minutes. Andrew Wiggins, 3 of 12, 0 of 1. So 2 guys that you count on every night went 6 of 25 for a combined 20 points. Now, I know that's not all they do, but in Klay Thompson's case, we talked about he's not the same defender. In Andrew Wiggins' case, and I'm talking about closing lineups, I'm talking about critical points of games. For the foreseeable future, he's going to have to look at Klay in the same way that he looks at Moody and Kuminga and all these guys, where he says, who's hot tonight? And he's just going to have to eye this thing rather than putting it on cruise control and saying, this is the time we put guys in, this is the time we take guys out, this is our closing lineup. He's going to actually have to watch the game intricately and say, that guy doesn't have it tonight. Let's find somebody who does. That's what he did last night. He's going to have to do that.
He's been doing it. He's been doing it. I mean,
but that includes Klay. I think that includes Andrew Wiggins. I think they're in that group. They're not automatic.
Wiggins is essential. To me, he's essential because you need him to guard.
But what if he doesn't have the energy?
When you go to Oakland, he'll have the energy. Why doesn't he have the energy? He's not old. He's not in the 35s. He's 25.
But I think this is why teams got frustrated with him, right?
He plays defense. I'm not buying that. We've seen this guy dominate NBA. In Oklahoma City, they got so many scores, I don't even know which one to put him on. Probably SGA, right, on Friday night? Wiggins has got to play. Without Gary Payton II, you don't have somebody to stop the ball. So no matter if he's 3 for 12 or 12 for 12 or 0 for 12, he's hard not to play him. But the rest of it is, honestly, I was wondering if he'd finish the game with Klay over Moses Moody. And Klay did make a big backdoor cut and scored a big basket in the game, and then he made the 1-3, but that was it. But the bottom line is they won the game last night. In the old days, they would have coasted through the first half, got down 15, unleashed Rocco,
in that
and
third quarter
them.
thing, yeah.
But that's the dominance of them. Now, even when they dominate and Steph brought the energy late third quarter and Kuminga came in and they regained it. Portland still jabbed back. There was still Portland had a 4-point lead. You had to win the game down the stretch, and really those backdoor cuts were big-time plays to win the game. But if Steph does not make, that's a tough even for Steph, that's a hard shot. A step-back daddy like that, he was able to make that shot. If he misses that shot, they're going to get the rebound and the chance to beat you.
All right, we'll talk more about the Warriors. I got one more question about this game last night. They do get the win, but they're still a little bit in disarray as Steve Kerr is trying to figure this whole thing out. 20-plus games into the season, 110-106 over the Blazers. Remember, text line is wide open. Give us your thoughts, questions, comments about the Warriors, where they are last night, etc. And obviously, we're going to get into the 49ers a ton. Bottom of the hour, my friend Ian Furness, KJR Radio in Seattle and Fox 13. He's a beat reporter for the Seahawks. Will join us at the bottom of the hour. 2 weeks. Any difference for the Seahawks? Jamal Adams is talking some trash. The guy that the 49ers will target probably the most. We'll get into that. And then at 11 o'clock.
He can't cover.
He can't cover at all.
Just blitz him.
Yep. He's a linebacker.
He had a hard time against the Niners. He had a worse time against Dallas.
Oh, he was terrible.
He can't cover.
Yeah. So we'll get into that at 10:30. Tim Ryan's going to join us from 11 to noon. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, Gary St. Jean, the saintly one, at 12.
God, I miss Saintly.
That'd be awesome.
Can we have a bottle of wine delivered by noon?
Yes. Are you kidding me?
Can't have St. on without having a little veto.
Let's just send out the bat signal. We're sitting at Levi's Stadium.
I'll
People
send it here.
right down from the museum. If you just happen to have a bottle of wine in your car, like I often do,
it is Northern California.
Just drop it on by, and we'll toast it.
I ran into Carmen Policy the other night. I'm sure he could have it.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, maybe not here. May have to have a taste tester.
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
right.
scratch that.
All right, so a ton coming up. It's Papa and Lund. Thanks for hanging out. Remember, YouTube and Twitch, we are live there. If you'd like to see us and the wardrobe changes, you can hit us up there. Text line, any questions, comments, thoughts. We'll get into all of it next. It's Papa and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Warriors scrape by the Blazers, and Steve Kerr says he's going to have to keep jumbling the lineup. That story and more at KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
We just exchanged a formal apology just between me and John and some of the same people that we do know that in the building and stuff like that. So he seemed like a genuine guy, seemed like a guy that everybody loved in the building. So I hate that. Honestly, I really hate that it even escalated and went to that. That's never something I haven't been a part of or seen in the game. But so yeah.
That's a Dre Greenlaw. He and Big Dom are on fine terms. They apologized. Everything's good. So we can move on. Eagles and 49ers. Although with Tim, we will review that at 11 o'clock as well as Robbie Gould.
I mean, there's two separate issues on that play. What happened when he threw Devontae Smith? And Devontae Smith weighs 170 pounds.
Right.
So for Dre, it's more I'm going to ask Kyle about it, and Tim can get into it. There was the nature of the tackle, of picking him up and throwing him down in the wrestling move with a suplex. I think he's done that before and gotten away with it, but it was the nature of the way he threw him down, got the penalty. It was very close to the white, but it was not out of bounds. So there's two separate issues here. The personal foul for the nature of the tackle. Did he really need to do that to Devontae Smith? Is that the best way to get Devontae Smith on the ground? Is that something he should eliminate from his game? And then obviously what happened was it was so close to the white, but it was not out of bounds, and that's where Dom took exception because he was standing right there in the white, and then he got into it, and that's where they got the double ejection. But it starts with the 15-yard personal foul on the tackle, and really should he be tackling that way?
Well, and let's address that for a second because it got lost in all of this, is that he's not quite Draymond Green yet. I don't think they're targeting him to that extent. And they lose him for the game, and the 49ers are so good, had such a good game plan, executed on both sides of the ball, were so fired up, all those other things, that they didn't end up needing Dre Greenlaw, but they're going to need him in the future. And when Draymond Green says, well, that's just the way I play, I kind of go, dude, you can adjust that. But football is a different kind of a thing. I mean, he's an aggressive player. Now, can he adjust that? Sure, but I think it's a lot harder to adjust it in football in the style that you play than it is in basketball. And they're admitting that they do target him, and it's the same as the NBA. It's same as court. Your past transgressions follow you everywhere into every game. So he could do something that wouldn't be deemed aggressive or overtly aggressive for one player, but he is, and they can't lose him.
Yeah, well, he's gotten kicked out of too many games, and he takes too many personal fouls. I'm not vibing with this whole, because Dre's name sounds like Draymond and their enforcers and their respective teams, that it's the same situation. It's completely unrelated. Draymond Green's problems have been his temper and yelling at people, mainly. He's had a couple of situations on the floor, obviously, kicking Steven Adams, but that's just the nature of how he plays. That was just grabbing, actually driving to the goal to score. He just got his leg up. So with Draymond, it's when the whistle blows that he blows his top. Dre kind of reins it in quickly, but it's just he plays sideline to sideline and beyond. I mean, Trent Williams, they talk about play to the echo of the whistle. Trent plays to the echo of the whistle and beyond. He will bury you all the way to the ground. Dre just takes it a little bit off the field where it's on the white. That's hard to differentiate because you're chasing a guy all the way across the field, and he puts one move on you, you're going to lose him. So I think Dre is just playing so intensely that it's resulting in situations on the field. I mean, has Dre ever taken an unsportsmanlike conduct for yelling at official or anything like that?
No, I don't think it. But can I ask you this? Because this is where I think they're similar. If that's Fred Warner over there, does Fred Warner get kicked out of the game?
With the pickup of the suplex, you'd have to ask that crew. I mean, I heard
because that's where I think they're similar.
Yeah,
I think Drake can get kicked out of a game because of his past.
So I think it's just a coaching point, and Johnny Holland and Coach Wilkes and Kyle. Does he need to pick people up and throw them? Maybe he does. He said he felt that was the best way to get him on the ground. Sometimes you do that, you get away with that call. You do it to a quarterback, you're going to be in trouble. If you do it to a 170-pound wide receiver right up against the white, what all goes into it? But it's just that, does he need to tackle that way? Should he change his technique to avoid? Because a couple of these have been, the one with Herbert was more of a battering ram one, but he's had some where he just lifted the player up and threw him down. What's the memo from the league on that suplex tackle? Should he eliminate that? Beyond that, he's not snapping at people. He gets right back in line. He's not Draymond Green. He just plays with ferocity that goes sideline to sideline. And, there are times you don't want him to back off. You want Draymond, especially when he gets the one technical, to back off a little. But then, his point is, if I back off, then I'm not as effective of a player. And
I
if
don't
he's
agree
not,
with that.
well, that's up to him. That's the way he plays.
But my thing is, I think Dre can rein it in. I don't think he has a problem with it. I think part of it is just the way he plays. I think part of it might be sending a message. My problem is, how does the league view him? Because there could be a critical game in which he makes a play that I think is perfectly fine, or, okay, it's a personal foul. He hit a guy late. But do those things add up in the mind of the league or that official or who's watching in New York? And do they say 57's out because he keeps doing this?
No, I think no, because the flag came immediately. The 57 got ejected from the game because he touched Dom DeSandro on the sideline, and you can't do it. And Kyle took it a step further. He showed Chase Young. Remember the play where Stone Forsythe, who did he throw down to the ground? Was it Kinlaw? It was Javon Kinlaw on the Jason Myers missed field goal at the end of the half, Thanksgiving night. Stone Forsythe picked him up and threw him down. It wasn't a suplex, but he flipped him over, similar. And Chase Young was laughing, and he put his finger up to Forsythe, and I think inadvertently somebody bumped him, and Kyle was saying, the officials see that, they're going to kick you out of the game. And then the next day in the Black Monday game between the Dolphins and the Jets, there was an ejection for that act. So Dre just can't put your hands on anybody. And if he hit an official, like Pereira said, that would have been even worse. That's like, going after the police. You can't do that. So I don't know all that about, footballs. The Draymond is so visible. They can see it's Draymond. Can they tell who it is? I think at that moment, it was the nature of the tackle. So to me, the coaching point would be not so much what happened with Dom, because they were all wrong after that. It's just the technique on the tackle. Does he need to pick guys up and throw them down in the wrestling suplex move like that?
Ian Furness is going to join us coming up next. KJR Radio in Seattle and beat reporter at Fox 13 TV. We'll get the latest on the Seahawks. Yeah, we just saw him 2 weeks ago. What could be different for a desperate Seahawks team? We'll get into it next, only here on the Sports Leader. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. Steve has the answers to your tax issues, and today we're talking about something called ERC. Steve, tell us about that.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is the federal government rewarding employers by giving away. That's right, it's not a loan, it's a grant. Basically, it's a gift, a reward, giving away up to $26,000 for every employee that an employer had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. Two different ways to qualify. One way is a real simple math test, a certain drop in gross revenue. But a lot of CPAs that I've worked with, and remember, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA, stop there. But there's another method if you didn't have that drop in gross revenue. It's a facts and circumstances method. Why aren't the other people using it? Because it's a lot more work for the professional. It requires analysis. That's what we do as tax attorneys, legal analysis. And of course, not everybody qualifies. That's just the scammers. But if you do qualify, and a lot of people that didn't have the required drop in gross revenue do qualify under the facts and circumstances method, you may be entitled to hundreds of thousands of dollars or more. Don't let this program close and you miss out. Just call us for a second opinion, just like you would with a medical doctor.
It's ERC, and Steve is the perfect place. 888-TAX-DEAL. Call Steve for more information at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Faithful, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Second down, 7. Kittle, use check. Ayuk, look at a motion, use check out left. Purdy gonna throw, throws back right. Wide open, Ayuk! Touchdown! San Francisco!
We just saw the Seahawks a couple of weeks ago before the 49ers thrashed the Eagles, and since that time, the Seahawks have been knocked down the playoff picture. The Rams there, the Packers there, so how desperate are we going to get for a Seahawks team that we saw 3 times last year? Let's get into it. Ian Furness, KJR Radio in Seattle, and Fox 13 TV covers the Seahawks. He joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening?
Man, who's on the call there, man? They need a new guy on the call. That's a brutal play-by-play call.
You know what? You know what sucks for you is that he was not in the room when you said that. Did you?
Hold on, I just walked in.
We just played a highlight of you. Do you want to say that again? You want to say that again?
That's a brutal call. They need a new play-by-play guy there in San Francisco. Whatever happened to the guy with the crazy eyes? Whatever happened?
Okay. Who's that? Joe Stark?
You know what?
How far back you going? We're starting well here. We're starting well here.
Hey, no, in all honesty, Papa, you do a phenomenal job. I do.
Too late. Too late. We're moving on, Ian.
Yeah, all right.
Too late.
Well, you suck too.
Which
I know.
Which one of the Niner touchdowns did you play from Philadelphia or Seattle? I've lost track. Which one was it?
Hey, There's only like 40 of them. I mean, it should be a pretty vast library there. For
the
you.
Ayuk shot there.
It's going to get bigger this Sunday, I'll tell you that. It's a lot bigger.
So, but after that game on Thanksgiving night, I was impressed with the way Seattle bounced back in the pass game in particular. Geno was obviously better. DK Metcalf was better. Just overall, I know they had some failures at the end coming down the stretch, and Tyler Lockett had a big drop. But the offense seemed to finally come alive in Dallas last week.
Yeah, it's an interesting split. You know, we all look at the splits that Pro Football Reference does or PFF and those things. But the splits between Geno Smith indoors and outdoors they're dramatic. And he's just a much better quarterback indoors. We saw that in Detroit the last 2 years. We saw that in Dallas. It's kind of remarkable. But the offense did come alive. I think, one of the things they did do, guys, is that, I mean, Greg, when you were up here a couple weeks ago, it felt like Geno, was indecisive, held on the ball a little bit longer. The passing game needed to be quicker, and it was in Dallas. And then DK Metcalf is just a great enigma out there. Like, which number 14 are you going to have? On that stage, on that night in Dallas, he stepped up in a big-time way. Geno made some throws. That was not on the offense. Yeah, the Tyler one was weird. I mean, here's a guy that's gone a couple seasons, full seasons over the course of his career in the NFL without having a drop, like a credited drop. And that was a drop, although the turf monster kind of got him. He lost his balance, so we never see that with him. But honestly, the offense did its job. It was just all on the defense at the end.
Ian Furness joining us, KJR Radio in Seattle, and Fox 13 covers the Seahawks. As we're getting ready for another game between the Seahawks and the 49ers. Just a couple of weeks ago, we saw him up in Seattle. The big thing that jumped out to me is we're talking about the skill guys and all these kind of things. They seem to have those guys, and like you said, they had a great offense last year, but the offensive line is in shambles. They were injured early in the season on the flanks. I know they got Cross back last week. They got Abe Lucas back, who we didn't see 2 weeks ago, and then the interior has kind of been a mess, and they weren't able to protect against the 49ers. So is there a different game plan this time around? Couldn't run it, couldn't pass protect last time we saw you.
Well, in fairness, I'm not sure who could protect against the 49ers front. I mean, it's as good as it gets, right? Philadelphia certainly had its issues as the game wore on last Sunday. Abe Lucas back helps a lot. They have not had, and when it's all said and done, because Phil Haynes are starting right guards out for the year, they will have had their starting offensive line on the field for all of about 18 minutes, I think, this year, something like that, that first week. And so, they invested heavily in the tackles last season, Cross in the first round, Lucas in the third. Those guys played well last year. Lucas, I think, is the linchpin. You could tell, Greg, you asked about last week a little bit too. Abe Lucas playing at right tackle was a big-time difference maker in that game. Until the very final play, and that was just on the running back. That was on Dallas. They tried to, he needed to chip Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons was a non-factor in that game, and a lot of it was Lucas. He helps them quite a bit. But, yeah, the middle of the line, John, you're right. It's been a kind of a mess. It's been a rotation. Lewis, the left guard, hasn't had a decent year, and they're kind of counting on him to be maybe their best offensive lineman as an experienced guy. Evan Brown is what he is. He's last year's center, Austin Blythe 2.0. They look the same. They act the same. They play the same. They're undersized. They'll start Anthony Bradford, a rookie, this week at right guard with Haynes out. We may see a little bit of 48-year-old Jason Peters rotating in there as well.
He's only 41. Yeah, you're age-shaming him.
Yeah. Surprised he didn't say 60.
Well, Abe Lucas was on our show yesterday, and he says, I was basically in preschool, literally in preschool when this guy was starting his NFL career. So that tells you all you need to know. I mean, he's played okay, but, yeah, I think if Lucas and Cross are the big keys on the edge, but the interior of the line's kind of giving them some issues, and they haven't been able to run the football with Ken Walker out either. So they've got some skill guys, Lockett and Metcalf and Jackson Smith and Jigba. Geno is a good player when he's on, but they have literally not put together a game this year in which the offense was really good and the defense was really good at the same time. Like last week, the offense was good. A couple weeks ago it was the defense, whatever it might be. And man, to be honest with you, it's a struggle. And now they find themselves outside looking in on the playoff race and possibly in the midst of a 5-game losing streak before they can maybe right the ship when Pittsburgh comes to town.
And the highlight of the game on Thanksgiving night was Charvarius Ward, Mooney Man, getting the call just hours before the game from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and the DB coach Daniel Bullocks to follow DK around. So what that does then, Ambry Thomas gets Tyler Lockett a lot. And Tyler Lockett, Ian, just does not look right to me at all. There was that outcut going to the offensive right when Ambry undercut it and intercepted the ball. You mentioned the drop in Arlington late in the game, but there was a very similar outcut against Deron Bland. And Seattle have been picking on Bland the whole game with DK, and his route was just sloppy. He just rounded it. It wasn't crisp like Tyler Lockett, and he didn't come back to the ball, and Bland wound up intercepting it. I know he's had a hamstring injury. We talked to Sanjay Lal before the Thanksgiving game, their wide receiver coach, passing game coordinator. And the question, bottom line, is Lockett practicing enough to beat Tyler Lockett on Sunday? And what's wrong with him? Is it the hamstring? Is he getting old? He doesn't look like the same player to me.
Yeah, they keep the little things like that so close to the vest. I'm with you. He doesn't look as explosive. His cuts aren't as crisp. He's had 3 of those plays that I can think of off the top of my head this year where he needed to win a fight and basically be the pass defender. And that's not like him. All the guys I've covered over the years and watched, and I've been having the pleasure of watching this guy every week since he came in the league. I just think the world of Tyler Lockett. I think you do too, Greg. I can tell by your tone.
I love him.
The guy's a pro. There's something not right with him. The thing with Tyler, I always wonder too, is he's a guy. He went and got his real estate license. He's one of those guys, kind of like Wagner, and Pete Carroll gives these guys a lot of the freedom to do this. Oftentimes with Tyler, you do an interview with him, you put him on the podium, and it turns into like a 20-minute session on something other than football. I don't know if he's at the point in his career where he's, I don't want to say losing interest, but maybe he has lost a little bit of the edge. Maybe he looks around and it's like, well, he knows what a great team is, and this isn't a great team, and maybe the fire just isn't there. I don't know. There's something not right. Maybe it is the hamstring. He's had a number of injuries. You watch him when he makes a catch. He'll never, and it sounds like a criticism. I don't want it to be a criticism because I think self-preservation in the NFL is not a bad thing. Like that one extra yard, unless it's for a first down, really doesn't matter. But you'll see him make a catch, and he'll just go down. Like, okay, I got a first down. I got my 8 yards. We're good. We move on. Let's live for another play. So he's kind of a unique player in that regard too. But they need him to be at his very best, and there's been a few times this year when he hasn't been.
Ian Furness joined us. We're talking Seahawks and 49ers, of course, Sunday at Levi's Stadium. On the other side of the ball, they spent a lot of money to shore up this defense. They bring back Bobby Wagner, Draymond Jones, etc. Jamal Adams comes back. And early in the season, they looked good. They were stopping the run. And all of a sudden, the wheels have come off. What's happened defensively?
It's a great question up here, man, because they, like you said, John, there's been an investment. We do a Seahawks roundtable on Thursday mornings with our morning show, and we were discussing this morning. If you just kind of look at roster construction, look, nobody's the 49ers in the NFC right now. I think we can all agree upon that. I'd love to say something different. I'd love to bust your chops. I'd love to get people mad. That's just, I'll leave that for Softy or somebody else. That's just foolish talk, right? Like, it's not.
Fred P. Softy?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, your buddy, or Puckett or somebody like that.
Yeah.
But no, the roster construction is what it is. But if you look at just the roster top to bottom and the money they've invested in some of these guys, they should be a lot better football team than they are. They invested, as you mentioned, Draymond Jones, a ton of money on interior defense. They've rebuilt their defensive line this year. The injury to Nwosu's really hurt them. I think if I'm looking at one thing, Shannon Nwosu went out for the year and tore his oblique. That changed, or actually it was his pec. I'm sorry, his pectoral muscle. Muscles that neither one of us want to have. But they lost a lot. He's great on the edge in terms of not just pass rushing, but he was great at setting the edge in terms of the run. And they've changed their defense. Greg, you probably noticed this. Last year they did this weird, they called it a 3-4.
Right.
It looked like a 5-2.
Right.
It looks like 5 to, but they called the 2 guys on the edge outside linebackers. They still do. They've gone back to a more traditional 4-man front. And they started doing that this year. That was even before the Nwosu injury. Darrell Taylor can't set the edge on the run.
He's too light.
And that's hurt him. And that's hurt him quite a bit. Wagner just is, listen, man, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He just for context, I think sometimes people forget this. He's been a 6-time first team All-Pro. Not Pro Bowl, there are only 2 linebackers in history that played his position that are in that same category. Singletary's one of them. All right, so like he's in the Hall of Fame, but he's not the same guy. You'll watch him. I think, Greg, did you notice? I think he looks slower.
Yeah.
I think there's a noticeable difference in his speed. Jordan Brooks coming off an ACL, really good player, probably playing more of a natural position as more of a will linebacker, but he's still kind of fighting his way back. The 2 safeties, and we can get into Jamal if you want.
Yeah.
Diggs has not had the year he wanted. They expected him to have, and Jamal's just been an absolute catastrophe and unmitigated failure as far as the trade and his play and his actions off the field. I mean, he's just an embarrassment. So they've invested, they've spent money, they've invested draft picks. I think the one guy you can look to and say, man, that's a heck of a year you're having is Devin Witherspoon. Trey Brown, the other corner, has had a really nice year coming off an injury, but outside of that, I'm not sure if you can point to anybody in that defense and say, yeah, you've been pretty good this year.
Ian, you got to back up a little bit because you dropped something on me about Geno and the numbers that he plays better indoors versus outdoors. Are you guys going to dome Lumen Field? I mean, what is that about? So how are you going to handle that? And then
We're bringing back the Kingdom.
Well, you want to go back in the Kingdom? Can you reverse plode? What do you call that when you opposite the implode, which was cool when they did that? So which leads to, where are they contractually? And I know you got a 3-year deal for 75. Right. It could go up to 105, but it's not. It's football money. Can they get out of his contract after this year, or are they committed to Geno for 1 more year?
They can. They eat a little bit. I want to say it's around 12 to 15 million, something like that. And I always kind of hesitate, Greg, because I think we see stuff on Spotrac and over the Cal, all those websites. We don't really know the numbers. The true numbers are this. It was a team and player-friendly deal because you got a ton of money up front this year. They can get out of it. They probably wouldn't eat it next year, but there's no way he sees the 3rd year of this contract. I don't put a lot of blame on him. I really don't. I think Shane Waldron's had and I've never been an offensive coordinator. I hesitate when we criticize coordinators and play calling. But my goodness, you watch Seattle's play calling and the dynamics of their offense and their schemes compared to what Shanahan does, what McVay does. Look around the league. Look what Matt LaFleur is doing right now with George Love in Green Bay. Last week I thought Waldron was fantastic, but they get really impatient with the run. I think Geno's okay. I don't know if he's a Super Bowl quarterback, but hell, you guys have a guy there that was the last pick in the draft that looks like he's on his way to a Super Bowl, maybe an MVP. So, you can win without having Pat Mahomes. I think Geno's okay. I don't know if Geno's the issue. I think there's issues elsewhere.
Good stuff, man. We appreciate the time. Enjoy. We'll see you up here on Sunday.
What's for brunch in the press box? One of the best in the league. What's going on there?
Dude, for 105s or 125s, I mean, what is this? 105. 105. You'll get a nice omelet. They do omelets. Yeah, they do a nice job.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I know they do. It's a great spot.
I heard for Thanksgiving up in Seattle, you had the whole Thanksgiving dinner up there.
Yeah. How was that, Greg? That wasn't bad up there.
I had a hot dog. I had a hot dog after the game.
Come on.
I don't eat before a game.
Oh, yeah,
I don't eat
true.
before a game.
Yeah.
I don't eat.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
That's why you're so.
No, actually.
Why you're so svelte and look so good.
Yeah, no, actually, we had the turkey legs on the 35-yard line.
Oh, look at you!
That's what we did.
Okay,
look at you!
There you go. All right, bring back crazy eyes on the play-by-play. That's what I want to see.
You're the best, man. We'll talk to you soon. We'll see you Sunday.
See you, boys.
Thanks,
you,
brother.
All right, that's our good friend Ian Furness up in Seattle. KJR Radio does a daily show, and then Fox 13. And he travels with the Seahawks, Fox 13 TV. So Seahawks and 49ers. We get more with Tim Ryan in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes with Tim Ryan. Big retirement today. And you guys had a great call in Green Bay. So we'll play that for you. We'll get Tim Ryan, the latest injuries, Eric Armstead, all that, and getting ready for the Seahawks. How difficult that is. 2 times you play this team in 3 weeks. We'll do all that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a 4-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness. Aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels, it delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online, and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. So stop by there for delicious foods. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You're on Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double casked, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
But now they got to win this week. You know, This was a big, big emotional win on the road. They were pointing to this game probably from the moment the schedule came out, given what happened a year ago in the NFC Championship game. Now you can't have the letdown. They're playing a division opponent who's fighting for their playoff lives. They cannot have a letdown on Sunday.
That, of course, is Greg Cosell, NFL Films. He is awesome with Tolbert and Copes yesterday. I mean, he is right. He's right. I was thinking about that this morning. That was a great win last week, but it can't be like Dallas where, you have, whether you want to call Cleveland a letdown, Minnesota, whatever, you got to stay focused because then it means absolutely nothing. As far as standings are concerned, again, Philadelphia goes into Dallas this weekend. You got to be, I'm not saying you got to be a Cowboys fan, as somebody pointed out on the text line the other day. You just have to hope that Philadelphia loses. They would then go to 10-3 and be tied with Dallas. I'm looking at the divisional record. Dallas is 3-1, Philly's 3-1, so they'd actually be tied in the division. You'd have to go to conference. Philly would fall to 6-2, and Dallas would improve to 7-3. So technically, Philadelphia would still be ahead of Dallas in that whole scenario.
So Philly could lose to Dallas on Sunday night and then run the table at the end of the year and still win the NFC East, right? I believe that's what John Clark told us.
Well, they'd be tied in division, and if both teams ran the table, then yeah, because Dallas already has 3 conference losses, that would be Philly's second conference loss. So yeah,
right.
You would go from division, you'd have to go to conference.
So this is not.
Would have.
I mean, they're building this as the biggest game of the year, and every week's a big game. The Philly-Miami game was huge. The Philly-Kansas City game was huge. The Philly-49er game was huge, and now the Philly-Dallas game. But there's a scenario that's quite possible that Dallas beats Philadelphia on Sunday. Both teams win out, and Philly still wins the NFC East. They would just have to beat Seattle in Seattle, and then the Giants, Arizona, and at Giants to end the year.
Well, and then, again, look, lots of things can happen here, but I was looking at these schedules, and Dallas, of the teams that are in contention for the top spot in the NFC. So
they have a hard schedule.
Yeah, Niners 9-3, Eagles 10-2, Cowboys 9-3, Lions 9-3. Cowboys schedule goes Eagles, at Bills, out Dolphins, Lions, and then at Commandos. So, I mean, you're talking about a gauntlet versus Eagles.
Right.
Is at Cowboys, at Seahawks, Giants, Cardinals, Giants.
So to your point about wanting Dallas to win this game, this is the one real chance. I mean, every week in the NFL, you can lose. We've seen it. Philadelphia was 8-0 and lost to Washington on a Monday night last year. You never know. The quarterback.
I mean, they lost to the Jets.
Quarterback doesn't look right. If he hobbles off the field and they have to play Mariota, it could be a whole different deal. They appear to be vulnerable right now. Are they just tired, or do the Niners expose them to some degree? But this would be the best last chance to have Philadelphia lose, is the point you're making there.
Well, and here's the other thing that I think people don't take into consideration. So they watch Philly and they say, okay, well, everybody can do that. Well, everybody can't do that. That's why the 49ers are so good. But Dallas can. Dallas can do that same thing. Dallas could surround him in the pocket and make him throw
They're
from
going to
the
have to have the discipline to do that.
Right. That's hard.
Is Micah Parsons going to rush in second gear?
They could, but I don't know if they
That's
will.
not his thing. He wins fast.
And then here's the other thing. The 49ers secondary is playing at a really high level, which was part of the reason why he couldn't find anybody. And Deron Bland, as good of a season as he was having, DK Metcalf put him on the spin cycle. He had one of the worst halves a corner's had in NFL history.
He came back and made a big pick.
He did, but in the first half, he was terrible.
Well, he was close. The first touchdown was like a fingernail.
Yeah, but
that he got beat on, and there wasn't safety to help.
Well, the interception he got, Geno stared it down, and they should have done an out.
Lockett ran a terrible route on that. He's just not sharp. He didn't come back to the ball.
Right, but I'm saying they have the defensive line to do it. I don't know if they have the secondary to do it, but they could.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a hell of a game.
Yeah.
And that game, the last time they met in Philly on November the 5th, it was an epic game. I mean, it just went back and forth, and Dallas had them beat by an inch or two. I'm just saying that Philadelphia looks vulnerable, and maybe Dallas beats them. But even if they lose this game, if they win out, then they're going to win the NFC East anyway, and they're going to be either the first or second seed, depending on if the Niners could win out. From the Niner perspective, and they did win the NFC West last year, there was a scenario before the Rams quietly got hot. What do they have, a 3-game winning streak now with the Rams? And they've actually passed Seattle. They're 6-6, and Seattle is 6-6, but the Rams beat them twice. They're ahead of them. Seattle's in third place. So there was a scenario where the 49ers said they won this 3 in a row, where they beat Seattle, beat Philadelphia, beat Seattle, that we could wrap up the NFC West. That's no longer the case now. What it does, if the Niners do beat Seattle on Sunday, they eliminate Seattle from winning the NFC West, correct, John? But
yes,
the Rams would still be alive, because all of a sudden the Rams are 6-6.
Yeah, and the reason why Seattle would be eliminated at 6-7 and the 49ers would improve to 10-3, there'd still be opportunity, but they would have swept Seattle, so they'd have the tiebreaker. By the way, the Rams go to Baltimore this weekend. So that's going to be a very difficult game for them. They probably fall to 6
Okay, what time? Is that a morning kick?
That's a morning kick.
Oh, then we could. Then the 49ers could win the NFC West on Sunday. If Baltimore beats the Rams and the 49ers beat Seattle, wouldn't that clinch the West for the Niners?
Well, it would depend because then you'd go head-to-head record, which the Rams play the Niners one more time.
So not technically?
So technically they couldn't, although then it would go to divisional record, and I'm looking at division, and the Rams are 4-1 in the division. So, yeah, they wouldn't be eliminated because they could beat, technically they could beat the 49ers.
So the 49ers could not win the NFC West on Sunday.
And then you go to conference. Yeah, they could, actually, because conference then goes, well, because these are the tiebreakers. The Niners are 7-1, the Rams are 4-4. So if you went all the way to conference record, which you'd have to break a tiebreaker at the end of the year, because the 49ers already beat the Rams. If the Rams beat the 49ers, then it's season series to division to conference, and so they could because of the conference.
I'm getting a headache.
I got it.
Should I call Elias?
So I just figured it out.
If the Rams
on the
lose,
run.
if the Rams lose in Baltimore,
yeah,
and the Niners beat Seattle, it's a hat and T-shirt game. They would win the NFC West.
Because even if the Rams won out and the Niners lost out, they would tie. But then, like I said, you go division, then conference, and right now the 49ers are 7-1. They'd go to 8-1, and the Rams couldn't catch them in the conference.
Okay, I'm with you.
So there you go.
John Elias Lund.
Yeah, I just figured that out.
I know if they win and Green Bay loses, they make the playoffs.
Yes.
If they win and Minnesota loses, they make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Or if Green Bay ties, Minnesota ties, blah, blah, blah. Basically, it's Green Bay and Minnesota. So there's a good chance to clinch a playoff spot. But you're saying if Baltimore beats the Rams and the Niners beat Seattle, it's a T-shirt and cap game.
Well, because then it's 10-3, 6-7. You still have 4 left. Even if the 49ers lost all their games, then that would be a dead tie, and that would include the Rams beating them at the end.
Right.
But then you'd have to go all the way out to the conference, and if the 49ers win, they go 8-1, and there's no way the Rams could catch them because they're already 4-4.
I trust you. I've not read that anywhere.
That's true. That's what I'm looking at.
Okay, I'm with you.
I could be wrong, but
okay. So it could be a T-shirt and cap.
I think so.
All right. Just want to make sure.
All right, let's do it. Let's do the big fancy open. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Our good friend Tim Ryan, everybody.
And Robbie Gould to kick the 49ers to the NFC title game. We'll try to win it here from 45. Pepper's snap is a little high, pulled down by Wisnowski. Robbie Gould has it away, and it is good! Robbie Gould has kicked the 49ers to victory here in Green Bay.
The golden leg of Robbie Gould going to an NFC championship game.
How about that?
God, you were scratchy that night.
I was lucky to make that broadcast. Let's not play the whole Funko scoop and score.
No.
Oh, come on. I love those calls,
So, Robbie,
man.
I haven't talked to him today. Yesterday was his birthday, and so I texted back and forth with him a little bit.
He retired on his birthday?
Today, I guess it was today, right?
So Tribune,
maybe he had the Father Time epiphany yesterday. Finally,
that's what he did. He wants to be Coach Rob, and he wrote all this whole thing. It was really cool what he wrote.
He is such a good person. We all know what he's done on the field as a great kicker, a historic kicker, and what he's been able to achieve. And he has really enjoyed, getting back with his family. And what a commitment. People don't realize when these guys leave, I don't think his wife got out here for the first couple seasons, and the kids. I mean, they were back in Chicago.
Barely.
Their life
He'd
was
always
settled.
fly back there.
Grinder. I mean, it is a lot on a player to be away from him, and then with all the travel that's involved, and finally got him out here, and then things got established, and I know the kids were playing flag football and having a great time, and so I know he's enjoying himself. Certainly this year, first year out of pro football, it's always hard in the beginning because the train's going on without you. That's tough emotionally to handle, but he's been dabbling a little bit of media and coaching the kids and playing a lot of golf, and that season's getting ready to end, obviously, and probably already did in Chicago. But happy for him. What a great person. What a great career for RG.
I mean, he was heading towards a Hall of Fame career. I mean, he was starting to move into the top 10 and field goals, and had he played a little longer, I mean, the timing of it, I understand, and yet yesterday he turned 41 years of age, so it does make perfect sense, but you're one, bad calf away or a pulled hamstring on a kicker. I know the Dallas kicker, we thought, how's he going to do? Brandon Aubrey's been great.
Yeah.
And Jake the Make Moody's been solid as well. Hasn't missed an extra point. I mean,
Jake the Make.
Is he? I stole that. I stole that from Jake Elliott. So I mean, if somebody would, a veteran kicker or even a kicker on a good team that's going to the playoffs, you think if somebody called him, he could retire?
Well, I think it depends. There's always a difference between retiring and filing your retirement papers. So I don't know if he's put in his papers yet. Ask Logan Ryan how that worked out for him. The newest 49er didn't put in the papers and did, somewhat retire. So there's always an option. He can always come back and play. But I know Robbie's pretty resolute, and he's always been a critical thinker in terms of how he makes his decisions. So I would say it's probably Robbie Gould family time, not Robbie Gould football time anymore. That's over.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. It's really cool. In the Players Tribune, they kind of write their own, and that's what he said. He said he wants to hit some golf courses, which you've done with him. He said he wants to be Coach Rob, and he's got 3 young kids, so he wants.
It's Rob now, huh?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Coach Rob.
No, he said Coach Rob.
Oh,
and he said he wants to, be around his kids.
Robert.
And
Midlife crisis, Robbie?
Coach Robbie. Hey, Robbie.
Yeah,
Rob?
Coach Rob. And
Robbie's kind of a young person's name.
And then he said, as we all know,
RG.
that the wife's been carrying the load at home, and he wants to take a little offer. So, but like Pop said, I mean, I'm not saying you don't want Jake Moody to get hurt, but I mean, if he pulls a hammy or something, isn't that the first call you're going to make? I mean, you're especially
first call I would make. I don't know if it's the first one the front office makes. It's certainly the first one that I would make. Again, fingers crossed, nothing happens to, as Pop calls him, Jake the Make, and best of luck to Robbie. I can't believe you guys are already into permutations. Johnny, Johnny, there's a lot of ball left, bro. But if this is this and that is that, and
that's a plausible scenario that Baltimore beats the Rams and the 49ers beat Seattle. I kind of set this up.
I know. You guys are good at it.
No, we need to know.
Definitely talking points, gets people excited.
Yeah.
You know me.
I want a T-shirt and cap.
I'm stuck in the fishbowl thinking week to week.
That's what I think. You have a player mentality, right? You have a player mentality. I'm just looking at big picture. What I say and do doesn't affect anything.
No, but it affects your listeners and gets the hype up. I'm just messing with you.
I totally get it.
It's definitely it's a huge game if it can be a T-shirt and hat game. There is no question about it. The first day one of every season, if you want to get to the postseason, you got to win your freaking division. So if that can happen, step one, great. But there's going to be several steps to this. And Johnny, that's what I loved about after the Philadelphia win. And it was an ass-kicking without question. To be able to go back in there after the NFC Championship game, we all know the narrative and that storyline with the injuries at quarterback and for – as I said, week 13 for number 13, and Brock got to show for 4 quarters, really only 3. I mean, I think they put up 456 yards in 3 quarters of football because of how the first quarter went. But to be able to do that and to go into their house, a 10-1 football team, and to play like they played, that certainly was deserving of excitement and hype and guys fired up. But Pop will tell you that plane ride was no different than any other plane ride. And we said it last week and how big that game was and how big the hype was going into that game. It was just another step on the journey. This team knows what journey they're on. This is an experienced, mature football team that have brought along the young guys. And before we get going, I know we're going to talk Seattle and talk a lot of the Philadelphia game. The offensive line and how they're playing and how they're coming together, when you really kind of slice it up and think about these players. Trent Williams, best left tackle in pro football, has been for a long time. Aaron Banks is a second-year starter. Jake Brendel is a second-year starter. Spencer Burford is a second-year starter. Colton McKivitz is, in effect, a first-year starter. And those guys, there's still a lot to learn. They don't know what they don't know, but the way that they're playing, and when you look at these big games, how they've played, and Seattle's going to be a handful now. They strain up front. You know how. I mean, they're going to bring their A game, and they got good players. But the offensive line, everybody, is Purdy, the system guy. He's just, anybody can do what he's doing. That to me is a joke. Christian McCaffrey's such a great runner. He's unbelievably rugged. All those things are true. The offensive line's paving the way for these guys. The offensive line is protecting. The offensive line is opening holes. And when I say O-line, I got to include Kittle, and I got to include the wide receivers. They get 9 hats on 9 hats.
And
almost,
juice.
And juice. I mean, they get 9 hats on 9 hats almost every play. And they play through the whistle. That does not happen. Not a lot of teams strain like this team strains, play in and play out to make their blocks. And that's the engine that makes this thing go. So I would be remiss not to mention those guys and how well they've played, how hard they work, how well they're coached, how Furster just grinds the holy hell out of those guys, and how they respond. So that to me, that needed to be said.
Without a doubt. And we were watching the game back. And by the way, watching the game back on the All-22 with Tim Ryan is an education. Nobody sees more play-to-play than T-Rock. It is so much fun. But every play, Jake Brendel, how many great blocks did he have out in space? They were running behind Banks, and they were running behind Trent. It was amazing. But one thing I would say, to me, this was all about unselfishness, accountability, your word.
Word of the year.
And we'll get into the way the defensive line changed the way they rush, which is hard. But the unselfishness, accountability of the star players on this team to block when they do not have the football is amazing. George Kittle does it every play. Obviously, that's just what he does. But Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey, Kyle said he's the best player he's ever coached without the ball in his hands. The way he executes fakes and everything, the way they block for each other. Juwan does it every play. But it is amazing. You're right. It's 9. Brock's the only guy not blocking and the guy carrying the ball.
And he might block too, just for the hell of it.
He would if you asked him.
Right. No, you are clearly right on that, and I second what Kyle said about Christian, because it's not just his magnetism that draws people to him because he's such a threat. The way that he can execute it, at times he is a lead blocker. At times he is a receiver going in motion, and he's got some lead blocks. Kyle Juszczyk, the kind of the glue that holds it all together, and the versatility that he gives them to show 21 personnel, be able to run spread out of it, to be able to run a power run game out of it, to be able to put him at H-back, to be able to put him at fullback, to be able to put him at wide receiver. That's the beauty of this offense, is because they've got the versatility, and we all know and we've talked about it so many times, when you have a variety of formations with different players that can excel at that formation, that's a handful for a defense. There is absolutely no question about it. But in the end, it gives Kyle Shanahan answers to everything you want to do on defense. You want to run a 5-man front? Got answers. You want to run a 4-man front and keep some of your second-level blitz packages alive. Jamal Adams this week, we'll talk about that. Devon Witherspoon, how they bring those guys and how aggressive they are on those early downs. They've got answers. They've got answers to put you in a box on defense, and I don't care who the defense is. When you look at what this team has done on the scoreboard, they've got 5 wins this year, Johnny, against teams that are right in the middle of this playoff race, if not near the top. And you got the Steelers, and they've been a surprise, obviously, with how they've played on defense. We'll see what happens to them now with Pickett. Dallas, the Jaguars, Seattle on Thanksgiving Day, and Philadelphia. They have outscored those teams in those 5 games, 179-49. And those are good football teams.
Playoff teams.
179-49. So it's complementary football on both sides of the ball. But the versatility, the play calling the other night, we talked about it, Pop, on that. The 3rd and 3 to Kittle, that's what got him going. That kind of flipped the game, the first 3rd down conversion, because the first 2 drives, oh, by the way, play number 1, and I showed it to you, and it's not the first time that this has happened. Kyle Juszczyk's open for a 50-plus yard play because they don't honor him a lot of times when he lines out at split in and splits out wide. The corner jumped the stick route bigger than Dallas as fast as he could.
It was a touchdown.
The safety was nowhere even close, and the ball got bad. And Brock went with the first read. I think it was BA on that end cut on that stick route.
Yeah.
And the ball got batted by Jordan Davis at the line of scrimmage. There will come a time that Juice is going to get one of those, and he's going to take it to the house. But those first 2 drives, 2 3-and-outs, -6 yards, the whole thing, and I think give Philly some credit, because I think Sean Desai came out and ran a couple different pressures at him that, when you have 5-man protection, the protection's everything. You know that. And they were running a variety of twists with zone pressures next to it and dropping defensive ends, and that all changes protection. So, give them credit for the first 6 plays. But when that 3rd and 3 happened to Kittle, and it was really the last resort over on the 49ers, just a spot abroad that he had to come back for. Remember, he had to come back and kind of lay out and catch that. That was close. That was close. The first 3rd down conversion, and then the call with Kittle to motion one, and then protect. People are like, "Wow, that's they've run that play so many times this year." He's gonna block. He's gonna help out Aaron Banks, who's kicking out from left guard, especially if the defensive end, aka outside linebacker that time, Hassan Reddick, is way up the field. If he's flying up the field, Kittle's gonna stalk him and pick him up. And then he flashes out to no man's land. There was nobody out there. Nick Morrow was on the backside in a blender. He didn't know what was happening. And then Kittle, of course, the juice to take that thing deep into the red zone and then protect the football when he was getting converged on. That kind of got the party started. The play call on the, forecasting man coverage on the out and up and really a choice route that turns into an out and up. For them to obviously forecast that here comes man, and then put McCaffrey out on it, and then brought instant. I think Morrow jumped the out route. He thought it was just choice out route.
Buffalo ran the same play to the rookie back Cook, and Allen just missed it.
And he dropped it, right?
Yeah, right,
so
just off his fingertips.
Brock dropped it right in the bucket, and Christian has a huge play. A great route, great throw, huge play. Now this defense is going to start pressing a little bit. They're desperate. Oh, man, these guys are getting it going a little bit. And then they run the Z reverse to Deebo Samuel.
That's off the script. That's play 6 and 7 to start the second half for Kyle Reese-Scripps. Play 6 is the pass. Play 7 is a run right after that.
Right. I mean, just think about that.
It's genius.
And yeah, Hassan Reddick bites down. And everyone bites down. And then now here comes Kittle, lead blocking for Deebo Samuel, who was untouched on the play.
Kittle blocked 2 guys on that play.
Took them both into the end zone. And everyone else is inhaling the Deebo dust. I mean, come on, man. The play calling is outstanding, and the execution is even better.
All right, let's get more into it. We'll talk more about the Eagles, how they come off this game. We'll look ahead, obviously, to Seattle. What are the challenges when you've seen a team twice in 3 weeks, no matter how dominant they were last time out? Tim Ryan, Power Hour. Love doing it every Thursday live from Levi's, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Greg Cosell from NFL Films. He joined Murph and Marcus to break down the 49ers win over the Eagles. That podcast and more. Turning right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Ryan's Bull Rush continues with Papa and Lund.
Sponsored by Pacific Catch, the West Coast fish house straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at PacificCatch.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
They ride the mesh point to Hurts, to DeAndre Swift. He wants him to go on a scramble drill to the back of the end zone. A.J. Brown. Hurts fell down. He got sacked. Kinlaw will get the sack. He was pointing to A.J. Brown to go to the back pylon on the scramble drill, and Brown never went. And then Hurts, as he was looking, just fell down. That's a 16-yard sack for Kinlaw.
Talking to Eagles and 49ers, we'll move on to the Seahawks shortly. Tim Ryan Power Hours. We're live at Levi Stadium. Don't forget, about an hour from now, Gary St. Jean back with us, talking a little Warriors.
The saintly one. I'm so excited.
Blazers. So do not miss that. Spend your lunch in the car from now on. And we just got it both on 49ers and Warriors. But that was symbolic of how well they played defensively. The game plan was awesome. Keep Jalen Hurts in the pocket, which they did. He slipped there. Kinlaw gets the sack. He had a couple of sacks in that game. But what a great game plan to keep Hurts in the pocket, force him to beat him with his arm, and he couldn't.
Yeah, I think if and obviously it's going to be a challenge against that cat keeping him in the pocket. I think the biggest ambition of the defense was to keep him from moving up in the pocket, getting vertical to the line of scrimmage, because then as a runner, as a two-way player, he's a major problem. We saw it later in the game, and Oren Burks and Fred Warner were able to get him down on a long down and distance. That was the play that he left for the concussion protocol and went into the locker room. I think the ambition, the way that as I watched the tape, it to me was bull rush, power rush with everybody. Play with your eyes. Keep him from scrambling vertically up in the pocket. If he's going to get out, make him get out and retreat first. Make him go backwards and then horizontal. And that happened a multitude of times in the game. And a big part of it was Bosa in the bull rush. Lane Johnson is a great player, man. The spin, I don't know if Bosa had any idea that he was going to be able to spin the spin, if you will. And you saw the play. I mean,
yeah, I had never seen anybody do it.
The athleticism,
Dwight Freeney spin, and Lane Johnson,
and it was a damn good spin.
And he was right there.
And he spun the other way and was able to regain contact with Nick. Now Nick still got pressure on the play because he immediately turned it into slip outside the shoulder. But to force him to retreat and then to push him to one side or the other, whatever side he goes. Now to get a payoff on that, because if you watch a lot of tape on him, which we did, he's not going to, when he's outside the pocket, when he's a run-pass option, unless he's got a guy wide open, he's typical, or on the move where he thinks he's got a guy out leveraged, he's typically not going to throw it. He's going to milk it, and either throw it away or eventually run out of bounds and not take a sack. And we saw that a number of times in the game. But to get the payoff when you force him back and out, is you better plaster on the back end. And when I say plaster, it's if you're in zone, go find a receiver and hip up to him, get in his hip pocket and turn it into man coverage. Plaster, just go find somebody and look for work. That's why they call it plaster. And I thought that was as good as I've seen the 49ers do it in a long, long time. And that's always a challenge against these quarterbacks that are dual threats when they get outside the pocket. And you were calling it perfectly on that call and he was pointing. He's pointing to go to the corner of the end zone. Well, Ambry had him locked up, and he almost, A.J. Brown, I don't want to say he quit on the play, but he was so tied up with Ambry Thomas, I don't think he ever saw Jalen Hurts telling him to go to the corner. So they were at the plan came to fruition. We always talk about rush and coverage working together, and this is another perfect example of that. If we're gonna have to bull rush, and D linemen don't like it. I mean, D linemen, they want to get to an edge, they want to get to the quarterback. But if we're going to bull rush and we're going to play with our eyes and we're going to try to keep him from going to the line of scrimmage and pushing him out and to the side, you've got to be able to play that plaster coverage on the back end, and they did it terrifically. I mean, when they ran the fades, and we're going to see him again in this game with DCAF, that's what they do. 3 deep, Geno's throwing it. He's going to take a shot. And you don't have to have long protection to take that deep shot. But the way they were able to Charvarius Ward on A.J. Brown on some of those fade routes, Ambry Thomas on some of those fade routes, and what this team is doing different now, and Charvarius is always great at playing the back shoulder. He's really good at it when he's in press and he's running with those guys. But what they're doing now, and I think where they've come in the last several games, and probably started at Jacksonville, I would think, is they're flipping their head now, and they're not. It's not panic mode where they're just trying to get in the guy's face and wait for the ball to get there and then try to rip the pocket. Because if there's any contact when you're not playing the ball, here comes the flag. Now, if there's contact and I'm doing this, that's like incidental contact. They're both playing the football. That's the adjustment the corners have made. Ambry Thomas out to the perimeter and Demo Lenore to slot has been a big trigger for this defense in terms of how they've been able to execute on that side of the ball.
All right, we'll continue talking about the defense against the Eagles, and we got to jump ahead to the Seahawks as well. Just a week ago, we were talking about the Seahawks win on Thanksgiving, and they're back. What adjustments could they make? How desperate are they? And hopefully you don't have some kind of a letdown. You beat the Cowboys and then lost 3 straight. So we'll get into all those conversations as well. Tim Ryan, Power Hour live from Levi's, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. I got a football game Sunday at 1 o'clock. Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday, so get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. You could update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. 17 regular season games is always in the NFL, so let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many seasons to come. Support your team and your local, independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Now back to Papa and Lund and Tim Ryan's Bull Rush.
Oh, my goodness. You talk about a tidal wave rush?
Sponsored by Pacific Catch, the West Coast Fish House, straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at pacificcatch.com.
This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Purdy back, looks right, throws right off the hand, intercepted. Jordan Brooks coming back the other way. Touchdown, Seattle. It went off the hand of Christian McCaffrey.
Not a great throw by Purdy. That is 2 bad throws from Brock Purdy.
Thanks for joining us. Power Hour with Tim Ryan. We do this every Thursday from Levi's Stadium. Coming off the Philly win, got to get refocused. Seattle coming up this weekend, a desperate football team. You know Pete Carroll well. So
Yep.
the Seahawks defense, I got them to within 24-10 early in the third quarter. So what do we expect from Seattle to change things up?
Well, that was a great play because that ball was tipped not only at the line of scrimmage, and then it I think that raised it up and caused the ball flight to go up a little bit, and then it came off his hand, and they're going to load the hole, man. That's what they do. I could see Pete playing against the 49ers. They played a lot of 3 deep, and they do that against everybody. But they are not going to let those deep digs from Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle, those deep hooks, deep digs versus cover 3 in the soft spot behind the linebackers and then in front of the safety in the corner who's playing out on the perimeter. So what they did in that game is there was a lot of deep linebackers sitting in their back, and obviously Brock was able to dot him with that great play. And that's why Kyle said the check down, I think it was Ross Dwelly on a check down underneath all that. And Brock decided to thread the needle for that, basically the game-sealing touchdown on Thanksgiving. I think they jump right back into their 5-man front against Dallas. And I do believe they're going to come back with their 4-man front. That was the wrinkle against the 49ers, because what it does is it allows Jamal Adams, especially now if Jordan Brooks doesn't play, and he's got an ankle injury, and it doesn't sound like he's doing much. Number 56, their linebacker, who's a pretty damn good player. He's got 4.5 sacks. He's a good blitzer. He's got big heat on him. The 49ers have been able to take advantage of him, though, with the passing game and showing him different things and coming back with something else. But it allows Jamal Adams to be the Jamal Adams that he is, which is a blitzer and a box player that's moving forward. And he can get that done. When he's in a back pedal playing safety, there's problems and there's limitations in his coverage. He doesn't have enough swivel in his hips to turn and burn with some of these guys that are running vertical routes or getting at the top of their stem deep and then break into the corner or break into the post. So I think they're going to come back with their 4-man front, and they're going to depend on their defensive line wreaking havoc. Leonard Williams is playing his ass off now. He is a guy was a top 5 pick out of USC, and this is his 3rd team now. He's still got a lot of gas left in the tank, and they run a lot of twist games up front, and they got him clearing it out most of the time. He's the Eric Armstead of this defense in terms of he's the guy through that's taking 2 or getting the gap and allowing the tight wrapper to come underneath. So I think when you look at Seattle, they got good players. And they're well coached. They're going to force a lot of negative plays on defense, and then they're going to try to get you into the 3rd long down and distances, drop that 3x4, 3 deep, 4 underneath, drop it deep, and force you to throw into the kill zone and rally up and tackle. And I think it's very, very difficult to beat a division opponent twice in this. I don't care, and especially the rivalry that this is, and especially the game only 2 weeks away. And then you compound that with this team's had 3 extra days rest of preparation. That defense played 90 plays at Dallas for them, 90 plays on defense. So we saw the benefit of the 49ers having the 3 extra days rest against Philadelphia after the Thursday night game. So that will be a factor in the game. They're going to try to wreak havoc, and they're going to try to get DK going on offense, and they're going to try to get and here's the biggest thing on that side of the ball. Pete Carroll, as you guys know, Chris Carson, I mean, you can go all the way back to when they're really playing their ball. Marshawn Lynch, I mean, who's going to forget those great years? He wants to run the ball. He wants, in whether it's Russell Wilson or now Geno Smith, he wants play action. He wants to marry the boot game to, a lot of those C-gap runs. Charbonnet got hurt at Dallas. He had a couple of good runs against the 49ers, bottled them up pretty good. The score helped do that. But they got to keep K9 in the crate, a.k.a. the box, the run box. And I think he's going to play, right, with the oblique injury. He got hurt early in the Ram game.
What are you hearing, John? You got Seattle spies up there.
So I don't think he practiced. I don't think he practiced yesterday.
Yeah.
So obviously it's a significant
Kenny
injury.
McIntyre, if they don't have both of them,
It's
I
DJ
think
Dallas.
One will play though, right?
Yeah, and I think their hopes are it's Kenneth Walker, who is a whole different animal than Charbonnet.
Right.
Charbonnet's a good back. I remember at UCLA, the guy was, a highlight reel. K9 is a whole different animal, and he's
a home run hitter.
He is a home run hitter. He's a better jump cutter.
Yeah.
He's been at this a little bit longer. His vision's a little bit better. And then when he gets through the front line now, he can, as you said, home run hitter. He can make a house call from 99 yards. He's got that kind of juice. And again, they like to run a lot of those C-gap runs. And if they can get that going, and then they're the number one boot team in the NFL in terms of, getting Geno out on the edge and getting those tiered routes in front of him. With some big targets, in particular DK Metcalf. So I think that's going to be their ambition on offense. The last good run game they had was against Cardinals week 7, and I think Kenneth had 107 yards in that game. So to me, the biggest ambition if he plays defensively is to make them one-dimensional, and then you got to handle DK in the go ball, which 49ers and Charvarius Ward, for the most part, has been able to do, other than the playoff game when he guessed on a back shoulder and they took it over the top on him. And that's always a big challenge against DK Metcalf. The throw Geno Smith threw to him at Dallas on that post and that wasn't a good play by the safety. And give credit to Geno. He worked him over with his eyes a little bit. They had a double-double on that play, I think, where they had Lockett doubled on the over route. And they had DK doubled with the corner and the post safety behind him. Well, Geno pulled that post safety off the post, and that opened up just enough for a great throw. And then it's a house call from DK Metcalf. But you got to make this team a one-dimensional passing team and keep them out of their play actions, keep them out of their bootlegs, maybe play some man coverage to keep Geno Smith, get him off his first read. If you get him off his first read with the 49er rush, I promise you he's looking to escape and extend a play. And then if he is under pressure, he will put it up. There was only one interception in the game from Ambry Thomas in the Thanksgiving Day game where he undercut.
Lockett.
And that's one thing, Geno. You go, and Deron Bland made the same play at Dallas.
On Lockett.
The one thing Geno will do is he leaves that out route inside. And it's a leverage route, and the corner's got his hips turned to the sideline. The out route comes right against the grain. And Geno, throughout his career, has left that deep out route to the inside for his receiver. It's not low into the outside or only to where his guy can get it. So there's going to be opportunities to get that. Early in the game, we saw Charvarius Ward drop the end cut where he undercut that ball on DK Metcalf. So sees all those opportunities. I've said it many times. This team leads the league in interceptions, and they've dropped at least 10. It could be an ungodly number. It could be a record-setting number. Guys are in position to get the ball, go make the play. And then offensively, obviously want to stay balanced, want to run it. Depending on what front they're in, we could see a different attack. The coaches are great at forecasting that or making an adjustment on the run. And then if you're Brock, I think I could see Kittle having a big day. Debo, obviously, 4 catches, 2 touchdowns the other day, 30 yards of freaking catch for the beast of Debo Samuel. BA with obviously having a great year. Take what this defense gives you. There's going to be opportunities to make plays, but when they're in that deep coverage, get the ball in the under routes in front of that coverage and then get yards after the catch. I mean, the first play of the game at Seattle, it was CMC in front of Bobby Wagner, and Bobby Wagner is still playing great football. I don't know if he's got the foot speed that he once had, and CMC just turned on the afterburners and like, where'd he go? Where'd who go? Oh, there he goes. So yards after the catch with those underneath throws will be a big part of this game plan, I think.
All right, we'll get more into it, and there's a psychological side of this whole thing because the 49ers, of course, blow out the Eagles. Could they be down a little bit on this one? Tim's around the team all the time, so we'll ask him that question. We'll get up till noon, and then, of course, Gary St. Jean at 12:30 to talk Warriors. They get that win over the Blazers, and he is back on the station at 12:30. We'll do all that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, faithful, this hour we go from snap to whistle.
It's the mindset of full speed, nonstop, snap to whistle.
This is Tim Ryan's Bull Rush with Papa and Lund.
Sponsored by Pacific Catch, the West Coast Fish House, straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at pacificcatch.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
First and goal, 8-yard line. True eye, use check. The head of McCaffrey slides left, toss to McCaffrey, coming left, stacked up, stays patient, squirts through, and takes it all the way down to the goal line. Touchdown! CMC, what a run that was!
CMC, TCB, a slow fuse on that one because there was nowhere to go.
Seahawks coming up again this weekend. I told you this story, but every Monday at 11:50 when the 49ers win, it's a victory Monday, so we replay your calls. And we had Kurt Warner at the last minute, and so we put Kurt on during that time, and we had announced that we were going to play it. Man, I didn't know people knew those kind of that kind of profanity.
You got an angry voice.
Man, there were so many people hitting me up on
because they're as whacked
Twitter,
out as we are.
They love it, man. They love the calls. So
well, we're having fun doing it. I do know this, and we run into all the play-by-play teams across the league, and there's a lot of great ones. But I can promise you one thing: no one's having more fun than us, no doubt. And we've had some. Obviously, you've been blessed. You've had some good years
ever since I arrived.
You have been the magic formula.
Here comes it's Bosa,
the best player on the Bosa. Yeah, we have a lot of fun, and to me, that's credit to the organization that allows us to be part of it. We get a lot of access. We get a lot of ability to be around these guys. I get to see them on a day-to-day basis, get to be in the weight room with them, get to be out of practice, get to break bread with them at times. And, you know, I've said it, and back to accountability and the word of the year and the culture of this team. And character counts, man. It is good people from top to bottom here, and it's almost like family-style football in the way they are accountable to each other. And again, with enough experience and enough veteran leadership, and this team has it, that have been through these battles, win or lose, they understand the task at hand. And that's where I give tremendous credit to Kyle Shanahan. And you know, just a quick story. I talked to Troy Aikman a lot on when there's a Monday night game. And we were just talking about hires, and I think we were maybe last time talking about when, you know, Mike McDaniel went to Miami, or D'Amico in Houston, or Robert in New York. And then, of course, they take coaches with them, right? And this guy and Troy just flat out told me, he goes, I tell everybody who calls me and asks about any of these coaches, or they're looking for this, or they're looking for a passing game coordinator, he goes, first place I would go is a Kyle Shanahan staff. And I'll tell you why. Because these guys work. These guys work their tails off. And that starts with the head coach, who works his tail off and keeps everything into perspective. And every game to him, it's a step in the journey, but he prepares like it's the Super Bowl. And I think you can see that on Sundays. I don't care what all these critics say that are on the outside. Oh, look at look at that play. You try it, bro. You try it. It's very, very difficult. But how he keeps this team balanced and keeps his team pushing and, most importantly, keeps his team working and knows when to lighten things up, has a pulse on the team when it's time to maybe back off a little bit. And this is usually the time of year in practice when they start backing off a little bit and making sure guys are fresh and, most importantly, mentally. Physically, obviously they got a rehab or an injury and they're trying to deal with that. But from the neck up, there's always an emphasis on mental preparation. And what they do off the practice field, Kyle has always said, is just as important as what they do on the practice field. And that shows up week in and week out. So, and then they all understand that as good as it is, and this is a good football team. I mean, we referenced scores against the 5 playoff teams. As good as it is, if you're not at your best, and that's why I always say play your best or get beat, any team in this league can take you down. This is pro football. That's, and it's a game of matchups. And I think they all understand that. And so I don't anticipate, especially against a division rival and the Seattle Seahawks and the history of these two organizations since realignment began, I see no emotional letdown whatsoever.
And I don't think they had it going into Cleveland. I think they just ran into a team that was off a bye and rested. You lost Debo early in the game. Trent Williams played when he wasn't right. Christian had an oblique and everything.
And Dre Greenlaw in defense.
Dre Greenlaw wasn't there for that game. So it's just, and then you just started the roll. It's such a competitive league. But what you're talking about is your best players set the culture here. And it's from the coaching staff and the scheme. And obviously, Bosa flipped the defense without a doubt. But a word about Christian McCaffrey and what Brock Purdy's doing. McCaffrey went over 1,000 yards now.
How long has it been since that? Frank Gore, which year?
Frank Gore in 2014.
Yeah, think about that.
But he did it in 12 games. He got 5 more games to go. So he's going to go way over 1,000. He's got 12 touchdowns rushing. He's got 5 receiving. So he's got 17. He could get Jerry Rice's franchise record. JR had 23 in a strike year of 87 in 12 games. But the way Brock moves the ball around. And you and I were talking about this. Just look at the 49er receiving numbers. This speaks to what this team is. Who gets the ball? Well, there's a primary in every route, a second, a third. But the guy who's most open, Brock Purdy, will get him the ball. Christian McCaffrey leads the team in catches, receptions, with 51. Brandon Ayuk has 50. George Kittle has 50. Your top 3 are 51, 50, and 50, and only because he missed 2 games, Deebo Samuel has 38.
Almost 3 games.
38.
Right.
So, I mean, and
they're all in the 4 to 6
around.
touchdown range.
Isn't that amazing?
They're all in the 4 to 6 touchdown range.
5, 6, and 5.
Yeah. So, and Deebo's got how many? 4 now?
He's got 3 receiving.
And another 3, I think, rushing. Yeah, it's
4 rushing.
4 rushing. It's,
but look at that.
Ball distribution is it's ridiculous because you know why? Because this team, as good as any, draws up coverage beaters, and every coverage has a weakness. And guess what? The quarterback can, whether it's read 1, 2, or 3, the quarterback gets through them and throws the beater. I said it early in the year, and I don't even know which game it was after. I remember talking to guys. I said Brock's going to throw 30 touchdowns this year. He's got 23 now with 5 games to go. I will venture to say he's a 4,000-yard plus passer with 30 touchdowns when you look at the remaining teams on the schedule. I don't think there's been a 30 or 30-plus yard quarterback in terms of touchdowns. I think it was 01, Jeff Garcia. And I think the time before that was Super Bowl Steve in 94 through maybe
MVP of the league.
Maybe through 35. So there's no doubt, and I love listening to the conjecture on who is an MVP, candidate, why he should, and I always hear the same one with Brock Purdy. Well, look at the guys he's throwing to. Well, look at the guys Steve Young was throwing to. I mean, you can't. To me, that's not a valid argument. Well, he was unable to come back in 3 games. Well, he had a rough game at Cleveland. That was his roughest game. It's the number 1 defense in pro football. He was concussed at the end of the Minnesota game, and nobody knew it. Cincinnati, He threw for, they had 460 yards offense, and those were a couple of bad plays by Brock, in particular the one to Pratt on the little, option play shovel, and he tried to make something out of it. There's no doubt in my mind he should and is an MVP candidate, and I know it's hard. I don't think a running back has had it since Adrian Peterson. I don't remember what year after he came off the ACL, 2012. McCaffrey's got to be right in the middle of that mix too with what he's doing. That trade 1,000% unlocked this football team. And not only did it unlock the passing game on offense, where I started, John, when he first got here, I said, click, click, he just unlocked the passing game. Well, he's clearly unlocked the running game. He's unlocked the offensive line, and he's unlocked the defense of how they can play because of what they do on the scoreboard. They're scoring 20, 29 points a game or something. It's easier to play defense with a 2-touchdown lead than it is when you're in a 17-14 game. It's just that simple. So what a trade that was by the decision makers.
By the way, you were talking about Brock yards, and I know you love this kind of stuff. Projected right now for Brock, 4,500 yards passing, completes 70% of his passes, projected 33 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, and a QB rating of 116.1, which would be 9th all time.
4,500
yards is what he's.
Jeff Garcia in 2000 was 42.78 and 31 touchdowns.
He's at 45.12 projected.
45 is a big number.
Yeah, 4,500, 33 touchdowns.
For a team that runs it as much as the Niners do?
Well, and here's honestly his best stat. He's at 9.6 yards per attempt at 70% completion. So you think of 70% completion passers, that's dink and dunk, so you can get it that high. He's at nearly 10 yards per.
It's the highest in the NFL since Kurt Warner and the Greatest Show on Turf.
By a mile.
When they was running those deep digs at 21 yards.
Right.
And for McCaffrey, we talked about him going 1,000. He's not going to do that, but he may go 1,500, 500.
Wow.
He's got 1,032 yards rushing, John, in 12 games and 429 yards receiving. So, he's at 1,400 plus in 12 games. When you get to 17 games, he could get up to 1,800, 1,900 yards this year.
Yeah, incredible numbers across the board. And the defense, you watch it there with the takeaways, where they are in the plus minus, which is the biggest stat in pro football. And I think they're sitting at plus 11 or something right now. They're number 1 in the NFL and in the takeaway ratio. It's real simple, and we've been saying it for a long time. It's about this team. It's about the 49ers. They are the best team. It's about keeping their foot on the execution gas pedal, period. It's that simple. If they do that, and I know the ball's shaped funny and it can bounce certain ways and get tips, then sometimes the football gods aren't with you. But this team can recover from that stuff as long as they execute what they're supposed to do to a man, do your job. They're just going to keep winning games. It's going to be a fun finish.
Before we get you out of here, you're around this team all the time. You mentioned this a bit, but you're around this team all the time. When you, as a player, when you come off a game like that, is so emotional. You circled it for a long time, and then you come back the next week. Is that difficult?
No, it's fuel. I mean, if you're a I don't know, 3-7 team, 3-8 team, and you get a big win like that, yeah. But the way this team is a juggernaut on both sides of the ball, and they're used to winning. I don't know, what are they, 22-4 in their last 26 games?
November, December, January, dominant.
It's no, there's going to be no sticking their chest out. Look what we did, and then go get smashed on Sunday. And having said that, this is going to be a tight ass game. Seattle is going to bring their A game. 3 consecutive losses. They are desperate, and they want to beat the 49ers and keep themselves alive, but make a statement to the 49ers. They haven't beaten this team. It's been several games since they've beaten the 49ers. So Pete Carroll will have his crew absolutely ready to go.
All right, as always, great stuff from Tim Ryan. We appreciate it, man. We'll see you Sunday.
All right, Johnny.
Thank you, bro.
See you, Pop.
See you
that is the great Tim Ryan, and, of course, Papa and Tim, and we always do that on Victory Monday, and we'll make sure 11:50, all right? Kurt Warner came in. A lot of people were I'm just telling you, this happened. Believe me.
Kurt Warner wants to go on at 11:50.
Yeah,
we're going to have to adjust, aren't we?
I mean, that's just kind
of Brock's story.
If Bruce Dickinson says that we need more cowbell.
He's the cock of the walk, baby.
We're going to give him more cowbell.
I mean, Brock Purdy is the Kurt Warner story.
Exactly. So
who's going to star as Brock Purdy in the Brock Purdy movie?
Ryan Gosling. No, he does. We need somebody
He'd have
young.
to gain a little weight.
Yeah,
too.
we need young face. Who
I
has
waited.
Yeah, that guy was so mad.
That's the guy called on the voicemail?
If you say 11:50,
right,
I got you. I just called him Harold. Okay, Harold. We'll make sure next
That's
time.
not his name?
Yeah, we need text line is wide open. Yeah, you need a baby face. Ryan Gosling doesn't have enough of a baby face. Maybe a young, unheralded actor, an up-and-comer. But I don't know off the top of my head, so you can hit us up with that. This is funny that we were just talking about this, and again, Gary St. Jean at the bottom of the hour, and coming up next, we'll get into the words. But as we were just talking about Brock Purdy, this was J.J. Watt. I believe he was on with McAfee earlier. This is what J.J. said about Brock.
I do think that Brock doesn't get enough credit. I mean, Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Tom had, not throughout his whole career, but he had Randy Moss. The quarterbacks have had great receivers. You can't punish a guy because he's got incredible weapons, and there's zero denying he has incredible weapons. The weapons around him are unbelievable, but that doesn't take away from the fact that he's delivering, that he's orchestrating, that he's leading, that he's doing everything it takes. I think it's very easy for us to sit and say, anybody could do that job, but the reality is there's 32 starting quarterbacks in the National Football League, and not a lot of them are performing anywhere near that level, and then backups come in and they don't perform near that level. But then Jake Browning has a great night, which was an incredible night. He deserves credit for that. By the way. That was spectacular. But I think Brock, it's not like he did this for 2 games. It's not like he just came in, replaced somebody, and had 2 great games and then fell off. He has consistently shown that he is able to do this, that he's able to read the defenses, that he's able to deliver the ball, that he's able to do everything this offense needs him to do. So give the guy some credit. It sucks when everybody just picks apart performances by a guy. You guys playing lights out.
By the way, now, and we do this all the time, but now he does have 17 regular season starts. So in those games, 42-83 on the yards, 34 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, a 116.9. So very similar to what he's projected to do this season. We just said 33-9, over 4,500 yards is projected this year, completing 70% of his passes at 9.6 yards per attempt, which is number 1 in the league. So
they have great eligibles. That was the first thing before the season started, if you remember, when they had that Wednesday practice, the Thursday when Nick signed. But just watching them come off training camp and getting into go mode for Pittsburgh in the start of the year, and they break the huddle, and the halfback is Christian McCaffrey, the fullback is Kyle Juszczyk, the tight end is George Kittle, the wide receivers are Brandon Ayuk and a skinny Deebo Samuel. And I'm just thinking, this is as good as any 5-some. Take the quarterback out of it. The eligibles on this team, and obviously Juwan Jennings mentions in, and Ray when he's healthy, and other people, but Elijah Mitchell. But when you have a all-pro halfback, fullback, tight end, wide receiver, and the guy that is ascending faster than any of them, and Brandon Ayuk, to me, I went right to Roger Craig and Tom Rathman, and who do you want at tight end? Russ Francis, Dr. John Frank, Brent Jones, John Taylor, Jerry Rice, or the group that Steve had when you had Ricky Waters, who's, by the way, up for the Hall of Fame and an underrated player. William Floyd, bar none, was just a different fullback because he was so damn big, and he could lead block, but he could do a lot of things out in space with Brent. And then, you had Jerry Rice then, obviously. It just went on and on, John. And then they had T.O. later on with that group. And T.O. wasn't there for the Super Bowl team, but it was, John Taylor. Anyway, I'd put it up with any 5-some in the history of football, whether you want Franco and Rocky Blyer and Stallworth and Swan and whoever you want to have a tight end, Randy Grossman for the Steelers or any, who do you want to come up with? But the quarterback has got to make it all work. The quarterback, and that's the beauty and the balance in the offense, John. McCaffrey's over 1,000 yards in 12 games. You got 5 more to go. So he could get to 1,500 yards rushing, 1,400. He's at 428 receiving. He's not going to get 1,000, but when you add them together, he could get 17, 18, maybe. 2,000 is ambitious, but he's got 17 touchdowns. He could Jerry Rice's record. Jerry had 23 touchdowns in 1987 in 12 games. And then the way they are distributing the ball, it reminds me so much of the Warriors. And the St. Lee one will join us at 12:30, and we'll try to figure out who the Warriors are now. But at the height of their powers, when Durant was here, there was a shot selection for a while where it was 17.3 for Klay, 17.2 for Durant, 17.1 for Curry. And I'm like, wow. How do you even, it's a free
When everybody
flow.
would say, there's only one ball.
Well, but how do you even orchestrate that in basketball when you're going up and down every possession and they're shooting it every 10 to 15 seconds and Steve doesn't call plays? That's just playing the game the correct way. And with Kyle, there's a primary, a secondary, a third, on every play. But for the quarterback, I'm not playing favorites. Who's going to get the ball? The guy who's most open. Who's going to shoot the shot? The guy who's most open. And when you look at the receptions of this team, John, tell me a team that's had this kind of distribution. McCaffrey leads with 51 receptions. Ayuk has 50, and Kittle has 50. And then you have Debo at 30, only because he missed 2+ games. But 51, 50, and 50, that's why they're all happy. They're all scoring touchdowns. McCaffrey's got 5 touchdowns receiving. Ayuk's got 6, and Kittle's got 5. I mean, the distribution of the football, and who's doing Kyle, obviously, to some degree. And it's not like they sit there and think we have to get the exact number of targets to each guy. It's just the way the game unfolds. And when you play the game the right way, this is the result.
Well, and here's the thing, too. If we widen this thing out, everybody's talking about weapons for a quarterback. But think about any sport, all right? Like, I was thinking about this morning. The Angels had Ohtani and Trout and never won anything because they had nothing around them. You just mentioned Steph Curry. Look, as great as Steph Curry is, he wouldn't be anything without the guys around him. Michael Jordan never won a championship until he got Scottie Pippen. I mean, go on down the line. The great defenses in NFL history. Joe Green was awesome, but think of the guys he had around him. Nobody does it individually in any sport. Even if you want to say the greatest, Jordan didn't do it until Pippen and Grant and other guys happened. So when people make the argument of Purdy and he has too much around him, what great defense team in any sport, offense, didn't have that? They all do.
And even if they're not great, he's going to make them great.
Right. I mean,
look at Peyton Manning. He had Reggie Wayne, and he had Marvin Harrison, and he had Dallas Clark, and he had Edgerrin James or Marshall Faulk.
Right.
I mean, if we asked Kurt Warner, they all went to the Hall of Fame. Everybody around him, Ricky Prohl didn't, but it was Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce and Marshall Faulk. And in Marshall, you're talking one of the greatest running backs, period.
He's McCaffrey.
Look at Jim Kelly and what he had around him with Thurman Thomas and Andre Reed and James Loft, and even the tight end Metzelaars was a really good player. It's just so the argument is Brock's not that good because the 5 eligibles around him are also good. The 5 eligibles around him wouldn't be as good if they didn't have Brock Purdy, and the distribution of this offense is now. That's why your point. I mean, who goes to the Pro Bowl? All of them. McCaffrey goes, Juszczyk goes, Kittle goes, Ayuk goes, Debo goes. They're all going to go to the Pro Bowl this year.
Well, hopefully they all don't. But But your point in taking is that they all get
Trent
voted
Williams
in there,
is
whatever.
going.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that's what, as an organization, that's the first thing you do. So you get a quarterback and you say we got to surround him with the right things so he succeeds. So what do? You draft offensive linemen. You draft and/or sign offensive weapons. Everybody says that. Okay, you got a young quarterback. What do? You surround him with talent so he can succeed. You don't just leave him out there to flop in the wind. I think the guy who probably would have the biggest argument all time of great quarterbacks would be Brady, but he still had a Hall of Famer in Gronk. So it's not like he was didn't have anything, but he would probably be the one that jumps to mind. But like you said, most teams outside of that went and surrounded their quarterback with great players. But I widen out and think as great as a player is in any other sport, they always surround those great players with greatness, and most of them don't get penalized for that. But it's for some reason, and probably because he's picked 262, he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt, and it's strange. But at some point...
So what's he on pace? The numbers he's on pace for are what?
33-8 with over 4,500 yards.
4,500 yards?
4,512.
33 touchdown passes?
Yeah, 4,512, 33 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Complete 70.2 at 9.6 a pop.
Our friend Matthew from Freedman's Appliance, he is Freedman's Appliance, just sent me Steve Young, 1994 when he was the MVP and the Super Bowl MVP. He threw for 3,969 yards.
Yeah.
So Brock's on pace for 4,500, but still 70.3%, 35 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, and it was 8.7 yards per attempt. What's Brock? 9.6?
9.6.
And his rating that year was 112.8.
Well, and again, this tells now, again, quarterback rating has gotten out of control, but still, Aaron Rodgers has a 122.5 and a 121.5.
Single season
as the
highest
top.
ever.
But I mean, Brock would be top 10 all time. I mean, you just don't get lucky doing that. I mean,
and they're winning.
You are doing it right. And again,
but even Steve didn't throw for 4,000 yards.
Yeah.
How many 4,000 yards passers have they had here? Just Jeff Garcia?
I'll have to look at the break. I'll check it.
Garcia threw in 2,000 for 4,278. But I mean, the volume of the throws.
the content. I mean, the way things are
now. Threw it 561 times that year.
I mean, I'll go back and watch just because I'm like you this way. I'll watch the stuff, and they'll do like the weekly stuff in the 70s, and they'll do the highlights. And Ken Stabler will be like 11 of 25 for 138 and 2 touchdowns, and they'll say, in summer, after a couple of whiskeys, they'll say, and Ken Stabler had a great game. And it's like, well, yeah, things are different now. They're going down the field. There's all the things. So it's different in context. But the thing that's...
He'd throw 4 picks and three cheerleaders.
Exactly.
These are different numbers back then.
But the thing that I think carries is that if you're completing 70.2 and your yards per attempt or your yards per completion, 9.6, yards per attempt, 9.6, that's a massive number to complete 70% of your passes. That's just, it's awesome. And then people say everybody's doing it for you. His air yards are number 1 in the league as well. So there's really no holes to punch in his game. Look, he'll occasionally throw an interception here and there. We've talked about certain things. He's in his second year. What's he, 23? I mean, if I'm a 49ers fan, the future, there's no questions about him anymore. You've been on the
future
train
is
a
now.
long time, but I mean, there's no questions about it. And if anybody nationally is like, I still need to see this.
Yeah,
what?
They got to stop that. Mike Greenberg is really killing me. He is on this thing now. Is Brock Purdy, is he a system quarterback?
How the hell would a guy who loves the Jets know what a good quarterback looks like?
He keeps going on now. Is he good enough to beat Dak Prescott and Jalen Hurts?
He's never done
He
that.
just did, and he laid 6 touchdowns on each of them. Did you not hear?
Those shows sometimes, man. It's unbelievable. All right, we'll talk to Gary St. Jean, the triumphant return
The
of the
saintly one.
at the bottom of the hour. We haven't had him on forever.
He's never been on.
And he is our guy, man. He is our guy.
Never been on this station.
12:30, we'll talk Warriors with him. Do not miss it. It's Pop and Lund live from Levi's on the Sports Center.
You know what that felt like to put that Spalding burger right back in his swoosh.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers Hall of Fame quarterback Steve Young, his weekly performance with Tolbert and Copes. He feels very comfortable about the 49ers Super Bowl champions after the huge win in Philly. I handled that well. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
With that said, I applied for the freshman job at my old high school at Chicopee High. Wound up getting the varsity job. I was 21. And we turned it around from a team that was 2-20. We won like 16 games the first year. So a state representative took us to the State House. We saw the Celtics, and that's with John Havlicek, Dave Cowens, Sat Sanders, JoJo White, Don Chaney. But Don Nelson was the key guy, along with Sat Sanders. The young guys were able to get their pictures taken before the game with the players, and Don Nelson and Sat Sanders said, if you have any players that would like to go to camp, get in touch with us, and if you'd like to work our camp, we'd love to have you. Well, my ears went up like a German shepherd when I heard that, and that was the beginning for me of knowing people in the NBA.
That's our good friend, Gary St. Jean.
That's a great story. From Chicopee High School to an assistant coach with Nelly and the Milwaukee Bucks. Then he left briefly and went to the Nets, New Jersey Nets with Dave Wohl. And then when Nelly came out here in '88, he moved out with the Warriors, and he has lived in Northern California ever since. Obviously, a great run with the Kings as their head coach, and back with the Warriors and the Warrior GM and radio and TV for decades here, the one and only saintly one, who I miss desperately. I don't know. I guess maybe through the stream, John, I can give him a big kiss on the forehead. But I can't wait. Gary St. Jean is going to join us at 12:30.
It's going to be a good time.
It's been so long.
We had him in an old rendition of the show, and just like we just finished up the Tim Ryan Power Hour from 11 to 12, which we do every Thursday from here at Levi Stadium, we used to have a basketball hour with the Saintly one, and it was awesome. We would laugh the whole time, and it was just the best, and give us great insight, but had a ton of fun with it. So we're going to recreate it at the bottom of the hour, and you don't want to miss it, because not only is it entertaining and fun, and we'll tell stories and reminisce, but obviously, like you said, the knowledge that it'll have and what's going on with the Warriors right now, which still after the win over Portland last night is like, ugh. So
and he's obviously he grew up loving the Celtics, and we often draw the comparison to Red Auerbach, and locally here in the Bay Area, Al Davis and Bill Walsh, and great executives and coaches who had to make tough calls on their players, guys that had won multiple championships. And Red, Bill Russell, he just let him be the coach when he retired, and they won 2 more with Russell as player coach, and they just rolled right into John Havlicek and Dave Cowens and that team, and Tommy Heinsohn went to coach, and they won 2 more, and then he pulled a fast one on the NBA and got Larry Bird as a hardship ahead of Purvis Short, and he was able to win there. But then at the end of the Larry Bird run, and they had a lot of misfortunes with the passing of Len Bias and all that, the Celtics, those guys grew old, and they weren't the same players. Robert Parrish did move on and play with other teams like the Bulls, but Bird and the bad back just retired a Celtic. McHale retired a Celtic, and it was just hard, So those Celtics teams had some lean years, John. They were not good for a long time. So what do the Warriors do now? And I'm not saying they're quite there yet, but that day is coming. You don't have guys with bad backs like Larry had, but Clay's had 2 years where he didn't play at all. He's had a change. Saint traded Mully. We forget about that. And Mully was still a good player with the Indiana Pacers, right. But Mully wanted to leave. It wasn't a good team here. He traded Chris Mullin for Eric Dampier and the Indiana Pacers. And Chris did come back here. Now he's a staple. So, you can trade these guys and they wind up coming back here eventually, but it does change things. Al Davis just could never let him go. For Bill Walsh, it's so funny because his personalities, Al was very engaging, but if Al didn't know you, he could bite your head off. Where Coach Walsh would just, give you the whole game plan, and he was such a nice guy and so affable. But when it came to making hard decisions about their athletes, Bill's line was get rid of them a year too soon and a year too late, and Al's was, I just can't let my great players go. I just can't do it. And so what does Joe Lacob do, and how does he handle it? Does he do it like Red Auerbach, or does he do it like Bill Walsh? And I don't know if we're quite there yet, John, but that day's coming. And Saint, as a coach and a guy who's seen this greatness of this team, do you owe it to Steph Curry and all that about Steph's great year? Steph won 4 championships. He's not going to win every single year. What does Steph want? Do you want us to trade Klay Thompson? Seriously? How do you do that? So they won last night, but, man, it was a grind to get that win. So certainly will give us perspective on where this franchise is during the Steph years. How do you handle it?
Don't move. Gary St. Jean is going to join us. The Saintly One. We are reunited, and it already feels so good. Hey, Pop. We'll do that coming up next. We'll get you ready for the Warriors talk with Gary St. Jean next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Have you been to Tony's Pizza in the North Beach? They have the best pizza I've ever had, and it's been literally ranked #1 in the entire world. So it's my go-to spot. It should be yours as well for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini. Let me just say I ordered that in last night, and it is to die for. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They're a little large, so maybe have a couple of meals out of it, but they are so delectable and save room for dessert as well. Cannoli is the best in all of California, and the tiramisu is also outstanding, and that's John's favorite. Wake up early in the morning and take a stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, the Toscano Brothers. Their New York bagels are really good. So, and then when you go to a Warrior game, you go to a Giants game, you come here to Levi's to watch the 49ers, he has Tony G's, the Slice House locations, a little more fast, a little more casual. So no matter where you are, if you're looking for a night of pizza, you want Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, ranked #1 in the entire world.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
And so then Nelly, long story short, from Jim Fitzgerald purchasing the Warriors, Nelly goes out to Golden State, and he invites us to come out there with him. And I think that was in 88 or 89. And it was a great time. Yeah. It was special. That was when the arena was small, and we had a pretty darn exciting team. Chris Mullin was there, and then Mitch Richmond came, and Timmy Hardaway. We had guys like Rod Higgins and Manute Bol and Sharunas. Yeah, Sharunas Marshalonis, one of the greats, just inducted into the Hall of Fame. And we there was a love fest. It was like it is today. Yeah. That's the way I can compare it. And the team went up and down and was unselfish. And we couldn't get past the Lakers, but we were a darn good team. And I love those days. Those were special times.
Right.
Speaking of a love fest, that's what we're going to have. He's done it all. Assistant coach, head coach, GM, ran basketball operations, but more than any of that, our good friend,
the saintly one.
Hiya, fellas.
Man, it has been too long.
I missed that. I have missed that. How are you, Saintly?
Well, I'm terrific. You guys made my day. You know, we haven't chatted since before COVID.
Oh, well, I've been to your 9 to 9 party. I've seen you there, but we haven't had you on the radio. We haven't had you on the radio.
We had some red wine, so I
don't know much. I know, with Rich Rogers and a few others. No, I know, but you and John haven't been on. Yeah. We used to have you on once a week. I'm not sure you've ever been on KNBR with us, so we just missed
Pop,
you. Yeah.
You know what? That intro?
Yeah.
That takes me back to Frank and Mike.
Absolutely, Frank. We're gonna. You know what? Frank Dill's still going strong. We're gonna get Frank Dill on the air. In the coming days. Yeah, lots changing at KNBR. It's a good time to reminisce.
Everywhere.
When we came here, it was Dave Newhouse, it was Ralph, it was Sports Phone 68, it was Rick Gary, and you've seen it all. And so let's just catch up. We haven't talked since the season started. They had a battle last night to beat Portland, but in the end, Steph did his thing. The young guy Kuminga played well. Klay had some timely baskets. Draymond found some backdoor cutters, but they're 11-10. 21 games into the year, saying, and usually 20 games in, you kind of assess, but Draymond's been out so much, and they've been in and out of their, players have missed some time. So can you give us an assessment of what you're seeing from the Warriors a quarter of the way through the year?
Well, you hit on it, and this is the story in the Western Conference. Who's injured and who's struggling? You know, when you look around, Nuggets, major injuries. Mavericks, they're going to come down. Lakers, they'll get injuries. The Suns, they got injuries. Clippers, they got old guys. They're going to have injuries. So this is the way it's going to be all year long. Chris Paul was out, as you noted, and Steph missed a couple games, and Draymond's suspension. So I'm giving them kind of an incomplete, but I'm staying positive because you have to respect these guys. They're veteran guys. I know a lot of people are trying to take shots at Klay. Listen, you tell me who the heck had their ACL and Achilles surgeries and come back even to the level that he has. Is he going to defend laterally like he did? Is he going to be as consistent as he was? Probably not. But gosh darn it, the other team guards him. When they guard him, it creates more space for movement of the ball and movement of the people. I love the way Steph is playing. He's been magnificent. Guys, I'll cut to the chase. Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga are two terrific athletes. They've got to be healthy. They got to be playing downhill. They're guys that are going to touch the paint with the ball, and they're two very key components for me. Chris Paul is who he is. I figured this is what he'd be. He's fit in nicely. Saric has been a nice surprise. Moody is playing just terrific. And you'd like to get a little more offense maybe from Looney, some putbacks, because it's hard to play with two non-shooters with Loon and Green on the floor all the time. For a lot of the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, Gary St. Jean, the saintly one, has joined us. It's great. We're talking some Warriors basketball as they win last night. It was tough against the Blazers, 110-106. Yeah. Just in the big picture, because like you said, for most teams, you look 20 games into the season and you start making some assessments. But as you said, Draymond's been out. They've had a lot of different things. They haven't had their lineup in. So we need a little bit more time to assess these guys. But the thing that scares me, Saintly, is The rest of the West has gotten a lot better. Minnesota is now 16-4. They're legit. Oklahoma City. I mean, we go on down the line. There's a lot of good teams in the West, and as you said, the Suns haven't even had their full lineup. The Lakers haven't taken off yet. The Clippers haven't taken off yet. So I'm a little bit nervous as this older team is getting passed by. So in big picture, how do you see them and where they sit in the West?
Well, I got to tell you guys, when they first started the season, I was like, holy moly, these guys are playing like championship basketball. What were they, 5-1?
6-2. 6-2.
Yeah, they were just terrific. Pop, it was back in our days. Watching them moving that ball, changing size of the floor, cutting and creating shots for others. Defense was aggressive. They were up on people. A nemesis, guys, has been the fouls and the turnovers. That's got to come down. And Steve has talked long and hard about it, and it's got to be a point of emphasis. John, you touched on these teams. We have to admit there are a lot of people that have copied the Warrior style of play. They're trying to play like the championship Warrior teams, and some of them are doing a darn good job. Now, that's not to say I don't know. At the end of the day, when the dust settles, I think the Nuggets are the best team, but they haven't had Murray. The T-Wolves and the Thunder, you guys touched on them. They're having beautiful starts. So can the Warriors get up into the top 4? Yes, they can. They can do that. And it's going to take some consistent play, playing better at home. 5-5 on the road is nice. Pop, you and I always talked about the Doug Moe theory. Mm-hmm. You subtract the losses on the road and look at those your wins at home. And they've got to be better here at home. But I'm not really heavily discouraged. There's just those aspects of the game. When you defend, you reward yourself, you pass it ahead, you get in the open floor, and that's when this team is at its very best. When they're taking it out after free throws, then you're jogging the ball up, and you're not as effective. And you know what, guys? We're seeing guys at the end of quarters and end of games now, like Mike Brown and the Kings, showing you a 1-2-2 zone at half court. Hey, they're smart. I'm going to get the darn ball out of Steph Curry's hands. So these other guys have got to step up, and they're very capable of doing it.
And Steph made a really hard step-back 3 last night to stretch it out to 4. But there were a couple of nice backdoor cuts. The fake DHO that Draymond kept and threw the lob to Kuminga. And I want to ask you about Klay. Klay did have the 1-3 above the break right, only one he made. But he had a nice backdoor cut that Draymond hit him on. And let's face it, when this team was dominating, it started with their defense, and it started with Rocco. It started with Klay out on the ball. And as you mentioned, Saintly, we come back from an ACL and Achilles back-to-back, missed 941 days. He can't guard the ball the way he used to. But to me, it's a lot like when the Warriors got Mitch Richmond and Chris Mullin moved from 2 to 3. And just being by the sideline, being by the baseline, an extra help defender in the boundary, played to Chris's strength where he had quick hands. And maybe Klay's not as quick-footed as he was, but he's still big. He had a tough defensive rebound in traffic last night. Just where is Klay Thompson's game at, starting defensively, and then if they do move the ball properly, like you said early in the year, he's still one of the best catch-and-shoot guys in the game. He just can't force the action. So where do you see the totality of Klay's game, Saintly?
Well, you guys know the phrase cross-matching. So in the old days, he would guard the 1. And then Steph would move over and probably guard the 2. Well, now this is up to Andrew Wiggins. He can guard the other team's best perimeter player, and that's what we call a two-way player. And you're spot on about moving over there with the sideline and baseline being your ally. And sometimes he's being asked to defend the 4. We don't think about how big and strong he is, and he's so smart. Now, the defensive end, they're going to make all that work with him. The offensive end, previous to last night, what did he have, 4 games in a row where he had above 20? Yeah. And didn't you feel like he was letting the ball come to him, that he wasn't forcing the issue, that he was taking nice open shots, and, geez, he looked like vintage Klay. And on the other side of the coin, this is a great competitor. This is a Hall of Famer. And, he's been a little discouraged because he hasn't been able to get it going to the level of the past. So then he was forcing some shots. And that's going to take patience and a positive attitude on his part. And, Steve putting his arm around him. And Listen, if anybody can get this thing going, it's him. And you do on your whiteboard in that visitors' locker room, John, you have to put them up there as a top 3 guy, because you're saying if this guy gets going, we know how many shots he can make. So he's a big, big key, but I think he can get going and be even better than he's been.
Certainly, like we were talking about, you've done it all. You've been on the court, you've been in front offices, and a lot of people are clamoring for the Warriors to potentially make a move. Now, look, it's February 8th for the trade deadline, so we're like 30 games away from that. But as you look at this team right now, do they need some kind of shot or injection or move, or can they pull out of this thing and become the team we're talking about without any kind of moves?
John, you know what? Pop and I talked long and hard about those days where you're looking at the phone and you're waiting for it to ring. And then you call somebody and not getting anybody. Listen, making deals are hard. I like what Mike Dunleavy did. My gosh, Pop, we're getting old. We remember when we drafted him. And what a terrific job he's done in getting Saric. And I do think Joseph is a serviceable backup guy. And, he's made good moves. And we just need these young guys. Moody's, I'm really optimistic about him. And, my Polish guy, I'm from Chicopee, Mass, where there's 40,000 Polish people. So SKI, pronounce it.
Podjemski.
You like that?
I love him. Listen, the other night, Pop, I cooked a kielbasa the other night on the grill, and I had some Doman's horseradish, and I had my bottle of red in my chair.
Of course it is.
And of course, he was playing terrific. I said, that's my good Polish guy. He's eating the glomkies and the pierogies. Good for this guy. So I love this.
From Lunardi's. Simply the best.
Lunardi's. We got to get
Simply the best.
Yeah. This guy's got a bright future. I like this young guy. And Davis, you know what? We can't go to sleep on him. Good bloodlines. His dad was a terrific teammate of Mully's with the Pacers. I like this guy's future. 4 years of school. He's not intimidated by being a rookie. And, John, to your point, maybe you'd like to have a little more shot blocking, but who the heck wouldn't? I mean, nobody else has what the T-Wolves have. The rest of the teams, the defense is so much different than the old days, and we've got perimeter play and no low post play. I don't envision a big trade. I don't think so.
So how is it, since we're talking about the league overall, that Minnesota, and they're shocking. I mean, they were a decent team last year, but they were towards the bottom. They're 16-4, and they're on a 5-game winning streak right now. When they got Gobert and they gave up all those draft picks, I'm thinking, are they going to trade Karl Anthony Towns? How is Minnesota getting away in the modern NBA? And you and Nelly started it decades ago about getting small. How are they getting away playing two bigs?
Well, on the offensive end, it's not that hard with Towns. Now, matching up, we use the expression stretch four. Let's go back to Rod Higgins' days. And now you look at guys playing that position, and when you're drawing it up on the board, you're saying, well, this guy's got to stretch the floor. He's got to be able to make a three, but he's got to be able to guard bigs. And, Towns, they've always complained about him, being hurt or not reaching his potential. But Gobert has played very well. And so they're hiding Town on the weakest 2, 3, 4 guy. And they're challenging that team to beat you over the top because you're not going to beat them at the rim. And it's worked for them. And keep in mind, to have Mike Conley and to have Anderson, you've got a couple of real veteran pros. They're taking charge of that locker room. They're talking to these guys. You stay in your role. That's what's going to help us win. And, Pop, all our days watching Memphis with Conley, how great he was.
What on Charlie?
There you go. Hey, you know what? Good for them. That's good stuff up there.
Saying it's interesting because as you look at the West, it's kind of these young upstarts, like we said. Minnesota and the Thunder are there, and Sacramento's there, and the Pelicans and those guys. And then you got these teams like the Warriors, the Lakers, the Suns, the Clippers, some older teams. And it's like maybe some teams aren't quite there as far as to win, and then you got these veteran guys like it's Steph Curry with the Warriors and Durant with the Suns and LeBron with the Lakers, and they're still fighting to be relevant. Kawhi and Paul George with the Clippers. I don't know that I've ever seen it like this, like a bunch of young upstarts and a bunch of teams that you're distributing these superstar players who have won championships that are veterans. So I don't know really how to place it. 20 games, we're at a quarter of the way in, because you got all these guys, teams with vets, and these teams that are really young, and I'm not sure how it's going to shake out.
Yeah, John, well said, and I think your goal is to get in that top 6. Don't get in that play-in stuff.
Yeah.
That's dangerous stuff. And can the Warriors do that? Heck yeah. I'm looking here, and I'm saying the Nuggets are going to go up. I think the Mavericks will come down. Hey, who knows what Anthony Davis is going to do? I mean, he played great against the Suns the other night. Mm-hmm. Then he's over in Disneyland. So, and the Kings, I love Fox, Sabonis. I'm happy for them. They're doing a great job. Suspect on their depth. The Suns, I don't know if they'll ever get healthy. And you guys touched on the Clippers. God only knows what Westbrook and Harden are going to do. So this is really, really wide open. And, I think it's good for the league.
I know you're getting ready with your kielbasa, your red wine. You got ball night tonight, but you got ball day. We got a game coming up in like an hour and 12 minutes. So Milwaukee, your old team, against the Pacers. And then tonight it's Lakers and Pels at 6 o'clock. Do you like this in-season tournament, Stately?
Yeah, it's something new. I think it's brought some energy. Do I love all the courts? No. I'm scared about these guys slipping and sliding on the courts. Those red ones are getting me, like the Chicago Bulls. But at least the Mavericks said their paint job was bad and they didn't even use theirs. I like this. The winning of this championship is great, playing it in Vegas. I think they're going to have to tweak the point differential thing because, Pop old days, you don't blow somebody out and you're up 25 and now you're fouling to get to the free throw. That's not
whoever
the
has
NBA.
the best record. Let's let that team go.
Exactly. So at 2 o'clock, because Milwaukee's playing, Pop, I think I might have a Miller Lite. Nelly did those commercials, and
I remember.
When I was single, he'd ship the 2 cases of beer a week to my house in Whitefish Bay, which was 1 mile from the brewery.
Now that you have MJ, he's sending you 4 cases, so you're all right.
Oh,
what was that place on Kilbourne Avenue? Victor's. Remember Victor's?
Oh, Victor's. Oh, geez, that was. And then Major Gouldsby's.
Major Gouldsby's right across from the arena.
And then we had Saz's next to the Brewers Stadium that made some of the best ribs ever. Milwaukee, if they could eliminate December, January, and February, that in Chicago would be 2 great places to live.
Gouldsby's is the place that Charles threw the guy through the plate glass window. Yeah. Remember that?
Oh, jeez. Our man Charles. Pop, that Frankie Hamlin has a golden embossed name tag on a chair. He went there so much. Yeah.
And Nelly does it?
Coach.
And Nelly does it?
Pop, remember we'd go in there and he'd want to play Pac-Man.
Oh, my God.
After practice.
The best
we'd
ever.
go over there, and some of the writers would come. Now, fellas, he said, listen, everything's off the record. Let's have fun. And off we go 3-4 hours playing Pac-Man.
The best ever was I went into Victor's one night with Nelly and Bob Lanier, the mayor and deputy mayor of Milwaukee. Yeah. So fun. Saley, I miss you. It's so good to hear your voice.
Earl Strom was there one night.
Teed him up.
And he told Nelly, he said, hey, let the clock run. We got to get up to Victor's.
While he was reffing the game.
Good stuff. Hey,
one other serious thing. What does the league do with the Scott Foster, Chris Paul thing? Ooh. And what's the issue? It's family? It relates to Paul's father or something? What's going on with this?
I do not know about that, but I think that's a job for Joe Dumars. I think he's got to have a Zoom or whatever with these guys. And, hey, this guy's a longtime referee doing a lot of finals. I've always thought he's had a tight whistle, but, he's had a terrific career, and what are we going to say about Chris Paul and former president of Players Association? They've got to talk, and they've got to get by it because that record of him reffing his games that speaks volumes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Our pleasure, man. It's been too long. We're gonna do this again.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it.
Let's do it together over red wine. We got to get together. I miss you.
Bob, just call, buddy. I'm ready.
I will. I'll send you a text.
Take care.
Take care, my friend.
Go, guys.
Saintly won.
That is awesome, man. He said, hey, we made his day. He just made my day. I got a big smile on my face.
Has he calmed you down a little bit on the Warriors? He's being optimistic. He thinks they can get in the top 6. They're 10-11 right now, and Sacramento's 11-8. 6 is Sacramento.
I think it'd be tough, but
long way to go.
He's one of those people. I mean, people have this in your life, like you just whatever's going on in your life, you hear that
feel
guy's
better.
voice. I just remember that because we had him on all the time, and every time he'd come in studio and he'd tell you some stories, and he's got the infectious laugh. I mean, when you guys did pre and post game live, that was some of the best stuff. Like around this time of year, you guys would be wearing red in studio. I mean, it was awesome, man.
The pickled herring we'd eat on New Year's Eve.
I mean, I would tune in just to see you guys, man. I mean, it was just, you guys had a ball,
We had fun.
man. It was funny.
And in the beginning, they didn't win a whole lot. And then they became the best team we've ever seen. And then it was just the best basketball
But it was
we've
always
ever
fun.
seen.
You guys had awesome chemistry.
Hiya, fellas.
Yeah, I mean, just seriously, how do you not? You can be having the worst day. You're driving down the road. Hiya, fellas, and you're just like.
And he was the perfect co-pilot for Nelly. Because Nelly wasn't always warm and fuzzy.
Exactly.
And Saintly was.
Amazing.
I feel better about the Warriors, John.
He is amazing. It's awesome. All right, foreplay at the top of the hour. Dre Greenlaw, Steve Young, Steve Kerr post after squeaking that one out against the Blazers. And what rare air is like for Jonathan Kuminga. We'll talk about those things next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here doing play-by-play during the NFL season. I have to stay on top of my game, and I really need to make sure I get the best sleep that I possibly can. My Sleep Number smart bed helps me get the proven quality sleep that I need. Sleep Number beds allow you to adjust to your perfect firmness and support to help you comfortably stay asleep every single night. And while you're sleeping, your Sleep Number smart bed automatically responds and adjusts to your movements to help keep you asleep. So my Sleep Number, because of the herniated disc, a little high at 100, but I like a firm mattress, but I sleep the best I've ever slept in my life. So now, if you don't have a Sleep Number bed, you can save 40% on the Sleep Number special edition smart bed for a limited time. It is only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number is the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, I cooked a kielbasa the other night on the grill. I had some Doman's horseradish, and I had my bottle of red. And that's my good Polish guy. He's eating the glomkies and the pierogies. Good for this guy. So,
he's got
Pojemski.
Pojemski's his guy, huh?
He is. I knew that.
That was
saintly
one, man. He is awesome. If you missed it, just go to KNBR.com and you can relive it. He was as good as advertised. Amazing.
And he's optimistic about the Warriors, so let's just watch. We'll see.
He is. Before we get to foreplay, it's Pop in London, KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. If you'd like 2 tickets to see Def Leppard with Journey and the Steve Miller Band, tune in between 10 and 1, and we're going to give you the cue to call, and you're going to be the 10th caller. Not right now, but when do we have a cue? Do we have a cue that they can be listening for this hour? The number is 415-896-KNBR. When you hear the cue, 415-896-KNBR, and you can win those tickets furnished by our good friends at AEG and Golden
Stevie
Voice.
Miller Band, Def Leppard,
yeah,
and Journey.
Yeah. Now I have seen
without Steve Perry
all 3 of those bands.
I have seen 2 of those bands many times. I've never seen Def Leppard.
I saw Def Leppard when I was like 15 years old. I saw Journey, but I saw him in Las Vegas at a residency with not Steve Perry, but it was
the
still
new guy's
very good.
really good.
And the Steve Miller story I've told you before, I had an old program director in Portland who thought it would be a great idea if I did a sports broadcast, the show, next to a stage which featured Steve Miller at like some
Steve
fair
Miller
or something.
Concert?
At a concert. So I start doing my show, and about 5 minutes into the show, he starts doing like the Joker, and I'm like, and I can't hear, and no one can hear, and people are texting me going, hey, I can't hear you over the Steve Miller Band. So I go to the first break and I go, we're done here.
I want to fly like a 49er.
I'm talking, Rasheed Wallace gets thrown out of the game last night, and then all of a sudden,
you just
I'm a
stop
smoker,
Crank
I'm a toker.
abracadabra.
Rasheed Wallace. I'm like, why am I here? Seriously, it was unbelievable. I was like 5 minutes into the show, he starts cranking it up, and I'm like, no one can hear me. I'm next to the speaker at the concert.
Should have dropped the mic and left John and.
This is what it was
Take
like.
the money and run.
Like I was trying to talk, like blah 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 blah. Yeah, crank this up. Blah 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 blah. And that's it. And everyone's like, "What is he saying?" So anyway, yeah,
I've seen these guys a few times.
Yeah, pretty good.
Seen Journey many times.
Did you see him with the original?
The
with Steve
original,
Perry?
of course I have, and I've seen him since.
Very cool.
But I've never seen Def Leppard.
Very good.
When's
The one-armed drummer, Rick Allen, very impressive.
When's this concert?
Yeah, that's a good question. Blah, 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 blah. 8/28/24. So August 28th, 24 at Oracle Park.
August 28th?
Yeah, Oracle Park.
Wow.
So not now. By the way, is that the sounder, the Steve Miller? Is that the sounder?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they're just,
we
they're
just
just
heard
saying that. They just figured it out just like we did.
We just came up with one.
All right, so at some point in the 1 o'clock hour, we will play that for you, and you can win.
Is preseason over by then? August 28th? Might be.
Close. As Liam Neeson said, good luck. Or no, he didn't say it. The guys who captured his daughter said that.
Yeah.
Good luck. All right, let's get to it. It is time for your foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
By the way, before we get to the first cut, which is Dre Greenlaw, this is going to be a little bit awkward. So Ty Davis Price has been signed. He's cleared waivers. He's been signed to the practice squad.
Seattle Seahawks?
No, he's here. He's going to come back.
Oh, he's back?
He's back.
Oh, you want his locker
But he doesn't
back?
have a number or a locker now because they gave it to Logan Ryan.
It's all right. Well, whose spot did he take on the practice squad? That's the spot he'll take.
Yeah, I guess
Oh, he's
so.
back. Good.
But he's got to get a new
claimed him.
number. He's got to get a new number. You know that.
Who has 33? Anybody have 33?
Oh, that's Roger. Oh, they don't retire that number. Huh?
Yeah,
No, that's been used
33.
tons of times. Yeah, 33. I guess you could have that one. So anyway, all right, let's get to it. Here is Dre Greenlaw. He and Dom are fine. They've apologized to everybody. Everything's cool. But Dre Greenlaw wants you to know he is not a dirty player.
No, I ain't no dirty player. I'm not a dirty player. I play by the rules. Just because you tackle a little physical doesn't make you a dirty player. So yeah.
So it is possible to just be a really aggressive guy who sometimes thinks, that line gets a little blurry sometimes.
Yeah. No, it definitely get blurry sometimes, especially, just the game and the emotions and everything. But I don't necessarily think it's dirty. I think I love it when I see a player that's just playing full of emotion and is ready to go out there and smack everything. Like, that's what it's going to turn me up to. So, I don't think it's been dirty.
I've never considered him a dirty player. He's been called for unnecessary roughness 8 times, ejected twice. He's had 3 unnecessary roughnesses this year. He got kicked out of this game. That was a different sideline situation. The one with Herbert, that was weird against the Chargers. There are guys that are dirty players in the NFL. Going back in the 70s, there were whole teams. Gosh. It was different. I'd even say, Ndamukong Suh, was he a dirty player? He would stomp on you.
Albert Hainsworth.
There were guys that would take advantage. How about the Seahawks player last year that twisted Debo's ankle? Who was that? Remember when Trent went at him early in the year? So, I mean, there's a difference between being the enforcer and being really physical and being he's not. I don't consider him a dirty player. But the bottom line, I love the way Kyle said it, and I love the way Fred Warner said it. If you are called for a penalty, you are wrong. If you are not called for a penalty, you're fine. So that's the line. Just don't get penalized. So they don't want to take 15-yard penalties. So will he eliminate the suplex wrestling move, pick a guy up and slam him down, tackle? I think that's the talking point here. I don't consider him a dirty player at all, but he's a physical player. And believe me, guys know when you catch a shallow cross against the 49ers and they have that kill zone that Tim Ryan talks about, they will lay you out. And after a while, if you're McCaffrey and you're playing against the Niners where Christian gets those little choice routes and the Texas routes over the middle, you do that against the Niners, all of a sudden by the third quarter, you don't want to play anymore.
Right. I just hope that he's not a targeted player by officials. That's the one thing. Because like the other night in fact, we have the game up right now between Green Bay and Kansas City. Patrick Mahomes was right up against the sideline. He was not out of bounds and he got hit. Now, if that kind of a situation happens, I think Dre Greenlaw gets called for a penalty 100% of the time. I want him to be judged on what he's doing on the field that particular day, not for what he's done in the past.
I don't think they hit on Devontae Smith. He was judged. He violated the rule.
100%.
He picked the guy up.
Yeah, I have no issue.
He got baited into it, but I'm not sure Dom did that. I think he was just Devontae weighs 170 pounds, so big Dom DeSandro just wanted to. I don't think they're. I think it's different than Draymond a little bit. Or the bigger issue is Chris Paul and Scott Foster.
Yeah, it's weird.
What is going on there?
They shouldn't have him.
Well, he's never going to officiate a Warrior game.
They shouldn't. He shouldn't.
How do you avoid that?
I don't know.
He's he's going to work finals games.
How did Walt Coleman avoid the Raiders for all those years?
Well, because you can. Because they just he never even did a preseason game. But Scott Foster, the Warriors make the playoffs. He just. There's something. They asked Adam Silver about it. And he said they had a meeting, and Chris Paul was like, "That was years ago."
Last night, Chris said they hadn't talked.
And Monty went back and forth on the whole dialogue. That is an issue. They are, and that's personal between the two of them. That's one referee that does not like Chris Paul. It goes back to when Joey Crawford and Tim Duncan had an issue. They gotta figure that out. And what does it involve? Chris Paul's father?
Yeah,
he said it's something to do with family, and his dad got involved. What's going on?
The thing I don't understand, and I'm not saying this because Chris Paul's a Warrior, you can't hold grudges against guys. You're a professional. Go in and a lot of people don't like who they work with a lot of times, but a lot of times you just have to deal with it. I'm not talking about you and I. They were the best.
Why
of
are you
friends,
looking at me?
I'm just saying, be a professional, man. Exactly. All right, here's number 2 on the list. Let's run from that. Here's Steve Young. He thinks it's going to be very difficult for anybody to beat the 49ers.
Talent that comes out of that locker room, at receiver, 2 top 5 receivers, a top 5 tight end, a quarterback that's just really understands the system. Everyone says Kyle loves to run the ball. Oh, really? Kyle loves to smash people in offense. And if you give him a chance, he will eat you up. Such innovation, such cool stuff they did last week. And Brock was that's what we promised. Very tight guardrails, right? We're gonna very few mistakes. Ball's coming out. It's and Kyle just works that system so perfectly. I don't want to in early December say this team's lock for the Super Bowl, but I mean I don't know if without injury how does anyone beat them? I mean they look as good and talented as a team has been since the Cowboys of the early '90s, ours of the early '90s. They look that good.
Patriots have some good teams as well. Well, I
get that much praise.
If we said that about Steve Young's teams in '94, what would he have said about that? I agree with him. He can say he's right. Outside of injury,
we can say it on
the
outside of it. They can't think that on the inside.
But I think that's why they go in all wearing black, and they know how good they are and how disciplined they are. But it's football; it's an oblong ball. You never know. But he's bringing up the talent on the team. We're talking about the 5 eligibles, and take even Joe's out of it. And those guys are, Craig and Rathman and Jones and Jerry and John Taylor. But what he had the 2 wide receivers, and he had, Ricky Waters, a Hall of Fame player, bar none, was a beast at fullback. And then you had Brent Jones. I mean, he had 5 great eligibles. So you did the math. It looks like Brock Purdy may establish the franchise record for passing yards in 1 year.
Yeah.
There's only been 3 times in history to have a 4,000-yard passer.
That amazes me, but that's the truth. Now, again, he gets an extra game, so his current pace is about 265-plus yards per game, but that's going to equal over 17 over 4,500 yards. So that would actually be the record for the 49ers. The record for average yards per game is Steve Young at over 290, but the record right now for total yards passing in a season for the 49ers, Jeff Garcia in 2000, 4,278, then Steve Young, 4,170 in 98, and then Steve Young in 93, 4,023. So we've only had 3 4,000-yard passers, and Brock is on pace for 4,512.
Jimmy got really close.
He did 39.78 in 19.
He missed it by 22 yards.
How about that?
So what's the year that Steve had the average per game? Was that 98 or 93?
Let's see. I had that up a second ago. Hang on one sec. 290. Here we go. Yards per game. He did that in 95, actually. But he only played in 11 games. So he was 290.9. Montana, 290.3. But Joe only played 9 games that year.
Strike year.
So Joe never went over 4,000. And Steve Young did it twice. But the highest per game was Steve over 11 games in 95 at 290.9. So again, Brock would set an all-time record in total yards. And he would not have the record for touchdowns, although he's close. He's projected to have 33 touchdown passes this year. And so he wouldn't get that record, the all-time TD record, but he would be close. Steve Young's got the all-time touchdown record in 98 of 36. Steve Young had 35, Garcia 32. So he would be third on that list just based on projections right now.
And as Matthew from Friedman's Appliance sent me, that 35 touchdown passes, the record was his 1994 MVP year, and he also was a Super Bowl MVP. So he had 35 touchdowns that year, 7 INTs, 70.3%. That's a lot back then. Amazing numbers. 8.7 yards per attempt and a quarterback rating of 112.8, and he threw for 3,969. So Brock is, in some categories, John, is going to establish a franchise record.
It's amazing.
Yards.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I mean, he's going to be. I mean, again, he gets the extra games, so you can go to the other side of things. But I mean, he's been unbelievable. So anyway, that is the Brock story, and there's Steve Young saying that they're going to be tough to beat, which is true. But you get nervous hearing that kind of stuff. All right, let's get to the Warriors. Here is Steve Kerr last night. They win over the Blazers, but it was a tough one. He gives credit to, of course, Steph and Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, I thought Portland was fantastic defensively. We couldn't get anything going in the first half. They had ball pressure on every single guy who touched the ball. So they took us out of all of our stuff. At one point I looked, we had 12 assists and 15 turnovers, mid-third, late third. That's not like us. So I give Portland the credit. They have a young, hungry team, and they controlled most of the game. And then obviously Steph took over, and then Jonathan really changed the game.
And he wasn't in the rotation. He didn't play the first 2.5 quarters.
The bench and goes, hey.
He came in when they fell behind 77-66. Steve angrily called a timeout, brought Kuminga in, and they were down 11 at that point. He played the rest of the game And it was Steph. Steph just started. It was one of those refuse to lose games. Steph just took it over. And he dribbled out of a double team. He made some shots. He defended. He got in somebody's face on ball pressure and forced a cross-court skip pass that Kuminga stole and dunked. And then coming down the stretch, Draymond offensively, the fake THO lob to Kuminga, the backdoor cut to Klay. And Steph made that hellaciously hard step-back daddy to put him up 4. But, boy, they had to eke it out. So they're 10-11 on the year. Just look at the next week here. At Oklahoma City on Friday. Yeesh. At Phoenix next Tuesday. Home for the Clippers next Thursday. Then they begin a stretch. They play a bunch of home games. Well, the Clippers game starts up at Brooklyn as well. So just the next Oklahoma City, Phoenix Clippers. They've seen a lot of those teams. This will be the 4th time they played Oklahoma City. And the 3rd time they played the Phoenicians already. And the 3rd time they played the Clippers. They just played them back to back.
That's not bad, though, because Phoenix doesn't have everybody.
Get them out of the way.
And the Clippers aren't on the same page.
You already
yet.
lost to a both,
Yeah,
though.
that's not good, though.
You lost to Phoenix twice.
But I think the Clippers are going to be better. They still need time with James Harden, and I think, obviously, the Suns haven't gotten together. You know, the one guy, we mentioned this because the Spurs are on a hellacious losing streak. I don't know if they played last night, but they lost 14 in a row. Victor Wembanyama is going to take a second. Chad Holmgren, man. I mean,
is he going to be the Roy?
I think so. I mean, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is turned into a superstar. And if the Clippers had to redo that deal, I think they'd have taken a younger Shai Gilgeous than they would have Paul George. But as good as he's playing, and then you start adding.
What's going on with Josh Giddey? Is he not playing?
He's playing. Yeah, he's playing through this thing. There still hasn't been any resolution to it, so he's still playing. But man, Holmgren is playing awesome, and then Presti has all those picks and all those things. They're going to be they're going to be trouble for the Western Conference.
Well, and last time the Warriors went there, and that was the first Warrior game in the in-season tournament, and they had that blue dance floor out there. I mean, that was a pickup game.
Right.
The Warriors, remember, I mean, they scored a lot of points in that game. Can they go in there and score with them now? I mean, the Warriors were an offensive juggernaut, at least that night. Šarić had a big game. Can they go in there and score with those guys now?
It's going to be tough. They're not as consistent, maybe, and that's what's scary. What are they? I think they're still 2 in the West. I mean, they're tough.
They're 13-7. They're 2 in the West.
And here's finally Jonathan Kuminga. The big play amongst all those plays he made when he finally did come off the bench was that alley-oop dunk from Draymond Green, and our guy Marcus Thompson asked him the question, what is it like? What is the rare air up like there?
Hey, Jonathan, for us mere mortals, what does it look like up there? That dunk, like, what was it like? What's the air like?
I don't know. I think it always happen. It's just that connection with me and Draymond. It always happen, like most of the time. It felt great to be out there, though. So.
I mean, for him, that's common. But as DeMarcus would say, what is it like?
Was that the lob from Draymond?
You know what he sounded like on that one? You know, in Anchorman, where is it Paul Rudd that says, "What is it like? What is it like, Ron? What is love like?"
Yeah.
What is it like up there? What is love like, Ron? When I heard Marcus ask that question the way they did, I was thinking of Burgundy. What is love like, Ron? All right, we got a little update on the baseball winter meetings. They are now over, but what shakes out, what was done, where are the Giants sitting at this particular point for Ohtani and Yamamoto and some of these guys? What's the deal with all that stuff? We'll let you know coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Warriors scrape by the Blazers, and Steve Kerr says he's going to have to keep jumbling the lineup. That story and more at KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
In the last 2 years, they really weren't a team that really could go out and support a super-duper star. Well, now they are, and I think they're going to get one this year. And I think all those comments and all those articles that were written about the Giants not being able to land somebody and Farhan Zaidi not being able to get a guy, I think it's bunk. Wait and see what happens this offseason. If this doesn't happen this offseason and they haven't landed some reputation going into spring training, I will eat my words. I'll quit the show. I'll walk off if that's what you want. But I'll state my reputation on what they're going to do. And they're going to bring in some people to start building because this fan base demands it. And now you finally have a minor league system that can support bringing in people.
That was Mike Krukow this morning with Murph and Marcus. Now, to just kind of support, and you've got something that you just showed me, but I just want to show people because yesterday I was saying, they might spend about $80 million or so, which is a lot of money, and I'm talking about AAV. But last offseason, between Mitch Haniger, Michael Conforto, Taylor Rogers, Sean Manaea, Ross Stripling, Jock Peterson re-signed, and Luke Jackson, they spent $88 million last offseason on an AAV. This year expired. Jock's $20 million, Crawford $16 million, Alex Wood $12.5 million, Manaea's $10 million, Brebia's $2.5 million, Roberto Perez $2.5 million, Scott Alexander $1.5 million. They had Tommy LaStella on the books last year at $10.8 million.
I forgot about him.
10.8. So they lost $75 million. So they're basically where they were a year ago financially, and they could still make some trades to open up even more money. So they're going to they could spend $80 to $100 million and still be far under the luxury tax. So to back what Mike said there's a financial element. They could probably outspend anybody on the market, maybe outside of the Yankees, who could still get Soto and Yamamoto, but they're going to be up there with the big boys. And then you just showed me something.
Well, and if Mike's salary comes off the books as well, hell, they'll have $100 million.
Now, did he say he's going to quit the booth or the show? Because I could see him.
He's not quitting the booth. he's not quitting anything.
That really doesn't hurt
but
him.
for him to
say
that, and I mean, it's one thing for them to make an offer. The player has to accept, and there's a lot of teams that are in the Giants' situation. So he's saying they're going to be bold, but can they land the guy? But Mike doesn't say that if he's not hearing things. So they are going to be aggressive. But when is go time? The winter meetings are over. Gaylord Fokker's all by himself there at the Opryland. They left Nashville. The honky tonks are empty on a Thursday. No, they're not. All right. So who is Giants Central? Or pardon me, Giants SF Central Bag Timmery. Do you know this?
No.
Is this a credible source?
I don't know.
So here we go again. But it just came over Twitter, X, rumors, according to Giants SF Central at Bag Timmery. That's not Andrew Baggerly. The rumor is the Giants have an offer on the table for Shohei Ohtani that is reportedly $600 million and is the highest offer for him so far. Now, I hate reporting this because, all my Newhouse School classes,
you're not supposed to do
I don't
that.
even know who this person is. You got to have not one, not two, but three credible sources, but no one does that anymore, and this will be picked up by other people. To go over $600 million, John, what are we talking about? 10 years? 12 years? How long are you going?
It's got to be longer than 10.
If it's 12, it's 50 a year.
Yeah. I could see 12.
11, maybe?
Well, I mean, are you the same as me? Like, I'll pay X amount of dollars for something, but just tell me how much it's going to cost me a month, and then I can live with it.
Let's just stop right here, because we had read that the Giants don't want to go over $550 for him, because what is he right now? He's a DH.
Right.
He can't pitch. He does not play the outfield. And the medical records are going to be significant, because that's going to tell you how long.
Watch him get him and then fail him again.
Well, not just how long will it be before he's recovered to be a pitcher. One Tommy John they come back from, 2 Tommy Johns. Just look at the numbers.
Right.
So you're going to lay out $600 million for a guy, say it's 12 years, probably maybe 11, and he's not going to pitch at all? Or, what's the possibility he could re-tear the UCL now that he's done it twice? So the second Tommy John, you're getting into a slippery slope, so you're taking the pitching element. I think as an offensive player, he's a monster. He's by far the best offensive player in the game. I like him better right now since he's not pitching. And he's solid. He used to have the Brandon Belt. The high fastball devoured him. You can't get this guy out now. And I think he'll be singularly focused as a hitter. So to me, he's of more value. But there's a point here. So with your math and the money coming off the books, do you backload the contract where you give him into the 50s when he's pitching? Can you afford to how much will you pay him to strictly be a DH? Can you pay him $50 million a year to take 5 at-bats a game, and that's it?
I don't know if they would backload the contract, because they have a lot of money now, and a ton of money's coming out the books.
How do you factor in when he starts pitching? When you pay him more when he's a multi-threat player?
Well, let me ask you this. If you're the Giants and he says, because this is what it comes down to, okay, we've got offers at $550. If you give us 6, he's yours. I mean, $50 million's a lot of money, but what
does he want? Does he want the highest bidder?
But at that point, if you can get him at 6 and you're at $550, it's not my money, but why not just go the extra $50 million? And you and I have had this conversation. I think the Giants need him more than any other team because they are starless. And so how do you put that category in when you say, we're going to get Japanese advertising, we're going to get all this money? You have to categorize him differently than any other player.
Say you pay him $50 million a year. Say you get him for 12 years at $600 million. This one is saying over 600, but let's just say, how much can he generate for your franchise just being Shohei Ohtani on your team? Ticket sales, TV ratings. How much do they take in on the Japanese television?
Right.
Is that where you talked about signage around the ballpark would all be in Japanese now, or a lot of it would be. You're dealing
those
with
rotating signs.
All of a sudden, your TV audience is not just the Bay Area.
You're international.
It's the humongous population in Japan. So how does that? What kind of numbers do they get for? Are they going to wake up in the middle of the night to watch Shohei? I mean, they're going to see his at bats in some form, whether live or on replay. They're going to watch it. Is this a credible source to say this? Remember, Aaron Judge, the Yankees were not the highest. That was not the biggest offer he got. The Padres and Seidler came in at $400 million, right? He took the $360 from Hal Steinbrenner. But what does that show you? Yeah, they're willing, if that's true. Is anybody else picking up on this? Are you reading this anywhere else? That the Giants have offered Shohei Ohtani the most money of anybody, and it's $600 and up? That's a huge number.
Yeah, I have not read that, but it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, everybody has said, all the way back to Jim Bowden weeks ago saying that he thought that they were going to make the biggest offer. So if whatever the biggest offer is, they top it. But as you said, I don't know that that's going to be number one on his list. It is for a lot of people. But
the other thing is, if the Blue Jay thing appears serious, and a lot of people are saying that it's between the Blue Jays and Dodgers, how do they factor in the tax in Canada? And then as where's his citizenship? Is he a citizen of Japan?
Yeah.
He's not a citizen of the United States?
I don't know that he has dual citizenship. I don't know.
So how does he pay taxes being a citizen of Japan if he plays half of his dates in Toronto, Ontario, Canada? The tax bill on this is going to be enormous. And then everywhere he goes to play road games, he'd have to pay U.S. taxes on that? When you're talking $50 million a year, that's a lot of money annually going to the government, and there's different governments you have to deal with. So that's why when I heard Toronto, I thought that they have big money owners in Toronto. And that's not like they're just in Toronto. And Toronto's a big city. They have the entire country. Their games, when Dan Schulman does a game on television there, it goes to the entire country of Canada. They don't have the expos anymore. They get them all. So, I mean, that is a huge element to the whole deal, John, is how that would work. So I'm not sure. Is it time for the afternoon delight?
They're playing.
Are you hearing
I'm
that?
hearing it. I was wondering what I was hearing.
I don't know.
I'm looking at all my so I have lists on my social media, and I'm looking at all
Has anybody
the
picked up on this?
MLB insiders except for John Heyman, who has
So
blocked me.
I got had?
And I don't have it. I don't see anything. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't think that's crazy. It wouldn't surprise me.
Is it a credible source? I mean, I don't know.
I don't see anybody else reporting that, but who knows? I don't know where that person got that. I have no idea. It wouldn't completely shock me because if it was any other player, I wouldn't love it because I do think they need multiple players. But the reason I brought up they could spend anywhere from 80 to 100 million. Last offseason, they spent 88 million. They took 75 off the books. So they could do that, and they could still move a guy like Conforto. They could still, I think, put a prospect with Stripling. I think they could do those things and even clear more.
Yeah.
But I think Shohei's different. So in other words, if you and I were just talking Aaron Judge, right, and he's going to cost you X, that's a total cost for the baseball side. He doesn't bring the kind
What
of
did he
dollars.
get? Was it a 9-year contract?
Yeah.
So
with
40
Shohei,
a year? That's 40 a year.
But with
Shohei's
Shohei,
50 plus.
there's advertisements. There's all these different kind of things that you're going to get to. You're going to be able to bring to the table that I think. I'm not saying he's going to pay for
Judge
himself.
would have
He's
generated
not.
some, but not
Yeah.
to the level of Ohtani.
He's not going to pay for himself, and I don't really know
He
how
may
they
pay for half.
Yeah, but exactly.
Right.
So if you're the Giants and you're saying, okay, it's going to cost us X on payroll, but then there still is that tax that's going to dissuade you a little bit. But they could move extra money, and they could. I think they could justify it. But again, this is the same issue as Aaron Judge. All these projections that show what Ohtani would look like in a certain lineup, and you look at the Giants lineup and you go, oh, one of the things I think he might require, I don't know him, but it might require, this is what we were talking about yesterday, is like, okay, can you sign a couple other guys that could protect me? And then he would be like, well, okay, he's incentivized to join this team.
You know what we should do, and I'm not seeing anything on Twitter beyond that one report. Maybe a Danny's Big Poll tomorrow. Would you rather have Shohei Ohtani and name a pitcher,
Right.
Blake Snell,
Right.
and that's it? That's your off season. Or have Cody Bellinger.
Oh, they're going to say no right away.
Well, I'm
But
not done.
I understand
I'm not
the
done.
point.
Blake Snell.
Yeah.
Who else do you want?
Matt Chapman, Reese Hoskins, another pitcher. I mean,
Right.
seriously, you could
get 5 players
probably
versus
could.
getting 2.
Yeah. You really
Well, which would you rather
honestly
have?
could. I think you could add Ohtani.
Eduardo Rodriguez went to Arizona last night.
Yeah.
How much did he get?
He got like 90. Yeah, that's a nice signing.
No, Blake Snell's going to make more than that.
Yeah. But see, he would have been a great guy as like your 3, like your 3. You
What
get
kind
a
of money
Snell
is
and a
Jordan
Rodriguez.
Montgomery going to make?
They're all over 20.
Per.
20 to 25, probably in that range.
Right.
So they could do some serious damage with or without Ohtani. But yeah,
Eduardo
like you said,
Rodriguez got $80 million for 4 years, so
Yeah.
20 a year.
that's all they're all going to be.
Blake
in that
Snell's
range.
got to get more than that.
He might get 30.
Well, Sonny got 75 for 3, so that's 25 per.
Snell might get closer to 30.
30, right.
Yeah.
I mean, can you even afford Shohei and Snell?
Yes. I think you could. Because that's 80. That's all you're going to get. But I think you can move a couple other guys too, and you could clear some more space. So
I'm not seeing anything.
would you pay, let me ask you this. If you're the Giants, would you pay $600 million?
I don't know.
Would you go that
Well,
high?
how many years? 15 years?
I'd probably think 12.
Yes.
right?
I mean,
you're
what-
probably looking at 50 a year. I
What
bet
does
the
the
AAV is
data
50.
show in the nature, and I know you don't want to get into it, but is medical.
true.
And then how are we going to use him as a pitcher? Is he a starter? Do we make him a closer? What are his thoughts on learning to play the outfield? Why can't he play the outfield?
If I'm giving you $600 million, it's like that
I mean,
Bugs
can't
Bunny
you-
episode.
can't
You better
play
play all of them.
field? Right field at 18 at Oracle Park, that's hard. Can you play left field? I mean, what else can you do? I mean, we're giving you $500 million and beyond here. Come on. Is he just going to DH?
Exactly.
I mean, he would be a force as a DH, but I'd like to have him do more.
Exactly.
And then when he does pitch, who controls that? Are you telling us when you're going to pitch?
Well, the thing that Bowden was saying, too, was if you get Ohtani in and he's going to be insistent on pitching, now your organization is a 6-man rotation.
That's all right.
Because that's what they do in Japan, and that's
Right.
what he does. So now
That's
you
all
have a
right. I
6-man
mean, is that what he
rotation.
wants? Does he want to be a starter? How about making him a closer? Can you imagine that guy as a closer?
Be awesome. Him and Duvall. He'd be pretty good on the back end. Wouldn't be bad.
Go get Josh Hader, too.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right. Would you give Shohei Ohtani $600 million? It's not your money. I know all
Well,
the
that
fans
could
are like,
be
yeah,
that could be a Danny's big poll tomorrow. Just would you want to have Shohei Ohtani and one other free agent, or 5 free agents, or 4 or 5?
I'd rather have the
depends which ones you get.
Yeah, it does. But
so you would pass on Ohtani and go get.
Well, if you could tell me,
Buggy Whipper,
because the 5 I was thinking was Bellinger, Chapman, Hoskins, Waka, and Snell. I think you could get those 5. You could.
For how much?
Oh, that'd be over 100. But then you could move. I think you could move Conforto, and then I think you could.
You'd
move
have
Stripling.
to take some salary.
You'd have to move a couple of guys. But here's the thing. Then your center fielder is Bellinger. Your right fielder is Yaz. You got to keep Haniger in left. Chapman's your third baseman. You got the young guy at shortstop. You got Estrada, and you got Hoskins. Now you're a team.
Yeah, you got Hoskins coming off a major injury.
Yeah, no doubt.
Bellinger was up and down and all around. He had a breakout year. You're buying high on Bellinger.
You are.
And I like Chapman, but why was it a hand injury? Why did he not hit the last couple of years? He had a great start last year. He's a great defender. And then you sign him, do you trade Casey Schmidt? Where's Casey Schmidt going to play?
All I know about free agency in every single sport is people don't make it to free agency unless they're flawed for some reason or another.
Except Shohei.
Yeah.
Because he's so damn great.
No, but he's not.
Nobody can pay him.
No, he's coming up. He's going to Tommy John.
Well, he still was
going to
hit. He's still going to hit free agency.
Yeah. But I'm saying he's got Tommy John, so it's not like, he's not a clean bill of health. So there's something with everybody. You're gonna have to.
Do the Guggenheims have to go over $650 now in their offer to Shohei?
See, that's a thing. I know we're having this conversation, but
they're gonna have to trade Mookie Betts.
Their new second baseman. All right, that's the latest from the meetings. We gotta go. We gotta get to. Some afternoon.
Kind of big
delay.
news.
Yeah, this
if
is
it's
big
true,
news,
do we know it's true?
We'll
Either
check
way.
our sources.
Either way,
we'll check our sources. All right, dirty.
I don't have sources.
Come on, he's listening. Just text us we won't tell anybody. We've got a little bit of Dirty Mouth Luca and other things as part of the caboose next, only here on the Sports Leader.
This is for Shohei Ohtani if he leaves Southern California to Northern California. With heating bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. It gets a little colder up here, Shohei. Greg Papa with this message, not just for Shohei, but for professionals working with a client to upgrade or build a new home. Be sure to visit Golden State. That's my message to you. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. Owens Corning provides a broad range of insulation, roofing, and fiberglass composite materials that are known for innovation and sustainable solutions. James Hardie provides a durable, lower-maintenance alternative to wood and vinyl. Boral True Exterior Siding and Trim, well, they offer phenomenal performance while consisting of 70% recycled materials and environmental leader. And talk with your client about double or triple pane windows that offer a comfortable environment year-round while delivering lower energy bills. Golden State's respected window and door partners include Marvin, Anderson, and Milgard. So start online at goldenstatelumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Pretty important to come out here and get this win and get it in 50-point. That's resounding fashion.
Yeah, the point I said before the game, we just can't around and we just. Love it.
You haven't been getting sleep.
Luka just gets teed up post game.
Yeah. So they beat the Jazz by 50 last night. He gets a triple-double by halftime. Finishes with 40, 11 assists, and 10 boards. And then after the game, goes to the sideline reporter and said, we didn't want to F around, but he obviously said it. Then as he's apologizing, drops an S.
Wow.
So, oops.
In the old days, that would be a major issue, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Now,
Hey,
people just roll with it. Draymond does that at the free throw line every
The
night.
sideline reporter was just laughing about it. Like, he's like, yeah, it happened. He goes, yeah, you've just been tired. It's no big deal.
What's that?
So
Isn't that
anyway.
this Jeff Skin Wade? Is that the guy?
That is some
I
good
know.
knowledge there.
I watched Mavericks game with your guy, Mark Followill. I know him. And Derek Harper.
Yeah, that guy's a friend of mine.
He's good.
Yeah, he is good. He just kind of rolled.
He just
with
kept
it.
rolling. He probably dropped an F-bomb.
I mean, why
himself.
not? So anyway.
Luka's off to a start, isn't he?
Oof. He is.
So Saintly, I think his son's still with Jason Kidd on the bench there, isn't he coaching? Saintly thinks Dallas is going to slide, John.
Yeah, how funny is that?
Well, I mean, are they going to guard
His
all
own
year?
kid?
When you got Tim Hardaway sons on that team. Kyrie's playing every night,
is.
too.
I'll give him credit.
He's playing every night.
He's being a good boy right now, so
He
we'll see
is.
what happens. But I always
Operative
think-
phrase being right now.
Yeah, right now. You never know. All right, a couple of more Caboosian type of stories. I love this. This is great news for all of us. Survival of the fittest, maybe. Exercise may not be the key to longevity, according to new research. In fact, too much moving around could even be accelerating the aging process in our bodies, Scandinavian scientists have revealed.
Are you serious?
They're saying that exercise might lead to aging.
I'm going to go tell Nick Bosa this. You're killing yourself,
I'm
dude.
just telling you. It's entitled, Exercise May Not Be the Key to Living Longer. It might even be aging you faster.
Or more sedentary lifestyle is the way to go.
Yep, so couch potatoes unite.
I don't. You
That's what
believe
it says
that?
here. The ambitious study on the often discussed subject has yet to be peer-reviewed, but recently won a National Sports Medicine Prize in Finland, where the research was conducted over a 45-year period. This sounds like a long time to me.
Right.
So sitting on your ass might be the key to longevity.
So my doctor says, you need to exercise more. I'm going to say, Dave, you're killing me.
Nope, sorry.
Not true.
Don't go to the gym
You know what
today.
I always think about when I'm ready to get on the treadmills? When Pistol Pete Maravich just dropped dead playing pickup basketball.
Right.
He was in great shape.
Yeah.
Did that work for him?
Not so much.
Yeah.
I know that.
Is that the only study that's ever found that?
Pretty
There's
much.
been 10 million studies that go the other way.
Do with this what you will. I don't know if I believe this, but it's being reported in the Daily Mail, which is one of the places I love to get caboose stories.
London.
Yep, exactly. In London. This happened in China. Clueless couple struggled to get pregnant for 4 years, are told by doctor the wife is still a virgin because they were going through the back door. And
the Princeton offense?
Yeah, they were from the Princeton offense. Chinese man, 24, his wife, 22, went to the doctor after failing to conceive. After a check, doctors claimed they had been having the wrong type of sex.
Well, maybe it's not the wrong type.
Well, if you want to get pregnant, it is.
They were having anal sex for years?
4 years.
They went to their doctor and said, what's the problem? We can't get pregnant?
He examined her.
He
said,
had no idea?
Yeah, he examined her, said she was actually still a virgin, and said that they were having it the wrong way. She
well,
responded.
It's not the wrong way. It's just
a different way. And
wow, who do you blame, him or her?
She responded that it was often painful, but she was going with it because she wanted to get pregnant.
Now, do you blame this young couple or possibly the Chinese government? They were putting out this word as a form of population control. Yeah, this is the way you actually have sex.
That's a problem.
I don't know.
So anyway.
It's almost difficult to believe.
Yeah, that's what I think. But, that's what they're reporting. I don't know if that's a problem.
That is naive.
Anyway.
No electricity in their apartment? They don't have any idea?
Believe me.
I'm worried about the dog. Guy's got
not trying to have a litter
here. Got bad eyes.
Exactly.
How does he not know? Wow.
Back to the United States, an Ohio woman who was found guilty of hurling a piping hot burrito. Yeah, she threw it here. I feel like
she threw it or she puked it?
She threw a burrito bowl in the face of a Chipotle employee.
The bowl?
She has had her jail time lessened after agreeing to work at a fast food chain as part of her sentencing.
Oh, that's what we want her to do. I want her to be at the drive-thru.
So she threw
Can
a
I get
burrito.
that Chipotle bowl? Yeah.
She threw a burrito at Chipotle.
Why?
And she was sentenced to working in a fast food restaurant.
Okay.
Because that'll show her. That'll show her.
At a competing fast food restaurant.
Yeah,
now
Chipotle's not going to have her. You kidding?
Why did she do it?
Let's see. Why did she do it? I guess she didn't like the burrito bowl. She had things in it she didn't like.
Those bowls are huge, aren't they?
Gigantic, yeah.
Less calories in the bowls than the actual
for
burrito.
sure. You got to take the tortilla off.
Right.
I've always had a theory when it came to fast food. Look, it's not like you're going to a fine dining steakhouse. So whatever it is, it's 16-year-old pimple-faced kids generally working in there. I remember my first job. I told you this. It was at Wiener Schnitzel.
Oh, wow.
And I was.
Did you drive the little Wiener Schnitzel mobile?
I didn't.
I want to do that.
I was the fry cook. And I had a hat, one of those silly hats on and everything. And the problem with Wiener Schnitzel was they could see you. So the friends of mine would come in there and they would try to peer through there and they could see me and they'd make fun of me.
Didn't you slip them a couple of wieners?
No, I did not slip wieners.
You're such a weenie. Why would you do that?
I could say this, but because you get promoted off fry cook and everything else. I dropped a burger on the ground. That thing was going right back on the grill. Like, I didn't have time.
What?
It was busy. I was like, let's go.
I'm going to chuck a Chipotle burrito bowl.
I know you will.
Do that to me.
But so anyway, that's not the most fun job. It's high stress.
Tolbert and Copes every Thursday at 3:30.
Yeah.
Because I interview him right before at like 3:10. We do the game plan interview. Then he goes over and he does Kyle. Kyle does the Tolbert and Copes. And I listen every Thursday because I'm usually getting ready to do a player.
Yeah.
They got into Tom asked the most perfect questions. Why we have Chick-fil-A on every airplane. And it goes back to Kyle's time in was Atlanta? I think he said.
That makes sense because that's where it's based.
When they were there. And now the guys get all mad if they don't have Chick-fil-A on the plane. To me it's a little repetitive to have Chick-fil-A every Friday. And the guy from my deli in the Willow Glen is bringing deli sandwiches in. So I'm doubling down, John.
Good call.
I got the deli sandwich from Via, and I got Chick-fil-A as well on Fridays. But Kyle went into it all about why he likes
Atlanta
Chick-fil-A
makes sense.
so much, and I'm trying to be. It's because I think it was because when they were in Atlanta.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They did it, so he brought it here.
Well, they go crazy for it. I've told you this before. When Clemson played Alabama in the national championship game here at Levi's Stadium, we had a show.
We were at that game.
Yeah, we were at that game.
You and I
I
were there.
Yeah, at the in a suite.
Yeah.
So, but a show previous to ours was talking about Chick-fil-A and how much they loved it. And I said, okay, I was on my way driving down here. And so I picked some up at that location right up the street here from Levi's Stadium.
Montana.
But there's a hotel in that same lot as a Chick-fil-A. And one of the, I got this information from a person that was in there. One of the, either Clemson or Alabama, they had one of those packages, travel packages, and that was one of the hotels. So all these people from Clemson in South Carolina,
they love
stay at that hotel, and they see a Chick-fil-A, and they think it's like, the greatest place on earth. I walk into that place, there's 300 people in there. I'm like, what in the hell is going on?
They're all
all these
it's
Southerners.
probably Alabama fans,
right?
too.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, all these Southerners are in there just chowing
wow.
Chick-fil-A, and I got
Usually,
a couple of,
that's the spot.
They love it.
So Kyle loves Chick-fil-A. One thing he said that I didn't even think of, when's the last time we traveled for a Monday night? I guess Mexico City, but we were gone.
Right.
The players don't like when we have a Monday night road game because they can't get Chick-fil-A on Sunday because Chick-fil-A is
Oh, that's right.
I never knew any of that.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A's closed.
I
on
knew
Sunday.
it was Kyle that loved Chick-fil-A, but I didn't know.
So he's the one who heads that up?
Well, he just asked for it. He wants Chick-fil-A.
So I know what you're going to do today because you're interviewing him
I'm
today.
going to say, Kyle, why don't we
Hey, come
switch it
on.
up? I got to deal with
but he's probably got to they have a deal.
Italian
sure.
deli in the Willow Glen.
Oh, the guys on the,
I
what?
love it.
They'll get.
He's coming with a trunk full every Friday. He shows up with a.
They'll get more mad at you than when the Warriors had the peanut butter sandwiches kicked off the plane. Remember that?
No, a lot of the players like. I think Trent Williams and Debo. A lot of them they want the Italian deli.
Trent Williams does.
I don't know about Trent. Trent's doing. He's doubling
What is his
down.
bag of
I
Chick-fil-A
know when
look
Joe
like?
Staley was here. Joe Staley loved it.
He did. He liked Chick-fil-A.
Well, they give you the chicken nuggets, and then they have a chicken sandwich, and you pick between spicy and regular. But he went into great detail, Kyle, on why we have Chick-fil-A on every single trip. It's amazing.
All right, that is your Sweet Clean Family Friend, the Caboose Pistol, a couple of remnants, and then we'll get it to Tolbert and Copes at the top, only here on the Sports Here.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we got to be moving on, but here's the deal. That is your sounder, so call right now. Be caller number 10, and you can get 2 tickets to see Def Leppard with Journey and the Steve Miller Band. That is August 28th, 2024, and we're going to do this tomorrow as well, so tune in between 10 and 1. We're going to give you a cue to call, so call right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win furnished by our good friends at AEG Golden Voice. Find official rules at KNBR.com. Good luck. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, as always, Danny and Walter doing a great job. Tremendous guests, including the Tim Ryan Power Hour today. If you missed anything, and, of course, the St. One, Gary St. Jean back on KNBR. If you missed anything, just go to KNBR.com. Tolbert and Cope's coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Hiya, fellas.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on the show, Mark Spears, Kyle Shanahan, and Steve Kerr will be here with us. And make sure I'm on camera. Is everybody happy? I'm here today. Everybody happy? Good. Not you guys. I got to make sure all the
I was like, you asked me, I was good with it.
all the people listening and are happy.
Oh, did people listening were not happy? They were upset.
Every once in a while, somebody go, "Oh, why is he at home?"
I'd be like, "Why aren't you listening and watching more frequently?"
And I'm like,
This is a surprise.
Suck it.
Yeah.
And I could get more vulgar, but worry about yourself. You let me worry about me,
dude.
You worry about yourself. I'll worry about me.
Maybe the best piece of advice, one of the best pieces of advice my dad and my grandma ever gave me. Just worry about yourself.
Just worry about you.
Dude, it's got me through a lot of problems. It got me out of a lot of things. Maybe may have avoided a lot of situations. I'd be like, Dad, why are you making me do the dishes? My sister's over. Carolyn's not doing anything. You know what? I got stuff. Why don't you worry about yourself?
Worry about you.
Sure enough, dude, I walked by her like 2 hours later. She'd be crying. She'd be like, having like hard labor. Stuff that I was like, oh, yeah.
But what about, I don't care. What about, stop it. I hate the what about too. Well, yeah, but what about, who cares? We're not talking about what about. We're talking about this. So there you go.
What about?
Hope everybody's happy. Kyle Shanahan twice today. Actually, going to replay him. And so I'm sure he'll be in a good mood.
Kind of funny if he stopped by a second time.
Exactly. I just thought I'd do it again.
I'll hang out for a while.
I thought I'd do it again.
You ever been in that situation, Tom, where you're, I don't know how many hits you still do, but when you did more hits, like you said you did hits with Rome.
I did a hit today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
With who?
Pavement.
You hit the pavement?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Little walk. How the knees feeling?
Knees feel okay. Yeah, somebody, there's like a little manhole cover, and I clipped it.
Yeah, there you go.
And down goes Tolbert.
Down goes Tolbert. Down goes Tolbert. 3 steps in front of his house, right by the manhole.
Glasses were over here. Hat was over there.
Yeah.
Headphones were over there.
There goes the skin knee. How about Tom Tolbert? You got one of those,
dude?
I
got a skin knee.
Did you hit that? You fell today?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Straight down.
You got to be careful out there.
Straight down.
That's a far fall for you.
It was a far fall. Good thing I know how to fall.
Yeah.
I don't know where I learned it from, but I'm a good faller. I am a good faller.
Did you flop? Were you a flopper?
Yeah, a little bit in college, but I've told the story before. First time I flopped in the NBA, Bruce Alexander just looked at me and went, Get up. I go, that was embarrassing. I'm never doing that again.
Yeah, that was
the last time I ever flopped in in the NBA. Didn't even try it. I didn't even really want to do it, but you're rookie. You're like, I want to make it. I think I made the wrong impression. So just get up. Yeah, when he gave me, it was so dismissive too. Just looking at me like, get up. Yeah. You didn't say get up. I'm for the people that are watching. You can see. You had to get up. I was like, oh God. All right, that's it. That's enough. That's enough of that. So yeah, that was the last time I did it. I remember it's a preseason game too. We were playing the Cavaliers. I still remember it. Larry Nance ran into me and didn't run into me that hard, and I tried to draw the foul. And
he was like, come on, man, Nance didn't hit
you. And he was right too. It was like embarrassing. It's like, get up. What are you doing? Stop.
You're trying to. It's a soft play.
Yeah, it's totally soft.
I can't stop him. He's just trying to get in his way.
Yeah, and I
maybe
was
make it look like I did something.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's enough.
He was like, that was fake defense.
We're not doing that again.
But you do those radio hits, and somebody will be like, I've done a couple of these. They'll be like, hey, well, how about when you hang out with us? We'll talk to you on the other side. One more break with him, one more segment. You're like, I'm on the air with you, and I gotta be the D who says no to you on the air. Or why don't you hang through the break? We'll talk to you again when we come back. We'll do that with Kyle a little bit later.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll work with Kyle. That's a Marty. It's a Marty classic.
Great job, brother.
How about you hang out for another hour?
I try. Like, either I ask before, go, hey, you good for 2 segments? Get off the air, then go, nah, I got to say. You go, like, cool.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't really bother me one way or the other. Like, if they have stuff, like a bunch of stuff that I'd like to ask them, then yeah, I'd like to have them for a couple of segments. And I've probably done that a couple of times, but I felt dirty doing it.
You feel bad doing it.
Because you don't want to, you know they're not going to go, nah. Although the people we talk to, you never know. Hey, I got to let you go.
Yeah, dude, they might tell us. Yeah,
I got to say goodbye.
Kerr's like, no, Tom, I'm not staying again for another one. I'm going to go. I'll see you when I see you.
I'm just going to let you go.
But I mean, that's, again, it's easy for him to tell me that because we're friends.
Right.
He'd be like, no, Tom, I can't do it. I'd be like, all right, whatever. We'll keep moving on.
Somebody think it was easy for Gabe Kapler, too.
It was too easy.
He was like, you know what, I'm going to go. I'm going to let you guys go.
It was too easy. I'm going to let you guys go. I got things to do.
We were like mid-interview with him, too. We're like asking him questions. Like,
actually, the city's going to let you go.
I'm going to let you guys go.
We're going to let you go.
How about that assistant GM? That guy.
I think he just feels more like a front office guy to me.
Yeah.
He does. I don't know. I could be wrong, but anyway.
He seems like he operated the bench like it was a front office team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's kind of, or like he was a front office member. So, anyway, he's down in Miami where, whatever tinkering and whatever, he's not going to bother anybody. You know what I mean?
Dude, he's going to go down to Miami. He might not even have a top 10 beard down in Miami.
Top 10 beard?
Yeah.
Oh, they got sharp. They got good look. Yeah,
like
those guys.
Here, it was like the top,
you get
the
hipster
upper
beards
quartile
here.
of the upper quartile.
Yeah.
Back there, it might not be in the middle quartile. They just might
in
get
the upper quartile of winners. We're in the top quartile of that
we
upper
those.
quartile.
I mean, he's
just rolling around everywhere.
He's battling guys like hipsters with curly Q mustaches and what do they call those mixologists? Those guys who are like, this guy's making a cocktail. Give me a whiskey, Coke, or a vodka soda or something.
Step your beard game down there.
I don't need you to shake it and set it on fire.
Step
you know what I mean? Those are the kinds of beards he was competing with here. Now in Miami, dude. Now he's got some stuff down there.
Miami's wild.
Kapler. So, by the way, we got plenty of good stuff to get to. Warrior win last night.
Yep.
Some Jonathan Kuminga to get into because that was a big topic. And people, they win the game and people are like, Steve Kerr doesn't know what he's doing. People are, they're like, how wishy-washy is Steve Kerr? Well, ask him. If he comes on still later.
Hey, Steve, hey, guess what? I got news for you. If Kuminga can play like that every game, he'll be playing every game.
That's exactly it.
He would play
They're like, how did he go from not playing to closing the game? Well, he played pretty well when they put him in, and they needed him to close the game. Imagine if they played him earlier. Why would we do that? Who cares? They won. So we'll get into a whole bunch of the people. They're the worst.
People.
That's a Seinfeld line, actually. Anyway, we are.
Come on, people.
We are still giving away. That's right. We're still giving away Limp Bizkit tickets.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you thought we weren't? We still are. All week long, till Friday. Listen between now and 6 o'clock, and we will give you the cue to call. You can go see Limp Bizkit August 23rd, 2024 at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord. Fred Durst, the backwards hat. I don't know if he's a franchise quarterback type guy because the backwards hat, but Fred Durst will be out there dancing, singing, rapping, the whole bit when you hear this cue to call today.
I did it all for the nookie. Come on, the nookie, come on. So you can take that cookie and stick it up your yeah. Stick it up your yeah. Stick it up your yeah. Yeah.
What the hell is that? What is that?
I don't know. It's the gift that keeps giving. Limp Bizkit, though. You thought they were dying now, dude. They're so big. It's Richard Cheese.
What the hell? Who?
He's a
Did you
lounge
say Richard
singer.
Cheese?
Yeah, Richard Cheese. Yes, you heard that right. He's a lounge singer. He does song covers, apparently. That was pretty good, dude. When you hear that again,
wild.
You're only going to hear it one more time today. And when you hear it, be caller number 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. You're going to win those tickets to go see Limp Bizkit, furnished by Live Nation.
Holy
Tickets,
moly.
they're on sale. They're on sale Friday.
I wasn't ready for that.
At 10 a.m. I didn't either. I thought we were getting another Creed rip. The tickets are furnished. You can grab the official rules at KNBR.com, and you can buy tickets at LiveNation.com. Again, tickets, when you hear the cue to call, you can win those to see Limp Bizkit, 415-896-KNBR. When we come on back, a little bit more from the Warriors' victory last night. Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins made their returns. It wasn't really felt for Andrew Wiggins. Well, tough outing for Wiggs last night. Good showing for Jonathan Kuminga. We'll talk a bit about that. And then Steve Kerr got into a whole bit on the rotation. That's all coming up before we get into a conversation with Mark Spears, who's going to be live, by the way, from the quarterfinal of the in-season tourney, which we've got Game 1, Pacers and the Bucks over for you on 10:50. Kyle Shanahan, 3:15. And then a little bit later, Steve Kerr, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, who got a win last night. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. Warriors found a way to win last night, 110-106 over the Portland Trail Blazers. Steph Curry scored 31. There's more on that story. It's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Portland does have a foul to give. If they have to foul twice. Well, if they make the shot, it'll still be one possession game unless they make it three. Curry three! And the Dubs, they were down 11 at various points in the game. They finally took their first lead in the fourth, and they win it 110 to 106.
No.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. In-season tournament quarterfinal underway here between Indiana and Milwaukee. Over on KNBR 1050, if you want to check it out. We've got that game live for you. We are, of course, The Sports Leader. We also are streaming, if you want to check that out, on twitch.tv/TheSportsLeader and on YouTube. You heard Steph Curry's three coming in there and put the game away against Portland. I said to you when I was leaving last night, 13 points seemed like, even against Portland, for the way the Warriors are going, was going to be tough. And it was going to be what it said to me was that Chris Paul was playing and Wiggins were playing. They were fairly quiet last night, lackluster performances. Wiggins had a really tough night shooting the ball. And really didn't do much for him. Kuminga showed up, but what I said to you before the game was, you got to start. It's not a statement game. You got to start building routines and habits. And Steve started mentioning things after the game. We'll talk more about it later, about the changes that may have to happen and see a different style of coaching with the way they've operated things. But your take on really, this is why you have a guy like Steph Curry, man. I mean, this was a superstar win. This was a 31 point. They needed every one of those.
Yeah, look, the performances that jumped out to me were Moody in the first half.
Yep.
Kuminga fourth quarter, and Steph in the second half. Like, Steph kind of put him on the shoulders and said, okay, we ain't losing this game. We're just not. We're not losing to these guys at home. It was a scuffle, but it's a win. And whatever you can find to try and build off of, it was a rough win because they all – really, in the first half and maybe 4 minutes, no one could shoot. Everybody was they're all stonemasons out there.
Yeah.
They just could not make a shot. The defense was not terrible in the first half. Even into the third quarter, it wasn't bad. They just couldn't score, couldn't shoot. No one could shoot. It was rough to watch. They must have missed 5 layups, like point-blank layups. They just missed. And then Steph got it going a little bit. And made a few shots, got a few stops. Kuminga came in, did his thing, and I think it was like 13 minutes, was 6 for 6. So he played good, under control, took good shots. Thought his defense was good. He did the only thing that he did that kind of jumped out to me was he went for a steal. He gambled for a steal, missed it, and left. I forgot who was open for a wide open three. And that's what happens if you gamble and miss. Someone's going to be open, and the Blazers made him pay, but. You know, that one, let's be honest, that's one you got to have, right? No Jeremy Grant in the game, no DeAndre Ayton in the game, and then no Malcolm Brogdon after halftime. I mean, that's a game you got to win that one. They're not talented enough. They shouldn't be able to beat the Warriors, but what they are is they're really young and they're super athletic. Like, they are really athletic. And that's just one thing the Warriors aren't anymore.
They're rebuilding, and so those teams are on. I really do. I'm with you. We saw it with the Thunder a couple of weeks ago, and we'll see them again tomorrow night. But that's it. Those matchups now, those teams that can run and are long and lean. I mean, Marcus Thompson was talking about the defending three-point shots for the Warriors has been a problem. And I know that they're giving up stuff on the inside, but they can't match up with the rangy guys on the outside, it feels like, defensively, and they're not getting back in transition defense quick enough to do that, to stop the outside shooting. They were one of the worst, at least at the start of the year, in opposing three-point attempts and opposing three-point percentage allowed. So in terms of what is going to be an Achilles heel, I don't know that that's a correctable fix with just stylistic play, because you're talking about something that's, I mean, we're talking about Father Time and who the guys are that are your key contributors. Clay's just not that type of player anymore.
Yeah. Now, the problem is they just can't keep players in front of them.
Yeah.
So what happens is you get beat, and it breaks down your whole defense. It just compromises the integrity of the defense. So now everyone's got to start helping so you don't get a layup or you don't get a little shot in the lane, a 5-footer that's a 70% shot. So the defense collapses, you kick it out again, you pump fake, kick it out again, and all of a sudden somebody's standing there wide open three. And that's their biggest problem, is keeping players in front of them. And Klay has a hard time doing it now. He's got to back off a little bit more to keep guys in front of him. He can't just get up on them like he used to. Wiggins should be able to do it. He hasn't been as good at it as he's been in the past. Steph, bust his butt, but he's not a guy that can keep guys in front of him at all times. So it's just been tough for them to keep offensive players in front of them. And when they break down the defense, then you're starting to talk about open three-pointers. And, they hit some tough shots last night. Shaedon Sharpe played well. He hit some shots. That guy is super athletic.
Yeah.
Like, he's really athletic. But
he's playing like 40 minutes a night.
Yeah, but you win. I mean, they win. They move on. And now they're going to play an athletic team that is way more skilled than the Blazers. Like, OKC's got skill. That team, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, is
top 5 scorer in the league.
He's tough.
Dude, and the play he made, that was one of my, we didn't talk much about that. That was maybe the week of Thanksgiving. That was one of my favorite plays I've seen in the NBA in a couple of years. The block of Steph on the three-point attempt at the end of that game, knocks it to a teammate, then he runs the floor, fast break forward, and then he draws the foul in contact and makes the bucket on the other end. I was like, that's MVP type stuff.
Yeah, he's legit.
If he can get them into a position where they make a run this year, and I said to you last year a lot, we both liked him. We thought the play-in type of like wavering in and out of the playoffs for them at the end of the year was good for trying to build what that feeling might be like this year. But they're a young team, and they've got a legit superstar in Shai. And I think they're a dangerous team. I think they've got size. We'll see what Holmgren ends up being and what happens with Giddey off the court. But, seriously, like they're a dangerous team.
It almost feels like nothing's going to happen with him.
With Giddey?
Yeah, I mean, it's been out there now. And supposedly this is a year old. I've heard this is a year old. And the Thunder have known about it. And if they know about it and they continue to let him play, that should tell you something as to what they think about it or what they think's going to happen with it. So I don't know. It just seems a little bizarre to me that this news pops, and if it's old, then it's old, and somebody found out about it, and it wasn't new news. But if it was new, which I'm having a harder time believing it is, because if it was new, that would mean Oklahoma City hadn't really done any research and due diligence on it, and they'd have to, at least sit him out for a little bit. Just say, hey, let us investigate this a little bit. We're not going to put you out there if you're going to get arrested, and it's going to make us look terrible. So they must have known, which makes you believe it's not new. But I'm just wondering. So if they did know about it, and he's still playing, and he's been playing all this time, then they must not have found anything. So I'm just curious, because when I first read about it, I go, oh man, this guy's done.
Yeah,
like he's done.
I don't know what I can't give full on benefit of the doubt to the Thunder. I can't draw that line yet for myself. I can't draw they must have known, so it must be okay. Like, I don't know that that's where I go, because it's like, I don't want to. It's a different comparison here, but like the NFL, like they knew about the Ray Rice video, right? Nothing happened to Ray Rice till the video came out. Then they're like, oh well. It's a lot of times. I think when an organization is at risk of having some bad press like that, they will protect it.
Possible.
And then turn on it if they have to. So I don't know. It's
but they still haven't.
They still haven't. Right.
Which that's the part to me
that
seems
charges,
a little.
Bro. He's still playing. He's still playing.
A little odd.
That's the thing. He's still playing.
It's like, let's say they knew, and then you found out about it, then they might be like, oh, okay, wait a minute. But they haven't even done that. But you're right to be skeptical. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But it feels just weird to me. Because it's not as big a news as you would think something like that would or should be. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. It may end up being huge, but it just seems like that was pretty tawdry stuff. And you're thinking if there was some bite to it, that there would be at least some kind of, if not suspension, we're going to sit him out for a week or so until we kind of gather our thoughts and sort everything out and figure out what's going on. This dude hasn't missed a game.
Attorneys have declined, or excuse me, the Thunder have declined to comment.
I mean, he just keeps rolling, keeps playing. So, I don't know. It seems a little strange.
Well, side note, he's been very efficient this year.
Side note,
they are in, like, Newport Beach police are investigating it, but so far there's Gloria Allred's involved with the family, but there's nothing else happening in terms of that. With on-court stuff, the Thunder present an actual problem for teams like the Warriors who can't get back and stay in front of their guys, who have tons of size and length. And Chet Holmgren, I don't know what he's going to be, but he appears to be the type of player that needs to exist at center in this game, and that could be a really, really fun system, pick and rolls with him and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and he can pop it too.
Yep. And then, Jay Williams from Santa Clara.
Yep, that's good.
That dude gives him problems. Mm-hmm. He's a scorer, and he's athletic, and he's long. And then you got Dort, who can really get into you defensively, and occasionally he can hit some jump shots. He will have games where he hits 5-6 threes, but that's not really who he is. But he is a bulldog of a defender. And you got Wiggins coming off the bench, and just these guys that don't seem like much, but in that system on that team, they just all figure out a way to maybe look better than they are individually, which is a sign of a great team. Better than the collection of your parts. So yeah, I'm a big fan of theirs.
Warriors get the win last night, 110 to 106 over Portland. By the way, like I said, we've got the quarterfinal game. This is quarterfinal. It's the semis here. Oh, this is the semis. Excuse me. The quarters were last night, right? The second round of the quarters. No, 2 nights ago. I'm getting all mixed up.
Yeah, this is the first round of the semis. Then we get the Lakers, Pelicans tonight.
And then we'll get the final.
Final on Saturday.
That's right.
And the NBA did a good job of timing it because there's not much going on tonight, and they got 2 games. That's it. They got the night to themselves. And then Saturday, you got Army-Navy. That's it. I mean, I guess maybe you get the Heisman, but after that, it's no more sports is, and the terrible Thursday night football game tonight.
Speaking of the juxtaposition, the over-under on this game right now, the Milwaukee Bucks, and the Pacers, which is over on KNBR 1050, in the semis, over-under the highest ever, opened at 254.
Unbelievable.
It moved to 257 before the game.
That's incredible.
The Patriots and Steelers tonight is 30.5, 30.5 is where I saw the over.
That's sickening.
And I was talking to our guy Cole, who's working over on KNBR 1050. He goes,
who do they think they are, Iowa?
Yeah, seriously. He goes, you got to take the over, right? And he goes, yeah, I mean, Patriots are bound to score. And he goes, what happens if the Steelers offense goes off? I said, what does that mean, though?
Yeah, what is that like? What does that look like? What is 13?
Yeah, dude, when's the last time Patriots scored a TD? They lost 6-0, and they're awful, just god-awful. They've got no Ramondre Stevenson either. So why don't we stick here with a little hoops? Warriors get the win last night. Did you see anything last night that gives you confidence or optimism? I don't know about myself because Steve Kerr turns around and goes, hey, I'd be going game-to-game lineup like my guy Gabe Kapler. We'll talk about that next. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert. We are streaming on twitch.tv/TheSportsLeader, YouTube, and, of course, on The Sports Leader, KNBR.com, and on the app. We're going to talk to Steve Kerr at 5:30, Kyle Shanahan at 3:30, Mark Spears at 2:50. But next, what are we doing with the game-to-game lineup on The Sports Leader?
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. The IRS is receiving billions of dollars to increase enforcements and audits of individuals and small business owners. You know what that means, don't you? Would you mind telling me? No, I'm just kidding. I know this. If they're getting billions of dollars, they're getting it back. That means they're going to be coming after you. And they're going to be coming after you with fangs, trying to get their money back. So, either one of 2 things. You have an issue, and you want to find out how to rectify that issue. Set up a consultation with Alex Kugelman. Or you don't have an issue, and you'd like to keep it that way, which is the way I like it. Hey, I don't have an issue. I want to keep it that way. How do I avoid being on the radar? You don't want to be on the IRS radar. That's a bad place to be. So you call Alex Kugelman, set up a consultation, and we'll walk you through it and say, this is what you can, these are the cannot do's, these are the can do's, this is what you're doing. And if you have that issue, he'll give you the roadmap, the blueprint, so to speak, on how to get out of it. You don't want to be dealing with that kind of stuff, especially this time of year, do you? I wouldn't. You can take the bag of stress you have and just, whoop, see ya, I'll let you handle it. Why? Because this is what you do. Like, I know a lot of people like to homebrew. Even Tim likes to do it. Why would I do that? I got pros that'll do it for $5 a can. I have no problem with that. You guys are the pros. I'm going to let you do it. I'll go get it, put it in my fridge, and I will be happy. He's the pro, right? You're going to let him do it. You're going to let him handle your tax issues. All you have to do is set up a consultation, and he will either keep you out of trouble, or if you happen to be in trouble, extract you from that trouble. So visit sftaxteam.com, schedule a consultation today. That's sftaxteam.com, or just Google Kugelman, Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I've really been patient and hoping to get our first unit, from the last couple of years into a good groove. It's just easier to play and to coach when everybody knows exactly where they fit in. And role players, it's easier to play a role when, there's kind of a set rotation, and the stars are playing well and all that. So everything, the puzzle kind of fits. So to be honest, the puzzle hasn't fit this year, and we've had a lot of guys playing well, but we may have to think about moving the starting lineup around game to game depending on who we're facing. I'd still prefer to get something solid, but we haven't really established anything this year, and we're a quarter of the way through, so there's definitely a lot of thought that's going to have to go into this.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr, talking about the lineup changes, he hasn't done a lot of tinkering since they started, like, in the span of the 4 championships. Usually when there's roster changes, it's due to health. That's almost exclusively when it's happened. Of course, the notable big one when Iguodala goes to the bench and the death lineup and all that stuff. But outside of that, there's not like a whole bunch of, it's not like baseball. You know what I mean? We're like, oh, this guy's hot right now. We don't have anybody to play second base, and this guy figured it out. Let's ride the hot hand. It's like, it hasn't worked that way. And to his credit, I think he gives a pretty good analogy there in that it's a bunch of puzzle pieces, and the puzzle doesn't fit right now.
I think he's more apt to tinker with the rotation once the second unit comes in. Yeah. Not so much the starting. Although he's done a fair amount of, Looney starting or Looney's not starting, but the other 3 are starters, and then when Wiggins came over, he was a starter. So it just I would suspect Kuminga will play against more athletic lineups, and maybe not as much against non-athletic lineups. But again, this could all changes, and because he doesn't have a set lineup, and because the starting 5 has been inconsistent, because Wiggins has been inconsistent, Klay has been inconsistent, and for Looney to be as good as he can be, those guys need to be doing what they can do, and they're not. So it kind of devalues Looney a little bit based on what they're doing. He's not able to go out there like setting screens and all that kind of stuff. He can, but if they're not making shots, it doesn't really have the impact that it can have. So, yeah, it's tough. I mean, Wiggins couldn't shoot it last night. It's not the first time we've seen Klay have a game like that.
It's not the second time.
I mean, Klay's scuffled this year. He has really scuffled shooting. He just, for whatever reason, he just can't get it going. I don't know what his numbers are, but I'd be surprised if he was shooting 40% from the field.
Oh, come on.
I mean,
there's no way. I'll pull those up, but there's no way he's.
Let it ride. That's bad. The 40% is bad.
40 is. Oh, from the field in total?
Yeah, total. No, 3 is probably like around 32, 33.
Yeah, I was going to say 40 from 3. No way, because he was like one of 8 or something last night, right?
Yeah.
One of 8, yeah.
But he's had some decent shooting. I would say my guess would be like 39, 40 from the field and 32, 33 from 3. Which is, you're talking about a guy that normally shoots 45, 46 from the field and 40 from 2 or from 3. I mean, though that's normally what his numbers are. And he's just way, way off that pace. So it's been a real grind for him. But here's the thing. I don't know that you have a whole bunch of other options.
That's what I mean.
It's not like you're like, oh, we can go this. We can go this way. We can go, we got this, we got that. So
field goal percentage, by the way, 39.7.
Yeah, that sounds
you
about
said
right.
39, and what was your guess on 3?
My 3 was 32, 33.
I think he's at 34.
34. That's still way down.
It's actual sound from the game last night.
Does it have his career numbers? I bet you his career numbers are 45 to 46 from the field, and probably 40. Maybe even 41 from 3.
Yeah, he's got to be over 40 for his career from 3. I'll get you that in just a second.
This guy's one of the best shooters ever.
For his career from 3, he is at 41.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, .414. And then for the total field goal percentage, he's at 45.
Okay, yeah. So you're talking he's down like a little over 5% from the field, and then down like 7-8% from 3. That's a lot. Like that and we're not talking small sample size now. We're quarter of the way through the season. So it's not like we're talking 5 games, 8 games, 10 games. We're talking 20 games now. So that's, that becomes a problem. He's one of your main offensive cogs. He always has been. It's always been Steph and him. I mean, it's Steph, but then it's him. He's the guy you can count on for 20 points a game. And 20 points a game being efficient, too. And now it's not 20 points a game, and whatever points he's getting aren't even efficient.
He's at 15.5.
Yeah.
And
the efficiency's way, 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 way down.
Yeah, I can give you how many shots a game he's taking.
Yeah, and then Wiggins. Good. And then Wiggins' efficiency is way down. He's always been efficient. Like I say, you can almost clock his numbers at the beginning of the year, 17, 18 points, but they're an efficient 17, 18 points. Well, those numbers are down, and they're not efficient. So it's been a real grind for him. And again, I don't know that they have a bunch of options. I really don't. You look at the bench, and I like Moody, but he's a guy that you put him out there, and he's going to have some good moments. But the reason I like Moody is because he's stable. You're not going to do a lot of dumb stuff. You're not going to turn the ball over a lot.
Do exactly what you're going to get from him.
He will take it to the rim.
And that's what coaches love.
He's going to battle. Yeah, they want consistency. They want to know what you got, which is why Kuminga's minutes has fluctuated, because you're not sure exactly what you're going to get with Kuminga every single night. You can get last night. You can get a night like you got against the Clippers, which was really good. And you can get some of the other nights we've seen where he drives in, kicks the ball over the place, takes some terrible threes, doesn't rebound. And here's the thing. And I think people are enamored with Kuminga because of his athleticism. They just see a great athlete. And that he is. He is a great athlete. He was the best out of all the athletes on the court last night. Portland had most of them, but Kuminga was still the best.
Yeah.
Kuminga athletically.
That dunk did the alley-oop.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
He has
his head was like above the rim.
Few peers in the NBA as far as athleticism is concerned, but you don't get the consistency you would like. There are times where you look and go, what is he doing out there? Like, what are you doing? It's like, forcing stuff and a bad defensive rotation and this. And I understand that he's young, but he ain't that young. He's been in the league a while now. So that drives coaches crazy when you like got the I call it the seismograph, where it's like, woof, way up high, way up, way down low, way up high, way down low. Like you almost rather have a guy in the middle. It's like kind of like, okay, when I put him in, I know exactly what I'm getting.
Like Moody, per se.
Moody, I know exactly what I'm getting.
For example.
Yeah, like Moody's floor is not as low as Kuminga's. His ceiling's nowhere near what Kuminga's ceiling is. Yeah. I mean, Kuminga has a huge ceiling when he goes out there and plays. But sometimes you get the bottom. And when you get the bottom, then things can get away from you in a short span of time. But if he could play like he did last night, because I'm not talking 6 for 6. I'm talking taking quality shots, being under control when you play, getting out and playing just hounding guys out there on defense.
35% from three is not going to do it.
No, but it's not even like against the Clippers. He took 3 threes. I think he made a couple of them, but they were the shots. The ball moved from one side to the other side, and then he was in the corner for like the third or fourth pass, and it was just like he was wide open. Like perfect. Got it. That's a good one. When he comes down and like dribbles into a 3 from above the break and there's 18 seconds on the shot clock, I don't care if he makes it or not. That's not the shot. Dude, you're not Steph. Like there's like 2 guys on the team that should be doing that. Maybe 1 now. I don't even know if Klay should be doing that anymore, but that's kind of who Klay is. But if Steph wants to do that, let her rip. Like I don't care what the shot clock says. If Steph's open, shoot it. Period.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah, that's it.
But you're not Steph.
No.
And I think too many times guys come to the Warriors and they see kind of the way the Warriors play and think, well, I can do that. If they can do it, I can do it. That was Jordan Poole's problem. He came in off the bench and Steve kind of wanted some stability, coming in off the bench. And Jordan was like, hell with that. These guys do this. I'm going to do this too. It's like, well, just you shouldn't. Like, you can't do it, Steph. You can't do it what they do. It's specifically what he does. Just because he does it because he's one of the greatest players of all time. His rules don't apply to you. And some guys just think, oh, you play for the Warriors. Bunch of threes, running up and down, have a good time, have fun. No, it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. So I think some of the guys get caught up into it a little bit and think, oh, I can do this. No, you can't, nor should you. So when Kuminga plays under control, yes, he should play and play consistently. But when he doesn't, then he shouldn't. The problem is he's not consistent with his playing. He just isn't, period.
I think the problem is, well, not the problem. I think the question out of all this, and we'll talk to Steve Kerr a little bit later in the show at 5:30. He's going to join us for his weekly conversation. I think the question is the lineup-to-lineup game changes, or game-to-game lineup changes I assume it affects everybody virtually but Steph and like Draymond. Like I would assume that means Klay Thompson could be in that mix, and then maybe it becomes a little easier if it's a team-wide thing, game to game, and we see if we find something that sticks. We'll talk to Steve
but
Kerr,
if Klay's coming off the bench, that gets dicey.
That's what I'm saying, and so I wonder.
That's dicey.
So what does that mean? We'll talk more about this. Mark Spears is going to join us. He's actually live from the in-season tournament. He is out there at I say out there, it's just Vegas. It's a tough place to go. Milwaukee and Indiana are in the semifinal. They're in the second quarter. Milwaukee up 31-29 right now. 2:57. Under still looking good. We will talk to Mark Spears from Vegas when we come on back. It's Holmgren and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Tim Ryan joined Pop on Lund today for a full hour to go through the beauty of the 49ers beatdown in Philadelphia and the second meeting against Seattle in 3 weeks. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Nation, time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Coast back with you Thursday afternoon here, and one of our favorites. We go out to him each and every week here, and he's on the road. He's in Vegas at the semifinal of the in-season tournament, the first ever in-season tournament semifinal. Mark Spears joins us from Anscape.com and ESPN, of course, on the UMA guest line. Mark, does it feel like you're a part of history out there, man?
That's one way to look at it.
It's not how I'm looking at it. I just thought it was sort of a backhanded question, really. So what's the vibe on it? These are two teams that are capable of scoring. We were talking about the 254-point over/under line that opened, and it moved to 257. It's been some good scoring early. I don't know if we're going to get to that total, but what are the I don't know, pageantry moments? Are they doing anything special for this thing?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird vibe because part of me feels like it's all-star because they're really like being gangster about whether I'm allowed to be on the floor or not,
they're being more serious about it.
And then they got like Ahmad Rashad in there, and then the guy that used to own the football team, and Oakland, he's here, and so Vivica A. Fox, and all those kind of people are here, man. So it's got this celebrity vibe, and then this game with all these fancy lights. But then you're like, but it's still a regular season game, so it kind of feels like a weird dream.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny because, and again, I've said this, Mark. I think it's a dumb idea, but it's not hurting anybody. It's not hurting anybody, and the players seem to like it. And I think some of the fans like it. So whatever. It's like it's not that big a deal. It wouldn't be something like a hill I'd die on. It's like, okay, whatever, if you want to do that. But the funny thing about it is like it's an admission of how bad the regular season is. That's exactly what it is. So it's like once this thing's over, it's like, okay, go back to your regularly scheduled programming, and if you want to wake up after the All-Star break, that's fine. Well, you can wake up for Christmas and then go back to bed. Yeah. But isn't that what they're telling us? Like the regular season's so bad, we had to figure out some way, somehow, to add some excitement to it.
Well, I think they want people to pay attention before Christmas. And this has done it. I mean, there have been some really, really good ratings, and we're talking about it on a Thursday afternoon.
Sure.
There's a game, but
you're there.
That's like that Warriors game yesterday was weird, right? It was just like, okay, is this a consolation game? Like, I felt bad for them because they didn't get to go to Vegas. They get a certificate of participation. You know what I mean? Like, it's just really strange. And then I think the thing that's unique now is that we're at this is a neutral site, in which we haven't seen anything like this since the NBA bubble. So if you watch the telecast right now, which is interesting because it's like Mike Breen, Doris Burke, and Reggie Miller, like they mixed up the cast.
Yep.
If you're watching it, you notice the crowd is really, really dark. And I think part of it is, and maybe I want to see if it lightens up on the second game.
You're talking about the lights. Okay, I get it.
He's full look at me.
Yeah, you see how dark
He's full look at me.
Well, know what I mean? Like all the lights on the
no.
Yeah, we know. I know. I know what you mean.
No, I know. I didn't know.
But I think they don't want people to know what the crowd is like. I wouldn't say it's empty, but it's not packed.
Oh, it isn't.
No.
Huh.
And so that's why I think it's dark around to kind of just give the illusion that maybe there's more people here than you think. I think the game tonight with the Lakers will be packed.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and it's a boxing vibe too. Boxing vibe. You know how they put the light on the center square. I mean, that's kind of because the Lakers do that. The Lakers are the ones that really kind of started that, and it kind of gives it like a big time event feel. Maybe they did it because of what you're saying though. Maybe they just go, we're not sold. How the dark? You go ahead and black it out.
Yeah, well, like I said, if it's all lightened up when the Lakers play tonight, then you'll really know what it's about.
Yeah, that's true.
No, it's a totally weird. It's a new vibe, weird vibe, because it feels like it's. I feel like I'm at the Rising Stars Challenge, but it's an actual NBA game. It's not quite the All-Star game vibe, but it's like a Rising Star Challenge.
Yeah. It's a neutral site game in season. I mean, that's a weird feel. I get why it would feel that way. We're talking to Mark Spears, who is live with us from Vegas, where he's at the semifinal between Milwaukee and Indiana of the in-season tournament. I want to ask you about something Steve Kerr had said last night. Warriors get a win. Andrew Wiggins didn't look great, but came back from the finger injury. Chris Paul came back. We're talking about his comments after the game. They get the win, but he says, we may have to go game-by-game rotation now. And there hasn't been a whole lot of tinkering in the time that they've won championships, except for when guys have gotten hurt. When you hear him say that we may have to tinker game-to-game with the lineup, what does that mean in your mind, and who's involved in that?
I mean, and to me, it's like there's one guy he could depend on every game, right? Or maybe two, Steph offensively and Draymond defensively, and everybody else is up in the air. Like, I'm wondering if maybe they decide to start Saric and see how that looks, right? Because he seems to be giving them a boost. And then you see Kuminga, but you guys know this with Kuminga. Like, I mean, you watch him yesterday, and you're like, oh, my God, how's this guy not playing? And then you see him other days, and it's completely different focus, doesn't have the same kind of, like, boom. And so I think that you got a lot of good players, but nobody consistent. So it's kind of put Steve in this really, really odd place where I think he has to kind of piece together what to do. And when you're struggling, I mean, until they get to be more consistent. And I even thought about it today. I'm like, dang, Chris Paul wasn't in during the clutch. I'm so used to seeing him play in the clutch that it's weird. But maybe what Steve learned in Sacramento with the Moody situation is not staying with who everybody expects me to play isn't working, so I need to stick with the hot hand. And maybe if he stuck with the hot hand with Moody, they would have won that game, and he's learned from that.
Where are you at with them right now? Because we're a quarter of the way through the season, Mark, so it's not early anymore. And Wiggins has scuffled mightily. Klay's shooting has taken a nosedive. I mean, his career numbers are 45 and 41, and this year they're like 39 and 34, 33, 34. I mean, he's having such a hard time shooting the ball. And the worse he shoots, the more he looks for shots, which is kind of a wild thing with Klay. But where are you at with this team? I mean, do you think Klay and Wiggins figure it out? They have track records, but I don't know. I still see it in them, but I don't see it in them consistently.
Well, the Clippers game, and I'm talking about the one in San Francisco last week, I thought that was great Klay.
Yeah.
I mean, he let the ball come to him. He took the ball to the basket like twice. I mean, the thing that I think is frustrating with Klay right now, probably for the Warriors, is he's not mixing in any mid-range shots. Mm-hmm. He's not driving to the hole. To me, that was like one of his better games because he wasn't so predictable. I think his play is so predictable now. He missed 7 3-point shots yesterday, and he takes that 8th one, and you're like groaning, like, oh my goodness, and he makes it. And his balance doesn't seem the same. It seems like all the shots are forced. It's all heat check kind of threes. So I mean, like, is it? And Tom, you can answer this to me, like, does anybody say anything to him? Because to me, it's like kind of obvious what's going wrong, but nothing is changing. And
that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know who would, unless there's probably like 3 guys that could, right? Steve, Draymond, and Steph, and that's it. And I don't know, how he handles that sort of conversation. I don't know. I don't know. I know he's the guy that, if you watch the Warriors over the years, like Steve will get into Steph every once in a while. Not as much anymore, but he will, because Steph will take it. Like, Steph understands, like, with the benefit of Steve getting on him and, like, how the team can respond to that. Klay's never really been that guy where you kind of get into him a little bit. He kind of shuts down a little bit. So I don't know, Mark, if they've had that conversation with him. Like, look, you got to take better shots. You can't, like, the ball. You know what it used to be, Mark? It used to be like he would pass up, like, shots that weren't great because he knew the ball would come back to him. eventually. It's like now he's taking them because he doesn't trust the balls and he come back to him, and he takes those forced shots that you're talking about, and it's just, it's not great.
And with Tim Kawakami, respectfully to Klay, I think there was a Freudian slip there because I don't think Tim was really on his tail about whether he should be starting or not.
Yep.
It was like Klay brought it up.
Yep.
Yeah, it was on his own.
Yep.
Made the connection fast.
I'm like, this is interesting though. Like, let's continue down this path since you brought it up, But so that, I mean, anytime a player tells you that nothing bothers them, or if somebody tells you nothing bothers them, or I ain't tripping, they tripping.
Yep.
Yeah.
No doubt.
He brought it up.
Or when people are talking, they're like, I don't listen to him.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you do.
I don't listen to haters.
Yeah,
they can't do what I do. That's what he sounds like. Ooh, this doesn't sound like Klay.
Everybody I know that really don't give a dang, they don't give a dang by their actions. Right?
Yeah.
There is no doubt
They don't
about
bring it up on their own to say they don't give a damn. I just let you guys know about that thing that I didn't give a damn about. Still don't care. I was talking to Mark Spears here.
But that's when they go to a different octave. Man, I ain't tripping.
That's a great tell.
Oh, that's funny.
You sounding like Minnie Riperton right now, man. Come on, you tripping.
I think you tried to cover it too. He goes, "What? Do you think you should bench Wiggins?" I was like, Wiggins sitting over there like, "What do you mean bench me? What are you talking about me bringing me into this for, dude? I have nothing to do with this, man."
I'm just curious. So back to the question: where do you see them? Like, are they? I'm starting to think they're probably not a top 4 seed, maybe not even a top 5 or 6, maybe a play-in. Yeah, I know.
You're a play-in team right now.
Because I've seen them so much, Mark. I know that sounds ridiculous, and as soon as I said it, I know it sounded ridiculous. But are they a play-in team right now?
I think if they leave the team as constructed, it's basically going to be on Wiggins and Klay. Their performance. I mean, I actually. Until slam Dornay in the card gate, that I thought Wiggins was starting to pick it up, like he was starting to look better. Klay is just, I don't know, man. It's just not consistent. I told you guys this before, except when I was froggy last week. I really think that they got to do something, man. Another guy I saw here sitting courtside was Bob Myers, right? But, I mean, you got Chris Paul's contract. They're not going to trade Klay, but I think with Chris Paul's contract, I mean, obviously people are going to be attracted to Kuminga. Just really feel like, Chris will be mad hearing me say this, but I think they got to do a bold move. And, I was in Toronto over the weekend, talked to OG Anunoby a little bit, saw Pascal Siakam. I think those two guys are ripe for the taking. Obviously you got two guys in Chicago, Levine and, DeRozan that people are talking a lot about. Like, all 4 of those guys, I think, could be a dramatic help. And it's just window with Klay is, with Klay too, but with Steph, it's just not that big anymore. So to me, like Nuggets and Phoenix when Beal's back and, potentially the Clippers, I guess. I mean, there's just so much talent in the West that the Warriors got to do something because they didn't replace Jordan Poole's scoring, and it shows. And I'm worried about Steph just long term being able to handle what the Warriors need him to do on a nightly basis to win with very little help.
Scored 31 last night. They're 7-2 this year in games where he scores more than 30 points. But I mean, that's great. But to your point, you can't be asking him to do that for that weight of scoring and that number of minutes. Those seem like good fits. I'm intrigued by the idea because I'm with you. I say you can't trade Klay Thompson, but then you also know he's in a contract year where he's looking for a deal, a multi-year deal. We're looking at this with Draymond, and we go.
I mean, I guess you could, but
but then does that mean you're bringing him back and you're paying him if you don't, or do you say, well, we'd rather just hitch our wagon to him, and if he leaves, he leaves? I mean, it could mean multiple, several different things. But to me, if you're going in on Klay and you're going to keep him, then you're kind of setting yourself up to have to keep him beyond this.
Well, but the question though is, what number is it?
Right. It's Does he get
a Draymond number? Does he get half of that? That's the big question. Because I think it's like you guys can't see Klay starting from scratch anywhere, can you? I just can't see it.
No.
I can't see him like, I'm gonna go get a bag and play for Cleveland next season.
No.
Like, he ain't doing that. Like, and if he doesn't play well, then no one's gonna get it to him. So I mean, I kind of feel like he's gonna end up, if the things don't change from how they look now, that he'll be forced to probably come back to the Warriors at a discounted rate.
No, there's no doubt about that. There's no doubt. Let me ask you about the rest of the West, because Minnesota seems to have figured something out with the Twin Towers and how they played them. What do you see with them? Because I won't say I'm a believer quite yet. I want to see another 20 games, but they look good defensively. They look good offensively. Edwards is a stud, and Karl Anthony Towns, it feels like he has like his preferred role. He doesn't have to be the guy. He can just go out there and do what he does, be a little quirky and kind of get his thing and do his thing. And it works. They got athletes to guard people on the perimeter now. McDaniels is really, really good. So, I mean, what do you think of that team? Can you see them staying atop the West?
Yeah, no, I mean, I talked to Rudy Gay recently, and hey, he's like a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. He's been amazing. We're not talking about him enough. You notice that the Cat, like I mentioned, the trade guys, right? We're not talking about Cat anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But to your point, I think, Tom, you on top of that. He's realized, hey, I'm a hell of a number two. I don't have to deal with all the pressures every night. Spotlight's not on me. This young kid, let me let him, push the gas, and I'll just sit around and get easy shots. And I'm actually kind of surprised that he's really adopted that number two guy role. Like he's digging it. He likes it. And I'm not hearing his name in trade talks anymore. So if they continue to play like this and they got a good supporting cast, you got to take them seriously. Again, I might be a fool, but I'm still waiting to see what Phoenix looks like with Bradley Beal.
Yeah.
I think he'll be back this weekend. And then
he'll be gone next weekend.
Or somebody else will.
Right. Grand opening, grand closing.
Yeah, no, he with him offensively, they're really, really talented. And so Minnesota, Phoenix, I'm really counting on. To me, those are the two teams that I think probably make Denver the most fearful right now.
Yeah. All right.
Not the Warriors.
Before we let you go, I'll ask you to look into your crystal ball. Who finishes with a better record, Warriors or Clippers?
That's a hell of a question. I'm going to say Clippers because I feel like as the season continues, they'll figure things out. And that they'll get some practice time and get more comfortable. I see the Warriors, at the way they look right now, I see them hovering around 500, 600. It's not going to be a big difference, but I see the Clippers by those. We got more people that could score.
Yeah. No, that's true. We will see how it plays out. Hey, enjoy the games.
Enjoy the crystal ball you gave me.
Yeah, that's okay. That wasn't a fair question, but I just wanted to get your thoughts because I don't know how I would answer it, to be honest with you. I think it's going to be close. I think they're going to be I think they'll be within a couple games of one another. I'm not sure.
Saying what's better, Church's chicken or Safeway's fried chicken? You know what I mean?
I haven't had either one, so
I'm going Church's if you're giving me the choice.
I don't know. It's pretty greasy and bad.
Safeway.
I didn't say Safeway was bad. I said,
but at least, but if you're going to Church's Chicken, you better watch your back. Ain't no Church's Chicken in nice neighborhoods.
I think I brought this up yesterday. We were talking Del Tacos in SoCal, and I was like, it's like Church's in the hood. It's like there's one over in San Leandro I used to hit. That was it. It might not even be San Leandro. It's like when you get over right across International Boulevard into Oakland. But yeah, he's right. He's right. They're not popping up in like Danville. You know what I mean? There's no Church's Chicken in Brentwood.
Hey.
I challenge it. You know what I mean? In either Brentwood.
Just got Popeyes.
I thought Popeyes was a thing.
Oh, like this new
Their
Southern
chicken
restaurant.
sandwiches.
This new Southern fried restaurant. Check out this cuisine.
Jerry Rice started doing them fried chicken helmet commercials.
It's a tough deal with Jerry eating the wing on the helmet, dude.
Yeah, they started propping up in all the nice neighborhoods.
Yeah, well.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Anyway, not Churches, though. We still got that. They're not going to gentrify that. All right, Mark. Enjoy the...
Church's Texas fried chicken now. They're trying to raise their level up by adding Texas.
Oh, man.
That's it. So you hit a bigger audience. All right, Mark. Well, enjoy the game, man. You got Indiana pulling away, so go enjoy, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right.
See you, Mark.
All right, good stuff. Mark Spears out at the NBA in-season tournament. We'll go from that into our conversation with 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. We do it every week of the season. He will join us next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Steve Young joined Tom Tolbert and myself yesterday and feels extremely confident about the Niners' chances of winning a Super Bowl this year and thinks the Eagles are pretenders. There's more on that story in that podcast trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. I'm doing this daily with you because we got games daily. We got the in-season tournament, the semis. They're on right now. We're watching Indiana. We're watching Milwaukee. We got a game later, of course, New Orleans and the Lakers. We'll get the other semi. That'll be a whole lot of fun, and you should get in on the action. You can do it live, by the way. They've got the live pick'em game. So first, go on over to UnderdogFantasy.com or the Underdog Fantasy app. Sign up with promo code KNBR. And when you make a deposit, Underdog will double it up to $100. $10 to $100, they'll double it when you use promo code KNBR at sign up. Plus, they'll give you a mystery pick, a special pick, live in the Pick'em lobby. Here's what happens in the Pick'em game. They give you a series of player stats, all the players listed for the day. You pick between 2 and 5 players. You select whether or not they will go higher or lower than one of their stats. Then you hang out and you watch the games. You can do it right now as I'm telling you about it. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It's legal in California. And it's a ton of fun to play along as you watch your team. Build your dream team today. It's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR. Get that first deposit double of $10 or more, up to $100 plus the special pick in the Pick'em lobby. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply, so concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
faithful. To him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
With Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Alrighty, it is time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. Kyle, what's going on?
Not much, guys. How you guys doing?
Good. Yourself?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, I would imagine you are. That was man, goodness, that was about as dominant a performance as I've seen since I could only go back to Dallas.
Yeah.
It was like I could go back further.
2 weeks
but
ago. Right.
My goodness, that was offensively, defensively, that must have been fun to watch the guys play the way they did.
No, it was fun. But I make sure it ends for myself because I had a lot of fun on it Sunday night. It's always fun to come in the morning for Victory Monday. So it's a lot more fun coming in than after a loss.
Yes.
But and it was excited, especially the way last year ended. So I know that was a big deal for not just our team, but all our fans, for everybody who watched that. But I woke up Tuesday morning and my wife still acted like it was Victory Tuesday, and I had to snap at her and remind her the last time that she felt this good, and she quickly got miserable like me, and we realized, all right, that's over. It's not going to last unless we get a win this week, so Don't enjoy it too long.
It's like the people nowadays, Coach. It's like, oh, it's my birthday weekend. Like, well, no. You have a birthday. Yeah. That's it. The birthday, and that's all you get. And then people try to extend it out into like birthday weeks now. It's like, what are we doing?
My month.
What are we doing here?
I don't think so.
My
Enjoy it one
kids
day.
keep trying to do that too. It's unbelievable. That's what's so fun about the Thursday night game, like versus Seattle, because if you win, you actually can enjoy a win for once for 3 days.
Yeah, exactly.
And anytime you do that in a normal week, that's the kiss of death.
Yeah, exactly. That's pro sports, man. You got to keep on moving, because if you don't, you're going to get caught. There's no doubt about that. What was the first quarter was interesting, because I don't know how it felt to you. It felt like you guys were down 21-0 at the end of the first quarter, but it was 6-0. Was that something you had to remind yourself, the players, like, look, it feels bad, but it's only 6-0, and then sure enough, you guys were right back in the game, started the second.
Oh, it definitely felt that way, because that's the way it looked like it should have been. And that's they were moving the ball like they were scoring touchdowns, but we were able to get them off on third down in the red zone, so it led to field goals, and that was huge. And then our third drive, our first 2 drives are 3 and out, and then our third drive, we're sitting there at 2nd and 18. So that's not feeling very good. But we threw a quick out to BA, and it probably would have been about an 8-yard gain, but he lowered his shoulder and picked up 4 more and got us to a manageable third down. I think it was 3rd and 3 to 5, I can't remember, but Brock had to go all the way across the board, and he hit Kittle, kind of diving at his legs, and barely got the first down. And then after that, it was all right. Then it felt like the game started, but up to that point, it was about as rough as it could go. And fortunately, we weathered the storm with holding them to field goals, and we were able to get on track and had a lot of fun the rest of the game.
Yeah, I thought that was one of the key big plays of the game, the throw to Kittle, because that was not an on-time thing. That was, he had to move across the field, find Kittle, and then the defense was right there. He just made the throw in the nice spot, kind of low, and Kittle cradled it. But, it seemed like a big play at the time, and then it went on to kind of the floodgates open, and as you said, the offense got started. So while, in the box score, it won't seem like much of a play, that seemed like one of the kind of the bigger plays of the game.
Well, that's to me almost how the whole game went, because people don't realize how those are the big plays, but it's the play before those plays too. I mean, just the little quick out to BA on 2nd and 18 that gets 15 yards, and that's what allows George to be a big play. And the one that Debo took to the house over the middle, I mean, that play's not happening if we don't hit a huge 3rd and 9 a couple plays before that to Ayuk on the sidelines for some tight man-to-man coverage. And the reverse that we hit to Debo, I want to say for his second score, I think it was. But the play before that was a big 3rd and 7 where we hit Christian on that wheel route down the sidelines. And so those were big-time third down plays, and you stay on the field, then you get to kind of just continue with the offense, and eventually one of the guys makes a huge play. But I think that was the biggest thing in that game. How do you get 6 drives in a row with touchdowns? It's it's going 8 of 11 on third down. It's staying out on the field, and all you need to do is get off the field once. And they kind of moved it like that their first 2 drives, but we got them off the field on third down in the red zone, so they only had 6 points to show for it. And that's why it's such a fine line between winning or losing a game, or it being a blowout on either side of the ball. And that's why this league can be so tough, and every play is so important.
The throw to Christian was kind of funny because when he threw it, it was just weird. I don't know if it was a camera angle, Kyle, that we got on TV, but when he threw it, I went, ooh, because it looked like it was going to sail right out of bounds, and then it just dropped right into his mitts. I was like, oh, I guess not to worry.
Then the TV angle must be the same as my angle, because I felt the exact same way. Because I watched Christian to see whether he's going to go in or run down the sideline, and I see the leverage on him, and right when he takes it, I'm like, oh, we got him. And I look up in the air, and the ball's almost already there. And I'm like, oh, there's no way that this isn't overthrown. But it was a perfect throw. So it was just like, oh, I guess that's what a perfect throw feels like, because I definitely thought it was overthrown, and it hit him right in stride and got us a huge explosive, and then Debo was able to score the next play.
Talking to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. We do it every week of the NFL season. Niners and the Seahawks from Levi Stadium this weekend. I'm wondering, because it feels like, and I mean, you guys, we talked about the first quarter, and Brock, I think you started 0 for 4 and then went like 19 of 23 or something to finish the game. It feels, even watching the game, in moments like that where you're scoring 6 straight touchdowns, like there's a rhythm to the offense and it's humming. And I think we've asked you before about being in concert with your quarterback and the offense being in rhythm. Can that happen game to game? Like, can you have a great season as a head coach and a play caller? Is that something you feel ever?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it kind of goes hand in hand with your players. It's when your guys are doing good, you always feel good as a coach. I mean, when you're struggling, you feel bad as a coach. So it's when your guys are healthy and you got a lot of talent, you always seem to do a little bit better as a coach. So that's why you never try to put too big of, or get too excited or too down about much stuff from the coaching perspective. You get it's these guys making these plays, and you're just trying to put them in the position for that. And our guys have, rhythm is a big thing, and it's when you have good players like that, you always feel it's a matter of time. And there's such a big deal is made of those first 6 plays, which we feel the same too. But that's what's so big about a tip ball. That's so big. What's so big about a penalty? That's so big about one negative run. All those things are the things that can take you out of your rhythm. That's why when you get, what do you want to do when it's 2nd and 10? Do you want to run the ball and get to a manageable third down? Well, what if it's a negative run? You're in 3rd and 12, and that's almost a punt 90% of the time. So let's try to throw and get half of it. Well, what if you take a sack? The drive's over. And so all those things go into it, and that's why there's a risk reward to everything. When to take your shots, when to just try to stay in rhythm and just stay on track. Do you need to take that shot? Is that the only way you can score? Can you just methodically do it because you just feel you're better in what you're doing or running the ball and things like that? So it changes week to week. It changes drive to drive, and that's why each week is different. Some games are going to be great, and you can go against someone the next week, and you're just trying to win 3-0. Yep. So we'll see what happens.
I thought, and this may be hyperbole, but I thought based on who you were playing, Jalen Hurts, that was one of the defensive line's best performances, maybe in a couple years, because it seems like they have a tendency to get upfield, open up running lanes, and all of a sudden it's like guys, instead of like staying in their lanes, or getting outside their lanes, maybe going for sacks, or maybe doing a spin move, and all of a sudden they get outside the lane. The first half, maybe even the whole game, I guess, it was just beautiful the way they rushed, all pushed, all stayed in their lanes, and really just kind of bracketed him and kept him in the pocket and didn't let him escape and hurt you guys with his legs.
Yeah, I totally agree. I thought it was their best game, and mainly they've had so many good games. Yeah, but this one was different because exactly what you're saying. It just completely goes against their DNA. That's not the way we like to play. We want to attack that quarterback every play. I know pass rushers do. I know our D-line coach does. That's the style, and that's how we do it. But when you do go against some certain quarterbacks and kind of what makes them successful, sometimes you got to adjust what you're doing, and we had to do that, which those guys don't enjoy that at all, but they understood why, and it was really cool to watch all game just how committed to it they were, especially the whole group was, but you look at a guy like Nick, who's everyone, he's a defensive MVP.
Mm-hmm.
He's expected to take over games and stuff, and sometimes it's hard because they want to take it over. But when I watched Nick that whole game and I get on the plane, it was the most unselfish pass rushing I'd ever seen, and because he didn't. He just bull rushed the guy, always took the B gap and would never let him escape that way. And so he'd have to go backwards and buy more time. And then we were able to chase him out there. And same with our looping threes and stuff. We're able to run him to the sidelines. And then you got to plaster and have the good coverage so he doesn't find those open lanes after that. But it was just such a commitment for the guys that sometimes can be frustrating because, as we say, it feels like he's sitting back there baking a cake. But as long as he's not running forward, that's a good thing. And he can sit back there forever. And if no one's open, they either throw it away or sometimes you can get the sack. And we got a couple sacks there where I felt he held on to it for an extremely long time.
And it sort of feels that way, Kyle, like the way the stat lines are showing up at the end of games. Like, yeah, Nick's gotten his, and it seems like a bunch of guys are getting a half a sack here, a half a sack there, a sack there. And it seems like that's the unselfish play, is that they're moving pockets, they're containing, and they're doing what they have to do to get to the quarterback. I mean, you guys have what? I think it's like 18 or something in the last 4 games.
Yeah, our guys, they've been really swarming with all 4 of them. And when you can get guys off the spot and all those guys are working, it leads to much better results. And I think we've really stepped that up since our bye week. And I also think our coverages, just the disguises, the soundness of just 3 deep and our quarters coverages and what we do. And then when Steve is aggressive and chooses the right time to take his shots, when to blitz and things like that, I think we've been able to keep guys off balance, and I feel like our guys have getting better. And that's what you want guys to do, especially going into December and January. You want to make sure you're better at this time than you were earlier in the year.
Before I let you go, Kyle Shanahan with us here on the UMA guest line. I wanted to ask you about some of the health here, O-line, D-line, and running back. Armstead, Burford, and Mitchell, I saw missed practice today. Just wondering confidence in their status and what's going on.
Yeah, Armstead's still looking like a long shot. I haven't ruled him out yet officially, but I'll talk to the doctors, but I have a feeling that's going to come tomorrow. And who are the other guys?
It's Burford and Mitchell.
Yeah, Burford and Mitchell, neither of them were able to go today, but they both still have a big chance. Hopefully they'll be able to get out on the practice field tomorrow.
Let me ask you about, we'll get into the whole Dre Greenlaw thing, but I knew that, at least I don't want to, yeah, I did. I knew they were going to give him a 15-yarder because when you suplex a guy onto the field, they're going to give you a 15-yard penalty. I mean, that's just, that's the way it goes. How do you deal with that? Is it like that's who he is and that's what he does to be ready to play? Because there have been other instances where maybe it's a hit out of bounds or maybe it's something that crossed the line a little bit that leaves you guys maybe in a 15-yard hole. This time it actually was an ejection, which I disagree with, but we'll get into that. But is that something you just like, that's what makes him who he is? Or do you try to say, we want you to be who you are, but some of the other stuff can hurt us?
Oh, no, we don't ever just let it go. It's, I want our players to be as physical as they possibly can, but I don't ever want to get a penalty.
Yeah.
And you get a 15-yard penalty, let alone an ejection, you're hurting the team.
Yeah.
And that's every time you get a penalty, we go over it. We go over the why, how it happened. I've been places before where someone gets a 15-yard penalty and it's like, oh, that was worth it. It set the tone. That's not at all how we roll here. We think you can play a certain way and never do that. And it takes a special type of guy because you have to be very aggressive and physical.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't just be completely blacked out and going crazy.
Yeah.
And I think Dre is as good as anyone at that fine line. And even if you watch his suplex there, watch how he ends it. If Dre wants to slam a person, he can slam somebody. And that it happened to be a lighter receiver, one of the lighter ones, and he's trying to get him down. He's 3 yards in bounds, and he did lift him up. But as he's about to slam him, he doesn't take him into the ground. He tries to let off.
Okay.
Now, Dre, you can't pick those guys up at all. You just hold them there and let someone else come hit them, or let someone else come take the ball. I'd rather that happen.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to slam a guy and stuff like that. But and that got too close. And if it does get close at all, you are going to get called.
Yeah.
And that is where we try to improve with Dre with, and that's the stuff he is really committed to improving on. So he's not one who's going to fight us on that. He'll understand that right after the game. Be like, man, I didn't think I was, and that's why I tried to let up at the end.
Yep.
And I was like, yeah, but it's too close, man. And you got that 15. And then, I didn't agree with the Jackson at all.
Yeah.
But bottom line is you did get ejected. So what do we have to do? Well, Kyle, I didn't throw a puck. It was this. It was like, right. Well, but you got ejected. So what do you got to do? I just got to get the heck away from it. Yeah, exactly. That's what you got to do. And and I think he will get better at that. But one thing I don't ever want to take away from Dre is how he plays, because Dre is, I think he's one of the best linebackers in this league. He inspires our whole team how he plays. The physicalness he plays with and the character of that dude is, he's got as high of character as anyone I've ever been around. So I don't doubt anything with that person, and we just got to find a way to keep him playing at that level and avoid hurting the team with penalties, which I personally think he's done a pretty good job on. That one was just kind of put in the spotlight there.
With the ejection, I mean, what kind of explanation did they give you? Because, look, if you're not on the team or forget about the staff. If you're just not on the team, you shouldn't be touching the players, period. That should be, I mean, everyone should know that. And then in the heat of the battle, there was really no punch. It was kind of pushing and shoving. Like, I could have been okay with no ejection. Just like, you know what, like the referees, calm it down, talk to them, and say, you know what, that's unacceptable. We can't do that. And I mean, I know referees don't do that anymore. They don't get the feel of the game. They're just like, oh, you did that, you're out. But I think it started with their guy, and then it kind of escalated. What kind of explanation were they giving you throughout that, or were they giving you one?
They do as much as they can. It's, you know, it's not like they have a remote either and they're watching in slow motion or anything. Mm-hmm. So they're just, I mean, and the emotions are high, and it does look like a lot's going on there. But I mean, that's also why I go kind of crazy in the moments, because I don't understand the explanation totally. Yeah. And, you know, that's what kind of makes it kind of hard to accept a little bit, especially knowing that we were losing him for the whole game, especially for someone not involved. So those are the things that are tough, but, you know, I don't think it's always just the refs too. I mean, there's people from New York and stuff that look into that stuff, so you don't always know. But for the main part of that game, I thought the refs did I didn't feel as much that way last year when they were in the NFC Championship, but I thought they did a really good job keeping that game under control, keeping everyone playing the right way. And that was an unfortunate situation that happened, but, you know, I'm not holding judgment on the ref for it. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of motion. I wish we could replay it and decide after that and do all that, but that didn't happen. And those are the things that are tough, but you got to deal with it. And that's why eventually I got to make sure I accept it so I don't get a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah. Got it. Okay, before we let you go, I got to ask you this because I know I'm going to forget. Why do coaches, and maybe you've done this, and I'm sure coaches talk, why do coaches, when a call is made and they disagree with the call, and let's say it's going to replay or something like that, why do they bitch at the official on their sideline that didn't make the call and has nothing to do with the replay?
Because he's supposed to relay it to the other guys, and you have to get it off your chest.
Basically, he's there.
He's just there to hear it.
Yeah, and they do talk to each other, and you are supposed to tell the guy, and he's supposed to relay it, and then you'll have a guy come over at the next timeout, like the main guy. He'll come over the next timeout and be like, "Hey, I'm ready to talk. He was saying you're upset with this." And usually when that happens, like, "Yeah, dude, I've moved on. That was like 3 drives ago." Like, and then good thing, because it wouldn't have been a fun conversation in the moment. But now there's no worries, man. We're good.
Hysterical.
We're good.
So yeah, it's just hard to get a hold of them all the time.
That is funny. You're here. You're going to listen to me, damn it. That's good stuff. Kyle, we always appreciate the conversation. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck against the Seahawks this weekend, man.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Kyle.
Coaches. Appreciate it.
Great stuff from Kyle Shanahan. Dude, I mean, it's fantastic. Just awesome stuff. Great breakdown of the of what happened there, and really honest stuff about the sideline. I love that question from you, too. I've always wondered that.
What's funny? Like,
you're wearing this guy out, and like, what's he going to do about it? Well, like, just go tell him. And by the time, I always wondered that, too. By the time you finally get to talk to him, you're like, dude, there's like 3 other plays you missed. Pissed about something else now. If you missed any of that stuff with Kyle Shanahan, some good information there, too, on Eric Armstead. Has not been ruled out yet, but doubtful it sounds like he's going to play. He says it would be a long shot for him to play on Sunday. We'll react to some of this with Kyle Shanahan. We also still have the replay of that to come. If you missed any of it, we'll get it to you at 4:50. Still to come, though, a sound soiree. More on what Steve Young had to say yesterday, and a little reaction to Kyle Shanahan. That's next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here to help you, fellas. I'm here to help the ladies, too, but it's really for the fellas, and it's about getting the right Christmas gift. You know what we're doing? It's Pajamagram. That's right, it's back. The best Christmas gift for your special someone. Pajamagram's famous, naturally nude pajamas. They're going to make you a holiday hero, fellas. They're so good, they sell out every year. I know, because I did this last year, and we're done by the time I stopped talking about it. Naturally nude pajamas are known for the ultimate comfort and style. They're soft, they're silky, they're better than lingerie, and they have a curved, caressing fit. Yeah. I said it, not as creepy as maybe my predecessor who was talking Pajamagrams. It's going to help you out, fellas. Here's the kicker. Not Moody. We're talking the kicker for Pajamagrams. When you order the naturally nude pajamas, you don't have to do anything. You'll get a free naturally nude nightie, and they're going to wrap it for you. $75 savings, a luxurious 2-in-1 complete gift. It comes wrapped for her. If you ask me, that's the easiest holiday gift that is sure to make her happy. It's a winner every time. Listen, we all know how good it feels to win. Why don't you win this Christmas? Hurry to Pajamagram today. Do it right now. Naturally nude pajamas. They're going to sell out. That's naturally nude pajamas at pajamagram.com. And make sure you tell them this Christmas Adam Copeland was your wingman at pajamagram.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
One thing I don't ever want to take away from Dre is how he plays, because Dre is, I think he's one of the best linebackers in this league. He inspires our whole team how he plays. the physicalness he plays with and the character of that dude is, he's got as high of character as anyone I've ever been around. So I don't doubt anything with that person. And we just got to find a way to keep him playing at that level and avoid hurting the team with penalties, which I personally think he's done a pretty good job on. That one was just kind of put in the spotlight there.
That was Kyle Shanahan with us just minutes ago talking about Dre Greenlaw and that the ejection on the hit on the sideline, and he makes good points as a head coach, where, you know, it doesn't really matter whether you think you were right or not. You were ejected. It's kind of like getting a speeding ticket or getting pulled over. It's like, it doesn't really matter, dude, how you have to deal with this. Still got to go to the court date or pay the fine or whatever the hell you got to do. You got caught, partner.
Yeah.
So in terms of other stuff Kyle was talking about, we'll get to some other NFL updates and some things as they relate to roster, not decisions, but some roster situations for the 49ers. I want to get you a little bit more from Kyle Shanahan here. So the number one takeaway for me in that was in that interview, and we knew this the other day, was that Eric Armstead unlikely to play on Sunday against Seattle, which is really now, outside of Burford, the first big injury or injury to a starter since they've come out of the bye. They've been as healthy as anybody in the NFL. I forget Hufanga, too. I apologize.
Yes.
Hufanga out for the season, but he was not expected back, so I sort of moved on from that. Jair Brown's been a great fill-in, as has John Feliciano on the offensive line. So I've got no real concerns about those injuries. Do want to see what happens with Eric Armstead out, but Javon Kinlaw got 2 sacks last week, and with the way the defensive line as a unit is playing, we've talked about this for a few years now with that D-line. It's kind of like next man up. I'd like Armstead to be there. He's had a great year, but I've got confidence because of the other dudes out there.
Yeah. No, I don't know that they missed a beat.
No,
and
not at all.
I don't know that they will miss a beat. I mean, Armstead's a big deal. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I haven't really, I haven't really paid that much attention to Kinlaw, to be honest with you, this year. He hasn't played that much. I mean, maybe he has played. I mean, he's played a decent amount. Yeah, he's a backup.
Backup D tackles on the inside. I mean, that's a tough thing to be following. If you're putting up numbers, you're playing.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, look, it's a great position to be in when you're next to a Hargrave and then you have Young and Bosa. Like, you should be able to do some work,
should get
right?
2 sacks, right? Frank Jackson got 3.
You should be able to do some work in there with those guys out there. So we will see. Like, I think this game, for me, can be a little tricky because it's a divisional game and you're coming off the big win over Philadelphia. And these guys just lost to Dallas on Thursday Night Football. They played well offensively. I mean, they were right there in it. What was it, 41-35, I think it was, something like that. So it was a tight game. And I think this one, I mean, they're better. They've already proved that a couple weeks ago. They're better than Seattle. But sometimes it's not about who's better. And I think that could actually work against you a little bit, that you won so easily up there. So I expect this one to be closer. I expect them to win, but I expect it to be a tight game. But, yeah, I'm not as worried. Like, and look, I'd love them to get the number 1 seed. But after what they did to Philly, I'm not even sure. Like, just get the number 2, right? Just get 2. Get 2.
I'm like okay with a loss to Baltimore.
You get 2 home games.
Like, I think they'll be all right.
Right, 2 home games, and then you got to go on the road.
Yeah.
That's fine. Like, I don't. It'd be great if they played at home, but based on what they did to Dallas, and Dallas was at home, but it's still, they throttled those teams. Absolutely throttled. Everybody's like, oh, but Dallas is a different team. I'm like,
32 points difference, different team?
I'm like, are they a different team?
That offense ain't putting up different. I mean,
I go, are they? I go, look at who they played. I go, are they different, or are they just playing teams that aren't very good? And
Tim says they put 35 on Seattle. I don't think Seattle's that good.
Yeah, I don't know that Seattle's. I don't know that
Seattle got dismantled by the Ravens first, and then like basically since that, I thought Seattle was kind of coming, and they were maybe going to be okay and figure it out. After the Ravens just kicked the crap out of them, I was like, they may not be.
Well, they gave up 35 points to Seattle, too, and Seattle's on an offensive juggernaut. So, yeah, they beat Seattle. Wasn't like they beat Seattle 41-10. They beat them 41-35.
Who, the Eagles are in?
No,
sorry,
Dallas.
Dallas
when
did,
they
sorry.
They beat Seattle 41-30. So
Eagles play them next week, I think, next Monday.
Again, I said we'll find out a lot more about Dallas starting now. Because now is Philly, Miami, Detroit, and one other team that's pretty damn good. Because I know they had 4 in a row where they were like, okay, December's going to be rough for the Cowboys. We're going to find out a lot about the Cowboys in December because they play some.
They get the Bills, is that right?
There it is. I think you're right. I think it's Bills. I think it's Bills.
I'm trying to figure out who the Eagles just played.
Bills,
The Bills,
Dolphins, Eagles.
That's it. Yeah,
Lions.
It's the AFC East. They got right.
That's a tough go right there. That's about as tough a stretch as you're going to get. So,
by the way, to your point, they're saying they're playing better football. The Cowboys. So
we're going to find out.
So they beat the Rams 43-20.
Okay.
Then they lose 28-23 to Philly, okay, which is a good game. Then they beat the Giants 49-17, the Panthers 33-10, the Commanders 45-10, the Seahawks 41-35, and they allowed 35. What's different about the Cowboys?
What are we talking about?
They're not any different.
What are we talking about?
I expected them to beat the teams that they're beating. The problem is the 49-17 win for the Cowboys over the Giants that looks so good isn't even as good as the Niners' ass whooping of the Cowboys at Levi Stadium.
Not even close.
Like, not even close.
Not even close.
They don't
to
have
that.
a win of that quality.
Yeah.
They don't have a quality. Do they have a quality win, the Cowboys, at all?
I don't know.
I don't think they do. No. I mean, I'm looking at their schedule here. So if they beat the Eagles, that'll be their first actual win where you're like, okay, they've beaten somebody.
Yeah.
They haven't beaten anybody. The Chargers, the Rams, I mean, that would be the closest maybe to the postseason. The Patriots, they lost the Cardinals. They beat the Jets, beat the Giants 40-0 early. You know, they're not doing anything. And again, 49-17. So you're beating teams that you beat early the same way late. So they're going to go Bills, Dolphins after the Eagles, and then Lions, which, as you said, is a tough stretch.
Yep.
Before wrapping up against the Commanders. I wouldn't be shocked if the Cowboys fall out of it. Not out of the playoffs, out of the lead for the being in the running for the
NFC
East lead, yes.
Yeah, well, they're one game behind right now, so they
could win this week and still fall out.
Yeah, they could. This is massive. If they lose this one, it's over. You lose it because then you've lost 2 to the Eagles. So you lost a tiebreaker too. So this is everything for them if they want to win the NFC East. Like I said about the Eagles when they played the Niners, Niners had to win. Eagles could lose and still be the number 1 seed. Like the Eagles could lose Sunday and still win the NFC East.
Because and the Niners
if Dallas did lose, it's over.
Right.
Just like if the Niners would have lost in Philly, it would have been over, been done. There's no way they were going to win after that. But now they got a chance, even though the Eagles are still favored to win the number 1 seed. And if the Eagles, I don't know what it would be. Eagles probably still be favored to win if they lost in Dallas because they'd be tied at that point. I don't know what the tiebreaker is. But if Dallas loses, well, then it's over. And then Philly's the number 1 seed in the East. I mean, they're going to win the East for sure. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to see what the Cowboys have in that game. Like, okay, let's see. You had a chance to beat them there. You lost by 3. Let's see if you can actually pull this one out and beat the Eagles at home. If they beat the Eagles, like if they win 2 of the next 4 games, I'll be like, okay, they've proven they can beat some good teams. But I want to see it. I don't want to see like a 1-3, certainly not an 0-4.
No.
But beat and beat one of them on the road too. See if you win a road game.
Yeah, I think the tiebreaker is division games, and then I think it's common opponents.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Or common game. I think that's what it is. I think it's divisional and then common. Head-to-head, division, then common, right?
Got it.
Is it conference first? Division, it's divisional record. Then it's 1-loss tied percentage in common games. And then 4th tiebreaker is conference, Derek. Yeah, the 4th is the conference record after common games. So common opponents, and then it just goes to general conference because you didn't play everybody in the conference, right? So, all right, that's
so
going to
common, and then it's exhibit, and then you're good.
Yeah, that's where we go. Thank you. Common, exhibit.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. Just one more thought. The Dre Greenlaw thing. Your reaction to that on what Kyle had to say. I mean, I was fine with everything you said because that's basically what Dante Whitner had told us, that Dre Greenlaw has to know they're looking for you now.
Yeah, I think so. I think what he said was what was interesting to me is that some other teams may say, you know what, that's just, we got to deal with that kind of stuff. And he was like, no, 15 yards isn't ever good. We're not the team that says 15 yards. That, good for a good attitude. I don't know how he put it. Like it gets you into the game or it gets guys fired up. Or he's like, no,
not here.
No, not here. We're not doing that. We don't want to get 15-yard penalties. So, but I don't know how many 15-yard penalties Dre Greenlaw has this year. He's the guy on the Niners, though, that's always kind of right on the edge.
Yeah.
Like, that's just the way he plays. He's right there on the edge, and he sets a tone, though. He absolutely sets a tone. So maybe some of the ones I'm thinking of have been in the past, been in prior years. where he does some stuff, maybe hits guys a little late or out of bounds, stuff like that. But I liked what he said, that you understand the intensity, but you can't do that. You can't have that, and you get kicked out. That's the bottom line. Because Stone Cold said so. You can't be kicked out.
Or whoever Hockley or whoever said so. Whoever was out there for
whoever else said
because
so.
Gene Steratore said so. All right. Kyle Shanahan, if you missed any of the interview with him, we'll replay it for you. Coming up at 4:50, and if hoops is your thing, if you fancy a little basketball, it's Steve Kerr, 5:30. He'll stop by for his weekly conversation. But before we do all that, Steve Young came by yesterday. He planted a flag. He made some crazy, outrageous, outlandish, unlike Steve Young statements.
Oh, yeah, you were totally down for it, too.
Yeah, I was in with it.
You were totally in with it.
How wacky is Steve Young?
I was trying to get you guys like, hey, guys, hold on a second here. Let's just wait a second. You guys wanted none of it at that point.
Are you as confident as Steve Young
call somebody else then.
Dude, he started threatening to not come on.
Call somebody else.
Oh, you told him, call somebody else then, okay? All right, Colin. Okay.
Oh, he's so
funny. He kills us, dude. He's so funny. We got some of the sound from Steve from yesterday, dude. It was pretty funny. I got mad at Tom because he did say, I don't know if anybody can beat the 49ers right now. He also had a funny thing that he called the Eagles, took a shot at the Philadelphia Eagles and planted his flag. We'll tell you about it next. Wacky Steve on the Sports Leader. Former 49ers kicker Robbie Gould officially announced his retirement from the NFL today in an article in the Players Tribune. More on that story is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
1, 2, 3, Steve Young. Steve Young. Steve Young. Steve Young.
I watched the game, and then toward the end of the third quarter, I'm like, what pretenders these guys were. Like, they're not good. They're not. Last year, that defense was smothering. It's not. They've lost people in linebacker that you could just see, like, they didn't have the pursuit. They didn't have, like, they don't have it. I don't know if they can get it back. I know they were tired too, but I was like, we're really good. I mean, I get that part too, but I just felt like a pretender situation. So.
There it was. Pretender situation. So Steve was on. What we didn't play there is, so Steve says that, and then, like, I was in agreement. Tom and I both had said, if they're playing like this and if they're this healthy, who's going to beat this team? Like, that's just the question we've been asking, and I think everybody feels that way. But then Steve, who, you know, is a Super Bowl winning quarterback, a Hall of Fame quarterback, he's like, yeah, I know it's foolish to say, or whatever he said. He said, I know it's crazy, 30,000 views. It's nuts to say, but we're just talking on the radio here. December 6th.
I think that was Steve Young's first bit.
He's trying to qualify it. He's trying to work a bit in a little bit. Yeah. He landed it a little bit, and then you came back at him. I was like, I kind of agree. Like, I'm not calling them Super Bowl champs because anything can happen, and one injury can change it all. But you tried to clap back at him about it, and he soundly shut you down. He's like, no, you're not going to do this to me. If I want to say they're going to win the Super Bowl on December 6th, I'm going to say it. And then he said, no, what I don't need is for a game, your digital guys and KNBR and everybody to go post it and say, Steve Young said the Niners are going to win the Super Bowl on December 6th. It was the opening segment today on Colin Cowherd. Steve calling the Eagles calling them pretenders.
Hilarious.
He had some bold statements yesterday in the interview with us after that 49er win. Here's more Steve Young. He did say, I don't know how anybody beats the 49ers. Here's what he had to say later on in that same interview.
Talent that comes out of that locker room, you know, at receiver, 2 top 5 receivers, a top 5 tight end, a quarterback that's just really understands the system. Everyone says Kyle loves to run the ball. Oh, really? Kyle loves to smash people in offense. Like, and if you give him a chance, he will eat you up. Such innovation, such cool stuff they did last week, you know. And Brock was, that's what we promised. Very tight guardrails, right? We're gonna, very few mistakes. Ball's coming out. It's, you know, and Kyle just works that system so perfectly. I don't want to, in early December, say this team's lock for the Super Bowl. But I mean, I don't know if without injury, how does anyone beat them? I mean, they look as good and talented as a team has been in since the Cowboys of the early '90s, the Hards of the early '90s. They look that good.
I just saw us laughing because it's so out of character.
It is, yeah. He's excited.
He's
clearly excited.
Well, I think we all see it. We all see the talent on this team and the star power. It's just the star power is it's staggering, really, when you think of what they have all over the board. I mean, a bunch of dudes that, you know, casual fans could name. Like most people that follow football, no Ayuk, no Debo, no Kittle, you know Purdy by now, you know McCaffrey, you know Chase Young, you know Fred Warner, you know Nick Bosa. I mean, it's so many guys. Wishnowski.
Says Tim.
Yeah,
no,
people know
stop.
Wishnowski. Yeah, people that watch Monsters, Inc.
Yeah.
They know him. It's just
Mike Wishnowski.
Yeah. Guys, football teams don't have that. The basketball teams have it. Football teams don't have that, and they have it. Like, I just gave you like 6, 7 guys, and people are like, "Oh, I know that guy, know that guy, know that. Yeah, I know that guy. Yeah, that guy's really good too. Yeah. That guy, Trent Williams, I didn't even mention him. I mean, they're just stacked. So yes, like, I feel the same thing that he feels. I just know how, you know, and he knows too. It was a little bit of a bit, but he knows. But, you know, when you're just like talking bleep, you're like, yeah, this team should win. They're the best team. And I wouldn't dispute that. I would absolutely make them favored to win the Super Bowl, and they are favored to win the Super Bowl. Yeah. They're the favorites to win the Super Bowl, and rightfully so. You'd have to be blind not to see what they did to Dallas and Philly. I mean, that wasn't just winning those games. That was a beatdown, like an absolute, utter beatdown of two of the top three teams in the NFC. You got to include Detroit in there. They're kind of slipping a little bit, but they beat the crap out of them. So how could you not come away thinking, well, I mean, nobody in the NFC should beat them?
How about the AFC? How about the Jags? Maybe they're fit. No, 34-3.
34-3.
Enjoy your bye week.
Like if they beat Baltimore like by 2 or 3 touchdowns,
I don't know
then you're
what
gonna
we're
be
doing.
like,
what are we doing?
Then it's like if they're healthy, they win.
Yeah.
Unless sports is weird.
Of course.
There are anomalies in sports, but yeah, if they beat, let's say they go out there and beat Baltimore like 31-17, then you're gonna be like,
on Christmas Day, we're gonna be like, what are we doing?
Who's beating them? Because KC doesn't look like KC, but I'd never discount a Mahomes team.
Somebody can get hot still. Somebody may get hot.
Somebody could get hot, but Baltimore is, I mean, widely perceived as the best team in the AFC.
Right.
And if they smash them, then you're talking about a Jaguar team who the Cincinnati game was weird to me. That I don't even know, and I don't know that Cincinnati was as good as the Jags were as good as their record, but the record was good. But Baltimore is that good. So if they smash them, and they've smashed Jacksonville, and they've smashed Philly, and they've smashed Dallas, then you're thinking, geez, I mean, but I think the odds reflect that. That's why they are favored to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, right.
So I mean, people see it. Like, odds makers see it. They're not dumb. They know. Like, hey, we better make this team the favorite, or everybody's going to be betting on them because everybody wants to bet on them. So, no, I mean, in theory, I wouldn't go as far as Steve did, but I get it. You know, again, I think it was kind of a bit, but he believes it. I believe it too. I do. I just know it's, you know, not always the best team wins when it comes to the postseason. It's not 7 games you're playing. Like basketball, yes, you get 7 games, you got to beat them 4. That's tougher. Baseball, same deal. Well, once you get to the NLCS, I think all should be 7 games, but whatever. Football, 1 game. Anybody can get injured in a game of football. You get injured, you can't play for 3 quarters, you get a bad call, go against you, yeah, turnover. It's tough. But yes, this team is, yeah. Would I bet anybody else to win the Super Bowl? No. Not a chance. Not a chance. Because I think this team is going to win the Super Bowl. That's how I feel. I mean, they're that good, but maybe I'm not quite as confident as Steve.
Yeah, I mean, and again, he said, again, that's foolish to say, and I know we're caught. You see, I mean, recency bias is a disease, right? I mean, I'm sure he's caught up in the moment, but that's what sports are. It's the excitement and immediately comparing it to what everything else is. Yeah. But to me, that's sort of like the question I asked you at the start of yesterday's show. He sort of verified that to me when I said, people are telling me this feels like an 80s, 90s 49er victory, like an old school Niner win is what this felt like, the vibe afterwards. And it's funny, Kyle Shanahan said his wife tried to take it into a Victory Tuesday, right? And he's like, I had to settle her down. Steve Young comes on and goes, dude, nobody's beating this team. They're going to the Super Bowl. That, to me, validated and sort of verified what I was asking you about yesterday.
Yep.
That people that close to it are feeling differently about it, which I think is sort of cool. That it sort of validates what our feelings are about what we're watching.
Well, you just watched them beat a 1-loss team to death.
Yep.
I mean...
to death. Yeah.
Yeah, at their place.
At their place.
Yeah. And got their security guard.
Just left them in a pile of their own blood.
Got their security guard kicked out,
no
too.
security couldn't protect them.
I mean, they beat the hell out of them is what they did. Yeah, and that was we talked about this, and somebody texted us. I forget who it was. Not that I would ever remember. But we were talking about the best wins of the season. And no, it's not Miami over Denver, okay? Because I'm talking about quality competition, like stomping a quality team. And somebody did mention Baltimore, Detroit. That was a good one because they stomped Detroit.
Yep.
And Detroit's good. Baltimore, Seattle. Man, Seattle's not quite as good as maybe we thought. But that certainly Baltimore, Detroit goes up there. But then the Niners have 2 of them. They have 2 of them.
2 of the top 5 for sure.
Absolutely, because those teams are good. And they still have good records. They're still good teams. It wasn't like they dropped off after the Niners beat them. And they just, they beat the crap out of them. So it wasn't like good win against Dallas, 28-24. Good win against Philly on the road. That was a hell of a win, man. 21-20. No.
Nobody.
I mean, they just, in basketball terms, They beat him by 30. They just beat him by 30. Like, it wasn't close. Just stomped him. 120-90. Not even close. You guys aren't even in our league right now.
They did beat him by 30.
Yeah, I know.
Like, really 30.
Yeah, they did really beat him by 30.
Literal 30, yeah.
I don't know. Well, then I don't know what it would be in basketball. I just went with 30.
What was the game last night? What was the game last night? There was like who won last night? Like 157 to.
Oh, that was Dallas.
It was Dallas last night.
Luka had the first half triple-double.
Triple in the first half. It was unreal. I was like, what else is going on?
It was Utah. They won by 40.
It was like 157 to 97 or 107 or something.
Is that what it was? Yeah,
something
40
crazy.
or 50.
It was 40 or 50
it was
points.
absurd. Yeah. When you're doing work, when you have a first half triple-double. How'd you do? First half? Yeah, pretty good.
It's a good night.
27, 12, and 10. Good night. No, that was my first half. That was my
we got another half to
really?
play. Desmond Bain had 49 last night too.
I saw that.
That was wild.
I saw that.
A couple of big performances in the NBA. By the way, the semifinal is hot and heavy here.
It is
95 all with 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes to play here in the fourth quarter of the Indiana Pacers and the Milwaukee Bucks. We've got it for you over on 1050. However, I've got I'd like this game to not go OT.
Well, yeah, because I think if it doesn't, you're going to win. Although they threw up 71 in the third. The third, you know why, Mark? I was going to tell Mark this. He says it kind of has the all-star game feeling of the rookie sophomore game feeling. I go, that's because they're playing it like one.
That's because they're just.
That's how Indiana plays.
What are we doing?
It all looks like all-star game.
What are we hacking for in the paint? Now I'm stressed. Now I'm stressing Indiana buckets. This is
fine.
This is not something I was hoping I'd be doing at 4:10.
You're fine right now.
I think I'll be all right.
I
think I'm
you're
fine.
good.
I think I'm in good shape. I'll be good.
Well,
I'll be good.
Yeah, if you get OT, you're a loser.
I got good value.
You're not. Yeah. You're not winning if this game goes to OT.
The live over-under is at 248.5.
Yeah,
I got it at 257. I'm great. I'm golden.
You're solid.
I'm golden.
You're solid.
I'm sure it's fine.
Not as good as you were at half, but you're solid.
Maybe better. I'm closer to the end. All right, when we come on back, how about a sound soiree for you? You don't want to miss, by the way, Kyle Shanahan joined us earlier. We will get you the replay of that at 4:50. Steve Kerr joins us at 5:30. Still got to get you the latest in Major League Baseball, but not before we get you the best sounds from the sports world. Your sound soiree is next on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's Sports Leader.
Warriors found a way to win last night, 110-106 over the Portland Trail Blazers. Steph Curry scored 31. There's more on that story. It's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for Xfinity. This holiday season, there's one thing every sports enthusiast needs. Inside info. No, that's not it. But you probably could use that, couldn't you? If you had it. Maybe not. Fast, reliable connection to stream all your favorite sports. That's what you need. Pro football, college football, pro basketball, college basketball. You got hockey in there as well. So tons of sports to watch. And you have tons of tablets in your house, phones in your house, TVs in your house, all kinds of devices. You want to be able to watch what you want to watch. Your kids want to watch what they want to watch. Some of them may not be into sports. What? You're not into sports? Yeah, I just want to watch a movie. You got to be kidding me, right? No, I'm not kidding you. They want to stream too, so you got them to take care of. You get them to take care of. No problem. You have Xfinity. You're good to go. And from the sports angle, unexpected lead changes, sudden death over time, you need fast, reliable connection to power all your devices to make sure you're catching all the endings, all the games you want to catch, your favorite sports, your favorite team. You need fast, reliable in-home Wi-Fi that keeps devices running. That's why you need the Xfinity 10G network. You get front row seats to all the games. And the Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can count on in crunch time. Get the fastest internet and a strong, reliable connection, even when everyone's online at the same time. The Xfinity 10G network, the future starts now. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary and are not Guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love fast, reliable Wi-Fi, and the Xfinity 10G network, you will love Xfinity.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you on a Thursday evening. Looks like the rain is kind of blowing over. I haven't checked with Raph in the KNBR Weather Center, but I don't know if he's scheduled, so I'll see if we can get an update here. Hope everybody's staying warm and safe. We are into December, which means football getting hot and heavy here. We also have now every December the in-season NBA tournament, which is being played for you over on KNBR 1050. You got right now in the fourth quarter the Indiana Pacers and the Milwaukee Bucks going head-to-head in the semifinal. The winner will square off. They get some money, I think, in the just for making the semis, I think, too. Get it, what, $500,000 or something everybody does for getting to the championship game and winning it. So they're going to spend. What are the odds any of that money that they win in the NBA Cup leaves Vegas? I'm going slim to none. I'm saying none of that stuff ends up leaving Vegas. We got a sound soiree for you. I don't want to rob Tom of the soiree, so I've Are we robbing them? What do we? We wait for them. I want time to hear the sound so we can get some good riffing in. We will, by the way, get you some updates on what's happening across Major League Baseball. Free agency, guys are getting signed. Giants are still involved in a couple of other names that have been mentioned today. We'll get to that in just a bit. All right, the sound soiree. So Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks, we were talking about, had a triple-double in the first half yesterday. He's apparently like, I don't know, English is not his first language, right? He started swearing a lot more, and he has started swearing a lot more publicly. Here's what happened. Here's what happened with Luka after the Mavs win in his postgame interview.
Pretty important to come out here and get this win and get it in 50-point. That's resounding fashion.
Yeah, the point I said before the game, we just kept around and we just
You haven't been getting sleep.
There you go.
I love when he curses and he goes, bleep, I curse.
Oh, yes, bleep. Oh, sorry, bro.
Before the game, we just kept around and we just
bleep.
Bleep, come on. I mean, that's got to be the first words you learned, right?
That's funny.
First words I learned. Not like in English. It's the first one I would learn. Yeah.
Bleep.
Bleep, dude.
That was good.
What does he care?
He doesn't.
He doesn't give a damn. I don't think does the FCC care anymore?
Is there an FCC?
They do with us. They care on TV.
I don't even know if they care. I don't even know if they're around.
Careful.
You know where I think they have an office. I think they have an office right next to our HR.
Yeah. Where's that?
I don't know.
Moving on here in the.
There was one.
There was. It's okay. I got a letter here mailed to us for our new guy John Dickinson. You can hear on Dubs OT after every Warriors game, and as a part of a bunch of our coverage here at KNBR, got an overnight mail from corporate yesterday. There you go. Sent here. It was directed to the HR guy who hasn't worked in like 3 years. I was like, wait, from our corporate offices? Do they know he's not here anymore? Do they know we don't have that guy?
Oh, no.
Moving on here. How about this? Rasheed Wallace. Hold on a minute. Is that a reflex? Rasheed Wallace. Okay, well, it's a thing. If I say it, he'll do it. So he's on Gilbert Arenas' podcast. I guess he has it. Gilbert Arenas. We don't have one of those, do we?
Oh, boy. I can only guess how that went.
I got to hear this. I got to watch this podcast.
And Gilbert Arenas.
Just baked out of their minds. Here's Gilbert and Rasheed on the perception the perception that Draymond's a bully. Here it is.
That's our fault. And when I say our, that's my fault. That's Ben Wallace's fault. That's Chauncey's fault. That's Rip Hamilton's fault, Tayshawn's fault, that's Corliss's fault. Everybody in that locker room, because he grew up in our locker room. One of his best friends was the son of the GM. Mm-hmm. So he was around us, practice, in the locker room, after games, before games. So he heard the different language, and we all know it's a different language when the cameras is not there. Mm-hmm. Got to be professional with it a little bit, but he heard all that, and that's what made him go out there. That's why he's doing the bully he's doing now, in my opinion. But no, he caught all that in our locker room.
I mean, I didn't know that. I didn't know. I knew he was. I mean, obviously, that Pistons team, he would have been a great fit on that Pistons team to play alongside Rasheed Wallace.
Wallace.
Well, delayed reaction on that one.
What kind of who? I'm sure that's a lyric in a rap song, correct?
Rasheed Wallace.
Isn't it?
What's that from? So he's got to be at least 17 years old. Thank you. He hasn't played in a long time. I assume it wasn't made after he played. Anyway, did you know about Draymond? Did he spend time in the locker room of the Detroit Pistons?
I did not. I knew he was around them a little bit, but I didn't know he grew up in the locker.
I don't know if he grew up in the locker room. Sometimes they embellish that
stuff. I don't know how much he was in the locker room, but yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe, and it also could be true that Draymond is who Draymond was going to be anyway.
I kind of,
I mean, that's kind of where you grow up is more, I guess, kind of a, I don't know if it's a conduit's the right word, but more reflective of, I'm not even sure if that's the right word, but.
It's an E40 lyric.
It's kind of who you are. I'm not coming up with the right word, but I think that molds you more than anything, where you grow up and who you grow up around, than what locker room you spend. I mean, maybe it helped,
but he was growing up around them. I mean, he was a kid.
Saw the way they acted.
He was more molded for sure. He was more impressionable as a kid.
Yeah.
But I also, to say that Draymond Green is a quote, bully in the NBA because he hung out in the locker room of the Pistons who were winning championships. Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Might be a little much.
I think it's a little much.
Might be a little.
I think it's probably more aligned with the identity he has as a smaller rim protector in Ben Wallace. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's more impressionable than just, sure, he might have used language, but that doesn't, I don't know, that made him a bully. I don't know if he's spending enough time with the Pistons to have that sort of impact made on his life.
Who knows?
Here's Adam Silver. Nope, this is not it.
Wrong name.
If I play the Adam Silver one, I just want you to play For Life.
Wrong name.
That's the one you have to play. NBA radio. Here's Adam Silver on Chris Paul and Scott Foster's feud. Remember, there was a whole bunch of stuff last week after he was ejected.
Oh, yeah.
Stephen A. Smith was saying, you got to keep these guys away from each other. Here's what Adam Silver had to say.
You have there, as you said, two veterans, who are the best at what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Scott is one of the most respected NBA officials, one of the highest rated NBA officials, which is why he referees in our finals games.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Chris, track record speaks for itself. The way you handle that, at least the way we've tried to handle that, is talk to both of them and say, the expectation is you're going to be professional and deal, privately with the two of them and just say, this is guys, whatever the bad blood is between you two, you don't have to be friends, but you got to both go out and do your jobs. And so that's my expectation going forward.
The issue with that is that one guy can penalize another guy. It's not an even relationship when simply saying you have to go out and do your job and you have to be professional. You can say that all you want. Chris Paul doesn't have to do anything for Scott Foster to still hold a grudge and penalize him.
Yeah.
Chris Paul can do nothing to Scott Foster except open his mouth and get penalized.
Yep.
So I'm not saying either guy's in the right. Clearly, this is something that is carried on for many years. And we heard that it was something at one point they tried to sit down and hash it out, and then it didn't get settled. And Chris Paul came off, I guess, more upset or something. I don't know. I don't know what the details are, but it's something that is deeper than this. The league knows about it. Also, I don't know what the league's supposed to do. You can't say this guy doesn't officiate these games anymore because that's a slippery slope for players and officials and where you're willing to compete. So... yeah, what's your thought? Do you have a response?
My thought is, first off, I want to know why Tim Donaghy called Scott Foster 152 times.
I'd like to know that.
Can we ever get to the bottom of that?
Who said he's the most respected, by the way?
You know what that was?
The commissioner.
That was the commissioner Stern going, oh, it's just a rogue referee. Let's just put this to bed. No one ever mentioned the 150 phone calls.
We talked about a lot of stuff, he said. We were like brothers.
150 times?
So he knew you were laying bets then, right?
150 times after games that he had officiated.
And they were like clockwork.
Yeah, we're just going to, look, you may have forgotten about it out there. I didn't forget about it.
I did. People don't forget.
I did not forget about that. I don't know what you do here because this isn't about Chris Paul. It's about Scott Foster. He has all the power. Chris Paul has no power. If he says something in a tone that Foster doesn't like, he can give him a T. If he talks a little bit longer than Foster likes, he can give him a T. If he does anything that Foster didn't like, he can give him a T. Now, Foster could get reprimanded by the league if he goes out of his way to give Paul a T. But let's say that T is a second T. Like it was in Phoenix. You get kicked out of the game. So he gets reprimanded by the league, and the Warriors get a call saying, hey, yeah, we apologize. Well, that doesn't do us any good. We just lost that game because he wasn't in there. So it's not a great situation. And it's something that Foster, this is not about Chris Paul. This is about Scott Foster.
Yeah.
He's the one that has to kind of rectify the situation and say, look, I got to be professional. We can't keep doing this. This is ridiculous. So that's the way I see it.
I think, did he ever talk about that? Because I know Foster got crucified for it, as he should have for taking the phone calls from Donnie. Because I remember the note was that he made more phone calls to Foster than he did to his bookie.
Yeah. Yeah, it just kind of went away.
It was like he just sort of went away.
It was weird. It just kind of went away.
That's the thing that I never understood was, I did understand it because the league just let it go away. Because if you dive in, then you start peeling back, like ripping Band-Aids off of stuff. Yep. It can get bad. One more here's. So Adam Silver says that, and then Chris Paul's like, oh, really? I've got a reaction to that, Adam Silver. Here's what Chris Paul then had to say in response to Adam Silver's comments on his relationship with Scott Foster.
I don't know. I haven't talked to Adam, Byron, nobody. You know what I mean? I talked to Byron, but I had to call him. He ain't called me. So, yeah. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah. I mean, I know I ain't no saint. You know what I mean? I know, what I can do or say or something like that during the game, but I'm always going to go out to do my job. It's just, he got the ability to change how I play mine, but that's a whole nother story. I'm always going to go out and compete as hard as I possibly can and not try to be in a position where I'm getting ejected because that's going to hurt my team.
Again, this is about Scott Foster, not necessarily about Chris Paul. Now, the one thing Chris Paul can do is to try to temper his emotions a little bit around Scott Foster, but that doesn't seem right, that he has to mind his P's and Q's based on who's officiating. That doesn't seem like, it just doesn't. So, if you're Scott Foster, it'd probably go a long way to saying, like, look, we don't like each other. Let's just try to be professional. And today, I'm not going to treat you any different than anybody else. I don't even know if that's possible at this point because this has been going on a long time.
Like, yeah, I mean, he's been around. Foster's been around since before Chris Paul was in the league, I believe. Where Chris Paul got to the league in mid-2000s, and the Donnie thing happened in like 07 or 08. So he's been around for some time. I don't know who he's talking about there. I said to you, is it Byron Scott? I know Byron Scott was his first coach in New Orleans. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. He's talking about guys at the high up of the league or people that he bends their ear on how to go about his stuff. He is a respected guy. Chris Paul's he's going to do whatever he wants, I think, in terms of NBA and whether he stays a representative or represents the players against the league in the future. Who knows? But he's one of the smarter dudes in the NBA. So, again, I don't put this on Chris Paul, and he said it. The guy can change the way I play. He can change the team's outcome by putting 2 fouls on a player early in a game, and we know that stuff has happened, as admitted by a guy who he was constantly in association with. So anyway, that's going to be your sound soiree for Thursday, December 7th. When we come on back, let's get into the Ohtani stuff. Any updates on what's going on with the Giants? A new center fielder has been mentioned and linked to your San Francisco Giants. And there's also a rumor out there by our guy Eric Burns of the No Filter Network about the amount of money the Giants have been, that they've pulled together to offer Shohei Ohtani. We'll get all that to you when we come on back. And Mike Krukow chimed in on whether or not he thinks the Giants will land Ohtani. We'll get to that next, and then Kyle Shanahan 4:50, Steve Kerr 5:30. That's all coming up. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Next Level Sports. It's like football time, and if you're not into the whole tackle football thing, you don't want to see your kids get hit. Maybe your kids don't even want to get hit. They're just like, yeah, I love football, but I'd love to play flag football. Boom. Next Level Sports. They have tons of places, high schools, and whatnot, where Next Level is available, where they play flag football, run their organization. And so go to nextlevelsports.com to find out where the nearest location is to you. And then you can register. Teams are filling up quickly. You want to get on there and register. You know me. I love my ute. Did you say utes? Utes? Use. I love my use sports. When done properly, which again means kicking the parents out. Get rid of the parents, and the youth sports are usually pretty good. You learn teamwork. You learn how to take instruction. Learn how to take coaching, discipline, all kinds of stuff. I just think youth sports are fantastic. And Next Level Sports does it right. And one of the cool things, at least they do this out at Monte Vista. I'm not sure if they do it everywhere. Maybe you can find this out. If you have a location near you, you can ask. But they have the high school kids out there that coach at Next Level Sports. And I have found that kids, of a certain age, love learning from high school kids. They both have the same type of energy. It's really cool to watch them interact with one another. So they learn the sport. They're having fun while they're doing it, and flag football is very, very cool. I played 3 years growing up. There's also volleyball and basketball, K through 8th grade. So if you're interested in flag football, nextlevelsports.com, find the nearest location, and register. Teams are filling up quickly. That's nextlevelsports.com. If you're interested, nextlevelsports.com.
I did it all for the nookie. Come on, the nookie. Come on, so you can take that that cookie and stick it up your yeah. Stick it up your yeah. Stick it up your yeah. Yeah!
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
In the last 2 years, they really weren't a team that really could go out and support a super-duper star. Well, now they are. And I think they're going to get one this year. And I think all those comments and all those articles that were written about the Giants not being able to land somebody and Farhan Zaidi not being able to get a guy, I think it's bunk. Wait and see what happens this offseason. If this doesn't happen this offseason and they haven't landed some reputation going into spring training, I will eat my words. I'll quit the show. I'll walk off if that's what you want. But I'll state my reputation on what they're going to do. And they're going to bring in some people to start building because this fan base demands it. And now you finally have a minor league system that can support bringing in people.
That doesn't count, though. Kruk wants to quit the show. He wins either way. He wins either he's right or he gets what he wants. So what are you going to do?
First prize 1 week on the show. Second prize 2 weeks. Someone comes with you on a...
the good news is you're fired.
Thursday afternoon. You know what we got to do before Christmas? We got to roll out the Glenn Ross Christmas.
It's so good.
When he does the workshop. Call yourself an L's for USOB?
Yeah, it's really good. That one's hilarious.
I'm here on a mission from Chris Kringle.
The mission of mercy.
He goes, the first prize, a golden toboggan. Second prize, set of steak knives. Third place, you're fired. All right, so there's Krukow with Murph and Marcus. saying that he says they're going to land a superstar. He's going to walk off the show. He's like, that's. I'm telling you, that's how confident I am. So there you go. I mean, they've been tied to Jung-Ho Lee. The other name they were tied to today as a center fielder was Harrison Bader, former Yankee and St. Louis Cardinal. He don't do it for me.
Kruk doesn't count that as a guy.
Look, I think he's an upgrade.
He goes, I told you. They got Harrison Bader, didn't they?
Well, yeah,
I'm still on the show.
And I go, Bader. He's not here yet. So anyway, so according to our buddy Eric Burns of No Filter Network, this was funny too. I actually read this and I contemplated, should I bring this to Derek? Is he going to be mad at me for coming up with this? He put it in the notes here.
Eat shit, Derek.
Thank you. He said the Giants, this is per Eric Burns, he says there are rumors out there. Says the Giants have now prepared the highest offer, and people have been saying outside of Eric Burns, they believe the Giants will offer the most. They believe the Giants have the highest offer for Shohei at $600 million.
Burns, he has good connections with the Giants. That I can tell you. I know this for a fact. So if he's saying it, I would believe it.
There are rumors out there that the Giants have now prepared a $600 million contract. The Juan Soto deal is now officially done, by the way.
Yes.
Some people believe the Padres might have gotten a pretty good haul in that deal.
Really?
But they've gotten some pretty good prospects. I mean, who knows? They're prospects. Yeah. But I remember when Bumgarner was in the final year of his deal, and Murph, I was doing the morning shift still, and Murph said, Coach, you hear any of these guys? Woodruff, Burns? I don't know, these guys aren't proven. I don't want to give them up for Bumgarner. And I was like, I don't know, man. It's that or nothing. Yeah. Here we are. Brandon Woodruff, Corbin Burns. Now we may be trying to trade for Burns or sign him.
What does Woodruff have left? I think
they're both right around the same age. I think Woodruff's like a year later, unless they've done some different contract structure with him. The fact is, it's all prospects until they pay out. But if they play out, it can be a hit. So Yankees.
So what are we looking at here? So $50 million probably a year, 12 for
50 a year for 12. That would be my guess.
Sounds about right.
So how old is Ohtani now? Is he 28? 29? I think
he's 29.
Should be 41.
41. Well, look, it doesn't matter because you're eating about 3-4 years of bad contract. You know that going in. It is the way it is. Here's the question I have. And look, if he doesn't go back to the Angels, I would love to see him with the Giants. Really, I'd love to see him anywhere but the Dodgers. Just if it's not the Dodgers, I'm happy. I'm totally fine with that. But because I've asked myself this, and it's probably different for Giant fans because they're like, screw it, we don't care. And I wouldn't either. It's like, Angels have had him for 6 years. I've got to watch him for 6 years. And the team has not benefited one bit.
Yeah, let's try something else.
That's not the case. I don't think that'll be the case here. It could be. But anyway, I wouldn't care. But as an Angel fan, I'm like, do I even want him to sign for $50 million a year with the Angels? Because then you got like 37 for Trout and 38 for Rendon. Oof. That one's a rough one. That one doesn't go down smooth at all. It goes down as smooth as wild turkey in the morning. It is not good. So, but up here, with the Giants, they got so much payroll flexibility. They don't have anybody that makes that type of money. Like, that's almost a no-brainer for me. And not only is it a no-brainer, get somebody else too. You have enough money. So it doesn't have to be one $50 million a year player. You can get a 50 and a 30, 50 and a 25, whatever. Just they need this. They need this. Credibility is not the right word, but they need like a guy. They need a guy that can sell tickets. They need a guy that people can look at and say, okay, now you got the ice cream. Now you got the main course. Let's go. And I hope they don't stop there. But look, just because you offer him the most doesn't mean that he's coming here. He's got to want to be here, but at least it's a start if you're offering him $600 million. Congrats, by the way. You win. 128-119.
Yeah,
which is a monster total. It wasn't even close.
Never in jeopardy. Yeah. They set the line at 254 on this semifinal game between the Bucks and the Pacers. I was like, I can't in my right mind let a line go that high where I just don't. Come on. I was like, that's good value.
Reasoning.
That's good value.
That's very good value.
I thought I can't do that.
And the good value turned into green.
Turned into some green value.
Absolutely. Well done.
Now, come on, Colorado Avalanche. All right.
Oh, God.
You guys like that? That was pretty good. That was a pretty good riff.
No, I don't.
Oh, come on. I didn't take them. I'm just joking.
I don't believe you.
I don't even know.
I don't believe you.
Who's on the Avalanche tonight? Anyway, KNBR.
Who's on the Avalanche?
I'm kidding, dude. I'm not. Who's playing? Who's playing with me? Who's on the what do we call him? The Lanch?
The Lanch. That's right.
It's me and the Lanch.
Can you name an Avalanche player?
No, not a single one. Right now,
name McKinnon.
Oh, is that where he plays?
Doesn't Landeskog play there, or is it? Yeah, Landeskog play there. Yeah, Landeskog. There's only two I can name. No. I can name Makar, the defenseman. He's really good. Yeah. Oh, I don't know Patrick Waugh. I know him when I watch him. Like I watch him playoff times, but I know Makar is he's an incredible defenseman. He's really good.
I know. Those
are three guys I do know: Makar, Landeskog, and McKinnon.
Oh yeah, I know them.
Other than that, that's it.
Yeah, just when
he's still there.
When the hockey segment is can you name the player on this team?
Joe Sakic, he's still around.
Yeah, no, I got nothing
Claude
for you.
Lemieux.
Claude Lemieux, there you go. Is he with the Sharks still? Did he show up when he's 50 years old for the Sharks? Lay some wood. All right, so the Padres in this deal with the Yankees, by the way. The Padres get right-handed pitchers Michael King, Drew Thorpe, Randy Vasquez, Johnny Brito, and Kyle Higashioka, the home run stroker. And then Yankees are going to get Juan Soto, Trent Grisham, who's won a couple of Gold Gloves.
Okay, yep.
So I like that. They got a bat and a glove. It just took two guys to get it. Here's the one I didn't like last night. Eduardo Rodriguez signing with the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
That undercover was the worst move of the day for the Giants. Not even undercover. It just happened last night. It was late last night. And apparently he was very impressed after meeting with Arizona and meeting with their GM and what their system, what their plan. I was like, dude, this is...
Because it gives them a third guy now.
Yeah, it does. And this is a guy...
Gallen, Kelly, and Rodriguez.
Playoff experience. He's a pro. He can eat
and then
innings.
Fought. I think he was pretty good, too.
He was great.
They might actually have a four-man, like a solid four-man staff now.
I said this to you. Everybody was all hyped in the world. Like, let's Dodgers didn't go. Look at that. This is a fun one. Bochy and the D-backs. I'm like, screw that. We thought the Padres were a problem, and now Arizona shows up.
Yep.
They're flaring up. That's see.
What are they, like hemorrhoids?
Yeah, basically.
Flaring up?
They haven't flared up since 01. They flared up in 07 with Brandon Webb. You remember that?
I do.
Stephen Drew.
Big sinker guy.
Yeah,
Brandon Webb.
Brandon Webb and Dan Herron.
Dan Herron.
Them,
former Angel, too.
Yeah, they flared up. Yeah, the former A.
Yep.
Dan Herron. Then they went away. I want to say they might have flared up again at one point, dude. Goldschmidt flared up a little bit.
Ooh, Goldschmidt.
Because he was there. He might have debuted
right
around then. Goldie came up right around that time. Anyway, Giants are still in on Shohei, but the names that they've been mentioned and tied to. By the way, Yamamoto, the starting pitcher, saw today on MLB Network in the Hot Stove Show before our show started, said Yamamoto could reach 10 years, $300 million. I'm like, this is anybody else now think I'm insane?
No. I don't think you're insane. I would give him between 20 and 25.
I get that. That's what you have to pay for a starting pitcher.
Now I'm out.
I'm not. But I also, if I'm giving him 25, I don't want to give it for 10 years. I want 250. Yeah. I'd rather give it for it's tough though because you're in a bidding war to get this guy. So again,
when you're in a bidding war with Steve Cohen, that's a problem.
You lose.
That's a problem.
That's how it goes. Yeah, you just lose.
That dude will just keep oh, wait a minute.
That's a rough day.
Hold on. I got another $10 million right
come
here.
On. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
They said Steve
I forgot
Cohen,
I was wearing cargo shorts.
They said Steve Cohen flew to Japan to meet with Yamamoto and have dinner with him. He said he flew all the way to Japan. I'm like, when you're a billionaire, you don't get to say all the anything. You don't get to act like anything you do is some forced effort. You slept in a bed, like a bed probably bigger than my apartment, on a plane on your way to Japan. And then you're like, if this doesn't work out, at least I, got some life experience and probably cut some other business deals. You know what I mean? He definitely was doing something else.
Lame as hell.
Exactly. I'm not, whatever with Cohen. Whatever with Cohen.
With you.
I don't need the Mets. Shove it, Mets. All right, when we come on back, how about this? Well, actually, you know what? We'll do this. I got a story I want to tell you about later as it relates to the Buffalo Bills.
Maybe wait? Jeez.
Yeah. It's a good soup story. It's a good soup story.
What are you teasing for half an hour?
No, it's an hour away. Stay tuned for an hour. It's coming right up. Kyle Shanahan, 49ers head coach. He joined us earlier in the show. If you missed it, a lot of good stuff from him on the win over the Philadelphia Eagles. Got into a little bit more of the Dre Greenlaw situation with Big Dom. Also gave us a health update on Eric Armstead, and we'll play it for you next. Then at 5:30, the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr. Shanahan and Kerr. That's all coming up next on the Sports Leader. Tim Ryan joined Pop on Lund today for a full hour to go through the beauty of the 49ers beatdown in Philadelphia and the second meeting against Seattle in 3 weeks. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we ask a lot of questions to you each and every day. One we haven't asked in a while about the ERC. Tell us what it is and what you do.
ERC. This is where the federal government gives employers a check for employing employees during 2020 and 21. They qualify. So you say, okay, how do you qualify? There's two different ways. There's the easy way. It's a simple math test, a certain drop in gross revenue. But if you don't qualify in that, it's just shocked me how many CPAs that I've come across. And remember, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA. Just stop there and say, that's it, no ERC for you. Wrong. If your gross revenue didn't drop enough, there's a second test, the facts and circumstances test. Why aren't the CPAs doing it that I've talked to? Because they don't like to. They like math. And the bottom line is what happens is that that's what we do as tax attorneys, legal analysis. Of course, not everybody qualifies. That's the scammers. But if you qualify, and a lot of people did not have the needed drop in gross revenue under the first method, do qualify, you may be leaving hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table that's legally yours. Bottom line is, don't wait until the program ends and you miss out. Treat us like you would a medical doctor. Call us for a free second opinion. And if you're entitled to this money, and a lot of people are, let's get every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. Find out if you can qualify and if you're a candidate for ERC. 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
With Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Alrighty, it is time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. Kyle, what's going on?
Not much, guys. How you guys doing?
Good. Yourself?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, I would imagine you are. That was man, goodness, that was about as dominant a performance as I've seen since I could only go back to Dallas.
Yeah.
It was like I could go back further.
2 weeks ago.
But
Right.
my goodness, that was offensively, defensively. That must have been fun to watch the guys play the way they did.
No, it was fun. But I make sure it ends for myself because I had a lot of fun on it Sunday night. It's always fun to come in the morning for Victory Monday. It's a lot more fun coming in than after a loss.
Yes.
But and it was exciting, especially the way last year ended. So I know that was a big deal for not just our team, but all our fans, for everybody who watched that. But I woke up Tuesday morning and my wife still acted like it was Victory Tuesday, and I had to snap at her and remind her the last time that she felt this good, and she quickly got miserable like me, and we realized, all right, that's over. It's not going to last unless we get a win this week, so Don't enjoy it too long.
It's like the people nowadays, Coach. It's like, oh, it's my birthday weekend. Like, well, no. You have a birthday. Yeah. That's it, the birthday, and that's all you get. And then people try to extend it out into like birthday weeks now. It's like, what are we doing?
My month.
What are we doing here?
I don't think so.
Enjoy
My
it
kids
one day.
keep trying to do that too. It's unbelievable. That's what's so fun about the Thursday night game, like versus Seattle, because if you win, you actually can enjoy a win for once for 3 days.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Anytime you do that in a normal week, that's the kiss of death.
Yeah, exactly. That's pro sports, man. You got to keep on moving, because if you don't, you're going to get caught. There's no doubt about that. What was the first quarter was interesting, because I don't know how it felt to you. It felt like you guys were down 21-0 at the end of the first quarter, but it was 6-0. Was that something you had to remind yourself, the players, like, look, it feels bad, but it's only 6-0, and then sure enough, you guys were right back in the game, started the second.
Oh, it definitely felt that way, because that's the way it looked like it should have been. And that's they were moving the ball like they were scoring touchdowns, but we were able to get them off on third down in the red zone, so it led to field goals, and that was huge. And then our third drive, our first 2 drives are 3 and out, and then our third drive, we're sitting there at 2nd and 18. So that's not feeling very good. But we threw a quick out to BA, and it probably would have been about an 8-yard gain, but he lowered his shoulder and picked up 4 more and got us to a manageable third down. I think it was 3rd and 3 to 5. I can't remember, but Brock had to go all the way across the board, and he hit Kittle, to kind of dive in at his legs and barely got the first down. And then after that, it was all right. Then it felt like the game started. But up to that point, it was about as rough as it could go. And fortunately, we weathered the storm with holding them to field goals, and we were able to get on track and had a lot of fun the rest of the game.
Yeah, I thought that was one of the key big plays of the game, the throw to Kittle, because that was not an on-time thing. That was, he had to move across the field, find Kittle, and then the defense was right there. He just made the throw in the nice spot, kind of low, and Kittle cradled it. But, it seemed like a big play at the time, and then it went on to kind of the floodgates open, and as you said, the offense got started. So, while, in the box score, it won't seem like much of a play, that seemed like one of the kind of the bigger plays of the game.
Well, that's to me almost how the whole game went, because people don't realize how those are the big plays, but it's the play before those plays too. I mean, just the little quick out to BA on 2nd and 18 that gets 15 yards, and that's what allows George to be a big play. And the one that Debo took to the house over the middle. I mean, that play's not happening if we don't hit a huge 3rd and 9 a couple plays before that to Ayuk on the sidelines for some tight man-to-man coverage. And the reverse that we hit to Debo, I want to say for his second score, I think it was. But the play before that was a big 3rd and 7 where we hit Christian on that wheel route down the sidelines. And so those were big-time third down plays, and you stay on the field, then you get to kind of just continue with the offense, and eventually one of the guys makes a huge play. But I think that was the biggest thing in that game. How do you get 6 drives in a row with touchdowns? It's going 8 of 11 on third down. It's staying out on the field, and all you need to do is get off the field once. And they kind of moved it like that their first 2 drives, but we got them off the field on third down in the red zone, so they only had 6 points to show for it. And that's why it's such a fine line between winning or losing a game, or it being a blowout on either side of the ball. And that's why this league can be so tough, and every play is so important.
The throw to Christian was kind of funny because when he threw it, it was just weird. I don't know if it was a camera angle, Kyle, that we got on TV, but when he threw it, I went, ooh, because it looked like it was going to sail right out of bounds, and then it just dropped right into his mitts. I was like, oh, I guess not to worry.
Then the TV angle must be the same as my angle, because I felt the exact same way. Because I watched Christian to see whether he's going to go in or run down the sideline, and I see the leverage on him, and right when he takes it, I'm like, oh, we got him. And I look up in the air, and the ball's almost already there. And I'm like, oh, there's no way that this isn't overthrown. But it was a perfect throw. So it was just like, oh, I guess that's what a perfect throw feels like, because I definitely thought it was overthrown, and it hit him right in stride and got us a huge explosive, and then Debo was able to score the next play.
Talking to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. We do it every week of the NFL season. Niners and the Seahawks from Levi Stadium this weekend. I'm wondering, because it feels like, and I mean, you guys, we talked about the first quarter, and Brock, I think you started 0 for 4 and then went like 19 of 23 or something to finish the game. It feels, even watching the game, in moments like that where you're scoring 6 straight touchdowns, like there's a rhythm to the offense and it's humming. And I think we've asked you before about being in concert with your quarterback and the offense being in rhythm. Can that happen game to game? Like, can you have a great season as a head coach and a play caller? Is that something you feel ever?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it goes hand in hand with your players. It's when your guys are doing good, you always feel good as a coach. I mean, when you're struggling, you feel bad as a coach. So it's when your guys are healthy and you got a lot of talent, you always seem to do a little bit better as a coach. So that's why you never try to put too big of, or get too excited or too down about much stuff from the coaching perspective. You get it's these guys making these plays, and you're just trying to put them in the position for that. And our guys have, rhythm is a big thing, and it's when you have good players like that, you always feel it's a matter of time. And there's such a big deal is made of those first 6 plays, which we feel the same too. But that's what's so big about a tip ball. That's what's so big about a penalty. That's so big about one negative run. All those things are the things that can take you out of your rhythm. That's why when you get, what do you want to do when it's 2nd and 10? Do you want to run the ball and get to a manageable third down? Well, what if it's a negative run? You're in 3rd and 12, and that's almost a punt 90% of the time. So let's try to throw and get half of it. Well, what if you take a sack? The drive's over. And so all those things go into it, and that's why there's a risk reward to everything. When to take your shots, when to just try to stay in rhythm and just stay on track. Do you need to take that shot? Is that the only way you can score? Can you just methodically do it because you just feel you're better in what you're doing at running the ball and things like that? So it changes week to week. It changes drive to drive, and that's why each week is different. Some games are going to be great, and you can go against someone the next week, and you're just trying to win 3-0. Yep. So we'll see what happens.
I thought, and this may be hyperbole, but I thought based on who you were playing, Jalen Hurts, that was one of the defensive line's best performances, maybe in a couple years, because it seems like they have a tendency to get upfield, open up running lanes, and all of a sudden it's like guys, instead of like staying in their lanes or getting outside their lanes, maybe going for sacks or maybe doing a spin move, and all of a sudden they get outside the lane. The first half, maybe even the whole game, I guess, it was just beautiful the way they rushed, all pushed, all stayed in their lanes, and really just kind of bracketed him and kept him in the pocket and didn't let him escape and hurt you guys with his legs.
Yeah, I totally agree. I thought it was their best game, and mainly they've had so many good games. Yeah, but this one was different because exactly what you're saying. It just completely goes against their DNA. That's not the way we like to play. We want to attack that quarterback every play. I know pass rushers do. I know our D-line coach does. That's the style, and that's how we do it. But when you do go against some certain quarterbacks and, kind of what makes them successful. Sometimes you got to adjust what you're doing, and we had to do that, which, those guys don't enjoy that at all, but they understood why, and it was really cool to watch all game just how committed to it they were, especially, the whole group was, but you look at a guy like Nick, who's everyone, he's a defensive MVP, he's expected to take over games and stuff, and sometimes it's hard because they want to take it over, but when I watched Nick that whole game and I get on the plane, it was the most unselfish pass rushing I'd ever seen, and because he didn't. He just bull rushed the guy, always took the B gap and would never let him escape that way, and so he'd have to go backwards and buy more time, and then we were able to chase him out there, and same with our looping threes and stuff. We're able to run him to the sidelines, and then you got to plaster and have the good coverage so he doesn't find those open lanes after that, but it was just such a commitment for the guys that sometimes can be frustrating because, as we say, it feels like he's sitting back there baking a cake, but as long as he's not running forward, that's a good thing, and he can sit back there forever. And if no one's open, they either throw it away or sometimes you can get the sack. And we got a couple sacks there where I felt he held on to it for an extremely long time.
And it sort of feels that way, Kyle, like the way the stat lines are showing up at the end of games. Like, yeah, Nick's gotten his, and it seems like a bunch of guys are getting a half a sack here, a half a sack there, a sack there. And it seems like that's the unselfish play, is that they're moving pockets, they're containing, and they're doing what they have to do to get to the quarterback. You guys have what? I think it's like 18 or something in the last 4 games.
Yeah, our guys, they've been really swarming with all 4 of them. And when you can get guys off the spot and all those guys are working, it leads to much better results. And I think we've really stepped that up since our bye week. And I also think our coverages, just the disguises, the soundness of just 3 deep and our quarters coverages and what we do. And then when Steve is aggressive and chooses the right time to take his shots, when to blitz and things like that, I think we've been able to keep guys off balance, and I feel like our guys have getting better. And that's what you want guys to do, especially going into December and January. You want to make sure you're better at this time than you were earlier in the year.
Before I let you go, Kyle Shanahan with us here on the UMA guest line. I wanted to ask you about some of the health here, O-line, D-line, and running back. Armstead, Burford, and Mitchell, I saw missed practice today. Just wondering confidence in their status and what's going on.
Yeah, Armstead's still looking like a long shot. Haven't ruled him out yet officially, but I'll talk to the doctors, but I have a feeling that's going to come tomorrow. And who are the other guys?
It's Burford and Mitchell.
Yeah, Burford and Mitchell, neither of them were able to go today, but they both still have a big chance. Hopefully they'll be able to get out on the practice field tomorrow.
Let me ask you about, we'll get into the whole Dre Greenlaw thing, but I knew that, at least I don't want to, yeah, I did. I knew they were going to give him a 15-yarder because when you suplex a guy onto the field, they're going to give you a 15-yard penalty. I mean, that's just, that's the way it goes. How do you deal with that? Is it like that's who he is and that's what he does? To be ready to play, because there have been other instances where maybe it's a hit out of bounds or maybe it's something that crossed the line a little bit that leaves you guys maybe in a 15-yard hole. This time it actually was an ejection, which I disagree with, but we'll get into that. But is that something you just like, that's what makes him who he is? Or do you try to say, we want you to be who you are, but some of the other stuff can hurt us?
Oh, no, we don't ever just let it go. It's, I want our players to be as physical as they possibly can, but I don't ever want to get a penalty.
Yeah.
And you get a 15-yard penalty, let alone an ejection, you're hurting the team. Yep. And that's every time you get a penalty, we go over it. We go over the why, how it happened. I've been places before where someone gets a 15-yard penalty and it's like, oh, that was worth it. It set the tone. That's not at all how we roll here. We think you can play a certain way and never do that. And it takes a special type of guy because you have to be very aggressive and physical. But you can't just be completely blacked out and going crazy. Yeah. And I think Dre is as good as anyone at that fine line. And even if you watch his suplex there, watch how he ends that. If Dre wants to slam a person, he can slam somebody. And that it happened to be a lighter receiver, one of the lighter ones, and he's trying to get him down. He's 3 yards in bounds, and he did lift him up. But as he's about to slam him, he doesn't take him into the ground. He tries to let off. Okay. Now, Dre, you can't pick those guys up at all. You just hold them there and let someone else come hit them, or let someone else come take the ball. I'd rather that happen. Yep. You're not allowed to slam a guy and stuff like that. But and that got too close. And if it does get close at all, you are going to get called. Yeah. And that is where we try to improve with Dre with, and that's the stuff he is really committed to improving on. So he's not one who's going to fight us on that. He'll understand that right after the game. Be like, man, I didn't think I was. And that's why I tried to let up at the end. Yep. And I was like, yeah, but it's too close, man. And then you got that 15. And then, I didn't agree with ejection at all.
Yeah.
But bottom line is you did get ejected. So what do we have to do? Well, Kyle, I didn't throw a pull. It was this. It was like, right. Well, but you got ejected. So what do you got to do? I just got to get the heck away from it. Yeah, exactly. That's what you got to do. And and I think he will get better at that. But one thing I don't ever want to take away from Dre is how he plays, because Dre I think he's one of the best linebackers in this league. He inspires our whole team how he plays. The physicalness he plays with and the character of that dude he's got as high of character as anyone I've ever been around. So I don't doubt anything with that person, and we just got to find a way to keep him playing at that level and avoid hurting the team with penalties, which I personally think he's done a pretty good job on. That one was just kind of put in the spotlight there.
With the ejection, I mean, what kind of explanation did they give you? Because look, if you're not on the team or forget about the staff. If you're just not on the team, you shouldn't be touching the players. Period. That should be. I mean, everyone should know that. And then in the heat of the battle, there was really no punch. It was kind of pushing and shoving. Like I could have been okay with no ejection. Just like, you know what, like the referees, calm it down, talk to them, and say, you know what, that's unacceptable. We can't do that. And I know referees don't do that anymore. They don't get the feel of the game. They're just like, oh, you did that, you're out. But I think it started with their guy, and then it kind of escalated. What kind of explanation were they giving you throughout that, or were they giving you one?
They do as much as they can. It's not like they have a remote either, and they're watching in slow motion or anything. Mm-hmm. So they're just, I mean, and the emotions are high, and it does look like a lot's going on there. But I mean, that's also why I go kind of crazy in the moments, because I don't understand the explanation totally. Yeah. And that's what kind of makes it kind of hard to accept a little bit, especially knowing that we were losing him for the whole game, especially for someone not involved. So those are the things that are tough, but. I don't think it's always just the refs too. I mean, there's people from New York and stuff that look into that stuff, so you don't always know. But for the main part of that game, I thought the refs did I didn't feel as much that way last year when we were there in the NFC Championship, but I thought they did a really good job keeping that game under control, keeping everyone playing the right way. And that was an unfortunate situation that happened, but I'm not holding judgment on the ref for it. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of motion. I wish we could replay it and decide after that and do all that, but that didn't happen. And those are the things that are tough, but you got to deal with it. And that's why eventually I got to make sure I accept it so I don't get a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah. Got it. Okay, before we let you go, I got to ask you this because I know I'm going to forget. Why do coaches, and maybe you've done this, and I'm sure coaches talk, why do coaches, when a call is made and they disagree with the call, and let's say it's going to replay or something like that, why do they bitch at the official on their sideline that didn't make the call and has nothing to do with the replay?
Because he's supposed to relay it to the other guys, and you have to get it off your chest.
Basically, he's there.
He's just there to hear it.
Yeah, and they do talk to each other, and you are supposed to tell the guy, and he's supposed to relay it, and then you'll have a guy come over at the next timeout, like the main guy. He'll come over the next timeout and be like, hey, I'm ready to talk. He was saying you're upset with this, and usually when that happens, like, yeah, dude, I've moved on. That was like 3 drives ago. Like, and then good thing, because it wouldn't have been a fun conversation in the moment. But now there's no worries, man. We're good.
Hysterical.
We're good.
So yeah, it's just hard to get a hold of them all the time.
That is funny. You're here. You're going to listen to me, damn it. That's good stuff. Kyle, we always appreciate the conversation. Congratulations on the win and best of luck against the Seahawks this weekend, man.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Steve Young joined Tom Tolbert and myself yesterday and feels extremely confident about the Niners' chances of winning a Super Bowl this year and thinks the Eagles are pretenders. There's more on that story in that podcast trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Jose. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the sports leader.
Brock Purdy. Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls? You got a hat on backwards. He's not a franchise quarterback. I mean, come on. If that guy came to move your couch, you'd be like, are you a professional? I don't know. I'm telling you, it really bothers me. Maybe I'm overstating. He's probably a nice kid. His dad needs to call him and say, turn that thing around. By the way, you guys say it doesn't matter. All right. I'm not saying you can't wear it backwards in the garage, playing Frisbee, but hacky sack, your baristas out there. I know that's the de facto, default, dress attire. Franchise quarterback, Wednesday podium. Jalen Hurts is how you want to look. Franchise quarterback, CEO, respectful to the owner and the organization.
It's even funnier after the game. You know what I mean? I've forgotten about the Jalen Hurts element of it, too. That's a franchise quarterback. Dresses appropriately.
And then he just stomped on him.
If that's a franchise quarterback, funny. I don't want one.
That's funny.
You know what I mean? Like
that's
Colin Cowherd. And again, if you're getting upset about it, he's working a bit.
Hit some golf balls?
It's something he's been doing for years. Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls?
That's pretty funny.
So stupid, dude.
That is funny.
He's like, look, it's okay for playing Frisbee, hacky sack.
Oh, my God.
I was a barista for when I was in college.
A barista.
Never
hey, you
once.
guys want to hit some golf balls?
Never once was I even allowed to wear a hat when I was at work.
So stupid.
Yeah. Well, that's the attire, the de facto attire for baristas.
That's a crock.
Yeah, it's a crock is what it is. Anyway, pretty good stuff there. Funny bit of sound from Colin Cowherd. We are going to catch up or attempt to catch up with Steve Kerr here in just a bit. I'll get you a little bit more sound here. Do we have it? Do you want to play that sound from the podium the other day that we in relation to the backwards cap? From asking the question to Brock Purdy. So we're playing here. This is from today. Sorry, I thought it was the other day. So today, Brock's at the podium. Remember, he's saying Wednesday quarterback, backwards cap. Today's a Thursday. So here's Grant Cohn. Decides to ask him. I think it's appropriate that you're rocking a backwards.
Shocking.
Backwards
he would
cap.
ask him that.
Here it is. Here's
hard to believe.
Brock, do you think you're representing the organization well right now, standing up there at the podium, wearing a backwards hat?
I don't. Man, I guess that's who I am, and I think so. Yeah, some guys have told me in the locker room and stuff, but I don't buy into all that kind of stuff, so I'm just trying to play quarterback and win games.
Just trying to win a football game, man. Right answer. Yeah. Right answer. He sure answered like a franchise quarterback, didn't he?
Yeah. He really did.
Plays like a franchise quarterback, answers like a franchise quarterback.
Do you think you're representing the team?
It's just too bad I didn't flip that cap.
Do you think you're... Shut up. What are you talking about? Go with that stupid question.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Dan Campbell, when he was head coach of the Falcons, sorry, not Dan Campbell, Dan Quinn. Okay. When he was head coach of the Falcons. He'll rock the backwards cap as a D coordinator. He doesn't rock it as head coach. He didn't really rock it as head coach.
Yeah, he does it up in the booth, right?
He'll do it, and he'll do it on the sideline too. I've seen him on the sideline rocking the backwards.
Big chew in.
Yeah.
Chew in back. I don't know if he has a chew in. But a lot of those guys have the chews in.
It's like
you'll see because they have the cup.
Yeah.
It'll be like 24.
You're like, he's not taking a sip out of that cup. It's not going high enough to his mouth.
We may cover 2 and maybe a Red Dog.
Yeah.
That sounds good. It's like, bro. The only thing I ask, you're going to spit into a cup because I chew. And it's disgusting. And I'm going to stop at some point. I will. I promise myself I'm going to stop before I die or right after, one or the other.
It's good time as any.
Just don't do it. When you know you're going to be on TV, don't do it in a plastic cup. Okay,
bottle. Come on.
Just make sure it's paper. Okay, dude. That's all I ask. Make sure I don't care what you do. Don't do it in a plastic, like clear plastic cup. That's just filthy. Just filthy. Have a little respect.
Next to a stout. No,
have a little respect,
stout, dude. Yeah, put it next to the stout. You might make a mistake, dude. Okay, so I teased this earlier, and I'm going to get this to you here because we're talking a little NFL. We are looking to make the connection with head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. They're grinding. They're working.
They are. They're grinding
to the bone, burning the midnight oil. We'll see if we can make that connection. And And when we do, we're going to grill him. No, I'm kidding. We're going to get to the bottom of things with Steve Kerr on why he didn't start Kuminga yesterday. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that now. But before we do that, I got to tell you about this story. So, this is per Adam Schefter, okay?
Okay.
This is on Bills head coach Sean McDermott.
Okay.
So there was an instance reported by, I want to correctly credit the first reporter, Ty Dunn, I believe is his name. Tyler Dunn is his name.
Tyler Durden?
Ty. He's a reporter up in Buffalo, covers football, and golongtd.com is his site. Used to work for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, so on and so forth. So he reported on this earlier today. So the Buffalo Bills are at their facility, whatever's going on here. Here's what's written in his piece. At St. John Fisher College in Pittsford, New York, McDermott's morning address began innocently enough. He told the entire team they needed to come together, but then sources that were on hand say, he used a strange model. The terrorists on September 11th, 2001. Okay. He cited the hijackers as a group of people who were all able to get on the same page to orchestrate attacks to perfection.
I mean, he's not wrong.
I'm only halfway done. One by one, McDermott started asking specific players in the room questions. Quote, what tactics do you think are used? What tactics do you think they used to come together? A young player tried methodically to answer, quote, what do you think their biggest obstacle was? A veteran answered, quote, TSA, which mercifully lightened the mood. So, I mean,
wow.
This is not being reported on. This is per Adam Schefter. And now Adam Schefter is saying this is the story that is now being talked about nationwide per what Tyler Dunn wrote. So, look, I'm just going to make a blanket statement on this. Because we heard something like this yesterday from Chris Mad Dog Russo when talking about Shohei Ohtani. He used he's like, what's the big secret? Like, why can't we talk about it? We played the sound in the swear. He's like, what's the big secret? And then he referenced like the Manhattan Project, but said atomic bomb in saying like, what's the big secret? And we're in trying to keep this quiet. It's insensitive, of course, because of the heritage of Shohei Ohtani and where he's from. It's probably good always to just avoid referencing major historical tragedies or things that weigh heavily on any one group of people. Maybe just don't associate any type of sporting event with that. And if you need to do that, I don't know what the connect is here. I don't know if you're further disconnected from what's allowed or what's okay in Sean McDermott's mind, or that he does, like, to his players. What do his players think about this? Like, aren't there guys in the room who you're in the state of New York, which is, it's kind of wild in and of itself. But the fact that, I mean, this is not, I don't know if anything happens to McDermott. Honestly, I don't think so. Honestly, I don't really think anything's going to happen to him. I'm just like, dude, what are you doing? What's the matter with you?
All I could think was you could have found 5, 10, 15 World War II battles that showed American bravery and what their obstacles were.
I really quickly
Battle of the Bulge.
I do really need to give context to this because I went to get to this to pull this up, and Derek reminded me in my ear. I did not say this. This is from 2019. He said this, and today he's had to issue an apology for this.
Oh, what the hell are we doing then?
So, sorry, I was associating this with, and again, I knew this because I'd seen this earlier today. I did not mention that up front. The fact of the matter is, he's the Bills head coach right now, and they've used that reference point. Clearly, it didn't tear their team apart, right? He apologized back then as well, but this has resurfaced. Why did it resurface today? Do you guys know that? Why this is popping back up? Because the dude wrote an article about this today. He was writing a piece on Sean McDermott and referencing the ups and downs through his career. And so then today, this is now getting more attention, and now McDermott has had to issue an apology. I'm just going to get out of the segment.
All right, let's talk about John Rahm.
So John Rahm, let's get into more heat here. John Rahm, number one golfer in the world.
I think he's number 3.
I think he is.
I thought he was 3. You think Hovland might be ahead of him?
I don't know. Now I'm not sure of anything.
Let's check.
I'm not even sure when Sean McDermott said what he said. Derek, don't talk to me right now. Get out of my ear. Who is one? Hovland 3?
Yep. No. Rom's 1. No. Rom's 3. Scheffler's 1.
Scheffler's 1. So we're both wrong.
McElroy 2.
Get out of this room.
So there you go.
Hovland's 4. So Hovland's worse than Rom still? So I was right.
No, you weren't. You said Rom was number 1.
I was right.
Schauffele 6. I'm not betting Schauffele again.
Dude, that's not good, Tom.
He's cost me so much money.
So John Rahm.
Of course, I didn't bet him in the Olympics. Jerk off.
John Rahm has left now. He's agreed to leave the PGA for Live Golf.
Yes.
For $300 million?
$300 million.
He's like, I'll take
3 years, $300 million.
I'll take half a Shohei. That's all I need to come on over. Now, what's weird is, not weird, he's one of he's basically followed the I'm going to live playbook, which is say you're not going to live.
And then go to live.
Don't go to live, and then go to live.
Yes.
Take the money. He said he wasn't, and then he's like, nah, all right, I'm going to do it. The thing I'm confused about. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, because I know what you're going to say.
They were going. There was a report, and we talked about it, like in the NBA Grab Bag or something. That they were going to merge the PGA and
NBA
Live
Grab Bag,
and they were going to have rights to certain events, and they were going to allow players to play. Like, I don't really understand. Are you now just? Did they merge? Basically, I thought that Live had bought PGA. It's kind of what my understanding of it was. They threw so much money into it that it was like, well, fine, we'll just bet.
Yeah, we need someone on here. Maybe we get Tom Spencer on one of these days.
Well, don't tell Derek.
Just to talk about it, because I don't know. My understanding was that the Saudis bought both the PGA and they already have Live, but then the PGA would run everything, right? The PGA would run both of them.
The events, right?
So I thought there'd be a merge there. And I also thought the guys on the PGA Tour would be like upset because the guys on Live got paid a boatload of money, and now they're just right back in. They're like good to go. So I don't know if they're still separate entities. The PGA runs them both, but runs them both separately. But I would love to get some clarification.
Well, I can tell you this: there's an article's written today about this. Apparently, the deadline for the merger to finalize is it's December 31st.
Okay.
So they are saying that this is it's an interesting timing for John Rahm to leave, considering this deadline.
Well, maybe because he wanted the money.
Yeah.
He's like, look, I'm going to be a part of the PGA anyway. I'll just be a part of Live for like 3 weeks, get paid $300 million, and then I'll come back and I'll be able to compete in the Masters, in the U.S. Open, in the PGA, and the Open Championship. So I'm confused. I'm as confused as anybody. Like I'm not sure exactly what's going on. All I know is if I was a member of the PGA, I would be so upset at the guys, not at the guys, but the situation where these guys went and got paid tons of money and they were going to go play at Live. Their 54-hole tournaments, their shorts, their music, their shotgun starts, and just say, you know what? Okay, that's what you chose. Screw it. You're not coming back here. Only to find out they got paid hundreds of millions of dollars and they are coming back here. Like, I could have done that.
Yeah.
I could have got hundreds of millions and come back. So they're getting their cake and eating it too. And I can imagine for a guy like McElroy, Scheffler, guys who could have got paid hundreds of millions are like, well, wait a minute.
Screw you.
What is it? Yeah. What there's no punishment here. Problem is, if you're going to keep these guys out of the biggest tournaments, and now it's Rahm, now you're starting to get to the point where, yeesh, is this a big tournament without these guys? Like, if we don't have these names in here, do we consider it a big tournament? Yeah, I don't want to go on and on about this because I'm a little confused. Like, I'm not sure exactly what the hell's going on with this thing, but maybe we'll get more clarification at the beginning of the new year.
Well, they're saying that the reports that it could be worth beyond. ESPN reported Thursday the Rahm deal could extend beyond 3 years and worth more than $300 million. Wow. By comparison, Phil Mickelson got a deal in 2022 for $200 million. They're saying is that this is so dumb. They're like, Rahm could be getting an incentive here where he gets ownership in his own Live team. And I'm like, why is that a thing that anybody wants?
A Live team? I don't know. Maybe it's worth something.
I guess.
I mean, it's just bizarre. Like, your own Live team? Like, does anybody care you're on the CW?
I want to, dude, you're playing with Florida State and Northern Alabama Lions.
Yeah, we're going to watch a golf tournament followed by Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I don't know. Was she on CW?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. The Parkers, that was UPN. That was way before. Come on, Tim. Don't act like you ever saw an episode. Don't you keep the Parkers out of your mouth. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Derek, by the way, says we need to issue an apology for Tom Spencer. I will, just not on behalf of Derek. Yeah. On behalf of Tom and I, we're sorry that Tom Spencer hasn't been on as frequently. We'd like to have him.
Because we don't like golf around here, or college basketball, or college football.
No.
You know what we like around here? Giants and Niners. That's it. A little bit of the Warriors.
Yeah, we like the Warriors, too. We like the Warriors. You just don't like Warrior fans. Tom doesn't. All right, when we come on back, we are going to talk to head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Nobody likes him more. Well, maybe.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
I wonder if Steve Kerr knows about how much new Giants manager Bob Melvin is a fan.
Oh, trust me.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
He knows.
Maybe that's why he's making us wait here. He's puffing his chest out because Bob Melvin's been.
He was pretty happy with it.
Pretty happy. Pretty
disturbing.
Pretty proud of yourself, huh, Steve?
As far as I was concerned, it's pretty disturbing.
It's hysterical. Pretty proud of yourself, huh, Steve? Huh? Well, wait till we tell him that he's a Dodger fan. Then we'll get him in some trouble. See what happens then. All right, Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, going to join us when we come on back. Tolbert and Copes Thursday evening on the Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for Xfinity. This holiday season, there's one thing every sports enthusiast needs. Fast, reliable connection to stream all your favorite sports. That's what you need. Pro football, college football, pro basketball, college basketball. You got hockey in there as well. So tons of sports to watch. And you have tons of tablets in your house, phones in your house, TVs in your house, all kinds of devices. You want to be able to watch what you want to watch. Your kids want to watch what they want to watch. Some of them may not be into sports. They want to stream too. So you got them to take care of. No problem. You have Xfinity. You're good to go. And from the sports angle, unexpected lead changes, sudden death over time, you need fast, reliable connection to power all your devices to make sure you're catching all the endings, all the games you want to catch, your favorite sports, your favorite team. You need fast, reliable in-home Wi-Fi that keeps devices running. That's why you need the Xfinity 10G network. You get front row seats to all the games, and the Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can count on in crunch time. Get the fastest internet and a strong, reliable connection, even when everyone's online at the same time. The Xfinity 10G network, the future starts now. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love fast, reliable Wi-Fi, and the Xfinity 10G network, you will love Xfinity.
Excuse me, Flo? It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
Fat!
All right, let's do a little soup. If we get a hold of Steve Kerr, we will get him on for a couple minutes. There's a lot of reasons. I mean, they go on and on and on and on and on why you would break up with somebody. I'm sure cheating is at the top of the list. Money can be right there. Maybe you murdered one of their siblings. That's probably going to be high up on the list. I would think. Well, wouldn't you think that'd be high up on the list?
It's a red flag for sure.
Yeah.
At the very least, it's a flag.
I would think so. Sleeping with her mom. That's probably got to be right there.
Unless she's into it, yeah.
Yeah, and only unless she's into it. She wants to go for a family sandwich, then I guess you're okay.
That should be a you sandwich with a family bread. I think that's the way we classify officially, Tom. But I don't want to get into that now. It's another show for another day.
Yeah. So I guess there was a woman that broke up with her beau. She said, "I'm breaking up with the guy I'm dating with because he did to me when I was on the toilet the other day. I'm at the house. I sit down, out of toilet paper, and he refused to get me more toilet paper."
You can't spare a square?
Like, I mean, how about helping her out?
Can you spare a square? Not one square. You can't.
Well, I mean, come on. You got to.
Even siblings, dude.
I get it. You're on the couch. You're sitting there, and somebody goes, "Hey, you need some toilet paper." You're like, use your hand. This is like the third quarter. It's like an important part of the game. But eventually, you get it for him because you want someone to get it for you. Now, if you're a forward thinker, before you actually sit down and evacuate your bowels, you would notice that, you know what, hey, there's no toilet paper.
Yeah.
I got to suck this thing back up and go get some toilet paper before I don't want to be stranded. I don't want to be cast away on a deserted island. I got to have something here. Now, I'm going to give you some advice here, people.
You flush the toilet and you move on.
Here's what you can do. Here's what you do. You may not like this, but where are you when you take a dump? Where are you?
I don't understand.
Where are you when you're going to the bathroom? Where are you?
Sitting on the toilet? In the bathroom? In my
What else is in a bathroom?
A shower?
Yes.
You're going.
You just go right to the shower.
What do they call it? The hydro dump.
Whatever you call it. I don't know what you call it.
Yeah.
You go right to the shower. Get into the long snapper position. You take the little handle off the nozzle. And
huge toilet bowl.
And you clean yourself off. And then, boom, you're good to go. Like, it's really not as dire as it seems. Well, I know some people make it seem like it's like, oh, my gosh, I can't move.
Right. You can't.
No, you can move. You can absolutely move.
It is a vulnerable position to be sitting in with the pants at the ankles, and you finished the deed,
yes.
But you haven't finished cleaning the deed.
Yes.
You know, you feel helpless.
Yes.
Because in the moment, you're like, oh, no, and you just yell. Because that's a moment of panic. And the hope is that somebody is a good person. They come running with it. Usually we would. You're my brother and sister. They were always good about it. You got to help each other out in that situation.
Yeah.
But you and I were bidet men.
Oh, if you have a bidet, you
and I don't run into this problem.
If you have a bidet, you don't have a worry.
You get your own toilet paper.
You have no worries if you have a bidet. But the shower is similar to the bidet.
You squirt your own.
It's water, so you're good to go. So just jump in the shower. You're fine.
Same deal.
You don't need to cry. You don't get on TikTok as this girl has. Like just go to the shower. You're good.
Can you believe
you're fine?
Didn't bring toilet paper.
He said no. I already told you that bathroom you're using is out of toilet paper. Sorry.
Oh, wow.
He just denied her. He denied.
After he warned her.
Yep.
He said, don't go in there. She did it anyway, and then she's like, why would I help you?
Oh, my God.
I told you not to do that.
And yes, people say, well, I can't walk down. She's like, I can't walk downstairs to get the toilet paper.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can. You absolutely can.
It's so gross doing it.
Like if somebody put a bomb in your house and said, you know what, I will defuse this bomb if you walk downstairs to get the toilet paper, I'm guaranteeing you will walk downstairs to get that toilet paper. You're just doing it because you don't want to do it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to see the...
Well, I think a bomb in the toilet. I think a bomm in the toilet is the issue here.
Well, I get what you're saying.
I think this is the underlying problem.
Look, I know you don't want to see the mascara drip down your inner thigh.
Come on, man.
But it's not. If you have a sock on, it'll catch it.
You're making me uncomfortable.
It's like a little catch-all right there. The sock catches it, and you're good to go.
Julian had that dye running on his face, dude.
You're good to go. Don't worry about it.
Just bleeding off his head.
You're fine.
A tough look.
So it's not as big a deal as you think it is. Trust me. You can survive this one. And again, I'm thinking of all the restrooms in our house. They all have a shower. All of them. Just take your shorts off, jump in the shower, towel off, and you're good to go. It's really not that big a deal.
No.
It really isn't. So, I know maybe it's a trust thing, but trust me on this. You're probably better off now. You guys weren't compatible going forward, so just move on with it.
Mascara was a tough analogy. That was a tough.
I'm sorry.
It was good. That's why it was tough. You know what I mean? Good analogy, a good time. Oh, man, so it was a little vivid.
And of course, yeah,
just running.
These people.
That sounds pretty gross.
Yeah, and of course she's on TikTok. You know, got the white tank top on, and all these people trying to. They're just all trying to sell tits. Is what they're trying to sell. I'm sorry. I apologize for the language, but it bugs me. It really does. That's all they're trying to sell. Let me just sell this. See if I can get somebody to follow me on TikTok. Am I lying? No, I'm not lying.
I think you made your point.
Yeah, thank you. The language is probably a little rough, and I apologize for that.
But the point is well taken. The point is well taken. I don't know when we had.
I don't even care.
I get that we don't have to put anybody down.
Boobs.
But,
How about boobs? There you go.
Touch your boobs. That's assault, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I did study. I did go to medical school for 3 days. I got to tell you, I was
What does that mean?
I don't know what it meant. I thought about it.
I thought that was a Fledge quote.
No, that was not
anything you just quote. It's kind of goofy. I'm like, Tom must be quoting something.
Clearwater man arrested while wearing "I just got out of prison" T-shirt.
Come on, man.
Oh yeah.
Come on, my man.
Yeah. See, according to the arrest report from doesn't matter. I just got out of prison T-shirt before he went back.
Okay.
To prison. Did he buy it in prison? It's like a gift shop.
I think on the way in he got I'm going to prison. Sure.
Do we know if prisons have gift shops? I don't think they have
guys got any
gift
prison
shops.
merch?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
If you've been to the Clink, did they have merch?
Yeah. And I'm guessing the merch they're selling you don't want. I'm going to guess you don't want that. And yes, I'm talking American me.
I got
Go
some
see it, and you won't have any questions for me.
You got some hooch?
You would not have any questions for you. And by the way, if you're listening to us right now going, that was a little rough. Blame Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr was here.
He did this.
But you wouldn't have to worry about this.
Thanks, Tom.
Steve Kerr isn't here, so you got to worry about this. You have to worry about your dildo story of the day. Do we have a sounder for that, by the way?
Yeah, we got to get a Tim's dildo story of the day. Tim doesn't want his name on it, which means we're definitely putting his name on it.
So what do you want?
What do you want, Tim?
I would ask women this, but we don't have enough time. We're not taking phone calls. Like, what's the one thing
putting this out the calls no matter what?
What's the one thing you want in a dildo? What's the one thing you don't want in a dildo? Like, what are the you want it vibrating, right? You want it going.
It's a different tool. That's it. Yeah.
Like you're good. Like okay, it works. It works. I never thought about this. What's the one thing you don't want? You don't want to get burned.
Oh.
You don't want it to, yeah, exactly. This sex toy was recalled over a shocking burn risk. Please don't use it.
Heat it up too much?
I'm guessing, I'm guessing burn isn't, you're so hot. Like, no, really, you're really hot. This is way too hot. I got burned. I'm burned here.
Plums, yeah.
The sex toy is being recalled as its maker warned that it has a defective batch, could burn users. The Divine. I love
Is this a name?
Oh, yeah.
My God.
It's called the Vibrating Pearl Love Egg.
I bet it is.
Yeah.
I've seen those.
Oh, the love egg.
I know the egg. Yeah,
who doesn't love the egg? Yeah. No, it's not the big green egg. That's barbecue.
Stop it, Tim. No, it's not the green egg.
The big green egg.
Stop. Knock it off in there.
Look, you can pleasure yourself and smoke a brisket. It's fantastic.
Smoked meats all in one. Yeah, there you go.
It smokes meats. All right.
Perfect.
Due to an internal fault, the company discovered that the promiscuous product may warm up when the batteries. You're supposed to warm the girl up, not warm the dough up.
I need alliterative adjectives here. This
may warm up when the batteries are inserted incorrectly and could possibly. Well, like if you're inserting the batteries correct, that's on you. It's really not that hard. You know where the spring is. You know what end goes on the spring, and then you do the opposite going the other way. It really shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah.
This may pose a burn risk to customers. The have said to move the company's website. If you bought an affected product, please don't use it. Instead, return it to the store you purchased it from for a full refund. The Vibrating Pearl Egg sold for about $32. That's a pretty good price.
It's a bargain.
I mean, it really is. It really is. I mean, just yeah. I mean, just think of all the pleasure you get for $32.
Tim, no. 32.
Oh my God.
That's OJ's number. Just saying, just mentioning it. Just putting it out there.
Oh my God. Okay, so there you go.
We're gonna have Steve Young.
Be careful of the pearl egg.
Be careful.
The pearl egg.
It'll get you. It'll burn you.
It'll definitely burn you. Remote control vibrators, a sex toy used to dream of sexual fantasy with a hand from. Kerry. He'll definitely.
For everybody who's hanging out, Kerry Crowley's coming up next.
Yes.
He's going to take you. We still have a Giants Hot Stove. Giants Hot Stove show starts at 7, but Kerry's going to take you from 6 until 8 o'clock tonight. He's going to do a good breakdown here on the winter meetings, and then he's going to dive into the Giants Hot Stove League show. And I believe he's got Blake Sable and Brian Price. That's what he texted me about yesterday. So Kerry's got a whole bunch of Giants talk coming your way, and I'm sure more on the hot vibrating egg. Carrie Crowley and the Hot Stove Show. No.
Wrong one.
It's
Wrong
Carrie.
one.
Carrie and the Hot Stove Show is next on the Sports Leader. Former 49ers kicker Robbie Gould officially announced his retirement from the NFL today in an article in the Players Tribune. More on that story is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls?